fence to stack up your valuables, things that were most valuable to you, up high against the water. Mary's got a real muddy mess on her hands right now. They're working to try to find her a place to stay. I want to give you a sense again how high the water was. This morning when I was standing here, I could barely stand up because of the swift current. There was 2 feet of water right here, and I could barely walk across this street. Again, people are preparing for the worst tonight by filling up these sandbags here, but they're also hoping that this flood was really just the fluke. And we can only hope that, Stephen Paul, if that's the case, that we won't have more of these problems out here tomorrow.
All right, Ken Cole, thank you very much. You know, we've heard this repeatedly today, Steve, from people who live on Cedar Mill Creek and Fano Creek. This is the highest they've seen those waters. The exception to that, we talked with some people in the Johnson Creek area in southeast Portland and said, no, they've seen Johnson Creek higher. But we've dealt with snow melt before. We've dealt with heavy rains before. We don't often have to deal with both at one time.
You know, it's amazing, Paul. I talked to so many people last week, as I'm sure you did, that during the ice storm and the snow, what have you, said, I'm looking forward to rain.
Just want it to be warm.
Just rain, and yeah, and I'm sure they're probably rethinking that as I am right now. Listen, Southwest Portland is one of the areas that has certainly had its share of problems. Channel 2's Kern Snipes joins us live with a lowdown on what's been happening there. Kern, you're at Southwest 45th and Multnomah, is that correct?
Yeah, I am, and behind me you can see maybe that the road is closed. I've had some problems here. We're going to tell you about that in just a few minutes, but we are not very far from Fano Creek. You were just mentioning it, and it has had its problems today. Fano Creek often floods, but people who live around here say not like this. Now, driving to work this morning, people traveling on Olison Road found themselves facing high water. It was hard to tell how deep it was, but some forged ahead while others turned around and some decided to turn back. Now, this woman in her sports car decided to go for it, but that proved to be a mistake. The water was too high, her car was too low, and it stalled. Scared and in distress, Trish backed off, began screaming for help. We helped calm her down while another driver offered to push her car out of the water. We coordinated things, and within a few minutes, Bagdanoff was breathing a sigh of relief. Now, these are the apartments at Royal Firs. There were not much residents could do but watch and wait while Fano Creek went up and threatened the apartments this morning. But no water actually went inside. Now, nearby on Shattuck Road, Kevin Rogers spent the morning trenching his backyard. He woke up about 3:30 this morning to the sound of water streaming into his basement. Rogers says he managed to pick most things off the floor and save them from getting wet, but floodwaters still caused damage to his carpet and to his wood paneling. Rogers says he had water problems before, but again, nothing like this. And then back where we are on Southwest 45th and Multnomah, a rain-soaked hillside gave way and slid down on the road. It was like somebody was transplanting trees, only this was a major league job. You can see there was a Doug fir and several other big trees. The road was closed and remains closed, and a city crew has been sawing up the trees. They now have left to remove the dirt. We just took a peek down the street. They have it closed off, and we can see that the root balls and the huge hillside basically is still there, and they have kept the road closed. We talked to a resident a few minutes ago who lives nearby, and you know, nobody's ever happy when we have bad weather and things happen, and they're not happy with the way the traffic is being rerouted around the area, but everybody's got to grin and bear it, at least for the time being. Stephen Paul?
I can certainly understand their frustration, especially in light of what we've all been through over the last month or so. Kern Snipes, 45th and Multnomah, thank you.
Well, many Oregonians, Steve, are working very hard, as we just saw, to prevent their homes from being flooded out. In Milwaukee, people spent the day placing sandbags outside their homes in an effort to keep them safe from rising waters. We have a couple of numbers to give you if you're a resident of the city of Portland in need of sandbags or with a clogged drain problem. Portland's Waterworks Department will take those calls at 823-4111. Again, call that number if you're a City of Portland resident needing sandbag materials or if you wish to report a problem with clogged drains in your neighborhood.
Paul, we're going to go from the ground up in the air, see how things are looking from there. Dennis Norden is up in the air right now. Dennis, how are things looking up there?
Well, so far here, traffic-wise is looking pretty good. If folks trying to head northbound on Interstate 5, there you go. Using the frequency there. But as we go, taking it up now at Interstate 5, a lot of people are using that as opposed to Highway 30, because Highway 30 St. Helens Road remains closed between Kittredge and the St. John's Bridge. Even the St. John's Bridge is closed at the moment, and as we fly over, we can see probably 3 dozen landslides. They're working real hard hard to try to get those cleared up. But even with all the heavy equipment they have, it's going to be very tough. Also, outbound on the Sunset Highway, a landslide. It is across all lanes of trees and mud for a while. It's just as you leave the Vista Ridge Tunnel, the right lane is blocked there still, and crews without any heavy equipment are working.
Okay, Dennis, we're going to wrap you up and hope for a better audio signal a little bit later, but apparently many problems out there. We're at the very outset of the afternoon commute.
What we were able to decipher is that it's a mess out there.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out how long it's going to be a mess out there and when things are going to clear up. That's a big question. Matt Zaffino standing by. Matt?
All right, Paul and Steve, unfortunately, this is just the beginning. We are going to see a lot more rain before we see any sunshine, so the flooding problems are definitely going to get worse. You can see on radar just a massive green. The heaviest rain may shift north into southwest Washington overnight, but we're not going to get out of this. It is going to be a very, very wet couple of days. Some definitions for you. You're hearing the term flood watch a lot. That means conditions are favorable for flooding. That's pretty obvious that that's going on, especially in light of the pictures that we've just seen. Flood stage means that's where the river level will be when damage starts to occur. So you can actually get above bank full, but still be below flood stage. There can be a little bit of a buffer there. So when you hit flood stage, that's when damage starts to occur at that point on the river. Speaking of the rivers, I have a very long list of rivers that are under flood warnings right now. Johnson Creek at Sycamore, Clackamas River at Estacada, we already know that. And there are the rivers, in Clackamas County, the Molalla that Michael Hanna showed us, and also the Pudding River. Coast Range rivers too, and down towards Salem. Santiam River at Jefferson is now at flood stage. Marys River, the Tualatin River out in western Washington County. Wait till you see some of the rain amounts we're getting from some of the gauges up in the mountains there. The South Yamhill River, the Lucky Mute River, and the Alsea River out in Tidewater also, so there are plenty of them out there. The Wilson, the Siletz, and the Nehalem, they usually always flood with heavy rains out in Tillamook County. We are seeing that there. Talked to a weather watcher down in the town of Siletz. Said he had 4 inches of rain, and that was just this morning. He could see another 4 inches by the time we get into tomorrow morning. So all of these rivers under flood warnings now. Also in southwest Washington, the Chehalis River at Centralia. Remember the flooding there back in 1990? They may see similar conditions. They now have a flood warning. And out in Klickitat County, out in southern Washington, out towards the gorge, we have flood warnings there as well. So pretty much all of northwest Oregon, southern Washington under flood warning conditions right now. And like I say, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. I'll have the details for this forecast with you and show you where all this rain is coming from and how much we'll get for the entire week. Incredibly impressive totals. We'll do that a bit later. Paul, Steve?
Yeah, just one day of sunshine. That's all we ask for. See you later, Matt. Thank you.
All right, as we break here, our intent is to show you as much of the region as we possibly can. This live picture, Foster Road at Southeast 108th. You know the story. Our extended coverage continues in just a moment.
With Paul Lindman and Steve Dunn.
You're following storm coverage on Channel 2 News. Off in the distance there, I think, the St. John's Bridge closed all day long and still closed at this hour. It may open later this evening. We'll advise you.
There are road closures all over the place tonight because of this massive flooding, obviously. One spot hit especially hard, Southeast 108th in Foster Road. Our reporter Ed Teachout is there for the latest. Ed, how's it looking?
Steve, out here at Foster Road, looking west. Traffic is open behind me. It's a pretty major route out here in eastern Portland, but you can see the storm drains are rushing forward here. And over this way at 110th, that's where you hit the dam. It's flooded. The roads are closed all the way to 104th. You can't get through Foster from 104th. You can kind of get an idea here of the water. What the problem is that storm drains, there's one located right here. Usually these babies take away this water, but now Portland officials say their storm drain system is totally overloaded, so it's now pushing water back into the streets and flooding areas like this one right here at Foster and Southeast Foster and 110. Now you can look over this way, you can see a couple of these cars, low-riding cars stranded in the water. That's because they hit too high of water. It got up into their ignition wires, and boom, they're stuck. We've seen a couple of other cars that did the same thing. The people were smart. They didn't open their doors because the cars were so low, they would have flooded their entire car out. Four-wheel drives, high riders like that, they'll be able to make it through, but don't attempt to go to any road unless you know the depth of the water and you know where that road's taking you. Because like I said, the current through some of this, I mean, it's not that bad here, but there are areas where streams are across the roads where they can take your car and throw them right into a stream. Now again, over this way, you can see a row of houses along Foster. The water is lapping up against the sides of the houses right now and into the basements. A little later on Channel 2 News at 5, I'm going to be back and I'm going to tell you some things that you should look out for in case the water's getting close to you, getting sandbags, what to do with your electricity, and what to do if the water's already in your house. Now, that'll be a little later on Channel 2 News at 5. That's the way things are here at Southeast Foster and 110th. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's not worth trying to get through that high water, Ed, especially if you don't know if you can make it. You end up getting stuck in there and stalled out like that one we saw earlier. Thanks, Ed Teachout, for that.
Well, here we go again. That's what residents of a Milwaukee apartment complex are saying today. For the second time in less than 3 months, floodwaters are about to force 10 families from their homes. Channel 2's Elizabeth Bermudez shows us what they're up against.
This isn't how residents of this apartment complex expected to spend their morning, filling sandbags and trying to stop the forces of nature. Water from the swollen Johnson Creek is spilling out over its banks and is starting to flood out these residents.
Round two, this is ridiculous.
Especially since these same residents were flooded out of their homes just 3 months ago.
I'm worried about losing my stuff again. I'm worried about everything. Oh no, I'm in shock. This is terrible.
We spent Thanksgiving in the hotel room, eating at restaurants for a month. We're glad we had that accommodations and that Red Cross helped us out, but it's just a nightmare thinking about doing it again.
But Tim Hale and about 10 other families may just have to start thinking about it again, because at the rate the rain is coming down, these sandbags might not do the trick.
The fire chief said that'd buy us about a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour maybe, and then it'll, start coming up the back and stuff like that. So we're doing the best we can.
So as some work to save what they've got, others wait and hope for the best. In Milwaukee, Elizabeth Bermudez, Channel 2 News.
Now residents of the R Lane apartments say they've run out of sandbags and they would appreciate any donations.
Mudslides are the cause of one death in Philomath tonight. Tom Otter was driving home to Waldport when the hillside gave way, causing a fir tree to topple over onto his pickup truck. Otter was killed instantly on Highway 34. Miraculously, his 2 children survived last night's accident. The Benton County Sheriff's Department recommends motorists stay away from the Philomath curves because you don't know when that earth could give way. Most of the 122 people evacuated in Corvallis have returned to their homes tonight. Floodwaters in northern Corvallis have now receded. But last night the rain fell so hard, one man compared it to a Pacific monsoon. The high water is still a problem in Lynn and Benton counties. Last night a man died when a mud and rock slide slammed into his pickup truck on Highway 34.
Another location to check out, Steve, as we go to break. Remember those ice flows out on the Columbia River? Well, let's check a live picture. Some are still there. That's the Vancouver side of the Columbia. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Welcome back to a special edition of Channel 2 News this afternoon. We got some amazing pictures into the newsroom this afternoon. You're looking at aerial shots of Highway 30, the St. Helens Highway. There's St. John's Bridge included on that roadway there, which is closed because of high water. Problems all over the place being reported along that stretch of roadway. Earlier we showed you a man's car that was literally teetering on what was his driveway there. So lots of problems on Highway 30.
Maybe we don't need to tell you, but in the past 10 weeks, we've all survived 6 major storms. It seems like we just recover from one act of nature when another one hits us like a ton of bricks. Last night on our 11 o'clock newscast, we took an extended look at some of the reasons behind our wild winter. Here's what we found.
Our first taste of the wild weather came in early November, November 11th, with fall flooding. We got twice the rain we normally get in November, and you can see what happened. Rising, rushing water forced hundreds of people from their homes and caused millions of dollars in damage. Soaked Northwest residents had barely recovered from the flooding when the first ice storm hit, December 9th. The big chill came fast and furious, catching many of us off guard. It covered the Northwest in a blanket of ice that turned roadways into ice rinks. 3 days later, December 12th, we got hit with the biggest windstorm since the Columbus Day storm of 1962. Hurricane-force winds gusting up to 107 miles an hour struck the Oregon coast, tearing the roof off a restaurant. In the Portland area, winds up to 90 miles an hour pushed a dock full of boats across the Columbia River from Portland to Vancouver. Total damage, more than $30 million. We expected another big windstorm 1 month later, on January 18th. Instead, we got a surprise snowfall. Several inches of snow blanketed the Northwest, including downtown Portland. But just as fast as it came, it melted away. And we never did get the big winds that were predicted. 9 days later, January 27th, an even bigger snowstorm blanketed the Northwest. This time, nearly a foot of snow fell in the Portland area. Much of that snow stayed on the ground for the next week as bitterly cold weather moved across the Northwest. It stayed cold until this past weekend when we finally got some rain. Only it came in the form of freezing rain, and that seemed worse than anything we had seen so far this winter.
There's been so much of it, you have a tendency to forget about the early stuff.
Yeah.
I know it. Well, it's enough to make all of us long for those nice summer days, but what's the reason for this wacky winter weather? Let's go to meteorologist Matt Zaffino, hopefully for an answer. Matt?
All right, Stephen, just one of the first things to ever get blamed for wild weather has been El Nino, and for about the last 10 years, you could say that, but that's not the case this year. We have had a very wild weather, and I think the difference is this year we've just had a lot compacted into a very short period of time. I want to show you what I mean about the no El Nino, because there has been no El Nino. We have had essentially normal conditions. El Nino is the warming of the waters, and this is a map. The warm colors indicate very warm water. The cool colors indicate cool water. And we have had pretty much normal conditions down here in the Pacific where we watch for El Nino. So there's been no El Nino. In fact, there's been an opposite of El Nino, if anything. The conveyor belt, that's a theory I've talked about. It's just a theory right now, but essentially you have a warm current of water coming out of the Pacific Ocean. It comes all the way out around Australia and then back on up into the Atlantic Ocean, possibly responsible for fueling the above-average hurricane season that we had this year. The link to the Northwest is we also get less El Ninos if this is active, and that would mean colder and wet winters. But this is just a theory, too. There's nothing really concrete to prove this. Had a viewer call and say, hey, what about the volcanoes, Mount Pinatubo in 1991? That did affect our weather for a couple of years, but it's long gone by now. So what gives with all of this? Right now, I want to introduce one of our guest experts tonight. This is George Miller joining me from the National Weather Service office in Portland. George is the retired chief of the Weather Service here in Oregon. And George, I want to thank you, first of all, for joining us tonight. Also thank the current boss down there, Steve Todd, and the whole crew for letting us participate from there. George, my read on this is we're just seeing normal variability, and one of the problems is, or not problem, but one of the effects is we've seen a lot of people move here in the last 10 years from warmer climates. And for the last 10 years, we've had mild winters, so they just haven't expected it. So the last 10 years have been a little bit on, and now we're just kind of getting back to normal. I know you're a big student of weather history. What's your read on this, George?
Well, I think you're right in the fact that we're becoming a lot more weather conscious, and I think weather forecasts themselves have improved considerably, as you know, over the last 10 to 20 years. And the better you get in forecasting the weather, the more people are conscious of it, and the more they pay attention to it.
George, this is Jeff Gianola here, and I just wanted to ask you, George, some folks say, oh my, we've seen a winter like this. Now we're in some kind of other pattern. Can we say that we're in a pattern based on something like this, George?
Oh, I don't think we can say that the pattern has really changed any at all, Jeff. You did the weather for a while, and
yes, I did.
We helped you doing it. And I think back when you were doing it, we had some fairly good storms. I think that you've got to remember that weather is an average of the extremes, and when we've had some fairly mild winters the last few winters, and now we're just getting our share of it again.
All right, George, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We'll come back to you a little bit later. Right now, we're going to switch to Corvallis and speak with the Oregon State climatologist, George Taylor. George, you and I have had many, many discussions about the long-range forecast and what kind of pattern we're in. And right now, behind me, we're going to take a look at a graph, one of yours, that shows the pattern of Portland precipitation over the last, since 1910, and it shows a fairly regular pattern. This is George's graph of wet and then dry and then wet and then dry, on average about 17 years. So, George, you've seen this, and what's your read on this winter?
Well, Matt, that graph I constructed a few years ago. I was talking to a friend of mine in Seattle who works for the Weather Service, Brad Coleman,
And he told me that he'd noticed an 18-year cycle in Seattle precipitation. And he said, do you see that kind of a thing? And I said, well, we see some cycles, but I went through the same kind of analysis that he did and came up with that cycle of wet and dry periods for Portland, as you said, about 17 years. So it's pretty striking.
George, this is Steve Dunn here in the studio. Does this mean we're going to have winters like this, severe winters like this for the next several years? What do you think?
Well, Steve, I stuck my neck out a couple months ago and talked to Stuart Tomlinson of the Oregonian and made that very prediction. And it was based on a couple of things. One is that we do tend to see these cycles of roughly 20 years, a little less than 20 years. And we've definitely been in a dry cycle for the most part since the mid-70s. So it's about time we came out of that cycle anyway. Furthermore, as Matt pointed out, there are some other indicators which suggest that we are moving into that other cycle. And I definitely agree with what Matt said about the conveyor belt. I tend to be an advocate of that theory, and I think there's a lot of merit in it. And I also believe that the above average number of hurricanes we saw in the Atlantic this year is one more indication that we're beginning to move away from the pattern that we were in and back into the pattern that we were in the 60s and early 70s, which was quite wet and rather cool.
Okay, that was, of course, the picture last night. Now let's get an update on our long-range weather picture, at least for the next month, from Matt Zafino. We're getting to the wet stuff now, aren't we, Matt?
We sure are, Steve. And by the way, I agree with George. I think we're entering and have entered a period now where we're going to see cool and wet winters for the next several years. So all you folks who got used to those warm, dry ones, I think the party's over for a while. How about the next month? Well, we'll start with this week. It's going to be very rainy. The heavy rains will continue right on through Thursday. So our flooding problems are going to get worse. If you have water now, it's just going to be worse, like I say, because we have very, very heavy rainfalls. We could see, in fact, we've already seen some places get over 8 inches of rain in the Coast Range in 24 hours. And the totals for this week will really be, well, could easily be double that. Into Friday, we start to dry out, and then into the weekend, it actually looks pretty good. The last 2 weekends, as you know, we've had very rough weather with the ice and then the snow before that. This weekend, we should all get a break, and the flooding should begin to wind down again by late on Friday. After that, how about next week? Last night, I was thinking we might get some Arctic air once again, but now it looks like that may shift just far enough to the east to keep us out of it. Our jet stream would look something like this going around to the top, and we'd still be on the warm side. So we'll hold out hope that now, next week, will just kind of be dry and really warm. However, this Arctic air is going to be too close for comfort because we could easily see this jet stream once again come down like that. So we'll have to keep our eyes on this. It's a little bit too far out to know exactly what will happen, but right now I think we will get a break from all of this wild weather. How about beyond that? Here's my forecast as we go on through the rest of the month. I think we'll see near average rainfall from this point on, well, after the flooding's over, for the last couple of weeks of the month. And temperatures should start out above average, but then I think we'll cool off again as we go into March. And if you average that out, of course, it comes out to about average. So I think we'll be once we get out of this current flooding period, we should be out of the woods, at least for a little while. Steve, Paul, back to you guys.
All right, Matt, we'll see you soon. You know, we've been chuckling for years about how dry it's gotten here. Well, I guess the other shoe has dropped.
Oh, hasn't it ever? Let's take a look at some traffic outside from our Providence St. Vincent cam. You can see moving pretty well tonight. Watch out for that high water. Storm coverage continues after this. Welcome back to the special edition of Channel 2 News. You're looking at Vancouver, the Columbia River side over there. You can see ice still sitting there. We talked so much about the rain today, but the ice is still sitting on the Columbia River.
Indeed it is. Barbara Wood has been following things for us in Clark County. She's at Riverside now. Barbara, I hope you're warm. Hello, Barbara.
Hey there, how you guys doing?
Good.
Guess what? I'm out here afloat on the Columbia. Do not try this at home. Yes, I wanted to get on the last chunk of ice, one of the last chunks of ice. I would say that I'm floating downriver at a rate of about 1/1000th of an inch per hour or so. I've been dared to get a paddle and really head out there, but I won't. All jokes aside, though, things are pretty bad for people in Salmon Creek. Let's take a look at that tape. In Salmon Creek, it's really flowing fast. Thaw is a real problem, as what used to be ice now flows downward. Crews surveying the banks of the creek over the course of the day say it's risen about 1.5 feet, maybe more. There are no evacuations, however. There are a couple of homes there that are flooded out. There is some sandbagging. Volunteers are out doing the sandbagging. The county has supplied the sandbags. If you need any, give County Emergency Services a call. They're there to help, and there are volunteers right now on duty. Now, as far as the Washougal River is concerned, county officials are watching it. It is rising. However, they say right now it isn't threatening any homes. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Barbara, let me play dad for a minute. You walk off that ice right now. Please come on shore when we can see you do it.
Okay, I'm coming,
and
all right, but
any kids watching at home, do not step out onto ice.
No, don't step out on the ice, because here's what's happening these days.
Get Barbara, get out of there.
Well, you guys excuse me. I'm just going to get on out of here. Look, okay, you guys, I'm on.
All right.
You know, I'm not old enough to be your dad, Barbara, but I wish you wouldn't do that.
All right, and kids, true. If you're near ice and water, don't go on it. You can get in so much trouble you can't believe it. Barbara Wood is a trained professional, kind of.
You better believe it. Hey, listen, Bob High, hopefully he's not standing on any ice. I know he's out at St. Helens Road. We talked to him earlier. Bob, what's the latest out there?
Well, Steve, we have a better understanding of the situation. You get a good idea of what is happening here. This is a 5-foot stream of water coming up from a culvert that usually runs underneath St. Helens Road here, just north of the Sauvie Island Bridge. Instead, the water is going across Highway 30 here. They've shut down the road except to essential traffic, and people are slowing up, thankfully, getting across this section of road. But take a look again. It's what has happened on the far side of the road here. And we'll take a leap across. It has washed out essentially all of the roadway below this guardrail. And beyond that has also washed out part of the siding for a railroad tracks that run up here along the Columbia River. And so this is all being fed, we understand, by a lake that's upstream, uphill from here. And so there's a whole lot of water backed up. Something apparently has clogged the conduit that goes underneath here. So it must have a whole lot of water uphill that's waiting to come on down if there's that much pressure pumping water 5 feet in the air down here along St. Helens Road. What they tell us now, as far as the condition of the road, they have to wait until the water goes down, until they can inspect the pipe, find out exactly how much damage has been done here. That may take until at least tomorrow. In the meantime, they may open 1 or 2 lanes to all traffic by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, it remains closed except to the few residents who live in the area and trucks who need to go through here on an emergency basis.
Yeah, it looks like they've got problems ahead even when the rain stops there.
That's only the start of getting things back together. And for now, the railroad tracks obviously aren't usable and the road just barely.
Yeah, I got to build up that road again. Hey, Bob High, thank you for St. Helens Road.
And we can show you similar scenes all over the region. We'll break now and show you a couple of more as we go out, but our storm coverage continues in just a moment.
Delayed to help the double whammy.
And that means freezing rain.
It took a minute and a half and it was frozen solid. Listen to this.
Make sure everything is protected.
Solid as a rock.
I'll be the mom and say, don't go outside with wet hair.
Big slick.
Looking at Washington County, there you can see the fog kind of hanging in the air. Providence, St. Vincent, Cam. I can't tell if it's still raining out tonight. We'll check with Matt Zafino in just a couple of minutes on that. But before we do that, we want to talk to Carl Borg. There was some talk earlier of the possibility of contaminated water in Washington County, and Carl's going to tell us that's not the case. Is that correct, Carl?
Yes, I sure am. We've received several calls here at the water plant from citizens concerned about the safety of their drinking water, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to tell folks that everything's fine at the water plant.
Carl, we should mention to folks that you're from the Joint Water Commission there in Washington County, correct?
Yes, yeah. We supply water to the cities of Hillsborough, Forest Grove, Beaverton, and some parts of Tuolumne Valley Water District.
Was there some concern early on in the day, Carl? Is that where this came from, that there was some contamination there in that water?
When we had the December 12th storm, there was a lot of phone calls here about... Had several calls again today, and I sure appreciate the opportunity to tell folks that things are normal here.
Okay, so we can allay their fears, no contamination in the water there in Washington County.
That's correct.
Okay, Carl Borg, Joint Water Commission in Washington County, thank you for joining us today.
As we've been speaking to you and showing you video, Matt Zafino has been running back and forth between our studios and the Weather Center where all his high-tech equipment is, but good job on the call and throughout this storm, Matt. I know it's tough for meteorologists to always know what's going on, but you've stayed ahead of it, it seems.
Well, thanks, Paul. We do the best we can, and you call them as you see them, and everybody here has worked very, very hard throughout the last several weeks, too, so everybody needs a big hand. It is still raining out there, but I believe the rain has has lightened up somewhat. I just ran in with the latest observations, and it's light rain right now, and it's 53 degrees. We still have a south wind at about 15 miles an hour. So we're getting a bit of a break right now, which is certainly deserved. Let's look outside from one of our cameras now around town and just see exactly what it looks like. We're looking down from Vancouver over the bridge there, of course, the I-5 bridge looking south along I-5, and you can see the camera there is shaking quite a bit, indicating that it is rather windy. I have some rain amounts for you, weather where you are. It has been amazing. Check out this total. Laurel Mountain, and this was only up until 8 o'clock this morning. It's a mountain in the Coast Range west of Salem, 8.2 inches. No wonder we're seeing flooding. Other rain amounts, Saddle Mountain up in the Coast Range above Hag Lake out in western Washington County. It actually may be over the line. 6.8 inches, and that was up until about 4 o'clock or 2 o'clock this afternoon. Banks, our weather watcher Jim reporting 3.2 inches. Since 10 o'clock last night, Portland's had 1.81, Salem 1.91, Carroll and Oregon City 2.3, and look at Brightwood. They had over 4 inches of rain there, and you have to remember, less than a week ago, they had about 2 feet of snow there, so all of that is falling on the rain. Also, the gauges up in the Coast Range Mountains indicate there's still snowpack up here, places like Saddle Mountain. A foot of snow saturated with almost as much water, so there's still a lot of water to come out of the hills, and there's also a lot of water to come out of the Pacific Ocean. Look at this, we're over the Pacific Ocean. This is our weather for the next several days. Our jet stream is sending all of this right towards us. It's a very strong jet stream, so there are really no big breaks in this at all. We just keep getting surge after surge. The rain will go on right on through Thursday. This one will come on shore tomorrow. That's going to give us more heavy rain. Even though it's lightened up somewhat right now, the rain will be heavy again later tonight, and it's tomorrow. There's another one that's going to come along on Thursday, and that's going to keep the heavy rain going as well. So how about totals right on through the week? They could easily be in the 5 to 10 inch range. We already saw 8 inches down at Saddle Mountain, 7 inches nearly up in the North Coast Range. So 5 to 10 inches could actually be a conservative estimate for the Monday through Thursday totals, and the computer model is saying for Portland, and Portland Airport is usually a dry spot, easily 4 inches, over 4 inches through Thursday morning. So it's going to be a record rain event for us. This is a storm that is to be reckoned with. All right, we'll move on now and see what else is going to happen here. We'll get to our forecast for the coast and the valleys. One thing we haven't talked about a lot because of all the rain is the wind. On the coast, there's a high wind warning right on through tomorrow, which is unusual in itself because usually these warnings are for maybe 12 hours. This one goes right through tomorrow, gusts up to 75 miles an hour. We've seen gusts like that on the headlands today. And the valleys will have windy conditions as well, but they should stay below 40 miles an hour, and the heavy rain will continue. In the gorge, rain, west winds 10 to 20. Boy, the waterfalls are going to be flowing coming out through the gorge. The freezing rain is over. In the Cascades, very heavy rain, and there's an extremely high avalanche hazard because we have all this rain falling on that snow, which was rather low-density snow. Avalanche problems keeping highways up in Washington closed. I-90 and Highway 2 were closed last night because of avalanches. As we head out to central and eastern Oregon, rainy and windy there. The cold air has been scoured out, and you will see flooding problems there. In fact, we still have problems on some of the rivers in northeast Oregon with ice dams. In fact, what can happen, ice will flow down, jam up, and if you're downstream from that, you'll see the river level drop and think, hey, that's a good sign. It's actually a very bad sign because if you get that ice jam, once it breaks, you can see not only flooding, but flash flooding, which is very much more dangerous because it all comes down at once very quickly. So be on the lookout. If you see that river drop, that means things upstream are not good. Lows tonight. Very mild, so the snow will continue to melt. Highs tomorrow approaching 60 degrees in Pendleton, 56 in Bend. West side lows, 49 here in town. If we're lucky, if the rain drops off enough, we'll stay around 50 for most of the valley. Longview 49. Lows on the coast also in the 50s. The wind will help keep it warm. And highs tomorrow about 58 in Portland again, 59 in Salem. Over on the coast, gale warnings, they'll fly right on through the next couple of days. Combined seas 18 feet, so if you're on the beaches watching the storms, be very careful of those sneaker waves. We don't want any accidents out there. Our forecast now for tonight, again, there is a flood watch. There's also an urban and small stream flood advisory. That means road flooding. That means culverts clogging up, and that means any little stream that is just a nice little stream maybe in your neighborhood could flood over and give you some problems. Heavy rain will return later tonight. We'll have south winds to about 25. Tomorrow, flood watch continues. We'll have heavy rain once again tomorrow and south winds again 25, maybe 35. 5-day forecast. We get the relief, but it's after a long wet spell. On Friday afternoon, I think we'll see the sun, and right now, The weekend looks very nice. It looks like we'll finally get a breather, get some sunshine and mild temperatures then.
I don't know if people live on Laurel Mountain or not, but 8 inches of rain, that could kind of get you down.
Very much so, and it's bringing the snowpack down, which there's been quite a bit up there.
Okay,
Thanks, man.
you bet. We're going to take a break, and while we do, a close-up of the ice chunks once again on the Columbia. Yes, indeed, the ice is still there, but so is the rain, and so is the flooding. Storm coverage continues after this.
Of Channel 2 News, Paul Lindman and Steve Dunn. Before we leave for our regular newscast, we want to go back out to at least one location, Ed Teachout on Southeast Foster Road. What do you have, Ed?
Yeah, I'm standing here in Johnson Creek. Now, this is an abandoned lot here, but believe it or not, Johnson Creek is now over its banks and taking over a new tributary. You can see this is a home behind me. We've talked with the people inside, and they say that actually they aren't flooded out yet, but they're fearful that this water, which is getting pretty deep, is now going to get a lot deeper. And to give you an idea of how fearful the residents are around here, over here behind us, we can see the Portland Fire Department has put sandbags up here on some of the local residents. Now, we just saw you pull up here, sir. Can you tell me, you must be fearful that the water's going to be coming up?
Well, actually, we've got predictions that it's possible that the river could rise actually another 2+ more feet than it is right now, and it's already brushing the bottoms of the bridges. So what we've done is been proactive with the situation and used our neighborhood emergency team volunteers. We have about 12 to 2 dozen on this side of the river and another dozen on the other side, and they've taken about 30 hours of training with us to handle any disaster in the neighborhoods. They've come out to help us sandbag.
So sandbags all up and down Foster Road here.
We're being as judicious as we can in the placement to try to pick the first priorities, and especially the people that are elderly. This gentleman's 71 years old. We're helping him put a few to prevent something from happening on his driveway.
Good. And your name again, sir?
My name is Grant Coffey. I'm the battalion chief of Portland Fire Bureau.
Grant Coffey, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, to give you a little more idea of what's happening right now is that, of course, Johnson Creek is flowing into Foster Road, and Foster Road is now becoming the new tributary. And even further down on Foster Road, it's now taken over Foster Road. So between 112th, Southeast 112th, and Southeast 104th, Foster Road is closed because Johnson Creek is now flooded off onto the road. So that's the way it is out here. Back to you guys.
All right, Ed Teachout. That area, one of the areas people are used to the flooding, but elsewhere in the region, it's a relative new occurrence.
Yeah, let's see how things are looking outside. Let's take some shots right now of some of our cameras. You're looking at the bridge, the interstate bridge there over to Vancouver from our Smith Tower. Traffic moving along pretty well at this point, Paul.
Indeed it is, and that's one of the trouble spots in any bad commute. Our regular news follows. We'll be back with more.
Next on Channel 2 News.
Another winter storm washes over the Northwest, wiping out roads and forcing hundreds of people out of their homes. We'll show you how to protect your house. Plus, landslides are tying up traffic all over the region tonight. We'll have the latest on areas to avoid. Stay with us. Channel 2 News at 5 is next.
Bringing you the spirit of the Northwest. We are KATU. Now, Channel 2 News.
It just won't stop. Now it's the rains that are pounding the Northwest, flooding homes, and turning roads into rivers and cars into sinking ships. It makes us feel helpless watching the destructive force of nature's power. And you've just got to wonder, is it ever going to end?
Sure is.
As we said, it just won't stop. Good evening, everybody. I'm Jeff Gianola.
And I'm Julie Emery. Jim Bosley will join us in just a few minutes with the latest on our torrential rains as well as what's in store. But first, let's start our team coverage with an area that's been hard hit all day long. The St. Helens area is quickly being eaten up by the runoff of melting snow and heavy rains. Let's take a look from the air, and you can see the problems in the area. Highway 30 is shut down as floodwaters rush fast and furious over the roadway. The St. John Bridge over the highway is also closed to traffic. The only vehicles able to maneuver the floodwaters are big rigs. Even they couldn't make it through some areas. Police set up roadblocks where the water was just too deep for any vehicle.
Now, one of the areas hardest hit by the flooding is the St. Helens Road area. We're going to switch to Bob High, who joined us near the Sauvie Island Bridge. Bob, what's the situation right there?
Well, Jeff, the situation is still pretty critical for the road itself because the water continues pouring over the roadway. Take a look at this. We showed you this earlier. If you're just joining us, the water has eaten away a railroad track here running along the Columbia River along the St. Helens Highway. Road crews have already been around inspecting this. They have only opened the road so far to emergency traffic. The source of the problem is across Highway 30, and we'll let the car go by here. Come on through, folks. Let a car go by here. And across the road, you can see the problem. It's a culvert that is backed up and is pushing water up into the air and across the highway. That's the problem. It won't be solved until they can get the water level down. They think a conduit underneath the road is all jammed up, and that's what is causing the problems that keep this highway closed except to emergency traffic through here. Now, earlier in the day down south, there were also problems near the St. John's Bridge. There, Saltzman Creek ran over its banks and caused extensive damage in that area as well. Floodwaters cascaded down the side of the hill and into several businesses along the St. Helens Highway. Among those, the R&M Tavern, the pool area there turned into a pool and lake itself. And the owner says that because that is not a floodplain, he did not have any kind of flood insurance. In another area, a house was, its front yard essentially turned into a river itself. That also left one of the homeowner's cars high and dry in, as you saw, bad situation with the water running underneath it. Here again, in this area, floodwaters continue causing problems, and that will not be solved at least until tomorrow. And until then, there may be 1 or 2 lanes of traffic open in this area. Jeff and Julie, back to you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Okay, that's Highway 30. That's the situation there. Now let's take a look at Highway 26. Heavy rains caused a small mudslide late this afternoon, and that closed 1 lane of traffic on Highway 26 just past the tunnel. No one was hurt in the slide. Traffic eventually returned to normal, but it's clear that the hills above the highway are not stable. Several trees look like they're just ready to fall down. Several smaller slides have already eaten away at the vegetation. And still more traffic problems elsewhere due to high water and rock slides. This time, let's take you to Clackamas County. That's where the Molalla River is raging higher than many people can remember. Our own Michael Hanna takes us to one neighborhood near the town of Molalla where the family has been evacuated and others are getting ready to leave.
The swollen Molalla River sweeps across Dickey Prairie Road, making driving almost impossible, flooding this home and inching closer to Robert Youngberg's mobile home.
We're usually about 10, 15 feet above the water.
Now Youngberg ponders the possibility of hightailing it out of here. The river covers his backyard and threatens the foundation of his mobile home.
When it gets about 6 or 8 inches deeper, well, I'll probably be getting in the pickup and pulling out.
The power of the gushing Molalla takes down tall, healthy trees,
Sure is.
washing them far downstream.
The way we describe the Molalla is it comes up fast and it goes down fast.
Joan Nason has lived along the Molalla for 25 years. You can watch as the river starts soaking her backyard and heads towards her home. She's especially worried about the fate of this pond she built for disabled people to use for fishing.
If the water goes in, the fish can go out, you know, and go down the river. So that if the pond gets silted in, we'll have to dig that out again and restock it.
All across Clackamas County, rain stalls traffic with high water and landslides like this one on Highway 224, which rips down trees and power lines.
It's a mess, definitely is. Yeah, it's an area to stay away from right now. And as soon as we feel it's stable and somebody from geology comes out, takes a look at it, we'll try to get the road open as soon as we can.
And still more traffic problems to talk about thanks to that high water situation all across the area, not just Clackamas County, but here in Portland. Take a look at the situation behind me at Southeast Foster and 110th. Traffic is blocked on Southeast Foster between 102nd and 110th. You can see where traffic is being diverted. There's about a foot, 2 feet of water in the street there back there on Southeast Foster, and a lot of that water is lapping up onto some of the homes there. About 5 or 6 homes impacted, people unable to get up into their homes because of high water. It's hard to make out there. So that's the situation here. It's causing havoc here at rush hour in this part of town. And you also saw the situation there in Clackamas County. Very powerful situation with that Molalla River rushing downstream, carrying a lot of stuff with it. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michael. And I want to go back to Clackamas County for a minute and the Clackamas River. I want you to take a look at these pictures of the river. It's at Mill Dam near Estacada. Look at this. The Clackamas River running near its highest level in 10 years, spewing water over the spillway of the dam. The River Mill Dam generates power for PGE.
A flooding Fano Creek was bringing some motorists to tears along Olson Road in Beaverton earlier today. This woman was stuck in her car as the floodwaters rushed by. Our own Curran Snipes guided a Good Samaritan to push her car to safety. Other motorists were able to splash their way through the lake, but the task proved more treacherous as the floodwaters rose. Ken Cole has been covering those troubles in Washington County all day. He joins us now from the Rock Creek area of Northwest Portland. Ken?
Julie, you're looking at a live picture here of the Cedar Mill Creek, which is running pretty high, but nothing compared to it was this morning when it was a couple of feet above the edge of the bank here. Pretty thick mud, kind of hard to get out of here. But the water was high enough to flood dozens of apartments in this complex earlier this morning. Very frightening experience for folks here who watched this quiet little creek turn into a raging river in just a matter of minutes. Residents say it's the worst flooding along Cedar Mills Creek in at least a decade. The water rising more than 8 feet above normal levels. Here, a footbridge across the creek is consumed by the flooding. At several apartments, the valuables were stacked up high to protect them against the murky sludge that drifted in.
Get the computers, anything that's not paid for, up high, and cry, take care of the cats, pets, kids, things like that.
Farther out in the Rock Creek area, rising water covered much of the Rock Creek Country Club. But that didn't stop these guys from getting around.
Oh, we wanted to get a picture down there where that car stuck out there. There's a car stuck down there. We came down here about an hour ago and it was about up to the hood, and now it's up to the top of the car.
More flooding out on West Union, slowing down traffic and motivating homeowners to act quickly.
Never seen anything like it. Water from here clear there.
Scott Hamilton got out the hay bales and a pump to protect his place.
So it was like a dam, so it was all backing up here in the yard. So I got that moved out, and then just a bunch of my friends showed up. You know who your friends are when you can call them at 6 in the morning and tell them to come over and work in the rain.
We're looking at a picture now of the floor of one of the apartment complexes after they ripped out the soaking carpet that was in here early. This is Mary Smith's apartment. Mary, you've been dealing with this stuff all day long. I mean, what's the worst part about this whole mess?
Looking for a place to move to.
Really?
Yeah, they pulled out our carpets a couple of hours ago and had somebody come in and sucked up most of the stuff. We had about 2 inches of water in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can hear you or not, but Mary, give me a sense of what you've had to do to just save your valuables here.
We've had great friends and family come in and help move things up. We've had great neighbors come and help us move things up and move them to their apartment. We've had some people come and sandbag. We've had our own selves sandbagging and just putting things up and taking what we love and putting it someplace dry.
A real hard effort here for these folks. They're going to have to find someplace else to live. If there's anybody out there that has a place that can take a nice big dog and a little family here, I'm sure they could use your help. Back to you folks in the studio.
That is tough when the floodwaters rush into your house. The flooding has also claimed its first life as the earth begins to give way to the water. In Benton County near the town of Philomath, a man is killed when a tree falls on his pickup. Last night, Tom Otter was heading west on Highway 34 when a mudslide brought down a tree. Otter's 2 children escaped the incident unharmed, but the Benton County Sheriff's Department warns the danger still remains. Mudslides have closed the highway twice in the last 24 hours. Tonight, just one lane remains open.
Okay, that's near Philomath and nearby Corvallis. Floodwaters took their toll. Mark Hass shows us more than 100 people tonight are beginning to clean up a huge mess.
Natalie Daly thought it was a nightmare, but she wasn't dreaming. Police were outside her home at 3 in the morning in a rowboat.
They had a boat. They had a boat, a raft in my driveway. It was outrageous. It's raining like it's going to be the last flood of the century. We climbed into the boat and they rowed us out of our driveway. It was absolutely astonishing.
She is one of 120 people evacuated in the darkness of morning. By daylight, much of the water had receded, but the steady rains had wetlands and farms looking like huge lakes. This is Seehofer Flats, and when it floods, you can see why they call it that. But even as the water lapped up around her farmhouse, Mrs. Seehofer wasn't worried.
Oh, I don't think it will. Never did before. And if it does, well, that's what's going to happen.
Officials have yet to determine the scope of the damage.
I think this is one of the fastest floods we've had in a long time. It literally came up overnight.
While more rain is predicted, many residents who were yanked from their homes are praying that it won't fall as fast so that they can clean up and dry out without ever having to go through this again.
It's not just the wet carpeting and wet flooring, it's the things you left behind. You can't take the dog and the cat with you, you know? So it's a very scary night.
In Corvallis, Mark Hass, Channel 2 News.
You know, folks are saying, I can't remember the weather ever being this bad. Jim, you've been here for decades now. How do you put your spin on this?
30 years I've been doing this, and I can't remember a string of storms like this in my life.
Wow.
We've had 9 total, and we've had every conceivable kind.
Yeah.
You usually one year get a good windstorm, you know, or maybe you get freezing rain, and another year get snow, but we've had all this stuff, now flooding on top of it. It is a reminder that there are certain times in our lives when Mother Nature and weather are absolutely in control of our lives.
There's
I mean,
everything
we do it around Mother Nature. Anyway, okay, let's take a look outside. We'll see if it's still raining. There was light rain reported just a little bit ago, and it's still coming down. Now, this could turn to heavier rain later tonight. We're looking off the Smith Tower, and it is dull and it's raining out there. All right, here are some of the rain amounts today. These are the official observation stations from the National Weather Service office. There's still 3 inches of snow on the ground in the Dalles. They were warm today, though, but it isn't all gone. Over 2 inches in Portland today, over 3.5 in Tillamook, over 2 in Astoria. Same in Salem, 2.93, 2.13 in Eugene, and 3.5 in North Bend. Look at the area that is covered here. And then the Cascades stop it all from going over, so it's very low, and it just swings up into southwest Washington, clear up to, from Clark County, clear up to Kelso and Longview. Those people up there calling and saying, you never talk about us. Well, you got a lot of rain, and you got a lot more coming. Here are the high temperatures today, and how mild are we? Well, it's 37 in the Dalles. It's still got snow on the ground, a lot of it. 56 in Portland, Salem, and Eugene, 62 in Medford. And we're going to stay in this range. Look at how it's warmed up east of the Cascades over there. They love it. But the flooding, this just enhances the rain that falls on top of the snow that melts it. And then this warm air that melts additional snow. The snow level is up at 7,000 feet. So speaking of snow level and flooding, I've been spending a lot of time the last few days, last few storms with Matt Safino. Perhaps too much time. Anyway, Matt's in the weather room right now. Matt, what have you got for us?
Jim, I can never get enough of you. Anyway, we have flood watches to talk about, and I want to go through these definitions once again because they are important. Let's take the graphic, and you can see what a flood watch means. It means conditions are favorable for flooding. That is obvious. We have that right now, and that is going to continue the whole northwest corner of the state. What is flood stage? We mentioned these on the rivers. You reach flood stage when the river is at the point where damage starts to occur, and that's where we are right now with many of the rivers. In fact, here are the rivers that are at flood stage. That means damage is occurring. Johnson Creek at Sycamore, Clackamas River at Estacada, the Molalla and the Pudding River in Clackamas County, Sandy M River down at Jefferson, the Marys River, of course, in Philomath. We've seen the flooding out there. Tualatin River in Dilley, and that may be more widespread than normal, folks. It floods out there quite frequently, but we're seeing it all over the place. South Yamhill River, the Lucky Mute River, and the Alsea River, and of course the coastal rivers just keep on going. We've got the Wilson River in Tillamook, the Siletz River at Siletz, over 4 inches of rain there today, and the Nehalem River at Foss, and the list just keeps on growing. There are the Chehalis River, as a matter of fact, up at Centralia right now, and several rivers out in Klickitat County. So, big problems with the rivers. We'll keep you posted on the latest on all these. Back to Jeff and Julie.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I'm glad you mentioned Southwest Washington. They're also in high water. Barbara Wood was out and about in Vancouver as Clark County residents waded through the runoff.
Dale and Donna Morris haven't dried off yet from all this flooding. Neither has their Buick LeSabre. You see, instead of driving on Salmon Creek Avenue, Donna Morris found herself floating down it.
I got out when it was up to here, and when later, it was approximately up to here.
Morris said at the height of the flooding, the seats were floating inside the car. She got out just in time.
Crawled out on top of my car. Someone called the fire department, and the firemen came and rescued me off the top of my car with my umbrella.
Now that she's safe, Morris says she does see the humor in it.
Well, I look like Mary Poppins.
But on the serious side, Morris says she was blindsided by the water and it just carried her car away. This intersection of Northeast 34th Street and Salmon Creek Avenue was redone only a couple of months ago. Morris says after what she went through, the county ought to come back and take another look at it.
See, they built this pond to accommodate the overflow. But all the overflow's on the road.
Now, we talked to the county about this, and they say that over the past year, even though it was just fixed, they did find out that there are some flooding problems over there, drainage problems, they're saying, and they are looking into it. Right now, the solution is to block it off when they think flooding is about to happen, even before it gets to flood stage. However, Mrs. Morris says it wasn't that way when she tried to drive through it. Jeff?
Okay, fortunately, a happy ending to a story that could have ended up to be a disaster. Thanks, Barbara. Well, trying to drive along a flooded road can be extremely dangerous. Our Channel 2 computer animation shows you why driving through water is so risky. Your car can turn into a death trap. A vehicle starts to float in less than 2 feet of water. Once the tires are off the ground, moving water can easily carry the car into deeper water or overturn it into a ditch. So, how do you protect your home if the floods have hit? Ed Teachout joins us now from Southeast Portland with some sandbagging tips. We're getting all kinds of reports of flooded basements and homes flooded by runoff, Ed.
Yeah, Jeff, we're out here at Southeast Foster and about 110th, where already behind me you can see that crews have got out and sandbagged this home here, lining along Foster. Now, the reason for that is because right here, what I'm standing in, this is part of Johnson Creek that is now starting to come over its banks and flooding down Foster. A little further down between 110th and 104th, Foster is totally closed over this way, if we can see it, because the creek is totally flooded out Foster Road. You can't even get between 110th and 104th. It's also lapping up on several homes that threatening their basements and everything they've got inside. Now over here we have Larry Morrow. Larry, you're 71 years old. You've been in that house a long time. Put it in perspective for us. Is this bad?
Not nearly as bad as it was November 11th.
Earlier this year, huh?
Last year, Armistice Day. It was clear across the road then and across the bank.
What's your worst fear now, though, Larry?
Just my driveway washing out mainly for the fact it took me 2 weeks to get it back in last year. Yeah. So my car's parked next door at the next door neighbors.
And your backyard now is totally a pond now, isn't it?
It is seepage, ground seepage is what it is, and it comes up from underneath, and when we get this water added to it, as you said, it may be 2 feet more.
Yeah, and those sandbags hopefully are going to help out a lot. And I think you guys bring us up to date on here. There's a lot of places around the Portland area and surrounding communities where you can get sandbags if you're concerned about either creek waters or just saturated water getting into your house. So back to you guys, and I'm sure you're going to tell them where they can get those sandbags.
Exactly. Good. I'm glad you mentioned that. Sandbaggers, listen up. There are a number of places you can go to get free sandbags. In the Johnson Creek area, sand is available at Southeast 107th Avenue. That's 1 block south of Foster Road. On Southeast 158th, 1 block north of Foster Road, or at Southeast 120th and Brookside Drive near the Leach Botanical Garden. On the west side, you can get sand at the upper parking lot of Gabriel Park. Enter at Southwest 42nd and Vermont, or at Upper Maclay Park, that's off Northwest Cornell Road near the Audubon Society. Home Depot is also providing sandbags at 2 west side locations. The Beaverton store is at 13700 Science Park Drive, and in Tigard at 14800 Southwest Sequoia Parkway. Keep in mind, you'll need to bring your own equipment to fill the bags and haul them away. Okay, we got through that. not the worst part. If you're one of the fortunate ones with no flooding, it's good to be prepared if it does hit. Our Channel 2's computer animation shows what can be done if you are in a high-risk area. A temporary wooden fence can be put up because, of course, you want to stop rocks and tree limbs. Layers of sandbags should be stacked near your home to divert the high water. And homeowners who have sliding glass doors, you need to protect them and cover them with plastic sheets and secure that with a plywood barrier to protect your home.
And a lot of folks just reporting flooded basement. There's nothing they can do about it, just so much water. Yeah, we'll continue to have more on the continuing flood story coming up during the next hour. But up next, it was the beginning of a new career for Ron Wyden today, and we're going to take you there.
And it's the favorite food of millions of Americans, but can you have your burger and eat it too? Our special fat-free and healthy report coming up next.
Now, Channel 2 News.
Streets are turned into rivers as heavy rain soaked the Northwest, causing a new round of weather woes, this time flooding.
And flooding is not the only worry. A close call at this home on Southwest Melville in Portland as a mudslide stops at the front door. And welcome back to Channel 2 News. Here's the latest at 5:30.
Boy, tonight it is a water-weary Northwest. Flooding is forcing people from their homes. Water problems are everywhere. At the very least, it's aggravating and inconvenient. At worst, it's threatening everyone's sense of security. Let's take a look at the Portland area from the sky. Above Highway 30, the hills are alive with waterfalls. The highway has been closed for most of the day. The road is covered by water or mud. Businesses are little islands. There's too much water. It has to go somewhere. Roads look like rivers of thick mud. The St. John's Bridge is closed. You can't get to it anyway. Elsewhere, a very muddy Johnson Creek is spilling its banks. How about Mount Scott Creek? Yes, that's supposed to be a creek drowning the parking lot. You can see the Clackamas River is also a threat to businesses, while the Tualatin River has turned farmland into a floodplain. Take a look at how neighborhoods are waterlogged from Dawson Creek. Look at the home in the center under construction. That's really waterfront property with the waters lapping at the door. Even the multi-million-dollar Nike campus is surrounded by dirty water.
As you can see by those pictures, the flooding made it very difficult to get around in many parts of the Portland-Vancouver area. In Washington County, one Beaverton road practically turned into a river. Curran Snipes says many people weren't able to navigate it.
When Fenno Creek overflowed its banks and covered part of Olison Road, drivers could either forge ahead or fall back. Trish Bagdanoff decided to go for it. But her car was low, the water was high, and she stalled. Scared and not sure what to do, she screamed for help.
It's okay. You're going to be okay. Don't worry. It's just, in worst case scenario, it's going to need to sit for a little while and dry out, but it'll be okay.
We coordinated while another driver volunteered to push Bagdanoff's car out of the water. Still scared but okay, a minute later she told us why she panicked when her brand new car got stuck.
And I made a run at the other puddle that wasn't near as deep, and I made it right through, and I'm like, okay, so I got a little confidence, and then this one, I'm stuck right in the middle. That guy was nice.
It'll dry out, and you're okay, right? Just a little shaky.
Just a little shaky.
There were some anxious moments for residents of the Royal Firs apartments, too. Fano Creek got close, threatening lower units, but the water receded literally inches from going inside.
And we've been talking about traffic problems. I'm at Southwest 45th and Multnomah, and of course it's rush hour, lots of cars behind me. We want to show you what's going on here, though, how this flood and now this rain is creating problems. Over here is 45th. It is closed. There was a mudslide earlier today, this morning. A whole hillside came down along with big trees. Crews have been there sawing. They have gotten the trees out of the way. A short time ago, they came in with the heavy equipment. They're going to be moving the big root ball and mud that is still there, trying to open this up. Now, other reporters are covering other parts of this area. My colleague Bob High is over at Highway 30. Bob, what's the situation there?
Curran, behind me you can see one of the reasons that Highway 30 at this hour is closed tonight to all except emergency traffic. The water cascading down below the highway has eaten away beneath the highway. Now take a look at the area that's closed. It's closed essentially from the St. John's Bridge northward to our location and beyond. If you want landmarks, you're talking about Newberry Road on the north side and the Cornelius Pass Road north of where we are. So those are some of the closures that we're looking at this evening. Likely will remain closed through at least 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, probably 1 or 2 lanes in the morning time. Now, we shot some video earlier of what's creating this particular problem here. We'll take a look at that. It was water cascading down the hillside from up above, shooting water 5 to 6 feet into the air out of a culvert. A culvert that normally runs under Highway 30 is jammed at this hour with debris. It apparently has washed water over the road, and now it's cascading down here onto this side of Highway 30. In the meantime, the roadway itself remains clogged with water, and so only big trucks and emergency vehicles can get through. Some of the local residents are being allowed through. Anyone else must avoid using Highway 30. Meanwhile, the people trying to use Highway 26 to divert from that obviously had problems on Highway 26 as well, so no way around the water at this hour. There are problems everywhere, problems that will remain through the evening. Jeff and Julie, back to you.
Okay, Bob, hi on a wet St. Helens road. Thanks, Bob. Mother Nature closed another section of northwest Portland. Heavy rains caused a massive mudslide to rush down from the hillside onto Germantown Road. The mudslide tore away the foundation of the road, leaving just a thin sheet of asphalt, too dangerous for vehicles to drive on.
Not a mudslide, but flooding that's closed a section of Foster Road in southeast Portland. Johnson Creek overflowed at 108th and across the road. No telling how long this section of Foster Road will be closed until it's reopened.
And we have these pictures just coming into the Channel 2 newsroom. About 10 cars are now waterlogged in the parking lot of this apartment at 76 and Bonita Road in Tigard. It's going to be quite a cleanup job for these poor folks. As for the apartments, they are sitting high and dry.
Well, the rain poured it on in the Willamette Valley as well today. Wind weakened trees as well as rain-saturated hills proved to be a deadly combination in Benton County. Leah Hope reports it was an accident that could be repeated.
Driving from Corvallis to Waldport is always treacherous, especially through the Philomath curves. This is what Tom Otter faced when he drove home Monday night, but he didn't make it home. Instead, a mudslide brought down a fir tree onto his pickup truck. He was killed instantly.
There's no question if they could have been just a little further ahead or slightly behind by 2 feet or a second, the accident would have had very different end results.
Sergeant Lori Godfrey was on the scene last night. Looking at the wreckage, she's amazed the 2 Otter children survived.
Well, there was only a moment the little girl who's 6 years old said Daddy tried to move away, but the problem is there just isn't time.
Today, Oregon Department of Transportation crews try to keep up with Mother Nature, but even for a 25-year veteran, dealing with mudslides is dangerous business.
It's scary because you never know when the bank's coming down on you.
Despite the fear, Mock and the other ODOT workers keep clearing the way for all those who dare to pass. In Philomath, Leah Hope, Channel 2 News.
Highway 34 through the Philomath curves has been closed twice just in the past 24 hours. At this hour, only 1 lane is passable in some areas as crews clear the debris there.
Coming up on Channel 2 News.
An avalanche has people stranded in the Washington Cascades. We will have a live report from the scene.
That's a tough one. Well, this is what rain looks like when you're watching it on radar. Now look at our weather in motion. This is what it looks like when it's running into your windshield or your glasses or your face. We had a lot of rain today, a lot of rain. I'll have some totals coming up next.
You're looking at a live picture of 108th and Foster in southeast Portland. Sections of that road closed down tonight because of the flooding situation.
Yeah, the focus tonight, definitely problems in our area with flooding and mudslides. We're not alone. In Washington State, an avalanche has closed Snoqualmie Pass in the Cascades. Reporter Tracy Vetter joins us. How are things tonight, Tracy?
Well, the news just keeps getting worse, Jeff and Julie. We are now hearing that the Department of Transportation may not reopen Snoqualmie Pass until sometime tomorrow morning. So for now, this is the end of the road for anything on wheels. The avalanche danger is still still too high to reopen that pass. Now, we were able to make it up to the summit earlier today with an avalanche control crew. The word is this is about as bad as avalanche conditions ever get.
Forecasting avalanche is a pretty complex business.
It's also as much an art as it is a science. DOT's avalanche control experts know Airplane Curve is a dangerous spot for slides. They're sending an explosive mix of fertilizer and gelatin dynamite into the new snow to force a slide now, when there's no traffic on the pass. Craig Wilbur planned to shoot this hillside last night, before the warming trend, before the rain could make matters worse, before people were trapped.
The warming came sooner than projected, and it also snowed a lot harder.
These are just about perfect avalanche conditions. Evidence of small slides is everywhere.
We get cold snow and quite a bit of it, and then we get a Pineapple Express from Hawaii.
That makes yesterday's snow very unstable. And now that the snow has stopped falling, and while the pass is closed, avalanche control can get ahead of the game.
The big scary time's over. The scary time was last night.
Now, last night's slides caught the DOT a little bit by surprise, so they're not going to let anybody over that pass now until they're sure that they've intentionally moved enough snow to prevent any unplanned avalanches in the future. Jeff and Julie?
All right, thank you, Tracy. The quick warm-up, definitely the problem in the Cascades. Snoqualmie Pass possibly closed overnight.
Okay, hey, we're going to have the complete weather forecast coming up. Jim Bosley joins us. Stay with us here on Channel 2 as we take a look outside.
There's been a wild winter we're having. Our 2 on Your Side reporter Ed Teachat is at 108th and Foster Road to explain what homeowners are facing this time around. Okay, Ed, help us out.
Well, Julie, here at 108th and Southeast Foster, you can see behind me it's flooded totally between this street, 108th and 104th. Now, the homes along there have water lapping up to its side underneath their crawl spaces, and of course, amazingly, here, this was Johnson Creek coming around here. The water here has really kind of subsided. It was about up to the tops of my boots here, but now because some of these storm drains have opened up, the water is actually going down in this area. But now, before this has happened, a lot of homeowners have gotten to some of the areas around town and got sandbags here and sandbagged their homes. But other than sandbags, there's lots of other things you can do to protect your home.
No doubt about it, homeowners are taking a beating this winter. First, it was wind, whipping trees on top homes. Then, a deep freeze paralyzed people's plumbing from within. Now it's floods lapping at the front door. Tom Jaffe doesn't live anywhere near a stream, but the ground is so saturated it's even backed up his French drain.
It's not handling it. It's overflowing and going down into the basement.
He had this sump pump on most of the night. That kept his basement from flooding. He also pulled the carpet back to help keep it dry. But even the best flood prevention plans can fail.
Here we are in South Fielding Road near Lake Oswego, where backed up storm drains have totally flooded the road. Of course, the real problem is that the water comes out of the storm drains, floods the road, and then eventually makes its way down these driveways into homes.
Marie Matzies thought she had a famous river flowing into her basement.
Too much water. It flooded over the top here, and then came down over the sides like Niagara Falls.
When was the last time this happened?
Oh, 15 years ago. There's a walk under here someplace.
Matzy says she's found cleanup after the flood can be the toughest, especially since last week's big chill left her without water. Now she's left with a big mess.
Another good consumer tip, if you do get water into your basement, turn off your electricity because it can get up into your outlets and you can be blowing electricity all over your house. Now, another trip on driving, we've seen a lot of people here trying to get across 111th here into that flooded area with small cars. The water's too deep, it gets up into their tires and they're stuck. So if you're out driving around, you see water, don't go into it unless you're sure you know the depth of it and that your car is going to clear it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, good advice. Why do people do that and go in water when they don't know how deep it is?
Avoid it, yeah, definitely.
What a difference a day makes. Yesterday, it was the ice we were worried about waking up. Some of my neighbors saw them slipping getting that morning paper.
Was that only yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a difference it makes. Let's go to Curran Snipes again. Curran, you probably remember the difference between yesterday and today, right?
Quite a difference with all the ice yesterday and the rain today. And the rain did cause a mudslide here at Southwest 45th and Multnomah. And just to update you real quick, you can see the signs. They tell the story. Street closed. Road crews are still working to remove the remains of the trees and the remains of the mud that have slid down and caused problems for motorists this evening during rush hour. Back to you.
Yeah, well, Curran, we mentioned yesterday and today the difference between the two, and I think you remember because we even have video of it.
Yeah,
remember?
You stay right there, Curran. We're going to compare. This is Curran yesterday. And look at that, Curran, you're slip sliding away there. Tonight you're wet. Yesterday you were sore. You took your little fall there.
What do you prefer, Curran?
I think I'll take this nice wet weather any day.
Okay. Curran Snipes, we appreciate all your hard work out there covering all the weather extremes today.
That is a tough one, though, for some of you who are flooded out. What's worse, ice or flooded basements?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. You know, in my mind, I was trying to think. Somebody called and said, what's the worst storm? Somebody says 1977, 78. I can't even remember that one. I don't think so. We've had more flooding in 1964, Christmas storm. Whoa, that was miserable. We've had deeper snowfall storms. We've had thicker ice storms. We've had bigger windstorms, but not all in one season, not all in one month.
Not this combination, one
never
right
had
after
this
the other.
before.
Yeah.
There isn't a weather person alive here who will say this is, but nothing to it. Yeah. This is it. We've had it. And it may not be over. I mean, we've still got a lot of winter to go. I'm not going to tell you anything or promise you or even hint at anything that's coming because I don't want to do that. I think we'll go with pretty average conditions through the rest of the month. I hope so. And then we may be out of it, but we've still got some winter to go. All right, let's look outside and say that it's 56 degrees. Well, it is warm in here. And the humidity is very high, 90%. Barometer's going up. Freezing level is 9,700 feet. Wind south at 9. Gee, isn't it nice not to have gusting winds? Here is some of the weather where you are today. Brightwood to our east, heading up the mountain, over 4 inches. And Bob there was in some pretty good snow there just a few days ago. 2.3 in Oregon City, 2.25 in Portland, 3.2 in Banks. Saddle Mountain near Hag Lake, 6.8. I mean, that's like 7 inches of rain in 24 hours, or less hours than that probably. Laurel Mountain just west of Salem, 8.20. Isn't this something? All right, let's take a look at what's going on, and this is what some have called the Pineapple Express, because Hawaii is just right down in here, just off our map, and here it is. And that's what's aimed at us, and that's probably what's going to stay. All right, I want to give you a look at the jet stream, and guess where it's going? Well, of course, you couldn't go anyplace else. Tomorrow, we got another one that's going to develop, and it'll move right up in the same direction, so rain heavy at times through tomorrow. Thursday, we'll develop another one probably that will move up in the same direction. So this whole package of rain is going to go right through Thursday, and this is probably what it means, and this may be a conservative estimate. Between Monday and Thursday, possible rain totals 5 to 10 inches, perhaps 10 over in the Laurel Mountains, places like that, and 5 in the Portlands. But Portland could be 6, 7, and 8 by Thursday. Depends on how much we get. So it's here, and it's going to be with us for a while. Heavy rain and windy in the coast and the valleys west of the Cascades. Gusts maybe 75 miles an hour. Haven't really spent a lot of time talking about winds, but they've been there, and they've been over 70 miles an hour today in some places in the coast. Rain in the gorge, 10 to 20 mile an hour winds. High avalanche hazards. Do not go in the undeveloped areas of the mountains. Those are the places that are going to get you. Heavy rain, snow level 7,000 feet, past temperatures in the 40s, too warm. Skiers not happy. Rainy and windy conditions in central and eastern Oregon, and that will go right on through tomorrow and probably into Thursday. Here are the overnight lows east of the Cascades, 30s and 40s. Pretty nice, 45 in Pendleton, Bend at 43. Tomorrow, Bend at 56, 58 Pendleton, 49 LeGrand, 50 in Burns. West of the Cascades, another shot of rain. There could be another shot tonight, but tomorrow for sure it looks like we've got a warm front that's just kind of moving up in front of us or moving over us tonight. Tomorrow, but we get this other surge will move in, and I think it will be primarily in the same area. It will be in the northwest portion of the state. Eugene 50 tomorrow, Camas at 58. Those are lows. 58 for a high tomorrow in Portland, 59 in Eugene, 60 in Newport. Gale warnings up on the coast. Combined season swells 18 feet. You know how big that is? That is very tall. That's no place to be out there tomorrow. All right, tonight for Portland, there is a flood watch, as you've seen, all over. Heavy rain, low 49, winds southerly 15 to 25. If you're out driving, you'll have your lights on tomorrow. But when you're driving tomorrow, turn your lights on too. That's really kind of a courteous thing to do, and it will help people see you. So leave your lights on all the time you're out. Flood watch tomorrow for Portland. Heavy rain, high of about 58, could be, well, 58, we'll leave it at that. All right, here's what it looks like for the rest of the week. Still in the 50s, still raining. Now we're going to taper off a bit. You see a little sun breaking out there Friday afternoon, and Saturday and Sunday looks to be kind of, well, I don't remember when was the last time I did a marvelous sunny day, but I may be doing one. I may be talking about that on Friday, you know?
Yeah.
You're a busy man, not only
Tomorrow,
this weather, but
yeah.
AM Northwest. And
Tomorrow,
everything.
one of our very, very favorite people, John Gray, who wrote Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus.
Oh, yeah.
That book has been on the bestseller list for 145 weeks. Weeks, not days, weeks. That's John. John comes at us from satellite. He is just a terrific guy. He likes to come to AM Northwest. We've had him on several times. And then we're going to show you also, tell you how you can save $2,500 a year on lunch.
$2,500
a year on lunch.
That'll be something.
Well, if you don't eat it, I suppose you could save it. I mean, what's the deal on that?
You get an apple, I
Well,
guess.
I obviously haven't read my information on that yet, but I'm going to show you that tomorrow. $2,500 I'm going to save you.
Well, study up, because we want to know the answers. All right.
Thanks,
Flooding,
Jim.
the big story tonight. Lots of wild, wacky weather. More on that coming up. So stay with us here on Channel 2, everybody.
Amazing pictures. A look at Clark County shows you just how serious the flooding is. The driver of this car had to climb onto her roof and wait for help. Her car swallowed by the surging Salmon Creek. Other streets were quickly filling up as the rivers continue to rise tonight.
One focal point, St. Helens Road. Look at this as a car slid onto the rocks beneath the St. John's Bridge. Look at the water rushing down the hill around the house. A second car in harm's way here. It is expected to take weeks to clean up the damage on St. Helens Road. Highway 30 remains closed.
I certainly hope you're high and dry tonight, everybody. Stay here with Channel 2 News. We do want to make an apology. We're expected to run our second installment of our series on HMOs, health maintenance organizations, but because of the flooding, you will see that tomorrow.
Yeah, and more on this weather and what to expect coming up on Channel 2 News at 6:30. Have a good evening, everybody.
Yes, storm team coverage.
Thanks for watching Channel 2 News, the Northwest News Leader. Stay tuned for Peter Jenny. Now, Channel 2 News.
We expected some high water with all the rain and the snow melt, but no one could have predicted this type of flooding. High water is rushing across several roads and through dozens of communities, soaking everything in the way. And this may be only the beginning, because we could get another half a foot of rain in the next few days. Good evening, I'm Steve Dunn.
And I'm Paul Lindman. Good evening. Here's the latest at 6:30. If somehow you missed all the excitement today, consider yourself fortunate, but we can take you on an aerial tour. Some of the most dramatic scenes above Highway 30, St. Helens Road, where the hillsides flooded down all day long. It brought water and mud to the roadway, which was closed, turning businesses into so many small islands and forcing closure of the St. John's Bridge. Motorists couldn't get to it anyway. In southeast Portland, Johnson Creek, residents in this area are supposed to be used to the flooding, but that's not the case at Mount Scott Creek, which made lakes out of parking lots. Then checking rivers in the area, the Clackamas threatened businesses and homes, while the Tualatin turned farmland into wetlands. And a home under construction in one location, now waterfront property along Dawson Creek in Beaverton. The Nike campus not immune, it too surrounded by floodwaters.
That was the problem from the air. Now we show you what it looks like from the ground on Highway 30. Reporter Bob High is live along Highway 30 near Cornelius Pass Road. I hate to ask, how's it looking out there, Bob?
Real wet, Steve. Obviously, still problems out here. You can see water still continuing to come up from a culvert that is plugged behind me. A latest update also for you folks down here on the ground. The St. John's Bridge is now reopened within the last half hour. So traffic now flowing over the St. John's Bridge. But here along Highway 30, it remains shut down. Some pictures from earlier in the day here at this location. It has been a mess all day long, and problems for traffic that had to negotiate this area. It remains closed only to emergency traffic is the only thing that can get through here. Everyone else and local residents can get through, but everyone else has to stay out of this area. The roadway has been eaten away by continuing water flow that from the plugged conduit that normally runs underneath Highway 30 here. The rush of water carried debris into that conduit has not only blocked that piece of pipe and the water flowing over the road, but the water has also eaten away at the underpinnings of the railroad that runs by this area as well. Crews have been checking this out all evening long. Now here's an area of the look at the closures that have been affected so far this evening. The closure started at the St. John's Bridge. The St. John's Bridge now is reopened. Closures again here at Cornelius Pass along Highway 30, and then once again at Newberry Road further up at the end of Sauvie Island. Back here live along Highway 30, you can see the conditions, and we'll show you a live picture of what has happened here and continues to happen along the road here. The water continues eating away, and until the water goes down and the flow stops, crews say they can't really fix anything. So what has happened here will probably continue happening through the evening, and crews now say that this will probably not be reopened totally until 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, if at all, toward tomorrow. Steve, back to you.
Long several days out there, Highway 30, Cornelius Pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other places flood out as well. Bob, hi, thank you for that.
You bet.
Well, the rain-swollen rivers are also causing traffic problems in southeast Portland. That's where Michael Hanna is now at southeast 110th and Foster. Michael?
Hi, Paul. Tell you what, the rain has just started coming down again. We had a break for the last couple hours, and if you take a look behind me, you can see the situation here at 110th and southeast Foster. The road here is still closed between 102nd and 110th. That's because of the Johnson Creek overflowing its banks, flooding this section of roadway. We've got about a foot, some places 2 feet of water in the roadways, and that's also making it difficult for people who live in homes on this stretch of Foster Road. Now, this isn't the only place in the Portland metro area where we've been seeing problems. Let's take a look at Clackamas County right now. You should see some pictures of Dickey Prairie Road. Look at the situation there. The Molalla River overflowing its banks, making for a lot of trouble in that stretch of road in Clackamas County. At least one home, which you should see here, has been evacuated. The family can't get to it because it's surrounded by water, and another home is threatened by the Molalla River, which is almost up at the back, which has covered the backyard there. And another housing development in the area also threatened a lot of backyards, water seeping up into those backyards. People concerned as that river continues to rise. Take a look at the Molalla River. It is just raging, taking with it full, healthy, big old trees. Some of those trees 100 feet tall, washing down the river. What a sight that is. That river is just raging. Now back here on Southeast Foster Road once again, though, no trees flowing down Foster Road, but Johnson Creek making things a little bit crazy here tonight. Look at the water back there, and a couple of cars stuck back there in the distance because they couldn't make it through. Back to you guys, Paul, Steve.
All right, Michael Hanna bringing us up to date out on Foster Road. Thanks, Mike.
Well, Washington County had its own high water problems today. Cedar Mill Creek swept over its banks and flooded an apartment building. Check out the scene at the Cedar Mill crossing. Residents struggled to save what they could by piling up the valuables, but dozens of these people will have to find somewhere else to sleep tonight.
This was the scene earlier this morning on Southwest Olson Road. People who were driving to work learned the hard way that Fano Creek was overflowing. You can see drivers trying to decide whether to forge ahead or turn back. One woman took a chance, but the water was too high and her car too low. It stalled. She screamed for help. Another driver helped push her car out of the water.
Thinking, okay, I made it through that first one. I wanted to run at it because I don't know, you know. And I made a run at the other puddle that wasn't near as deep, and I made it right through, and I'm like, okay, so I got a little confidence. And then this one, I'm stuck right in the middle. That guy was nice.
It'll dry out, and you're okay, right? Just a little shake.
Just a little shake.
But here's the worst part. Bogdanoff's sports car is brand new. She bought it yesterday.
I also want to tell you what happened in Corvallis. Most of the 122 people who were evacuated early this morning have returned to their homes. Monsoon-like rains flooded out residential neighborhoods in North Corvallis. 45 homes had to be evacuated. By daylight, the floodwaters had receded, but the work was just beginning for those folks whose homes had flooded. High water was also a problem in other parts of Benton and Lynn counties. Many roads were closed and several grass seed farms were flooded out. Well, the flooding claims its first life in Benton County near the town of Philomath when a tree falls on a man's pickup truck. Last night, Tom Otter was traveling west on Highway 34 when a mudslide brought down a tree. Fortunately, Otter's two children escaped unharmed. The Benton County Sheriff's Department warns the danger still remains. Mudslides have closed the highway twice in the last 24 hours. Tonight, just one lane remains open there.
We can tell you the flooding stretches all the way to the coast. One of the worst hit areas is Polk County as the Yamhill River near Grand Ronde burst its banks. The river washed away the road quickly, putting traffic to a halt. As a result, many residents were left without a way out. Polk County Sheriff's Office provided free transportation in the form of a huge dump truck. The road's expected to be closed for the next several days as flooding in that area is expected to worsen.
Well, the floods brought a close call for a woman from Salmon Creek in Clark County. Channel 2's Barbara Wood is at our Southwest Washington Bureau. She says quick thinking prevented the woman from drowning. Barbara, what happened there?
Well, Steve, the woman's name is Donna Morris. She was on her way to work about 6 o'clock this morning when instead of driving down Salmon Creek Avenue, she found herself floating down it. Morris said she was blindsided by floodwaters more than 3 feet deep. She was trying to get through the intersection at Northeast 134th Street and Salmon Creek Avenue. By acting quickly, she rolled down the window and escaped the water that was rising fast. Morris perched on the top of the car until the fire department came and rescued her. Now, we talked with county maintenance about this particular intersection. They say they are aware that there are some drainage problems there. They found that out with all the flooding that we've been getting lately, but they say they really can't do anything about it until the weather clears up, and then they expect they can get right to it. Steve, Paul?
I'm glad Donna Morris is okay there, Barbara.
Yeah.
Thank you for that story.
Well, once again, as we've done so many times for the past 10 weeks, we're going to check in early tonight with Matt Zaffino down in the Weather Center. Matt, any relief in sight at all?
Not at all, Paul. In fact, the rain is falling very hard again throughout the valley. I want to show you the list of rivers. It keeps growing. And first of all, I'll give you the definition of flood stage. That is when the river level reaches a point where damage starts to occur. And we have reached that point on Johnson Creek, Clackamas River at Estacada, Molalla, the Pudding River, Sandy Am down at Jefferson, the Marys River, Philomath, Tualatin River, Dilley, South Yamhill above Willamina, Lucky Mute, the Alsea River, and the Wilson Siletz and the Nehalem on the coast. So all of those rivers above flood stage, they won't drop below for a while. We'll take a look at how much rain is on the way when I come back. Paul, Steve?
All right, Matt, we'll see you very soon. Thank you.
We nearly had a major catastrophe on the Sunset Highway this afternoon. A mudslide closed one lane of traffic for more than an hour just west of the Vista Ridge Tunnel. At first report, it was thought that all lanes of traffic were blocked, but that was not the case. Still, there are plenty of trees along the Sunset that look like they are ready to break loose. So be cautious and aware traveling westbound on the Sunset for the next few days.
Coming up on Channel 2 News.
Non-storm news.
Done.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News on this wet Tuesday evening. For the next several minutes, we're going to be showing you some of the road closures in our area caused by the rain and flooding.
On to some other news tonight. Oregon Democrat Ron Wyden is the nation's newest senator tonight. With Oregon senior Senator Mark Hatfield at his side, Wyden took the oath of office from Vice President Al Gore this morning on Capitol Hill. Wyden will serve the remaining 3 years left in Bob Packwood's term. Wyden says his goal is to bring Oregonians together.
I do. This is no longer about urban versus rural and Democrats against Republicans. This is about one Oregon. This is about coming together.
Wyden becomes the first Democratic senator elected from Oregon since 1962. Meantime, Wyden's staff is still busy moving his items into Packwood's old office.
More delays at the Portland International Airport today after an incoming flight blew a couple of tires. A Delta 727 had just touched down when two of its tires burst. The pilot did stop the plane and hundreds of passengers were evacuated, but the aircraft remained stranded and the north runway closed while crews worked to change the tires.
Steve Arena here for sports. That Seahawk deal's getting stranger by the day. More vans in today, huh? Moving vans?
Indeed. So, you know, there's so many lawsuits out there trying to prevent them from moving, but they don't know. I mean, they're still on their way. They're moving. They're packing up. They are on their way to California. Back on Friday, you know, the Seahawks announced they were leaving town, and each day since then, the story has gained momentum. Today, the moving vans returned to Seahawks headquarters. The packing continued with office furniture and equipment. Already, some moving vans have reached their destination, which is the Rams' old training facilities in Anaheim. And while the Seahawks were moving out, owner Ken Behring reflected back on his days in Seattle, saying he was never accepted in that community.
I was a rich California developer, which is not very nice words up there. And they remind me from the day I got there until the day I left, they never, I don't feel, gave me a chance to really be part of that community.
Bering says the Seahawks plan to play in the Rose Bowl next year and insists the team is not for sale and will not be for sale to a local or outside buyer. The story hit home on Capitol Hill today, where a Cleveland Browns fan, representatives from Houston and Seattle, tried to convince Congress franchise free agency will kill the game. In the last year, 5 cities have lost teams.
Cannot continue to let owners pit one community against another in the endless pursuit of luxury skyboxes and Taj Mahal stadiums.
The NFL says it's reluctant to fight moves ever since losing a $50 million lawsuit to Raiders owner Al Davis. Moving along to some pretty good-looking wheels. Have you ever had a limousine ride? Better yet, have you ever had a limousine ride to a back?
There must be a scientific explanation here somewhere. Hundreds of thousands of people going, I just want it to warm up. It had its effect.
I think there's a psychological explanation to that. It did have its effect and overboard a little bit, and now that's causing problems because all this warm weather is bringing the snow down, and you've seen the flooding. Let's check outside right now. It is raining and raining hard once again in the Portland area. We had a bit of a break around 5 o'clock, but the rain is back, and it extends all the way down the valley, in fact, over to the Coast Range too. South wind gusting to 22. And look at that freezing level, nearly 10,000 feet, and that's helping to bring that snow down. Weather where you are, rain amounts. I showed these earlier. 6.8 Saddle Mountain, 8.2 Laurel Mountain west of Salem. Just incredible rain amounts, and we're just getting started with all this. Locally, also very impressive with 2.33 at Lincoln High School. John Day called in from McMinnville, 3.85 inches there, so almost 4. And out in Brightwood, they had over 4 inches. And again, that's falling on where there was a foot or so of snow over the last several days. So lots of water coming down, lots of water coming in along this cloud band, which extends from Oregon, even from Idaho, clear on down, well past Hawaii. There's a big connection here with the tropics, so we're getting a strong, strong feed, very strong jet stream pushing it all along. This storm system, which is actually up here, is going to roll in tomorrow to renew the rain. Also, each time one of these comes by, we get very windy conditions. And then on Thursday, another little low forms along this front and moves on in. So the only real change we get through Thursday is just minor fluctuations in the intensity of the rain. It's never really going to stop until after Thursday, and hence 5 to 10 inches. And again, I think this is a conservative estimate. We've already seen about 4 inches in McMinnville, 8 inches in part of the Coast Range. So this is really easily going to be eclipsed by the time we roll into Thursday. All right, our forecast now. For the coast and the valleys, it's just heavy rain and windy. The high wind warning is just for the coast, not for the valleys, and it extends right through tomorrow for gusts to 75. We've seen gusts that high already today. In the gorge, you get rain. Out in the Dalles, they only hit 37 today. They still have a couple inches of snow on the ground, but they had freezing rain right on through last night. And now it's just rain, so they're going to start to melt out tomorrow. It's about the only place that didn't get into the 50s in the state today. Cascades, very heavy rain and high avalanche hazard because of that, so stay out of the backcountry. Snow level about 7,000 feet, and again, that may be a low estimate. Central and eastern Oregon, rainy and windy. Heard from a weather watcher in Echo, which is about 20 miles from Pendleton, and she said, hey, nothing's going on here, it's just fine. Well, you just sit tight. You're going to see the rain and the wind by tomorrow. Tonight's lows will be fairly mild, except the Dalles, of course, cool there, but everybody else staying in the 40s. So very, very mild weather. And highs tomorrow, 50 in Burns, 54 John Day, Pendleton and Echo, 58, and about 56 in Bend. So again, that's just going to help to melt any snow that's left at not only the high elevations, but the lower elevations, and that really contributes to the snowpack. West side, we'll see lows dipping down to about 50, 48 Camas, 49 Longview, 50 in Eugene. And west side, tomorrow's highs about 58 in Portland. We hit 56 today. That's well above average. A couple of 60s popping up on the coast, so that's kind of nice. But again, it feels nice, but it's helping to bring that snowpack down. And there's still about 8 to 12 inches of snow up in the Coast Range Mountains that is yet to come down, and it will come down. And so the flooding is going to get worse. Gale warnings now up. South winds 40 knots, and those seas up to 18 feet. Those are big, big waves, folks, so be very, very careful if you're out on the beaches at all. Tonight, flood watch for Portland, heavy rain and a low of about 49 with south winds to 25. Tomorrow, heavy rain once again and a high of 58. The flood watch will continue. 5-day forecast. Thursday should be the last of the very heavy rain, but by then, you know, we've had enough. And Saturday and Sunday at this point look pretty nice with highs in the 50s. And next week, I had been talking about cold weather for next week, but now, you guys, it looks like it might just be dry, calm, kind of, stuff we can't relate to anymore.
Sounds very good. What's it been like to be the weatherman over the past 10 weeks or so? People talk to you about this, do they?
Oh, it's been terribly exciting, and people talk to us about it a lot, and everybody has a theory, too, and so we listen to them all. One other thing, Doppler radar estimating about 8 inches of rain in parts of Cowlitz, Clark, and Columbia County, too, so there's heavy rain totals up there.
People aren't taking their frustration out on you, though, are they, Matt?
Boy, I hope not, folks. I'm in sales, not production.
He's just doing his job.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey, a former president celebrates a birthday. We'll show you that when we come back.
I really appreciate having the Channel 2 News Bureau here in Vancouver.
I've lived here for 25 years, and this is the first year that any of the stations have realized that Clark County's over here.
Having this news bureau here makes us all feel very special. We're glad to be here.
I know it's not easy to come forward and say, hey, I want to say thanks, so that means even more to us.
I'm a big fan of Channel 2 News team. I think it's just so nice that you are a part of our community in Washington.
Ben was introverted when he came here to our school, and he had an interest in watching the weather every day, especially Matt's show, and so we just took it from there.
Hello, Matt. Nice to see you, Ben. Came to give you a little visit. This is Weather Watcher Appreciation Day.
There's our high and there's our lows.
Ben has really got turned on and has turned around academically.
A lot of it has to do with Ben's involvement in the weather program and Channel 2.
What's really fun is just watching my weather reports on TV.
Center, the rain keeps falling, the rivers keep rising, and radar shows we've got plenty more rain rolling in. Tomorrow will be a very rainy day. Stay tuned for the latest on this winter weather. Channel 2 News at 11 comes up next.
Northwest, we are KATU. Now, Channel 2 News.
As night falls, the waters keep rising. Several creeks and rivers in our area have flooded or threatened to flood. Even areas that aren't traditional flood spots are washed out. Residents are turning to sandbags in an effort to protect their property. But will it be enough? Good evening, I'm Steve Dunn.
I'm Jeff Gianola. Heavy rain and melting snow are causing floods that have washed out roads and soaked homes, and it could be worse in some spots. One of those spots is Johnson Creek in southeast Portland. Let's switch to Bob High, who's standing by with the latest. Bob, what are conditions there now?
Jeff, as high as Johnson Creek behind me is now, it's expected to get even higher, possibly as high as 1.5 feet more by as early as tomorrow. That's led authorities to warn residents downstream here to get ready to evacuate possibly. All this comes after a day full of drenching rains and flooded streets, especially along Highway 30 northwest of the city. A bizarre column of water gushes from underneath Highway 30 near the Salvie Island Bridge. Torrential rains and melting ice sent water cascading across the highway, washing away the roadside and threatening a nearby rail line.
It is pretty shocking. We all actually live on houseboats, so we just rise with the tide.
The force of the water up above was enough to push water down here 6 feet into the air, and earlier in the day, shoved manhole covers off the pipes that are supposed to go underneath St. Helens Road. The high water closed local schools early. That left school officials scrambling to find buses a way around the floods. You ever seen this before?
Not in the 8 or 9 years I've been here, no.
Horrible, huh?
It's just something else, yeah. It's causing a lot of grief trying to keep these buses on time.
Elsewhere along the highway, floodwaters washed out a driveway, leaving this car teetering on the brink of disaster. Nearby Salzman Creek rushed over its banks down to the highway and downstream through the R&M Tavern, leaving patrons stranded and the uninsured owner furious with maintenance crews.
This creek down the road, it did the same thing about 2 months ago, and I'm not real happy with the city right now.
Debris on the highway and nearby ramps kept the St. John's Bridge closed for most of the day, and the problems continued into the night. A landslide that kept sliding for hours kept St. Helens Road from reopening, and as the rain continued, so did the battle for frustrated workers trying to tame Oregon's newest geyser. Once again, Highway 30 late this evening reopened, as did the St. John's Bridge earlier. Now take a look at this. You can tell how high the water is behind me, but I'm going to use this spotlight to point out what's happening just on the bridge, just below where we are. You can see the creek now is barely making it underneath that bridge. Once it rises another 1.5 feet as expected by tomorrow, that bridge there will likely be stopping some of this water. That's going to create problems. Debris may stack up against that bridge. And if it gets any higher, we're likely to have problems here along Johnson Creek as expected tomorrow. So everybody's bracing for the worst. It's going to be a wet one. Jeff?
Okay, even those big rivers, Bob, like the Willamette, I have never seen it that muddy.
The combination of the Willamette and Johnson Creek is expected to cause problems tomorrow.
It is incredible. Now, we took to the air. Thanks, Bob. We took to the air today to get a glimpse of just how widespread the rising waters are. Let's go to Mount Scott. At Mount Scott Creek, all the extra water turned parking lots into lakes. Dozens of rivers and creeks in the area are going over their banks. The Clackamas threatened businesses and homes. The Tualatin turned farmland into wetlands. At Dawson Creek, a home under construction is now waterfront property as water laps at the doorstep there. And in Beaverton, floodwaters surround the Nike campus. There it is. Look at all the muddy water, Steve, surrounding Nike campus out there in Beaverton.
Well, at least 30 families have been told to flee the rising waters in Clackamas County tonight. The Molalla River is over its banks near Molalla. A number of residents have fled their homes. Others are sticking it out. The swollen river is sweeping across roads and swallowing yards. The river is also ripping out trees along the bank, washing them far downstream. Elsewhere in Clackamas County, heavy rain is creating another problem, landslides like this one, which blocked Highway 224.
In Washington County, homeowners near Cedar Hills are bracing for a long night. Residents at this apartment building are battling the flooding Cedar Mill Creek. It's at least 8 feet above normal level and has already invaded several apartments. Residents are stacking their belongings in an attempt to keep them dry. Elsewhere in Washington County, the flooding is so bad near the Rock Creek Country Club that some people are now traveling by boat.
Also in Washington County, the flooding Fano Creek is catching drivers by surprise. The water has been rushing over Southwest Olson Road, trapping motorists. This woman was stuck until a Good Samaritan pushed her car out of the water. Other drivers had less trouble making it across the flooded roadway. Earlier in the day, this apartment complex was also threatened by the high waters, but the creek receded before the damage was done.
Now we want to take you to Vancouver, where residents have been battling the rising Salmon Creek all day and into the night. And tonight, it appears some homeowners are about to lose that battle. Here's Ed Teachout, who paid a visit to the area earlier tonight.
Thanks, guys. We're here in Clark County on Salmon Creek, where firefighters are sandbagging all along the creek's edges, where people are concerned about it coming in and flooding homes. Already several homes do have water in them. We're going to take you over here. Now, this is the bridge over Salmon Creek, and firefighters are really concerned about the height of this creek water rising over the bridge. Right now, it's only about 3 feet from taking over the bridge. Now, we're going to take you up here to Mr. Robinson's house, which has been threatened all day. The river's risen about 3 feet today. We're going to take you into the waters. This is Mr. Robinson right here. He's been sandbagging. How's things going, Mr. Robinson?
Oh, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, you think you're going to keep it from flooding out your house?
I think so. We got two leaks just stopped up just now.
All right, we're going to go take a look at it. We're going to take you over here now, where actually they've been sandbagging all day. We're going to give you an idea what a tough job it is here to hold back these waters of Salmon Creek. Here's another firefighter that's been taking sandbags over there. They got their cars up here out of the way before the sandbags actually broke through, so the cars are okay. This is Mr. Robinson's mother's house. She's not in there, but her house is pretty well flooded out at this time. And over here, we can see just how close Salmon Creek is to taking out the Robinson's house. This is Salmon Creek right here. They've been all day long putting sandbags along here. And right down along the line here, you see it's been holding a little bit, but this gets, look at there, it's just now starting to come up over it. That's how the waters have been rising, and these sandbags that they've had all day thinking that it's holding back, not sure at all it's going to work, but they are going to bring in some more through the night, and everybody's just keeping their fingers crossed that sandbagging had a little bit of help from Mother Nature, that these waters will start receding instead of continuing to rise. Well, that's the way it is right now out here on Salmon Creek in Clark County. Back to you guys.
Okay, Ed Teach out at Salmon Creek. Earlier today in that exact same area, a motorist got a flood surprise she won't soon forget. Donna Morris's car was blindsided by floodwaters more than 3 feet deep as she drove along Salmon Creek Avenue. Morris was able to escape through the window. She says she perched on top of her car until the fire department came to her rescue.
The flooding problems are extending south down the Willamette Valley as well tonight. In Albany, Swan Lake rose above its banks early this morning. The rising waters claimed at least one car as a victim. In addition, a nearby apartment complex was soaked. 4 units in a laundry room suffered damage caused by the floodwaters.
Let's go to Corvallis. Flooding forced more than 100 people from their homes today. 45 homes had to be evacuated. Residents were allowed back in later, but found severe damage. High water was also a problem in other parts of Benton and Lynn counties. Many roads were closed and several grass seed farms were simply flooded out.
And closer to the coast in Rose Lodge, Oregon, near Otis, the flooding Salmon River is threatening a mobile home park. Residents in the park are sandbagging in an effort to protect their belongings. Also threatened thousands of fish in a fish hatchery on that river.
Okay, I wish I had better news, but it appears that the flooding will only get worse before it gets better. Let's switch now to Matt Zaffino. Matt?
Well, Jeff and Steve, I wish I had better news too. And radar working overtime. You can see there's just a mess of green on the map. It keeps flowing in. There's very strong westerly flow, and it's very deep. It's what we call deep layered moisture, and that's why we're getting all of this rain. It's just tremendous. Here are some of the rain amounts that we've had in the last several hours. We'll start with these amounts from earlier today. 6.8, Saddle Mountain up in Clatsop County, 8.2, and that was just till 8 o'clock this morning at Laurel Mountain. Down to the west of Salem, other amounts, Brightwood over 4 inches there, so this has just been incredible. And here's some recent amounts. There is a little bit of good news here. This is from 4 until 10 o'clock tonight, just a 1/4 inch in Portland, less at Astoria, so we did get a break tonight with some lighter rain. You can see the heavier rains down in Eugene. This will change, though. Overnight, the rain is going to pick up. In fact, look at these amounts. Mount Hood, almost 5 inches. Grand Ronde, that's a second record. It's close to a record in Cougar. Weather Watcher there, 4.3 inches. So the heavy rains are going to return overnight. I'll let you know how much we're going to get a little bit later. Jeff, Steve?
I don't think I've ever looked forward to just one dry, sunny, warm day as much as this.
No kidding.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Well, with more flooding likely on the way, we do have some tips. If your home is threatened first, place your valuables and furniture above where the water may rise. Assemble necessary supplies in case you have to leave. Also, have your car fueled up and plan the safest evacuation route. Lastly, place sandbags around your home to stop the floodwaters.
We also have some school changes to tell you about tonight. Vernonia schools are closed, and both the Gaston and the Bank school districts will be opening 2 hours late tomorrow. And for the latest on school closures and any other flooding problems, be sure to tune in to Channel 2 News this morning, tomorrow morning at 5:30.
Coming up on Channel 2 News.
Oregon's newest senator takes the oath in Washington. We'll show you Ron Wyden's swearing-in ceremony.
Dramatic pictures from Hawaii. See what happens when a gunman takes 2 people hostage in a tense standoff.
And what's wrong with eating a hamburger? Our fat-free and healthy report coming up.
Continues with Jeff Gianola and Steve Dunn.
Well, if you have,
this is lasting
this is going
4
on forever.
days. Yeah, and it's really a bad deal because we have more heavy rain. In fact, as I said earlier, the rain kind of lightened up earlier in the evening, but now it's picking up again. In fact, we have hard rain out there right now. It is moderate to heavy in the Portland area. Let's check our current conditions. And it's also very, very mild. We are in the mid-50s. In fact, 56 degrees right now. That is our high for the date. We've been there all evening. And if you really want to play the high temperature game, Pendleton today broke the record. They hit 67. You got to remember, this time last week, they were seeing high temperatures of around -10, and now they're in the almost 70 degrees out there. Very, very big change, short period of time. Weather where you are, more rain amounts. These are from the schools around town. Lincoln High School over 2 inches. Hillsborough, Weather Watcher there, 2.5. Brightwood, Bob and Laura reporting 4.15, and Gladstone High School 3.45, so very heavy amounts all around town. Satellite pictures, you can watch these crews on in. We had a brief break go by tonight. That's pretty much over with. We have another surge of moisture coming in. The only real variation in this is that you get a brief break for a few hours. The rain lightens up, never really stops, and then more heavy rain comes in. See this warm front? Notice a little curl right here? Well, there's still some cold air pooled up around Omak, Washington. Remember how hard it was for us early Monday to get rid of that cold air? They have a similar problem there, and they're getting a bunch of snow right now. For the most part, though, the northwest is very warm with very, very strong jet stream winds from low elevations, a couple thousand feet, clear on up to about 25,000 feet. Tomorrow, this next storm rolls on in. That's going to give us very heavy rain and wind again on the coast. And then as we go into Thursday, finally, this whole package will move through. There's been a cold front out here, it seems, since Monday, and there really has. We've just been getting waves traveling up it. Finally, on Thursday, this whole thing will push on through. We'll get one last big burst of heavy rain, probably Thursday night. And after that pushes through, on Friday, some briefly cooler air and lower snow levels. And then a big old ridge of high pressure builds over us, and we should have really nice dry weather for the weekend. In the meantime, though, we've got some rain to get through, lots of it. Heavy rain on the coast and the valleys. High wind warnings for the coast, gusts to about 60 tomorrow. For the gorge, rain there, it's only in the 30s in the Dalles. I think you'll finally get into the 40s tomorrow. Everybody else will be much warmer. Winds out of the west to about 20. Cascades, very heavy rain and extremely high avalanche hazard. We could see slides starting, well, there's a crust about 6 feet down in the snowpack, and we could see slides all the way down to that. So very dangerous. Stay out of the backcountry. That's the bottom line. Central and eastern Oregon, rainy and windy for you folks too. The flooding problems in the northeast will continue. Many rivers there under flood warnings. Highs 58 Pendleton tomorrow, 56 in Bend. West side highs, couple 60s on the coast, 58 Portland, 59 Salem. Gale warning still flying, really rough seas out there. I wouldn't want to be out in a boat. And tomorrow, Portland, we have an urban small stream and flood warning for all the puddles, well, the lakes that are growing on the roads for more heavy rain tomorrow, and the 5-day forecast when I come back. During the day tomorrow, Portland is likely to see another 2 inches in town and much more out in the hills, the Coast Range and the Cascades. Thursday, the same deal, and then Friday, we get out of it. Saturday and Sunday, again, look very nice, and so does early next week. And as a matter of fact, we're backing off on that cold air for next week, so we may just get a break. Another note, the main stem of the Willamette River, may reach flood stage tomorrow or late tomorrow or Thursday. That would be south of Salem, the upper and the middle and upper parts of the main stem of the Willamette. So from Salem to Eugene, that might flood. Believe it or not, the lower Columbia down towards Astoria may flood, may crest on Thursday.
Well, that'll be something to watch.
Big deal.
Yeah.
You know, I was just saying last night, I was happy to see the rain. Did I speak too soon or what?
Yeah, you did.
You did, just a little bit.
Man, thanks, man.
Well, it's hard to resist when we're talking about food, a good old-fashioned ham.
Stage this morning after another night of steady rain. 1 to 2 inches was reported just about everywhere in western Oregon last night after the second wave of rain came through, and you can expect more today and more flood warnings as well. If you live near an area that saw flooding yesterday, you're likely to see it again today. So definitely stay tuned for the latest information on the weather, and you'll hear where we found some of the worst damage from this flood coming up next on Channel 2 News this morning.
And the flooding has also continued. We'll have the latest in a series of live reports.
And all this follows a day of wet and wild weather which choked up many roadways. We're going to let you know what's open and what's closed today.
Plus, and tomorrow, I'll let you know coming up next.
We are KATU. Now, Channel 2 News.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Bermudez.
And I'm Dan Christopher. Well, here we go again. We kind of wish that the whole system had moved out of the area and that the sun would break out, but it's a nice imagination, but not reality. Let's check in with Rhonda Shelby to put the true spin on things for us this morning. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi there. Just as you came to me, I was just looking at some of the rainfall totals that we had overnight. I tell you what, this is the second wave of the storms that we've been seeing, and we do have a third wave on the way as well. And wait till you hear some of these rain totals. I just found out from here in Portland we had 1 inch and 8/10, which is very near 2 inches in the last 24 hours. Aloha called in, they had 2 inches there. Eugene had almost 5 inches in the last 24 hours, 4.98 inches. And Newport, 3 inches of rainfall. Let's take a look at the radar picture and show you that steady stream of moisture still coming into the area from the south. That subtropical moisture we have dubbed the Pineapple Express. It will continue today. Those are the rainfall totals we just discussed. Eastern Oregon, you're going to get this later on today. You haven't seen much yet, but it is coming your way. Here's what the temperatures look like. We're into the mid 50s already in a lot of places, and low 50s as well. 54 in Wilsonville, 53 at the Channel 2 studios. Today, once again, we still have that flood warning. However, it's the urban and small stream flood warning. It extends for all of northwestern Oregon this morning. Many rivers at flood stage. Our high will be about 59 degrees, and a bit later we'll talk about which rivers are at flood stage and which have the warnings on them this morning. Dan and Elizabeth.
All right, it's really been keeping you on your toes back there, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Watch one system roll in after another,
Yes,
and I think
indeed.
we're all getting a little tired of it. But hey, as they say, can't do nothing about the weather.
That's for sure. Mother Nature.
Just deal with it. Thanks, Rhonda.
Has our own agenda. Well, there are a couple of flood-related school closings to tell you about this morning. Here's our current list. Veronia schools are closed, and both the Gaston and the Bank school districts will be opening 2 hours late today, and I believe this is the Oregon and Southwest Washington. Authorities have warned some residents in the Johnson Creek area of Multnomah County to evacuate. This comes after a day full of drenching rains and swamped roads, especially along Highway 30 northwest of the city. Bob High has more on that trouble spot.
A bizarre column of water gushes from underneath Highway 30 near the Sauvie Island Bridge. Torrential rains and melting ice sent water cascading across the highway, washing away the roadside and threatening a nearby rail line.
It is pretty shocking. We all actually live on houseboats, so we just rise with the tide.
The force of the water up above was enough to push water down here 6 feet into the air, and earlier in the day shoved manhole covers off the pipes that are supposed to go underneath St. Helens Road. The high water closed local schools early. That left school officials scrambling to find buses away around the floods.
You ever seen this before?
Not in the 8 or 9 years I've been here, no.
Horrible, huh?
It's just something else, yeah. It's causing a lot of grief trying to keep these buses on time.
Elsewhere along the highway, floodwaters washed out a driveway, leaving this car teetering on the brink of disaster. Nearby Salzman Creek rushed over its banks down to the highway and downstream through the R&M Tavern, leaving patrons stranded and the uninsured owner furious with maintenance crews.
This creek down the road, it did the same thing about 2 months ago. And I'm not real happy with the city right now.
Debris on the highway and nearby ramps kept the St. John's Bridge closed for most of the day, and the problems continued into the night. A landslide that kept sliding for hours kept St. Helens Road from reopening, and as the rain continued, so did the battle for frustrated workers trying to tame Oregon's newest geyser. Bob High, Channel 2 News.
You can really see the effects of the flooding through this bird's eye view. At Mount Scott Creek, all the extra water turned parking lots into lakes. The Clackamas threatened businesses and homes, and the Tualatin turned farmland into wetlands. At Dawson Creek, a home under construction is now waterfront property as water laps at the doorstep. And in Beaverton, floodwaters surround the Nike campus.
Well, throughout this morning and up until the flooding subsides, we are going to bring you the latest information on the road closures right here on Spirit 2. We also want to give you a number for the latest road conditions. For travel along major roads in our area, you can call 1-503-889-3999. Well, all across the Northwest region, flooding seems to be a major problem. In Washington County, homeowners near Cedar Hills braced for what seemed like a long night. Residents at this apartment building battled the flooding at Cedar Mill Creek yesterday. It was at least 8 feet above the normal level, invading several apartments. Residents stacked their belongings in an attempt to keep them dry. Elsewhere in Washington County, the flooding was so bad near the Rock Creek Country Club that some people were traveling by boat. In Clackamas County, at least 30 families were told to flee rising waters as the Molalla River rose over its banks near Molalla. The swollen river swept across roads and swallowed yards. The river was also ripping out trees along the banks, washing them far downstream. Elsewhere in Clackamas County, heavy rain created another problem. Landslides like this one blocked Highway 224 last night. The slides have been cleared this morning near Carver.
If you're in a flood area like Johnson Creek, there are a number of places you can go to get sandbags. Sand is available at Southeast 107th Avenue, 1 block south of Foster Road, on Southeast 158th, 1 block north of Foster Road, or at Southeast 120th and Brookside Drive near Leach Botanical Garden. On the west side, you can get sand at the upper parking lot of Gabriel Park, enter at Southwest 42nd in Vermont, or at Upper Maclay Park. That's off Northwest Cornell Road near the Audubon Society. Amidst all the chaos in the last 24 hours, a motorist had a flooding surprise she won't soon forget. Donna Morris's car was blindsided by floodwaters more than 3 feet deep as she drove along Salmon Creek Avenue yesterday. Morris was able to escape through the window. She says she perched on top of her car until the fire department came to her rescue. Another waterway that's been raging wild in the past 24 hours is the Clackamas River. You're looking at pictures of the River Mill Dam near Estacada. The river is running near its highest level in 10 years, spewing water over the spillway of this dam. The River Mill Dam generates power for PGE.
Just amazing to look at. Well, this morning we do want to tell you about a few road closures in the immediate area around the city of Portland. This morning, Highway 30 remains open, but authorities say that could change. Beware of that. Southeast 112th near Johnson Creek is flooded. Northeast Gleason from 203rd Avenue to 223rd Avenue is closed. Southeast Foster is closed from 102nd Avenue to 116th Avenue. Also, fallen trees are causing problems on Terwilliger north of Barber. And there has been a large mudslide in the 3000 block of Southwest Fairmont. The intersection at Northwest Thompson and Skyline is flooded, and Germantown Road is also closed.
And as you can imagine, several TriMet bus routes are detouring this morning to avoid road problems caused by high water conditions. For TriMet bus detour information, you can call TriMet at 238-RIDE.
Coming up on Channel 2 News.
Problems across the region.
And coming up a bit later, which rivers are at flood stage this morning? I'll let you know. And also, we'll talk about the creeks, urban streams, and all the rest, and what will happen for the rest of the day. Coming up a little bit later.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News. This morning it's 5:41 and 53 degrees. You're looking at a live picture from our downtown Portland U.S. Bancorp Tower.
And that scene makes it look so peaceful and calm and quiet.
Looks are deceiving, though.
We know better than that as we've been checking around the area. As a matter of fact, we're going to do some of that right now. Mike Pickett is with the Sheriff's Office in Tillamook County. Mike, you're on the phone with us this morning. Good morning, and what's going on?
Good morning. We got a lot of water down here. More than I've seen since I moved down here in 1977.
What's being affected specifically?
All our major roadways, Highway 101 north of Tillamook has been completely closed since yesterday evening. 101 north of Garibaldi is closed on the Miami, due to a slide at Wheeler. Miami River's closed. Highway 6 is closed due to a slide. You just can't get out Tillamook unless you go south.
Have you heard, for those folks trying to get into the metro area, for example, what about highways 18 and 20 out of Newport and Lincoln City? Any word on those?
I haven't heard anything about those. Highway 22, I've heard, had some water over by agency. They had like 8 inches on the road, but people have been coming through there all night.
One final question for you, Mike. As far as that 101 being closed north of Tillamook, is there an adequate detour, or is that really causing a major inconvenience right at that point?
No, it's a major inconvenience because you can't go north from Tillamook at all. There's 2 roads that you can go around. One's 101 and the other is Wilson River Loop, and both of those are closed completely to all traffic.
Okay, another one of those days. Hang in there. Thanks very much. We'll check back with you later. Mike Pickett of the Sheriff's Office in Tillamook County this morning.
Doesn't
Big
sound too
problems
good,
down there.
yeah.
No.
Well, this morning, rescue crews are on their way to the site of a plane crash in the Atlantic Ocean. Coast Guard officials in Miami say 189 people are on board the plane. It went down north of the resort of Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic. The Boeing 757 belongs to a Dominican airline. Officials say a number of life rafts have been spotted, along with 8 bodies.
Meanwhile, yesterday there was an incident involving a plane at Portland International Airport. Yesterday, just before noon, 2 tires of a Delta Airlines 757 went flat as the plane landed. No one was hurt, but passengers had to be taken to the terminal via a bus. It took almost 3 hours to remove the airplane from the runway. It's all being investigated right now.
Good news for GOP presidential candidate Pat Buchanan this morning.
Northwest Channel 2 News continues.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News this morning. If you're just joining us, here's a recap of our top stories. The rain continues to come down, and that means the waters remain high all over northwest Oregon and southwest Washington. Authorities have warned some residents in the Johnson Creek area of Multnomah County to evacuate. This comes after a day full of drenching rains and swamped roads, especially along Highway 30 northwest of the city. In the past 24 hours, the Clackamas River has been raging wild. These are pictures of the River Mill Dam near Estacada. The river is running near its highest level in 10 years, spewing water over the spillway of the dam. The River Mill Dam generates power for PGE. And at least 30 families were told to flee rising waters at the Molalla River as the Molalla River rose over its banks near Molalla. The swollen river swept across roads, ripping out trees and swallowing up yards.
And now for a look at some of the stories in the day ahead. Rescue workers planning for another wet and busy day as more flooding is expected due to heavy rains. And Haiti gets a new president today.
Key apartment building. This morning, a look at what residents are up against.
This isn't how residents of this apartment complex expected to spend their morning, filling sandbags and trying to stop the forces of nature. Water from the swollen Johnson Creek is spilling out over its banks and is starting to flood out these residents.
Around here, this is ridiculous.
Especially since these same residents were flooded out of their homes just 3 months ago.
I'm worried about losing my stuff again. I'm worried about everything. Oh no, I'm in shock. This is terrible.
We spent Thanksgiving in the hotel room, eating at restaurants for months. We're glad we had that accommodations and that Red Cross helped us out, but it's just a nightmare thinking about doing it again.
But Tim Hale and about 10 other families may just have to start thinking about it again, because at the rate the rain is coming down, these sandbags might not do the trick.
The fire chief said that'd buy us about a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour maybe, and then it'll start coming up the back and stuff like that. So we're doing the best we can.
So as some work to save what they've got, others wait and hope for the best.
And that's about all they can really do.
There can be some sore muscles after all those sandbags as well, putting those together, just trying to keep up.
Well, still ahead in this half hour, we'll hear how long this wet weather will last.
And Crayola celebrates as it cranks out a mild... Good morning. Welcome back to Channel 2 News this morning. We're about 8 minutes away from 6 o'clock right now. Nice having you along as we continue on and on and on with our storm coverage. We'd like this storm to go away probably as much as you would.
And I bet Myrna of Eagle Creek would like it to go away. She's joining us on the telephone this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Dan and Elizabeth?
We're fine.
Very fine, thank you.
We understand you've got a big mess on your hands this morning, Myrna?
Yes, we're at Paradise Park Community. And we're between Eagle Creek and Estacada, right on the bank of the Clackamas River. Except that now we are part of the Clackamas River. It has completely inundated, I think, all the houses along the Clackamas in Paradise Park.
Wow. Have they ordered any evacuations out there?
Well, I think that probably there's only about 3 or 4 of us houses along the riverbank that we're still here. I think everybody else bailed out. We're in a manufactured home, and so we are sitting up somewhat high, supposedly above the 100-foot floodplain. However, I'm beginning to wonder about that.
Any kind of flooding insurance in that area? If you're above it, a lot of folks who are outside the floodplain don't bother.
Well, unfortunately we didn't, and I certainly wish we had at this point.
There's been so much erosion in our area. Are you seeing chunks of real estate head down the stream with any of the flooding we've had?
Well, it's still dark outside now. I've got a good deal of drift on the backside of my house next to the Clackamas. And a joint driveway between our house and the next house it's gotten so swift that you wouldn't dare stand up in it, and it's washed our sidewalk away. My iron furniture is gone off my patio. which was at ground level. So now I'm just hoping that our deck hangs on.
Wow, it doesn't sound too good out there. Well, Myrna, thank you for joining us this morning. We'll all hope that it starts to dry out there soon.
There are so many stories that are occurring because of this, in lots of little ways, lots of big ways as well. We're going back to the newsroom right now. Norm Gunning standing by with some storm odds and ends, and there are lots of bits and pieces, aren't there?
Yes, there are, Dan. Odds and ends we have some road closures to pass along to you from various and sundry areas. Out in Clackamas County, Dickey Prairie Road is closed at the Dickey Prairie store to the Avon Bridge. We have Elk Prairie Road closed at the creek. Elliott Prairie Road closed at the county line. Malala Avenue at Avison Mill is closed. 272 Avenue closed at Rugg and Sunshine Valley. Barlow Road closed at Railroad and First down in the Canby area. Anderson Road closed at Barlow Road. Hines Road at Jackson Road is closed, and Knightsbridge Road is closed from the east side of the Canby Bridge to Barlow Road. And Clackamas River Drive, we're told, is closed from Oregon City to Carver. 77th Avenue closed at Thompson Road. A lot of high water areas out there. Of course, you just spoke to a lady who was involved in that. Washington County, we checked with them. They say they haven't had a lot of calls yet this morning because people haven't been out yet, but Spring Hill Road is a problem out there. Moving along to Clark County closures, a few. The 24500 block of Northeast Ledbetter Road is closed, and the 4100 block of Fruit Valley Road is closed due to high water, and they have one lane open for emergency traffic there. Also in Clark County, the perennial problem, Salmon Creek, 134th Street closed at Salmon Creek. We've also heard from our friends at TriMet this morning. Several bus routes detouring because of high water. 37 North Shore, no service on Reese Road, Upper Drive, or Iron Mountain Road out in the Lake Oswego area. Number 76 Tiger Tualatin, no service on Hall between Commercial and Bonita. 89 Rock Creek, always a problem out there. No service on Rock Creek between 185th and Malheur. And checking with our friends in Marion County, they have a number of road closures. They expect to get those to us shortly. They also say there's a slide on North Fork and more importantly on Highway 22. Looks like we lost a light there. On Highway 22, it's blocked by Mill City. Highway 22 blocked by Mill City because of a slide, and apparently there's a major slide at Subtle Lake over across the Cascades in Jefferson County. So they're working on those. And so if you're heading on Highway 22 east of Salem going over the mountains, delay your trip because it's going to take a lot longer. Back to you.
All right, and it bears repeating, as we had heard a little bit earlier from the Sheriff's Department in Tillamook County, Highway 101 north of Tillamook, absolutely closed, total detours around that area, so that's going to inhibit a lot of traffic as well. Thanks very much, Norm.
Gosh, sounds like a traffic nightmare this morning with all this.
It's going to be a challenge.
All this rain, yeah. But we're going to find out just how much more rain we're going to continue to get, if it's all going to stop. We're going to check in with Rhonda Shelby. She's over in the Weather Center. Rhonda?
We're just totally at the mercy of Mother Nature today. As a matter of fact, there's a heavy band of rain going through the Salem and Eugene area right now, and Eugene just got hit hard last night. Over the last 24 hours, they've had nearly 5 inches of rain and could pick up another inch by 9 o'clock this morning. This is a very strong system, the second of 3 that will be coming through our area before this is all over. Let's take a look at the satellite picture. I will show you that steady stream of moisture. Basically, it's like a hose has been turned on right here into northwestern Oregon, and actually it's northwestern Oregon that's seeing the worst out of this whole thing. Eastern Oregon hasn't seen it yet. They've only had a tenth to about 2/10 of rainfall so far over the last 24 to 36 hours. But over the last 48 hours, to put this in perspective for you, we've had over 3 inches of rainfall here in the city of Portland and much more in the outerlying areas. So the Pineapple Express continues today right on through tomorrow, I'm afraid, and then we'll start to see some improvement coming on Friday with some showers. Here are the highs. We have really just been very mild over the last few days since this warm front has come through. 56 in Redmond, 43 in Burns, and 48 in Baker City. As you can see, the coast very mild as well. And here are those rainfall totals I've been telling you about. Here in Portland over the last 24 hours, 1 inch and 8/10, very nearly 2 inches in the last 24 hours. To put this into perspective for you, for all of us, I said yesterday we could get 3 to 6 inches. Well, that was a conservative estimate. It's looking more like 5 to 10 in many of the outerlying areas. As you can see, Eugene hit hard, Newport hit hard as well with 3 inches, and Astoria got quite a bit over the last 24 hours as well. It's just tough for our rivers to handle all that. Still an urban and small stream flood warning for Northwest Oregon, and you can expect the rain to fall for most of the day again today with a high of about 59 degrees. Here's what the next 5 days look like. Tomorrow we'll have another bout with some heavy rainfall that's developing off the coast, and then on Friday we'll start to see some showers. Saturday and Sunday, it looks like we will have mostly sunny skies and warm temperatures. So we will start to see this thing go away about Friday afternoon. However, between now and then, we have a long couple of days ahead of us with some more rainfall. So we could be in for another couple of inches here in the city and maybe 3-4 more in the outer lying areas. Dan and Elizabeth.
You sort of notice how everybody's patience and sense of humor is being tested just a little.
I know, we do need some comic relief. I think we'll get some later in this newscast.
Time to grin and bear it. Thanks very much. Check with you later.
Possibly 5 to 10 inches.
Oh, man. Well, as you said, Eugene especially really getting socked with close to 5 inches just there.
Well, stick with us. We've got plenty more news right ahead. At 6 o'clock, I'm Elizabeth Bermudez.
And I'm Dan Christopher on what is turning out to be yet another rainy day, a Wednesday, February 7th. Good morning to you.
It certainly is rainy. We're going to check in right now with Dennis Campbell. He's with the Emergency Services Bureau of Portland. He's joining us on the telephone. Good morning.
Good morning.
So what's up?
Well, we've had a busy night trying to catch up on a lot of mudslides throughout the area, and we're going to be continuing to do that. We've got a full crew coming on at 7 o'clock this morning. And we're hoping to make some headway today.
Dennis, I know a lot of crews are probably tapped right now. It's been one heck of a winter. What are you guys doing out there?
Well, yesterday we tried to get some of our crews home throughout the evening. We swung some people late till around 10, 11 o'clock. We brought some more people in at 2, and we've worked mostly on slides throughout the night on Thompson and on Cornell Road to open those roads up. Today we're going to be going into some of the other neighborhood areas to clear those, and we're just hoping to try to get ahead of the rain a little bit today and get some of those other streets opened up.
Dennis, this has been such a burden on your crews through the intense windstorms of December, the snowfall, the freezing, this kind of thing. Put this in perspective. How does what we're seeing right now and the strain on your crews compare with what we've had over the past couple of months?
Well, it's another one in a succession of storms, and we're used to it because we're geared up to do emergency work. We go through the incident command system. We set our priorities. The Bureau pulls together to these, and we just keep working at it.
Okay, Dennis Campbell, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
We're talking
busy.
So much so, talking so much about flooding. Rhonda Shelby has been tracking not only the forecast and where all this is going, but the flood stages as well, and she's joining us right now with the latest information on that.
I think it's important that we get right to that for you folks who are living near rivers and such, especially near some of the smaller creeks. You should also know not only are these rivers under flood warning, but also urban and small creeks that have been also overflowing over the last couple of days. You're going to see some more of that again today. As we take a look at what rivers are at flood stage right now in Western Oregon, the list is rather long. Marys River at Philomath, Johnson Creek at Sycamore, Tualatin at Dilley, South Yamhill at Whiteson, and Clackamas at Estacada, Luckamute at Suver, and as you can see here in Santiam at Jefferson is also above flood stage. The Alsey's already flooding over. They've seen some major flooding near Tidewater. Also the Wilson at Tillamook, the Siletz at Siletz, and also the Nehalem at Foss. Siuslaw at Mapleton is also at flood stage. Now, these are flood warnings. These rivers are not at flood stage yet, but we'll be watching the Malala, the Pudding, and also the Mohawk. Eastern Oregon also has the John Day at Monument and the Umatilla at Pendleton under flood warnings. There is the moisture still streaming in from the south, and that is that subtropical moisture coming all the way from Hawaii. And once again, the 24-hour rainfall totals, as you can see there, Eugene getting almost 5 inches of rain in the last 24 hours, 3 inches in Newport, and quite a bit in Astoria here, almost 2 inches in Portland. One other note I wanted to give you, just got the final tally from the Portland airport. Sometimes it comes in a little late from yesterday. We broke a record yesterday, 2.16 inches in one day. Yesterday, February 6th, breaks our record of 1.61 inches set back in 1943, Dan and Elizabeth.
And they've already had their challenges out there with the planes and a couple of cases sliding off the runways and
this is an unbelievable week, and we will see more rainfall over the next day or so.
We'll probably be using this period of time as a barometer for years to come. Remember way back, when? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rhonda. Well, we've been talking about flooding all this morning. We're going to finally get a look at what it's like. We're going to go out to Johnson Creek, where our photographer Doug Fontaine is standing by live. Doug?
Good morning.
Good morning. What's it look like out there? Wow, some dramatic pictures.
Yeah, there's lots of water coming through still, although the creek does seem to be down this morning and back within its banks. There's been sort of a steady stream of people from the neighborhood stopping by here. There's a parking lot where they can pull up and see the river level, so you can tell they're still pretty concerned about how things are going here.
You've got a home in the background there, Doug, and there's no evidence of life, no lights on or anything. I would presume that that's one of the homes evacuated. Can you give us a sense of the neighborhood around you and if there is anybody around? Other than people driving up in cars and looking, I haven't seen any people out and about in the yards here. I don't know if anyone's home here or not. Okay. Doug Fontaine is along Southeast Johnson Creek Boulevard right now with some dramatic pictures. Johnson Creek is always one of those vulnerable spots. It's not unusual to see the kind of flooding, but when you add that and all the additional floodwaters that we've been having this year, it's even more dramatic. And as we mentioned, several evacuations in that area as well.
Yeah, that water was moving very briskly, too. Yes. Now we're going to, I guess we have Todd Kincaid joining us on the telephone. Good morning, Todd.
Todd, you're in Camas. What's up?
Well, at approximately 7:30 last night, our fire chief, Jerry Green, was contacted by two families living on the Washougal River. The bridge to their homes was approximately 4 feet water and rising. Chief Green responded to the area to assess the situation and found that the homes were only about 18 inches above the river level. Because the water in that area is moving at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, the only means of rescue would be by helicopter.
Moving fast as well. What about highways in that area? We know that there have been so many roadways throughout much of Oregon that are being affected one way or another, either long stretches closed or just brief detours. In the area of Camas, what can you tell us for travelers?
At this point, the Washougal River Road is still open. Up by Lacamas Lake, north of Camas, the road on the north side, the Ledbetter Road, has been closed because of high water.
Okay. All right, Todd Kincaid from Camas this morning with the update. We know that we're going to have to go a ways before we can get any relief from the intense flooding situations that we've got being affected one way or another. Thanks, Todd.
Bet.
Fano Creek in Washington County is catching many motorists by surprise. The water was rushing over Southwest Olison Road, trapping motorists. This woman that you are about to see was stuck until a Good Samaritan pushed her car out of the water. Other drivers had less trouble making it across the flooded roadway. This apartment complex was also threatened by the high waters yesterday, but the creek receded before any damage was done. And closer to the coast in Rose Lodge, Oregon, near Otis, the flooding Salmon River threatened a mobile home park there yesterday. Residents in the park were sandbagging in an effort to protect their belongings. Thousands of fish in a fish hatchery on the river were also threatened due to the flooding.
A flooding problem is also taking place in other southern Willamette Valley communities. For example, in Albany, Swan Lake rose above its banks yesterday. The rising waters claimed at least one car as its victim. In addition, a nearby apartment complex was also soaked. 4 units and the laundry room suffered damage caused by the flood waters. In nearby Corvallis, flooding forced more than 100 people from their homes yesterday. In all, 45 homes had to be evacuated. Residents were allowed back a little bit later in the day, only to find severe damage. High water was also a problem in other parts of Benton and Lynn counties. Many roads were closed and several grass seed farms were absolutely flooded out.
Well, if you've been forced from your home due to flooding problems, the Red Cross has set up a number of emergency shelters. In Clackamas County, you can go to the Milwaukee Presbyterian Church. In Washington County, the Cedar Mills Bible Church has been open to flood victims. In Benton County, the Red Cross has set up services in the JDS Church. And in Marion County, you can head to the Jefferson Middle School.
Right now, we're at about 10 and a half minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock, racing along on this Wednesday morning. Coming along next, the very latest on the morning commute for you, and also a shocking story of alleged abuse from Chicago.
Tropical moisture that originates just north of Hawaii coming into our area over the next couple of days. This is the next system that's building out there. You might remember yesterday the low that we saw come through last night was building just off the southern coast. It will come in later tonight into tomorrow. Right now we're dealing with what we saw overnight. So over the next couple of days, we still have to contend with this rainfall. The chain is not broken yet. The chain will finally be broken on Friday afternoon when we'll just get some showers. We'll also see the snow levels starting to fall and some colder air into the area behind these fronts. So things will start to shift on Friday afternoon. The jet stream has not shifted either. We are still seeing the jet stream in basically the same position as that front, just bringing it right into the northwest. So the Pineapple Express continue to keep a watch on the situation here with us at Channel 2, because we'll continue to see this problem through tomorrow. Also, we haven't talked much about the high winds, but there's a high wind warning again for the coast today. Rain heavy at times, and they've seen some high winds of gusts of up to 75 miles per hour yesterday. That's likely to happen again today. Urban and small stream flood warning for all of northwest Oregon, especially in the valleys. Rain in the gorge as well, winds out of the west. Rain in the Cascades with very high avalanche danger. Just don't go to the backcountry at all, and a snow level of about 7,000 feet. Central and eastern Oregon, we're looking for mostly cloudy skies. The rain will start to pick up later. They've only had about 1/10 to 2/10 over there, but it's going to pick up later on as our system moves over there. Look at the highs today in eastern Oregon. 63 in Pendleton today, 52 for a low. So unusual in February for Pendleton to see those kind of temperatures. Our highs, we're going to be really pushing very close to 60, 59 in Portland, 55 in Tillamook. Our lows are in the 50s here in the valley and the 40s and some 50s along the coast, especially once you get toward the southern coast and central coast. Gale warnings out there, combined seas at 18 feet today. Here's what you can expect in our area. The rain will continue and it will fluctuate at times as far as intensity. Heavy rain at times and light rain at times during the day, a low at 50 degrees. And when is this arc weather going to be over? We'll pinpoint exactly when and talk about a pretty good weekend ahead coming up next. To contend with this heavy rainfall. Wednesday and Thursday we'll see rain. We'll see those turn to showers on Friday, and then we'll get some snow in the mountains below 7,000 feet. So we'll get some colder air in, and actually it won't be too cold because Saturday and Sunday we look pretty good. Mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures in the low 50s. However, this is still a dangerous situation. Yesterday we talked about 3 to 6 inches. It looks like 5 to 10 now. Conservative estimates for areas around the Willamette Valley and the northern coast. It's a lot of rain.
What a test this has put us to.
Yes.
It's been an incredible time. We're going to be talking about this one for a while. Thanks, Rhonda.
We certainly are, and all that rain has caused the Johnson Creek just to start overflowing. We're going to go live out there to our photographer, Doug Fontaine, who is standing by. Doug?
Yeah. I'm at the Bell Avenue Bridge here over at Johnson Creek. As you can see, the creek is almost up to where it's touching the bridge here. We're starting to gather a little debris here, but so far, no real problems here this morning.
How swift those waters are raging. Not only have they swelled to the banks, but that could be very dangerous for anybody trying to be silly enough to actually get in there and try to get across it.
Oh yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to be in there.
At this point, it's narrowed down because it's going beneath the bridge, but at some of the wider points, can you give us an estimate about how wide the waters span?
Oh, I'd say 30 to 40 feet easily at some of the flatter spots.
Any gawkers down there checking it out, or are you and your camera kind of lonely?
No, there's been a steady stream of people coming down in their cars. They pull up. There's a nice parking lot here where they can see the actual creek. They pull up, check it out, and go on their way. But it seems to be quite an item of interest down here.
I would imagine. Any homes being threatened?
It doesn't really look like it. These ones across the creek over here seem to be several feet high enough that they aren't really threatened today.
Still pretty scary for folks living in those homes. They're probably keeping a close eye on the water out there. Thank you, Doug Fontaine, Live pictures from Johnson Creek. Gosh, that water's moving.
It always gets a good workout in times like this, and especially this going around. The waters are raging. Well, throughout the morning and up until the flooding subsides, we are going to bring you the latest information on road closures right here on Spirit 2. And we'd also like to give you a number for the latest road conditions. For travel along major roads in our area, here's the number that you can call. It is 1-503-889-3999.
Well, turning away from the weather, we're going to turn to some sports.
To be in Scio, we say good morning right now to Carol Bates, who is experiencing some bad flooding. Carol?
Yes, we are. I'm standing in 3 inches of water in my living room.
Have you been one of those who's been stacking furniture trying to keep things dry, or just sort of let fate fall where it may?
Well, we've stacked a lot of things, but there's some things we just don't have room for, so we've just let them sit. And a lot of things are getting damaged and are flooded. I have an antique shop downtown Scio, and about 8 o'clock it started to flood downtown, and the water came into my shop, and we put things up in the dry, and then by the time we got ready to go home, the dry spots were wet. So a lot of things are going to be damaged down there. I have all kinds of vintage clothes, hats and shoes, and clothes that are going to be really damaged.
Oh, that's a shame. Now, I don't know the elevation of Scio, if that's a floodplain or not. My guess is it is not. Do you know, and do you have flood insurance?
No. I suppose there are a lot of people that don't have flood insurance. We were just talking about that a while ago, and we don't have flood insurance because we never expected this to happen. I think 1970, 1964, 1970 were the last two bad floods. And this one is worse than either two of those.
Yeah, okay, Carol Bates. Thank you very much, Carol. And she underscores a point that is being made over and over, that so many people here not used to this kind of condition don't have flood insurance, and it's going to hit them directly in the pocketbook, and that's too bad. You know, untold amount of damage from all this
especially
storm.
for the folks not living in floodplain areas like you mentioned.
Yeah, they have no reason to expect
taking them by surprise, right?
Pow, they got it.
Well, Rhonda Shelby is going to tell us what we can expect. She joins us now in the Weather Center. Rhonda?
Well, I tell you what, we're going to still see some more rain today, and in some areas we might even see an inch by 9 a.m. In fact, there's some very heavy rain falling right now between Salem and Eugene, and the radar echoes are showing that it's very, very heavy. So there is the possibility of getting another inch and possibly another inch here by the end of the day as well. We've already had more than 3.5 inches here in Portland over the last couple of days. Now, if you live near a river, as a public service, we like to pass along to you which rivers are at flood stage. Now, right now, the Marys River is near Philomath, Johnson Creek at Sycamore, Tualatin at Dilley, South Yamhill at Whiteson, Clackamas at Estacada, the Lucky Amute at Suver, also the Santiam at Jefferson, Alsea at Tidewater, Wilson at Tillamook, the Siletz, also the Nehalem River near Foss, the Siuslaw near Mapleton, and here are the flood warnings. Now, these rivers are not at flood stage yet, but there are warnings here in the Malala at Canby, the Pudding at Aurora, the Mohawk, and also in Eastern Oregon, the John Day, in a couple of areas in the John Day River, and the Umatilla near Pendleton. So we are expecting more rainfall. Just to give you the bottom line, it looks like this is not going to be over with until Friday. I will have the details for you coming up a little bit later, Dan and Elizabeth.
Serious business. Thanks for the updates.
You bet.
One more round before we're out of here.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Well, stay with us. We've got more news straight ahead.
News continues.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News this Wednesday morning. It's about 6:35. Right now, we're going to join Ron Shiley on the telephone. He is with ODOT. He's going to tell us about roads right now. Ron?
Well, actually, it's probably easier to talk about the roads that aren't affected by all this rain. Right now, we're looking at Highway 6, the Wilson River Highway, closed on the way to the coast. If you're headed to Tillamook, that's and some other high water problems. US 30, which was closed yesterday for about 12 hours, is reopened, but there's a lot of standing water. People need to slow down before they hit that water. There's also flaggers out there and some lane restrictions. Really, any highways near rivers and streams which are over their banks, you're going to find some high water. So we have a lot of problems at this point.
Any problem spots in terms of accidents that you've seen so far, Ron, because of what we've got going on out there?
Well, for the most part, people are aware of the situation, and we don't have a lot of accidents, but we also don't have a lot of roads where people can access at this point. Again, we just got ice and snow, and so there's going to be a lot of potholes because of the freeze-thaw cycle. A lot of potholes, a lot of sunken grades. Again, people need to stay tuned to the TV and radio to make sure they can get to their destination.
Excellent point, Ron. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. As far as potholes, those kinds of things are concerned, especially in the darkness, the early morning hours, roadway that was there the day before isn't necessarily going to be there right now because of all the erosion. Well, throughout the morning and up until the flooding subsides, we're going to bring you the very latest information on road closures right here on Spirit 2. And we'd like to also have you write down a telephone number that you can use for the latest road conditions. For travel along major roads in our area, you can call 1-503-889-3999. All across the Northwest region, flooding seems to be a major problem. In Washington County, homeowners near Cedar Hills braced for what seemed like a long night. Residents at this apartment building battled the flooding at Cedar Mill Creek yesterday. It was at least 8 feet above normal level, invading several apartments. Residents stacked their belongings in an attempt to keep them dry. Elsewhere in Washington County, the flooding was so bad near the Rock Creek Country Club that some people were actually traveling by boat. In Clackamas County, at least 30 families were told to flee the rising waters as the Molalla River rose over its banks near Molalla. The swollen river swept across roads and swallowed yards. The river was also ripping out trees along the banks, washing them far downstream. And elsewhere in Clackamas County, heavy rain created another problem. Landslides like this one blocked Highway 224 last night. The slide's been cleared this morning near Carver, we are told.
If you're in a flood area like Johnson Creek, there are a number of places you can go to get sandbags. Sand is available at Southeast 107th Avenue, 1 block south of Foster Road. It's also on Southeast 158th, 1 block north of Foster Road, or at Southeast 120th and Brookside Drive near Leach Botanical Garden. On the west side, you can get sand at the upper parking lot of Gabriel Park, enter at Southwest 42nd in Vermont, or at Upper Maclay Park, that's off Northwest Cornell Road near the Audubon Society. Amidst all this chaos in the last 24 hours, a motorist had a flooding surprise she won't soon forget. Donna Morris's car was blindsided by floodwaters more than 3 feet deep as she drove along Salmon Creek Avenue yesterday. Morris was able to escape through the window. She says she perched on top of her car until the fire department came to rescue her. Another waterway that's been raging wild in the past 24 hours is the Clackamas River. You're looking at pictures of the River Mill Dam near Estacada. The river is running near its highest level in 10 years, spewing water over the spillway of the dam. The River Mill Dam generates power for PGE.
This morning, we do want to tell you about a few road closures in the immediate area around the city of Portland. This morning, for example, Highway 30 remains open, but authorities say that could change. Southeast 112th near Johnson Creek is flooded. Northeast Gleason from 203rd Avenue to 223rd Avenue is closed. Southeast Foster is closed from 102nd Avenue to 116th. And fallen trees are causing problems on Terwilliger north of Barber. Also, there has been a large mudslide in the 3000 block of Southwest Fairmont. The intersection at Northwest Thompson and Skyline is flooded, and Germantown Road is closed.
Several TriMet bus routes are detouring this morning to avoid all those road problems caused by high water conditions. For TriMet bus detour updates, you can call TriMet at 238-RIDE. Get that number down. Okay, now we're going to give you the answer.
Well, here's the answer to our question of the day, a little mind bender for you. This morning we asked what automaker asked buyers to think small beginning back in 1959, and the answer was Volkswagen, and boy did those.
All right, it's been a rough week already. After this rainfall, Mother Nature is going to give us a break this weekend. I'll let you know what that's all about coming up in just a little while.
Morning. Several hundred logs which cut loose and are floating rather erratically along the Willamette River at this hour. We're taking a look at them and some of the tugboats that are trying to corral them. We're going to go to Ron Peterson, who has got a river edge view of them. Ron Peterson joining us from, I believe, the Burnside Bridge and keeping an eye on how these are being corralled. Ron, what can you tell us?
Hi, Dan. Corralled is probably just about right. It looks like Foss Maritime, even with the help of Portland Fireboat, are actually doing some containment, keeping moving the logs in between the bridges braces. So they're doing a rolling closure on their bridges. The Burnside Bridge is open right now. The Steel Bridge will be the next bridge. And take a look, if you can, at the logs. They've already gone through. We arrived 10 minutes ago, and the logs were at the Burnside Bridge. Now they've cleared through the Steel Bridge, moving farther downstream. You can see the Portland fireboat is just sort of out there doing some containing, a few loose strays or dogies, if you will. Excuse me, moving along. And they're just keeping them in the center of the current, making sure that everything doesn't get hooked up on the bridge. Dan, we'll keep you up to date as much as we can with the information that we get.
Thank you, Ron. Point of information that these logs very likely began as they were tied up along the Ross Island storage area, Ross Island Bridge storage area. Pilings may very well have come loose with the rising waters of the river, which allowed those to set free. We're going to show you some video right now coming to us from very close to La Center, Washington, which shows you yet another impact of the dramatic storm that has been pounding our area. This is Timmins Road, which is a little bit south of La Center, and you can see what happened. It has just eroded away. It all began with some hillside runoff. It clogged a culvert nearby. It started to back up, and this morning it started crumbling into shreds. Again, this Timmins Road. What lies ahead, we're going to find out right now as we go back to Rhonda Shelby in the Weather Center, again with more information on the flood warnings on the local rivers. Rhonda?
Well, Dan, the thing you can take away from this is that every major tributary of the Willamette and the Columbia here in our area is either under a flood warning or at flood stage, and already we're seeing some major flooding in some of these areas. As you can see here, there are about 12 rivers right now that are at or above flood stage, and right now, for the first time in a very long time, the whole entire Willamette River is also under a flood warning, along with the lower Columbia River near Vancouver. So people living in houseboats should be aware of this happening, the possibility of some flooding into tomorrow. So there you see it, more flood warnings, and we have the possibility of another 2.5 inches falling within the next 24 to 36 hours. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that, but the rain will continue to fall today. That is something you need to know. Dan?
Rhonda, all this, of course, being very important information that we want you to have. Stay with Channel 2 News every single half hour throughout the course of this day. We're going to bring you updates with any necessary break-ins beyond that and an expanded 12 o'clock newscast. This has been the very latest from the Channel 2 newsroom. Has been declared a state of emergency because of intense flooding around there. We're going to be talking with somebody from there in just a moment. Also, here in the city, the Willamette River at the Morrison Bridge at this hour is 1/2 foot above flood stage. We'll give you more indications of the Willamette and Columbia in just a moment. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look for right now at the Sandy River, coming to you some video from the Troutdale area. We can see the raging river at this point. This is the highest the Sandy River has been in at least 20 years. We can see the waters rushing through there, splashing against the bridges there. The covered boat ramp at Lewis and Clark State Park is completely inundated at this hour. It's a very, very dangerous situation. Advised not to go anywhere clear that area. And you can see the results of some of the mudslides along Sandy River Highway. Again, from the torrential rains, the melting snow that have caused raging rivers like this. You can see trees being uprooted and racing by. Again, this is the Sandy River in the area of Troutdale. Now, as far as Tillamook is concerned, as we mentioned, a state of emergency right now. And on the phone with us is Jim Dier, who is at the Shiloh Inn. You are seeing, I trust, Jim, an event like nobody has seen there in recent memory.
Not to my knowledge, no.
I have heard various indications of how deep the water is. Some folks saying even as deep as 18 feet, and emergency boats from the Sheriff's Department or the National Guard actually running their propellers into submerged automobiles. What are the kinds of stories that you've been hearing, and what is it doing for business at the Shiloh?
Well, we almost filled up last night because people can't get in or out. We're kind of an island here between Tillamook Cheese Factory and downtown. We can't go across town on Main Street. That's where they're ferrying the boats. The boats are ferrying people across town on Main Street. Then Coast Guard Humvees are picking them up at the Safeway and bringing them north.
We've been told that several of the businesses are just absolutely swamped down there. What about homes?
Homes too, because the Red Cross is moving people out of their, taking people out of their homes last night and putting them in motels here in town.
Got off the phone a moment ago with emergency services, which said that Highway 6 is closed, Highway 22 is closed. They also said Highway 101 North is closed. They did not make any specifications about Highway 101 South. Can you give us any indication on that?
I heard on South how far down, but I did hear this morning River Dike broke. south of town, and they closed 101 this morning.
So chances are that getting into or out of Tillamook County at this point is almost impossible. You are filled up. Do you have people who are wanting to get out that have just absolutely jammed your place right now, or how does it stand?
Our lobby's full. People waiting, trying to get out, but it looks like they're going to have to stay another night. They don't have any choice.
Okay. As far as the weather is concerned, are you getting rain, winds, what?
Raining now, and they're expecting high winds this afternoon.
Okay. The situation isn't exactly bright at this moment. Thank you very much, Jim Dier from the Shiloh Inn in Tillamook right now. We're going to go to our bank cam in downtown Portland to show you the very latest on those runaway logs that broke away from the vicinity of Ross Island Bridge, where they are typically stored. You can see some video right now of about 7 or 8 bunches of these logs, which are moored alongside of the Ross Island Bridge for whatever purposes, broke loose, very likely because the rising waters pulled up the pilings out of the riverbed and gave them nothing to attach to anymore, and they just set sail. And there are about 7 or 8 tugboats out there right now trying to corral all these and get them back into a safe zone. They are powerful in the fact that they're not necessarily moving fast, but you can imagine the immense amount of weight. So even a small bump from a barge of logs like that could be potentially damaging. We're going to go back to Rhonda Shelby right now, who's been watching very closely the river levels, not only on the Willamette, but also the Southwest Columbia. Rhonda, bring us up to date, please.
Dan, I just got off the phone with the National Weather Service River Forecast Center, and here's what's happening with the Willamette River right now. At the Morrison Bridge, flood stage is normally 17 feet. Right now, the Willamette is at 17.5 feet. Now, at the lower Columbia at Vancouver, flood stage is 16 feet, and we're now up above 17 feet in Vancouver. Now, there are large seawalls normally near these areas, so we're not saying it's flooding yet, but there is the possibility of us getting some more rainfall that could cause those rivers to rise even more from now until Friday. However, right here in our area in Portland and Southwest Washington, we've been seeing the rain taper off this morning, so this is very good news. However, the folks just south of us in Salem and Eugene have really been hit hard in the last 6 hours. Let me show you a graphic now of the last 24 hours. We've been seeing a lot of rainfall in that area. As you can see, Eugene, 5 inches in 24 hours. The blue here indicates what we've been seeing over the last 6 hours. So another couple of inches has fallen on top of that 5 to give Eugene a real problem. Also, Salem seeing another inch in the last 6 hours. So there is the possibility now that we could see the river cresting, the Willamette River cresting near Harrisburg and Salem a lot sooner than we'd see it here. And also you can see Newport and Tillamook getting a lot of rainfall as well over the last 24 hours. Now, here's the forecast. What we're expecting today is more rainfall. What we have is the third of 3 storms now on its way in for tonight, and that will last right on into tomorrow, as you're seeing today. So the possibility of rainfall is imminent, and it looks like 2.5 inches or more could fall here in our area, and even more than that in outerlying areas, especially near the coast through Thursday. It looks like we'll get a break Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but between now and then, extremely dangerous situation. All the tributaries are basically above their banks now, all the tributaries of the Willamette and the Columbia. Dan?
Thank you, Rhonda. One of the areas you're talking about where they haven't been getting much relief from the rain is south of Portland and east of Salem, which includes the Carver area along the Clackamas River on the way to Estacada. On the phone with us right now is Ken Cole. You've been getting several hours close-up look of that area. Ken, what can you tell us about the situation? Ken Cole, can you hear us?
In the Clackamas County area, where the sheriff officers are in the middle of a rescue operation on Tranquility Lane, where there are about a dozen homes right now threatened by the rising water, but no one is apparently leaving yet voluntarily, even though a couple of those homes have a couple feet of rolling water through them because of the river. We believe we have some pictures of the Carver mobile home itself also on the river, where the water is lapping at the decks and seeping under some of the homes right now. They also lost an RV at the mobile home park because they weren't able to move it in time. The problem is the water continues to rise here. It's about 17 feet now at the base of the Carver Bridge. That's already about a foot above where it was expected to crest at noon today. So the water is rising to the point where some people will have to be rescued possibly later this afternoon.
Ken, river water is not only rising, but as we've been able to see from some of our video here, traveling at a furious pace. Are they barricading areas to keep people away from the raging waters?
Well, there are spots. There are some roads that have been closed off here to, I think, keep people from getting down into these areas where they can get into trouble. And you're right, there's all kinds of debris floating down this river. It is moving at such a swift rate right now. We've seen huge logs and what look like petroleum tanks that have been floating down the river. So it's taking just about anything in the river with it. And you certainly do not want to get anywhere near this rapid water right now, because you're just going to be swept away if you're not careful.
Highway 224 in the general vicinity, I don't know exactly how close to the flooded waters. Is that still open for general traffic travel through the area?
Well, all I can tell you is that the road here to Carver, coming from Oregon City and from Portland, is fine. It's open. It's just some of these side streets along the river itself that have been shut down to most traffic.
Okay, thank you very much. Ken Cole on the phone with us from Carver. That's sort of a round-robin look at some of the key points in the metro area out on the coast and over in the south area of beyond Salem. There are many stories to be told about this, and we are going to continue informing you on what's going on. We remind you that we will have an expanded hour-long newscast at noon today. Also, we will have a special newscast again today at 4 o'clock, along with our regularly scheduled news at 5 o'clock. Stay with us on Channel 2 News for the latest on what has become a remarkable winter of '96.
This has been a Channel 2 News special report. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
The Willamette River after logs break free from their moorage, to folks in Carver where water is lapping at their door.
The Sandy River is also at its highest level in 20 years. That's posing major problems. And we'll show you the heroic efforts of homeowners fighting back tears as they try to protect their property from the destructive Clackamas River.
This and much more next on Channel 2 News at noon. Channel 2 News, everybody. This is a special expanded edition of Channel 2 News, so we can bring you up to date on all the flooding.
We can tell you the rivers are running wild. They're pulling mud and even houses down with them throughout many regions. And in this next hour, we'll show you as much as we can of what's taking place in our region. First, let's take a look at some of the worst hit areas. We've got major evacuations going on today. In Clackamas County, more than 200 people have been forced to leave their homes behind. The worst flood zones are in Eagle Creek, the area from Estacada to Carver, and all along the Sandy River.
Okay. At this point, let's go to Mark Hass, who's on the Sandy River. Mark, bring us up to date on what's happening there.
Well, Julie, the Sandy River is now, according to Troutdale Police, at its highest level since 1964. And old-timers around here know very well what that Christmas flood in Portland was all about 26 years ago, back in 1964. 21 feet is the level that the Troutdale Police have just measured. It is moving very swiftly. This is water that has washed off of the Mount Hood runoff, most of this from Mount Hood and the Bull Run area, and this is what happens when snow melts very fast. However, the good news, Paul and Julie, is that it is not at flood crisis stage. In other words, no homes in Multnomah or Clackamas counties, nobody's been forced to evacuate in those counties because of the high waters here at on the Sandy River, although the water is rising. We're at an RV park here where people are nervously watching the Sandy River and the rising banks here. And with me, one of the temporary residents here, John Moore. You've been watching the water here for a while. What do you think?
I think I'm getting ready to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, don't blame you.
This is the highest I've seen it. This is my first winter here.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to it.
And just a week ago, you were not looking at high water, but you were looking at frozen water.
Well, we were watching people walk on the ice out here over the weekend and during the last week. It's kind of fun, but it's makes you a little nervous.
A little nervous. I saw you yanking the cords over there, getting.
Appreciate it. No big. Oh, hello.
All right, there is Ron Peterson. He's at the Willamette River. Let's find out what's happening there. Again, one of the most dramatic scenes today. Some logs broke free from their moorage. So let's find out what the latest threat is. Ron, what can you tell us about that?
Julie, down here at Newport Bay Restaurant, and I want to talk to the assistant manager here, Jeff Marlatt, in just a minute. These are the logs that hit the restaurant just about an hour or so ago. And Jeff Marlatt's the assistant manager of the Newport Bay Restaurant. Jeff, you were telling me that it felt like a little bump when it hit?
Yeah, there was a slight impact. It wasn't really anything that great. I talked to Rivers Place merchants director, and he told me that if the impact wouldn't have been taken by the Markham Bridge, there's a possibility it could have taken the end of the dock off, which is something that would have been quite interesting to have happen.
So you can breathe a sigh of relief then?
Yes, definitely.
A lot of people coming down to see the logs while they're eating lunch?
This is a great business. I'd say come down and take a view, if I can plug the restaurant.
A lot of things going on down here at the river. As you can see, a number of tugs are holding back the rafts right now. They actually have gentlemen out there on the rafts, hooking them together so they can get a better handle on what's going on here, so they can organize these rafts into better consolidation. Eventually, they will take them down to Terminal 2. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. The river high is high, Julie, Paul, at this time. And next time we come back, we will show you how high it is reference to the November flooding of just last year. They have a plaque here on the river, and we will show you that's about 1.5 feet away from that plaque. But from right now, on the Willamette River at the Newport Bay restaurant, the logs are here. It was just a little bump, a little kiss, but they found out that it could have taken the whole restaurant had the logs not hit the Markham Bridge first.
Wow, you bet. It could be a very tense situation. Thank you, Ron.
You bet.
Well, what a nightmare for homeowners, as we just heard from the gentleman with Mark Hass. All throughout the area, they know what's coming. All they can do is wait and watch the waters rise. Let's go to Ken Cole now in Carver, Oregon. I understand the water's lapping at the door of folks up there, Ken.
Yep, it's coming up very quickly here. I can tell you a lot of these folks have been watching this water rise all morning long. You can see some of these homes weren't even close to the water's edge and they're having problems. But some of these homes here right on the river have the water all the way underneath them. Fortunately, the mobile home itself is a couple feet off the ground, but residents are definitely anxious about how high this water has come so quickly, and authorities are actually considering evacuating some of these folks if the water gets much higher than it is right now. Now, the Clackamas River is running about 17, 18 feet here at the Carver Bridge. That's already a couple feet above where it was supposed to crest this afternoon. The swift water laps at the decks off many of these homes and is slowly rising underneath some of them. Downriver, Clackamas County Sheriff deputies are taking boats out to try and rescue stranded homeowners. This man's daughter is one of those waiting to be rescued. Yes, now I can. Okay, I guess we're back now. I'm not sure if we were able to hear from those folks or not, but there are a lot of people out off of Tranquility Lane out here. There's about a dozen homes there that are completely surrounded by water. Some of them have a couple of feet in there, and they are bringing sheriff deputies into those homes, trying to bring people out by boat. But this morning when we were there, the sheriff deputies came back in. They didn't have anybody with them. There are a lot of stubborn folks out there who don't want to leave their homes. But again, there are a few that just haven't been reached yet. And again, a very frightening situation out here at this mobile home park. The water has come up dramatically, a couple of feet, really, since we were here this morning. You can't really see the road here, but you see the closed to the public sign behind me here. The water wasn't there this morning when we arrived. There's also a bunch of RVs that they struggled to get out of here this morning, but they weren't able to start one of them, and the water is now up to the way up on the tires on that unit, so they're going to have some problems with that. So we'll have to keep an eye on this rapidly rising water here in Carver. A lot of folks very anxious about what's going on out here.
Yeah, frightening situation. Ken, thank you very much.
Well, imagine the fear of knowing the high water could swallow up your home at any moment. So many homeowners are now fighting back, making heroic efforts to protect their property.
Yeah, we've seen it all day, all weekend. Elizabeth Bermudez brings us another example. Elizabeth, what is it like for those on the Clackamas River? I know you were there this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Paul and Julie. I was out there this morning, and it didn't look very good, to be very honest. The Clackamas River was rising pretty quickly, leaving about 25 homes in jeopardy. High on that list is a home owned by the Robinsons. It's the home that's closest to the river in the Edgewater area.
Many folks living along the Clackamas River moved here to be closer to the water, but not this close. The river is rising about 1 foot every hour and is getting closer and closer to flooding out Joe Robinson's home. So when this truck full of sand rolled into their driveway, it was definitely a welcome sight.
We're not going to stop the water from going in the house. We're trying to deflect the current away from the foundation to keep the house here. And to rebuild would be expensive.
Friends and family of the Robinsons are doing all they can to stop the rapidly rising waters, but it might not be enough.
I hope that they don't lose it. The possibility definitely exists.
The Robinsons are just one of many families fighting to keep their homes afloat. Friends of the Adams family are also hard at work trying to save what is a very special home.
This is my anniversary of the house. It's 4 years since we finished it, but I think we'll be fine.
A very, very emotional Mr. Adams. Paul and Julie, I want to add an interesting thing about his home. Mr. Adams says it was built to flood specifications, so any flooding that might occur will be to the garage and storage space. The main house itself should be fine from any floodwaters.
That's good planning, but still, that's a major hassle when you have to stand there and watch your dream be threatened like that.
It certainly is, and as you saw him, he got very choked up. 4 years, beautiful home, almost $500,000.
Don't blame the gentleman at all. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Let's check out the situation in Hood River. Michael Hanna is on the phone now. Michael, what's the situation? I know high water didn't close it, but was making inconvenient on Interstate 84 earlier today. So what's the latest?
Right, Julie. That's one of the big factors here in Hood River County. I'm in Hood River right now. Driving eastbound on I-84 made difficult at milepost 55 just before you get to Hood River, driving from Portland. A lot of water on the roadway, a foot, 2 feet deep. The right-hand lane is closed altogether, and traffic that is making it through is moving very, very slowly. That's the best advice. You've got to move very slowly through that standing water on the interstate. When we came through about an hour and a half ago, the interstate was not closed, but highway officials looking at the situation, trying to make a determination as to whether or not to actually close I-84, at least eastbound near Hood River. Now, driving through the town of Hood River, nothing quite as dramatic as what Elizabeth Bermudez was talking about over there in Clackamas County, but a number of trouble spots. We've seen at least 4 or 5 homes that are surrounded by water. Some of those homes already badly damaged by high water, and we visited with a couple of businesses, including a carpet warehouse, which is just flooded with 2 feet of water and a lot of damage to the carpet and vinyl flooring that are inside that warehouse. Another problem, a lot of roads throughout Hood River County are closed today because of high water. A couple of roads suffering damage to their foundations because of water spilling over the roads. The problem here is not so much yet the Columbia River or actually Hood River. It's these smaller creeks that are coming down from Mount Hood, tributaries that are running into Hood River. These smaller creeks, which are usually just small meandering streams, have suddenly been turned into raging rivers and are running across backyards and spilling into basements and making things pretty miserable for people here in Hood River. Another factor, of course, there's still a lot of snow and a lot of ice on the ground here, so temperatures are a lot cooler here still as they compare to the Portland metro area, and that's
but as soon as that melts, that's the problem.
Yeah, I know about those creek beds up there and through the Dalles East. They can be dry in the summer times, and Michael's point about the snow melt is an important one. We're dealing with rain here in the metro area, but they've still got a lot of melt to go through up there.
Well, now we go to Welch's on the Mount Hood area, another area devastated by flooding. Curran Snipes is standing by with some amazing pictures of what this water has done. Curran?
Hi, Julie. We are in Sandy, so we could bring you these pictures, but we were in Welch's earlier this morning, and quite a sight it was indeed. Hard to imagine, in fact, what we saw. A retired couple awoke this morning to the sound of their home sliding off a hillside. Curtis and Margaret Wilder's home was hit by a mudslide a few minutes past 6 this morning. The couple was upstairs asleep in their log cabin house. They thought it was the big one, an earthquake. The mudslide knocked the Wilders' home off its foundation and twisted it sideways. Miraculously, the couple escaped unharmed, but their home was destroyed, and so was their pickup truck, which is now buried beneath the house. Just behind them on Salmon River Road is where the mudslide started. It took out part of a portion of the road, the asphalt and all, and local residents say that if the slide had happened half an hour later, there would have been a school bus traveling along that stretch of road. So they say they were very fortunate indeed. That mudslide also damaged another house, not as bad as the Wilders. We also took a look at a second mudslide, one that happened about 3:30 this morning, where there were 2 storage tank facilities, water storage tanks, one holding 150,000 gallons. The hillside gave way. Both tanks were destroyed. People were sleeping in their homes in one neighborhood, and they were literally hit by a wall of water. We talked to a man who showed notice where the water hit the front of his house, and it was still streaming through as we were taking pictures of it. And it was coming through his house. It actually knocked out the back door, and he still had basically a stream just running through his house, and he was trying to get a road crew to try to divert some of the rock and the mud that was in the street to try to get the water going in another direction. People we talked to say they're very concerned about what's going on with these hillsides being saturated by all of this rain and runoff. Some folks have decided that enough's enough, and they are getting out of there. They're going to evacuate and to go to either higher or drier ground.
Yeah. That's got to be a tough decision to finally say, okay, we're out of here. We've done all we can.
Yeah, the folks we talked to had lived there for 19 years, say they'd never seen anything like this, but that they have a hillside behind their house. Just said that they were not going to risk it. It's time to leave.
Yeah, when it comes to your own personal safety, it isn't worth it, is it? All right, thanks. More problems for homeowners near Mount Hood. The water system is out of commission in Hoodland. 300 to 400 homes without water. Can you imagine? Officials say it's not an easy problem to fix either, so those people could be without running water in Hoodland for days.
Most of us in Portland go to Central Oregon by one of two routes, either Highway 26 over the mountain, or we go south to Salem and take Highway 22 over Santiam Pass. Now we hear from a caller, Mark Foster, who's over in the Santiam Pass area and has word of a sinkhole in the pass. Mark, what can you tell us about that?
Well, the hole's about the size of a ski lodge, section of the highway that slid out, and it slid down onto the Saddle Lake, Blue Lake area, and it went down and went through the one of the church camp buildings. The mud went through the shop and come out the other side. There's a backhoe with about a foot sticking out is all that's left. One vehicle's completely buried, and we've had 3 slides there since we visited it.
Is the roadway still open, Mark? Are cars getting through?
No, the road's completely gone, and it'll be a week or more before they get it fixed.
So that's Highway 22 would be just completely closed at that point in the Blue Lake area?
Yeah, it's completely gone.
Oh, wow.
How about the car caught up in that? Did the folks get out okay?
No, this was a parked car down below.
Oh, that's good.
I see. Okay, Mark, thank you very much for checking in with us. That's important information. Saddle Lake, Blue Lake, that's just before Black Butte in the Santiam Pass. If you're familiar with that stretch of the roadway, now closed apparently.
And that's going to be a huge inconvenience for many people. Of course, the Santiam Pass has often has problems with falling rocks, rock slides in that area. But now this is a mudslide completely washed out. It took the whole freeway with it, the whole highway. Let's go to Rhonda now. She's in the Weather Center. Rhonda, bring us up to date on the weather situation.
Well, Julie and Paul, there is some good news at this hour. We have seen this torrential rain turn to light rain. If we take a look at the satellite picture now, you can see many areas of green. We are still seeing quite a bit of rain, but the yellow areas earlier this morning indicated moderate rain to heavy rainfall. So that is good news. Most of the rainfall, wow, really came down in the Southern Valley. I'll show you that in a moment. But here is the newest threat that we'll be talking about on our major rivers. The National Weather Service has just taken some readings here, and this is what the lower Columbia River near Vancouver is looking like. The Columbia River now flood stage is 16 feet, and now it's over flood stage. And the Willamette River, taken right at the Morrison Bridge, well, flood stage is at 18 feet. It's now at 17.5 feet. So it's very near flood stage right now, right downtown. And listen to the forecast. There's a possibility we could see the Willamette River rising to 27 feet in some places if we keep getting this torrential rainfall over the next 36 hours. Here's how we did over the last 24. And I also added those numbers in blue there, showing you what it's been like for the last 6 hours. As you can see, Salem and Eugene really getting hit hard in the last 6 hours, and Eugene seeing 5 inches of rainfall overnight and into this morning. So here in Portland, we had almost 2 inches of rainfall. So to put this into perspective for you, that means we've seen about 3.5 inches of rain in the last 2 days. And there's really not much more relief in sight until we get out of this thing by about Friday. But today, tonight, and Thursday, expect another wave of rain, and the high will be about 55 degrees. and it looks like the possibility of 2.5 more inches here in our area, which means the outer lying areas could see more than that, could see up to 4 inches over the next 36 to 48 hours. So we really aren't out of this yet. There is more rain on the way. Paul and Julie.
Well, I think it's fair to say that's just going to be too much water. We're already suffering with all of this.
Right. Apparently what the National Weather Service is saying about the Willamette and the Columbia is now those tributaries, they're all flooded. Every tributary in northwestern Oregon, now the runoff is starting to make it into the Willamette River, and that will be a problem along with the rainfall.
Yeah. So the worst is yet to come, definitely on the Willamette. Thank you, Rhonda.
As you know, one of the things we like to do in these situations is enlist our viewers as reporters and hear what they're seeing and going through. Right now on the phone we have Carol Peterson. Carol, I understand you're in Vancouver right now, but you've been evacuated from your home in Klickitat. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm in Vancouver. My husband was evacuated from Klickitat. He and the neighbors have left the homes up there off of Highway 142 and have gone to the local church in the town of Klickitat.
Well, explain what the problem is specifically. Flooding?
Yeah, the river is covered Highway 142 in several places above these homes and below them, and therefore they can't get out.
How close was the water to your home at the time of the evacuation? Do you know that?
Yeah, it was at the back door, and it's probably higher now because just between 2 a.m. and this morning about 8, it probably rose from about halfway in the backyard up to the house, which is probably maybe 3 feet higher. And there's still about 6 inches of snow on the ground that can melt and bring it up higher.
Carol, you seem to have it together. You sound like you're doing well despite what you're facing in your home.
Well, I'm here in Vancouver and they're up there, and he's calling once in a while and letting me know he's okay, but he's had to leave the home, so.
Wow. Carol Peterson, evacuee family, thank you very much for checking in with us, Carol.
Hard to imagine leaving your home and not knowing what's going to be there when you go back. You know, only 1 out of 5 people have flood insurance in Oregon, and that's even in high-risk areas. So stay tuned. A lot of people now clamoring for coverage. What is available, and will we be talking about disaster relief? Answers in a moment.
And what about Johnson Creek, a perennial trouble spot? We'll have the latest from southeast Portland when we come back.
Did you know the worst flood in U.S. history occurred on May 30th, 1889, when a dam broke in Pennsylvania, creating a 70-foot high wave front?
Northwest Channel 2 News continues.
All right, here's a look at the Willamette River right here in the Portland area, and this has been the threat all day. Logs, which broke loose from their moorage, were moving. They actually hit the Markham Bridge and had the potential of threatening the marina there on River Place. But it looks like the immediate danger is over there, as you can see, rounding up, corralling those logs. But we can get the very latest from Ron Peterson, who's down along the river. Ron?
Well, as we wait for Ron, we can tell you maybe he knows. It's not clear if those log booms that were attached broke away or actually rode over the top of the piers holding them, Ron.
Paul, what we have here is about 3 log rafts. But before I try and explain, I'm going to bring in James Kinney, who's actually a Foss Maritime deckhand. He does exactly what those guys are doing out there. And James, why don't you come over here and explain exactly what we're seeing out here?
You're seeing 3 log rafts right here in this picture that have busted away from the Dolphin.
How many logs in a log raft?
There's approximately 80 to 100 log rafts, give or take, in each log raft. And that would be about 80 to 100 semi-truck loads of logs that are corralled within the raft, and then they're cabled and tied together with dog lines and dogs.
And what are these deckhands out there doing?
They're out there, if you see them, they're corralling the logs up. They're retying them because the cables have busted when they come around the bridge there. And they're just trying to put them all back together so they can, later on this evening, in about 10, 12 hours, get everything towed back up to where they can tie it off again.
Is that a dangerous assignment?
It's extremely dangerous. If one of these deckhands were to fall in the river, then more than likely they'd go underneath a log raft if you could even catch them, and they could be pinned under there or lose their life.
These log rafts broke loose from farther upriver. What happened?
More than likely it was the cause of the current, the heavy rains, the flooding, that the dolphins could not hold it, and they didn't necessarily break, but they could have been just uprooted right out of the river.
And a dolphin is?
A dolphin is a piling, or like 3 telephone poles which are tied together on the top, bottom, and they're pounded into the ground as far as they can get them in.
And if you were on one of the boats today, you'd be out there on those logs then?
Yeah, I'd be out there for about 10 to 12, 14 hours working nonstop.
James, thank you very much. James Kenny of Foss Maritime. They're called dolphins because when they're all bundled together, they look like the snout of a dolphin sticking out of the water. We're down here at Newport Bay Restaurant. The restaurant is, the flood levels right now are about a foot away from where they were in November of 1995. So, Paul and Julie, the water's rising. Since we've been here, I took a rough estimate. It's come up 2 or 3 inches just in the last half hour or so.
Oh, my gosh. You're kidding.
Any idea on how long it'll take to clean all that up down there, Ron?
James, how long will it take to clean this all up, do you think?
Oh, they'll be into the late evening.
Into the late evening, guys. When we come back, I have some information about what they're going to do with the logs. Eventually, they'll be taking them downriver to Terminal 2. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on.
Well, you'd say business is booming at that restaurant then.
Business is very booming, yes, Paul.
If you say business, I don't know, something's booming, definitely. But it is quite a sight for those of you driving over any of the bridges, seeing those log booms in the Willamette River. They are absolutely huge.
We're going to continue to put on the screen the closures and cancellations and road problems we know about, so you might want to follow those as we continue on here. You probably know by now that no area of the Northwest is free from the threat of high water. Let's check in with the coast now, specifically the North Coast. Grant McComey is down in the Tillamook area today, which has spring floods every year, but now it's winter flooding. Grant, what can you tell us?
Well, Paul, everything here has been multiplied 2 or 3-fold from what the Willamette Valley is experiencing. It's been a combination of an incredibly fast snowmelt, heavy rains, and high tides in the afternoons that have caused incredible flooding throughout the county. As you probably have announced, access in and out of Tillamook is absolutely near impossible. Highway 101 north is closed. Highway 101 south is closed. You can gain access to the south end of Tillamook to about a mile or a mile and a half to the Les Schwab Tire Center, and then you have to turn around. It was only by sheer luck that we were able to make it into town by contacting some locals who took us through a maze of back roads up on higher ground, and ended up down here in downtown Tillamook, where I'm looking, staring in the face, a lake that extends from the Chevrolet dealer. It's near Hoquarton Slough, approximately a mile to a mile and a half, maybe a little further, all the way across to the Tillamook Cheese Factory. I know that's a landmark many people will be familiar with. It is just an incredible sight, as I say. Flooding is extensive throughout the county. A state of emergency has been declared here by the governor. Much of this has happened as a result of a dike breaking along the Wilson River. Sandbagging efforts are currently underway along many of the river systems in order to try and stop even more flooding. The impacts are going to be fairly extensive. A senior care center was evacuated yesterday. Those folks, approximately 60, have been moved to the Swiss Hall. And I understand that the fairgrounds here in Tillamook have also been set up as an emergency shelter, and I suspect many more people will be using that in the next day or two as these rains continue. Yesterday, high school and grade school kids were stranded as a result of buses not being able to get these kids home. And many of those kids spent a fairly sleepless night at the local high school. I understand their parents were able to pick them up, and by early morning hours, all these kids were able to get back home. But as I say, the fairgrounds and the Swiss Hall have been set up as emergency care centers. The impact countywide, particularly on the dairy industry, is going to be absolutely extensive and very expensive. I have heard tales of cows that have drowned and have been seen literally being carried down these rivers. As I pointed out, all the rivers in Tillamook County that feed into Tillamook Bay have exceeded their flood level. We're talking about Tillamook River Trask, Wilson, Miami, and Kilchis. All of them have surpassed their banks and are flowing into the Tillamook drainage down here at Tillamook Bay and backing up into the Tillamook, the streets of Tillamook proper. This weather forecast is not good news for the next 24 to 36, 48 hours. The rain here had let up. We had to, as I say, we had to take something of a back road to get here. It took us, from the McMinnville area, probably about 2.5 to 3 hours to make our way through over to Tillamook. And the rain had eased up somewhat as we were making our way, but just in the last 30 to 45 minutes, we've been hit by another front that is, winds have been picked up to about 25, 30 miles an hour, and the rain just coming down in sheets. That is not good news, coupled with high tides expected to hit here, as I understand, a 7+ high tide, which is a fairly high tide for this time of year. That's expected to hit here and contribute even more to the flooding by 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. So,
well, Grant, we appreciate appreciate the information. We need to break away, but just to confirm what you said, you still apparently can get into Tillamook if you know the back roads, but forget about going north on Highway 101.
And of course, already a disaster area declared by the governor. We'll show you more pictures later this afternoon from that area so we can see just what we're talking about. We'll also have more coverage, storm team coverage of the flooding when we come back right here on this expanded edition of Channel 2 News at noon.
Things looking pretty calm in that downtown shot of Vancouver from our Smith Camera Tower, but you know what's happening throughout the region, and it's not good.
You know, it is not calm in Bingen, Washington. That's in the gorge right across from Hood River. Barbara Wood joins us. She's on the phone. Barbara, what are you seeing there?
Oh, Julie, I can't wait for you guys to see these pictures. What you have here is a drainage creek. It's on Walnut Street. But Walnut Street now looks like Walnut Rapids. I can hardly believe it. What happened is they've got a mountain up here, Snowden Mountain. It was full of snow, about 2 or 3 feet. Well, that started to melt, and now it's just bringing everything down with it. All of this water, all of these rocks. If you try and walk across Walnut Street, not only are you trying to wade through about 1.5 feet of water, but the force of the water is unbelievable, and it's pelting rocks at you as you do try to cross it. Everything's at a standstill here in Bingen, and everybody's pitching in. You've got city council members on either side of town redirecting traffic. Just so that everybody does know, emergency service vehicles can get through here, but it's a slow go. Everyone's pitching in, as I say, and they're sandbagging and trying to keep the water out of people's homes. Unfortunately, the Eagles Lodge didn't really make out so well. They wound up taking in about 2 feet of water, and I can't wait for you to see the picture of the front door of this place. It's just like a river flowing out of the front door. Back to you guys. It's really crazy out here.
All right, and we'll have those pictures momentarily, we hope. Thank you, Barbara Wood in Bingen, Washington in the Gorge. Good to see that community effort underway.
Yeah, and if not before, we'll have a 4 o'clock hour special this afternoon, and we'll include the video from Bingen in that report as well. Now let's go back to Mark Hass on the Sandy River, where they've been having problems all morning long. Mark?
Paul, the measurement of the Sandy River now is above 21 feet. That's the highest it's been since 1964, according to the Troutdale police, who just measured it about an hour ago. Luckily, it hasn't forced any evacuations, at least not in the stretch of Clackamas and Multnomah counties, but it is rising. They are keeping a close watch on it. We are near Troutdale. You can see behind me, this is where Interstate 84 crosses the Sandy River. You can see it's obviously very high. And the one thing that I notice is that the current is moving especially fast, and you can see that when you see a log or some debris floating by, but so far no major evacuations along the Sandy. We have just learned that Multnomah County and the city of Portland are asking the governor's office for an official emergency declaration, which they expect to get later this afternoon or tomorrow. That will enable them to use some U.S. Federal Corps of Engineers help and possibly some National Guard help. Clackamas County, I understand, making the same request.
You know, Mark, I have an image in my mind. All the days are running together now. I think it was last Saturday, and Michael Hanna was up there walking from 84 down to a frozen Sandy River. Boy, how things have changed.
Exactly.
All right, Mark Hass, thanks for following that for us.
Let's go to Norm Gunning now in the newsroom with the latest on school closures in Southwest Washington. Norm, what can you tell us?
A lot of information coming into the newsroom here. A couple of changes for schools in Southwest Washington. In the Kelso School District, Ostrander Road was closed by flooding, so parents need to pick up students at school or at the Ostrander store at the regular time. Buses will not run on Ostrander Road. And in the Stevenson-Carson District, that's closing at 1 o'clock because of the flooding. Also, Molalla River schools are closing now. They're waiting buses for students. Bus routes are being modified to get the students home. And they've also been told that the Dickey Prairie route from Molalla High School will not be run due to the roads being closed. The students will be taken to the Molalla Senior Center to await their parents. As far as sandbags, down in the Salem area, Riverbend Sand and Gravel in Salem is donating sandbags, and you can pick those up at home base. The city of Jefferson down in that area, a water treatment plant is shut down due to flooding and mud. They're using backup wells, but people should boil all the water before drinking, and that's in the city of Jefferson. Residents of Brightwood, Welch's, Rhododendron who need to evacuate, an evacuation center has been set up at the Mount Hood Lions Club. If you need help getting out, you should call this number, 622-3256. 622-3256 to arrange for transportation. The State Fire Marshal is alerting folks to take flood precautions if you have to leave your home. Remember to shut off the gas and electric utilities before leaving. And also, due to the flooding of the Molalla River, the city of Mollalla's water intake pump station may become inoperative, and folks should conserve water out there. A lot of information coming in this afternoon. Back to you.
It's hard to believe we have to conserve water on a day like this, but water is an issue, clean water. And as we heard yesterday, don't assume that this water is clean, so you don't necessarily want your kids jumping through the puddles and stomping on the water, because it's not necessarily clean, all the water that we've had in the runoff.
Let's go to Ed Teachout now. Ed's on the phone from Marion County down east of Salem. Ed, what's it like down there?
Well, Paul, we're on the North Fork of the Santiam River, about 22 miles east of Salem, just west of Mahama. And the Santiam River is over its bank. It's flooding several areas down here, and there are several people being evacuated. We're right here off of Towers Road, where we've been we've had to volunteer with some of the local fire people to help an elderly woman get out of her house. They're just now lifting her out of her house, so we've already got her 2 dogs in a drift boat that we came over on. And people are very concerned here, not just because it's raining hard right now and the water continues to rise, but also upriver at Detroit Dam, we've heard that they're going to be releasing more water, which of course will increase the depth of water here. And many of the people whose homes the water is up to now, they're very concerned that it's going to take over those homes. So there's a lot of concern here on the North Santiam. And but the fire officials are here. They're evacuating everyone now. There's only a few people here that have refused to leave. But again, the site here is unreal. Everyone's pitching in, including myself and our photographer, Lyle Morgan. We've been drafted to help carry a drift boat about a half a mile into this area so we can get some of these people out. Back to you, Paul and Julie.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ed. Ed Teachout, and we understand it is still pouring down rain, particularly in the Salem area, so it certainly isn't over yet.
We're going to check on the weather situation specifically with Rhonda Shelby very, very shortly.
And we'll be right back. We're going to take a break right now, but stay with us, everybody. Storm team coverage continues right here on Channel 2 as we take a look at Fort Vancouver, thanks to our camera on Smith Tower.
Channel 2 News continues.
Good news today for people living along Johnson Creek. That creek is still raging, but not quite as high as yesterday. The high water flooded a number of homes yesterday, has subsided. Roads in that area are also clear today. The swollen creek had forced a stretch of Southeast Foster Road to close. The cascading water that pushed mudslides onto Highway 30 yesterday is also easing off. The entire highway and the St. John Bridge were closed for hours yesterday, but reopened last night about 7. Now today there is still high water at the Burlington Dip, and 2 of the highway's 4 lanes are closed west of Kittredge. So you still may want to avoid Highway 30 altogether if possible.
As we continue to give you an idea of what's happening throughout the region, let's go back up Highway 26 to Kern Snipes outside of Sandy. Kern, what's it like?
Well, Paul, it's raining here in Sandy, and earlier this morning we were up in Welch's. We took a look at the Sandy and the Salmon Rivers. One of the things I thought was interesting was we heard this rumbling sound on the Sandy River, and what it was, the current is so swift that it is actually picking up boulders, and we're hearing them being tumbled underneath the water. There are also in the Welch's area many rain-soaked, rain-saturated hillsides, and we have seen a couple of mudslides that have occurred, one or both of them actually overnight. One of them, if we can go to the pictures now, you'll see a house that belongs to Curtis and to Margaret Wilder, 78 and 77 years old. They were asleep in their home about 6 o'clock this morning when they felt something, heard something. They thought it was an earthquake. What it was a mudslide behind their home. It caught their home. It lifted the home off the foundation, twisted it around. The couple were asleep upstairs. They rode it out and managed to scramble out of a window when everything stopped. They discovered that their house had just been literally just lifted off its foundation, completely destroyed. The house is now sitting on top of their pickup truck. The mudslide behind them started on Salmon River Road, and there's a big stretch of that road that is now missing. The residents around there say that if this had occurred a half hour later, there would have been a school bus coming along. Trees, mud, asphalt all came pouring down, and it damaged another home as well. Just probably a couple of 100 yards away from that, about 3:30 this morning, 2 water tanks, storage facilities, were taken out by another mudslide. One of the tanks was holding 150 150,000 gallons of water. That torrent of water came rushing down into a neighborhood, slammed into a couple of homes. We talked to a man who said he was asleep. His neighbor rang, and he went downstairs and found out that he basically had a river running through his home. When we were there just a short time ago, it was still running through his home, coming underneath the garage, going through the house. It had blown out the back sliding doors, and it was just a big stream going through it. And so crews are out trying to divert the water that is still running, trying to move some of the mud, some of the rock. They've closed Salmon River Road. And we've talked with some people who have decided that enough is enough. It's time to get out of there. One couple have lived there for 19 years. They've got a hillside behind their home with some big trees. They say that it's not worth risking it. They're going to leave because they're afraid that that hillside might come down and that their lives might be in danger.
Curran, I can't imagine for people who rode this out and are in their house as the foundation gives way and it's moved, what's the emotional state they're in today after living through that?
Well, we've heard this before many times on many different stories, but they say they're just lucky to be alive. They feel like they've got charmed lives, that they managed to survive this and come out unscathed, not even a scratch. They were, of course, in bed asleep, and all of a sudden their whole house is topsy-turvy. And when we talked with Mr. Wilder, he was speaking with his insurance agent. He was going to have to go ahead and file that claim. This was their dream house, a log cabin that they built 10 years ago. They're retired, have been living there, and they say right now they just, it's too soon. They don't know what they're going to do, but remarkably, mentally, I mean, they are in quite good shape.
Wow. The Wilders, as Curran reports, in their 80s, lost everything it seems, but probably counting their blessings in one respect today. Okay, let's get back to the metro area with thanks to Curran Snipes and check in by phone with Lieutenant Terry Jones, who's with the Multnomah County River Patrol. Terry, what river are you on and what is it doing?
Well, I'm looking out on the Columbia River just adjacent to the airport, and we have about almost 18 feet on the river gauge. That's up 9 feet from yesterday at this time, and there is an awful lot of material being floated downstream from further east. There's a lot of logs, limbs, icebergs, small chunks of frozen snow material and such.
Lieutenant, what is the biggest threat then at this point? Is it the debris in the river, or that those waters are going to rise even more?
Well, I think it's probably that the water's going to rise, and the concern there is for people who are boat owners or who are living on the river, that anything that's tied securely down now as the water goes up can get pulled under. That's been a problem in years past. For boat traffic, if anybody is carefree enough to go out in weather like this, it can be the debris that will certainly damage motors and could put a hole in a boat.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody wanting to buy those kind of problems right now. I'm curious, though, Terry, since you mentioned folks living around Hayden Island and all the people that have their boats moored there, we saw all the video over the weekend of the boats literally frozen into the river. Did that cause considerable damage, or is that not a huge problem for people along the river there?
Well, no, it is a problem. We received information at the end of last week and over the weekend and early this week of, particularly as the weather warmed up and the ice began to melt, fittings that were cracked through hull fittings that then allowed water into the boat. We in the Portland Fire Department received several calls yesterday to go help dewater some boats that started taking on water when the ice melted. When the ice was building, those boats that are moored out in the open where there's no covering, particularly sailboats because they're so tall, gather a lot of ice, and it causes weight displacement problems, and they tip and get very topsy-turvy in the wind, and that causes some problems for them.
Wow. Well, we're continuing to look at the boom on the Willamette, but our thanks to Lieutenant Terry Jones of Multnomah County River Patrol monitoring things right now out on the Columbia. You just don't stop to think, Julie, about all the problems all of these various people in these various places are having.
And especially the boat owners, from the winds, of course, and then from the high waters, and then the ice last weekend and snow on top of that. So it has been a mess out there. We're going to take a break right now, but the most important question, what's the forecast? What's to come? We'll have it for you in just a minute, so stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. About 11 minutes before the hour, we can see a little fog settling in. It's definitely wet out there. Thanks to our view here of Washington County from the camera on top of Providence, St. Vincent Hospital. What's ahead? That's what we want to know. Probably the most important question of the day.
Well, Rhonda Shelby's had a very busy morning, not only watching the skies, but watching the waters, too.
Really, I think that now we're going to be seeing our next danger, which is the possibility of the Willamette or the Columbia being a problem. So that could be something that we'll be looking at next, and we will be watching that very, very closely because the rivers are rising very rapidly in that area. Now, I wanted to pass along some other things too. Our weather watchers have been calling in. I wanted to thank many of you for calling and letting us know how it is in your area. Just got a call from a woman in West Salem at a retirement home, and that's the Pioneer Village Retirement Home. They're being told to evacuate there. They're about a half mile from the Willamette River, and they're expecting the possibility of 2 feet of water coming over the banks. Those people are going to be leaving there very, very soon, she said. Also, a caller from Glenwood who says we've had 2 inches of rainfall here in the Coast Range since 7 a.m. near Little Beaver Creek. So really, none of these amounts that we've been hearing are unusual. A lot of people getting quite a bit of rainfall. As we take a look now at the current conditions, we're still seeing quite a bit of rain out there, and raining heavy just south of us in Salem all the way down to Eugene. We've had a front basically just stalled over that area. Temperature 47 degrees, humidity 93%, and the winds are out of the east at 13 miles per hour, freezing level 8,900 feet. All right, here's a look at some of these rainfall amounts over the last 24 hours or so, and we've actually added more on to this. Here's what we had in Portland here, almost 2 inches of rainfall, and that means since 48 hours ago, we've had over 3.5 inches of rainfall now. Astoria reporting 2.5, and Newport up to 3. It's Eugene and Salem that got hit really hard. Eugene there, almost 5 inches of rainfall in the last 24 to 36 hours. And as a matter of fact, they're still getting rain there right now. So the rain really hasn't let up. It's let up at times, but then we're back to the same old torrential rainfall we've been seeing over the last 24 to 48 hours. Now, as we take a look at this system here, this is the one we've been watching, bringing us that subtropical moisture up near Hawaii, bringing it right into our area right now. The front is stalled over the Willamette Valley. That's why we're seeing a lot of rainfall. We're going to see more because of this low developing right here off the coast. It's going to come in tonight, much like the one did yesterday, and bring us rainfall overnight again, some very heavy rain at times, and rain into tomorrow. So tomorrow we are not out of this, and as a result, the Willamette at Portland and the lower Columbia rivers are at flood stage right now. In fact, we may see some of the other areas on the Willamette and the Columbia at flood stage later tonight and by Friday morning at 4 a.m. So we'll be watching that very, very closely. All right, jet stream, another factor. One of the things it's doing is pushing all of this moisture right into the northwest part of Oregon, and we are not going to see any relief from the jet stream until Friday or Saturday. We're expecting it to warm up and for the rain to cut off by about Friday afternoon. But until now, the Pineapple Express continues, and look for the rainfall to be heavy again at times tomorrow. There's also a high wind warning for the coast. We haven't talked much about that, but the winds have been kicking up as each one of these 3 storms has been coming in ahead of it. We've been seeing a lot of windy conditions along the coast. Rain in the valleys continues again today, and we still have flood warnings just about everywhere. We've been talking about all the tributaries in northwest Oregon. Every single tributary is flooded at this hour. Everybody is seeing flooding, and now we're looking at the major rivers. The gorge, we're seeing rainfall out there. Winds are out of the west right now. High avalanche danger in the Cascades. We're going to be seeing rain all the way to 7,000 feet where it's snow after that. Central and eastern Oregon, flood watch up for that area. Mostly cloudy. Rain coming in later tonight as the system in the Willamette Valley starts to move through and affect folks in central and eastern Oregon. The highs today into the 50s and 40s, still very, very mild for this time of year. 30s and 40s for our lows tonight in eastern Oregon. Our highs on this side of the mountain will be in the mid-50s, 55 here in Portland, about 55 in Tillamook. Look for about 57 degrees in Newport. Lows tonight, 50s here, so once again, we're not going to see much of a change in the thermometer here in the valley, but along the coast we'll be getting down into the 40s in some areas. Gale warning on the coast, so quite a few heavy and high winds coming to that area tonight and possibly tomorrow as well. Rain today in the valley, and tonight we'll be seeing periods of rain at times. Sometimes we'll be seeing heavy rain, and then at other times it will just be light rain, but I think we're going to see another one of those nights where it rains all night long and into the next morning. As you can see, for the next 5 days, we have relief coming, but we have to get through Thursday and Friday. And I heard a very scary forecast about the Willamette River when I was talking to the guys at the River Forecast Center at the National Weather Service. They were saying that there's a possibility if we get some torrential rain, we could see that river up about 27 feet. And right now it's about 17.
Wow.
So it's...
and you can see how high it is from any of our camera shots, like the U.S. Bancorp building. The Willamette is so high.
Yes, indeed.
But at least there's hope out there for the weekend, that
There's
things
hope
might
for the
dry up a little bit if we can get there. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, Oregon National Guard helicopters are on standby in Eugene, Pendleton, Portland, and Salem, looking for flooding evacuees and assessing the damage. Leah Hope is in Marion County, and hundreds of people, I understand, are being evacuated there. Leah's on the phone. Leah, what can you tell us?
Well, Julie, the Marion County Emergency Management Team has just put out the word that they are going to evacuate the entire Santiam Valley. So that's all along the Santiam River, along Highway 22, specifically from the Detroit Reservoir into Salem. Apparently, the Detroit Reservoir is filling up, and within the next 30 hours or so, they are going to have to open that reservoir, causing a tremendous amount of flooding. They estimate about 3,000 people will be affected. So again, they are putting that word out now because they're expecting the next 30 hours to have to open up the Detroit Reservoir. So all those communities along the Santiam River from Detroit Reservoir to Salem will have to be evacuated along Highway 22. They are opening up shelters. The Red Cross is working with the Marion County Emergency Management Team. There are some shelters already in Gates, Jefferson, Turner, Overton, and Sublimity will be opening up a little bit later. So the word has just gone out from the Marion County Emergency Management Team to evacuate those areas, as well as they are having problem with water in these areas, and even in the Salem-Kaiser area, they estimate they only have a few days' supply of water left. But because any of the communities that take their drinking water from the Santiam River, there is problems there, and they need to evacuate. But if they were there, they wouldn't be able to use their water anyway. So they're being asked to leave that community entirely because the Detroit Reservoir, within the next 30 hours, is going to have to open up. It's filling up so much, so they're going to have to just open it up. So, Julie, we're going to have to wait and see what happens next. They just put out this alert from Marion County, and then they're going to be actually dispatching it from those individual communities.
So we're talking about thousands of people in the whole entire Santiam Valley, and I'm assuming they need to leave now.
Yeah, they estimate 3,000 people will be affected in these communities. They're asking them to start leaving now because within the next 30 hours, they're going to have to open up the Detroit Reservoir. So they wanted to put out the word as soon as they could, get people out of the area, but 3,000 people are to be affected by that.
Thank you, Leah. We appreciate that. That's Leah Hope on the phone near Salem, and we already mentioned that parts of Highway 22 completely washed out near Blue Lake, which is near the Black Butte area. So you can see the tremendous problem they're having in the Santiam Pass.
The message to you, if you live between Detroit and Salem, you have to leave. You're right, Julie. That's a wide stretch of territory and a lot of people. Before we move on here, let's move down to Lane County for this note, too. The Sheriff's Department is ordering people in the town of Mapleton to leave due to flooding along the Siuslaw. Lane County has set up shelters, but the entire town of Mapleton along Highway 26 is now being evacuated as well. I've just never seen anything this widespread in Oregon.
It's everywhere, as Rhonda Shelby has been telling us. Every tributary in the Northwest, in Oregon and Washington is at the flooding stage at this point. It's unbelievable. And you are on the Clackamas River. Elizabeth Bermudez joining us now. So what's the situation there? Give us another.
Well, we showed showed you a story earlier about homeowners living out along the Clackamas River in the Edgewater area. If you want to take a look at that video right there, you can see the river is quickly rising. Homeowners out there in the Edgewater area were filling up sandbags today, trying to prevent the waters from flooding their homes. And we just got an update a few minutes ago from the Gladstone Fire Department, and apparently floodwaters are already pouring into some of those homes out there. So those sandbags did serve a purpose. They helped deflect some water, but the water is coming in. If those homes will wash away, it's a wait and see kind of thing right now.
Give us some of the personal accounts of this. I mean, the personal tragedies. People build their homes. One man, this was his 4-year anniversary.
Yeah, one of the homes out there was almost $500,000. It was today marks the 4-year anniversary that he built the home. He was very emotional, and I could feel for the guy. It was a beautiful home. You know, you dream of owning a home along the river, beautiful, and it could get potentially a lot of, thousands of dollars worth of damage.
Yeah, it's really horrible. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for the work you've done this morning being out there on the Clackamas River. It is at a dangerous level, to be sure.
You're watching Channel 2 News in Portland as we near the 1 o'clock hour. Paul Inman and Julie Emery with you with extended coverage, and we're informed now that because there are so many things happening in so many areas, we're going to stay on the air at least indefinitely and continue to inform you of what's taking place throughout the region. Sheila Hamilton in our newsroom has been examining the question of insurance and what kind of numbers of people are covered and not. Sheila, what can you tell us relative to the insurance picture?
Well, what we found out, Paul, is pretty disturbing. The Federal Emergency Management Agency tells us that fewer than 20% of the Oregonians who live in floodplains own flood insurance. That's a devastating look when you're talking about these people sustaining hundreds and thousands of dollars of damage during this flood. What they tell us is that the reason people generally don't carry flood insurance is that there's a relatively long time between these events, if you will. The last time that we had something nearly this bad was in 1964, and actually in the Portland Harbor we were at 29.8 feet. You heard Rhonda earlier talking about 27 feet. Well, in 1964 it reached 29 feet. Back in 1890, 28 feet, and in 1923, 25 feet. So most of these homeowners feel as if they can take the gamble and not pay the monthly premiums, sometimes very high premiums of flood insurance. Now, interestingly enough, Paul, what they have said is that FEMA in the past 3 months has made a major push in the Northwest to try to get Oregonians to get flood insurance, and there were relatively few people that were interested. Now, as people are having their homes flooded, they are trying to desperately get flood insurance and finding out it's a 30-day waiting period. So anyone who tries to buy flood insurance today, no good for at least the next 30 days.
Yeah, so it's not good for this flood, that's for sure. And unbelievable how few people actually have flood insurance. 1 in 5 in Oregon, and that's in the high-risk areas.
Well, let's continue to check in with our viewer/reporters. I understand there's a Bill Hazlitt on the phone from Walport, which is on the Central Coast. Bill, what have you got for us down in your area?
That's Dale Hazlitt down here. Yeah,
Dale.
Something really strange happened this morning. Of course, it rains and always has here for years, and we had a big blow, on the 12th. But this morning, pre-dawn hours, a whole hillside let loose right downtown Walport, and there were 2 houses kind of built right on that hillside. It kind of came down, hit one of them, carried the upper half of it, I understand, with the people still in it, clear across and out in the street, and the rest of the debris went across the Little League field and through another fence, and probably went 300 feet from where it started. I was prepared to see a little bit of a slide, but when I got down there and took some pictures of it, and we can't get the film to you because the roads are all closed, but when I saw what I did, it just totally, I was just speechless. You're not prepared until you see it.
Yeah. What about the people? Are they okay, Dale?
Yeah, they got him out. I guess from I talked to the superintendent of public works, and he told me they rode it out, and the woman came crawling through it all and with practically nothing on over to the fire department, and I haven't been able to talk to her myself. I'm just relating to what I was told by the people that are down there. But no, this thing just shoved one house out of the way, kind of, and the other one, they just took the upper story of it, kind of the lower story was built into the hill. It took the upper story right with it and carried it some 100 feet out away from where it was, and then you can see pieces of cars sticking up out of that mud. I hope no one was in there. At this time, no one really knows what's underneath it, because it's probably in places 20 feet deep, and like I said, from the time it started till it ended, it went about the length of a football field.
Dale, are you still experiencing steady rainfall down there?
Oh, it's been picking up a little bit. I've been out all morning taking pictures, and we just had a real gully washer go through a few minutes ago here, and my rain gauge I'm looking at right now, and we're way over 4 inches in 24 hours. Here, right, just out where I'm standing looking outside. It has stopped raining at the moment, but average-wise, it's going to stay with it, I'm afraid. The river's coming up. It's flooding into the lowlights, into the some of these developments. Little Albany is now being flooded, and it's going into Barkley Meadows, which is 6.5 miles east of Walport. And Highway 34 is closed at 18 miles with a big tree and log slide, a mudslide there, and I don't think they're going to get that open for a while. So we're just hanging on. The power's out. Everything east of 7 miles or 8 miles up the river.
Well, Dale, thank you very much for checking in with us. Dale Hazlett from Alsea Cable down there in Walport. Same story everywhere we go.
Really serious problems we're looking at today. As we mentioned earlier, the entire Santiam Valley is being evacuated. That's 3,000 people. Not far from there in Silverton, we want to show you some pictures now thanks to home video. Can you imagine? This is actually the Silver Creek. It doesn't look anything like a creek right now, does it? This is a frightening prospect as some of these small creeks are now expanding, and as we've said again and again, in the Northwest, every tributary at this point is at flood stage, and you can certainly see, so is the Silver Creek in Silverton. You can see the water right up, lapping up to the porch there of these homes. So a horrible situation, I think it's fair to say, throughout the Northwest.
Well, we appreciate the home video. If you have what you might consider dramatic video you'd like to share with us, please contact our news department, and we'll see if we can't share yours with our viewers. Much the same situation up in Bingen, Washington, as we heard from Barbara Wood a while ago with the creek in that town going right down the center of the street, and we'll show you that video as soon as we receive it. Right now, though, we want to go back to Mark Hass, who's been following the Sandy River this morning as it rises. Mark, bring us up to date, if you would, sir.
Well, the Troutdale police say this is 21 feet and rising, and it hasn't been at that level since 1964 in what was known as the Great Christmas Flood of Portland in 1964. We're at a recreational vehicle park where the residents are watching nervously, and if you know this area, this is right where I-84 crosses the Sandy River. The thing that you notice, Paul, is how quickly the current is moving. You can see there, especially if you see a log or a piece of wood or some debris, it is going at 10 or 15 knots, and it, of course, is all flowing into the Columbia River, and that, of course, has residents on the Columbia and the Willamette, as we've been mentioning all morning, much more worried than what is happening precisely right at this spot on the Sandy River, because, as we've said before, there haven't been any massive evacuations or anything like that along the Sandy in Multnomah or Clackamas counties. However, they are watching it, and the Sandy continues to rise.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, I have heard some people in reference to rivers this morning make mention of the Christmas floods of '64, and for those of us living in Portland, we can all recall seeing the Willamette right at the top of the old seawall at that time, spilling over.
And Paul, from what I understand, in that '64 flood, the conditions were nearly identical to the conditions that we've had today. Back then, we had a very heavy snowfall, an ice, and then very warm weather all of a sudden.
Yeah, and you know, we've hesitated from actually using those words on the air because we don't want to cause alarm needlessly, but Mark Hass brings us information now that the Sandy River, at least, they haven't seen levels like that since 1964.
Unbelievable. As we mentioned earlier, just to recap some of the information that we're now receiving, the Oregon National Guard helicopters are placed on alert. They may be needed for search missions as well as damage assessment, of course. So a lot is going on this afternoon. Extended coverage of Channel 2 News, it continues, so thanks for staying with us, everybody. We want to provide you information and also give you some assurance that things are okay. We're just going to get through this, but there are some real issues that we need to be reminding you of, and dangerous areas at this point. Evacuations in Marion County, as we've told you about, and also flooding throughout the area.
Ken Cole has been riding the storm, if you will, up in the Estacada Carver area. And Ken, what can you tell us at this hour?
Paul, it's looking really ugly here. The rain is coming down harder than it has been all day, which is only going to hamper things. We're at the Carver mobile home park here on the Clackamas River. We keep having to move up to higher ground because this river keeps on rising. The last time we looked at the Carver Bridge, the higher marking on the bridge is 18 feet. It is above that level. It was supposed to crest at 16 feet today, but it continues to rise. The problem is that we have heard reports now that a couple of dams upriver may possibly release more water because they are just at the brink now. Once the water gets too high, they have no choice. They have to release a surge of water. That could happen. It may have already happened, and we could see a rise of water here by a couple of feet in about an hour or so. But we don't have confirmation yet whether they actually had to do that. Some of the fire officials here tell us that was a possibility. We'll know in about an hour where the water is going to get even higher than it is. I can tell you as we'll spin around here, this is the Carver Mobile Home Park, and they're not allowing anybody into this area right now. They're restricting traffic down here. You have to live here or know somebody that you're going to be helping out. But there are a lot of folks very busy trying to evacuate, trying to stack some of their valuables up high, trying to keep it out of the water. But as you can see, it's getting higher by the minute here. I'm amazed. I've been here since about 7 o'clock this morning. We could have walked all the way past those trees this morning because it was still solid ground there. But now, as you can see, it's come up quite a bit. And it's really hard to say exactly how high the water is. It's probably well over 18 feet, given that we can't see the marker on the bridge anymore.
Well, Ken, I know you're standing in the water, so what's the current like? Can you tell me anything about that? It looks like it's moving pretty swiftly behind you.
Well, I have never seen anything like this before. A lot of folks haven't either out here in the Clackamas. I talked to a gentleman who's lived here 20 years. He's never seen anything quite like this. The water is just incredibly swift. There's a major current through here. We've seen all kinds of items floating down that river, large pieces of wood. We saw some type of huge petroleum canister of some kind that was floating down here earlier, large logs drifting down the water. So you definitely don't want to be anywhere near this current, because if you somehow get stuck in that, you're a goner. There's no way they're going to pick you up after that.
Ken, has there been any conversation out there at all about how those manufactured homes will hold up if that current gets stronger up where they are?
Well, I can tell you, Paul, if we shift over here real quick, we can get a sense that how high these units are. They're raised above the ground. This one's a good couple of feet above the ground, so that's really helping out. It gives the owners here a couple extra feet that they don't have to worry about. But from this morning, the water has come up so dramatically that could definitely become an issue for this home and a couple of others that are in the worst of shape right now.
Oh, I can't imagine. How are people holding up emotionally? I can't imagine evacuating your home with this kind of condition.
Well, I've been talking to Patty McAllister earlier today. She lives at this unit right here, and she's in pretty good spirits. She says people are really helping out. She's amazed at how many of her neighbors she's gotten to know. She's had 2 or 3 offers of a place to stay, but she came very close to tears earlier when I was talking to her, because I think she's just getting very tired, and it's very taxing watching this water.
Yeah, I'm sure they can't even sleep or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, and the prospect that Ken raises of perhaps dams being able to spill some water. I mean, can you imagine how that would increase things for everybody living downstream? Much the same situation as they have going on the Sandy Am River and Detroit Lake right now. But one assumes, and we can say this because we know a lot of you are thinking it, if you build your home on a river, you anticipate that there might be a problem sometime, some way, someday, but nothing like this, because as you can hear all of these seasoned veterans tell it, they haven't seen anything like this before.
In probably 30 years, we're talking about, many times we're hearing people go back and saying they haven't seen anything like this since 1964. So a lot of people, of course, have moved into our area and they've never seen anything like this.
Well, let's go back to the Willamette. Ron Peterson holding forth down, I guess you can show us some numbers based on where I see you standing, Ron.
Yeah, Paul, as a matter of fact, this plaque was set up in November of last year when we had almost a foot of rain for the month and the river was high then. And the middle of the plaque is where the river level was back in November. Well, I decided to get a ruler and see what the measure is. Here's the water level here. Mark it there. That's about 14 to 15 inches. When I got the ruler about 20-25 minutes ago, it was at 17 inches. In the last 20 to 25 minutes, the river has come up another couple of inches. What I want to know is who washed their car, because scientifically it's been proven if you wash your car, it rains. And I'm taking names, and I want to find out who exactly did this. We've looked at the logs come down the river all day long. We will continue to do that. When we break away here, we're going to go set up and get another shot to show you downriver as well, because the bridges are up. I talked to Whit Olson at Foss Maritime. They're the group responsible for collecting the logs. They're going to be taking them down to Terminal 2 at the Port of Portland. I checked with the Stevedore Services of America down there, and they said they're going to probably put them at Dock 206 for a couple of days, because in a couple of days some more ships come in to be offloaded, so they can only keep them there for a couple of days. So this is going to be a headache for the city of Portland and river traffic for the next couple of days. And as Rhonda was telling you earlier, the Willamette River looks to be getting to above flood stage, I think is what she was saying, tonight into tomorrow. So more rain is coming, and we haven't seen the crest of the river yet.
Now, Ron, you're saying the bridges are up. So just from a traffic advisory, is that causing a big problem downtown at this point?
Exactly. You're right. And it's a rolling closure. As the logs get down to one bridge, they raise it up. The Hawthorne Bridge at the moment, then the Morrison, then the Burnside and Steel bridges will be raised as the logs go down. They had about 3 rafts of logs together. They have let at least 1 or 2 rafts go down, and it really is amazing to watch all the tugboats racing around, herding these logs like sheepdogs herd sheep, keeping them in the flow of the river into the main current and keeping them away from the banks. I was talking to one gentleman earlier. He says if these logs were to get in between the bank and a boat, the pressure from the river and the force of the logs would be ripping these ships away from their moorings. So the job is to keep the logs into the center of the channel to where they can control them and ease them down in a manageable group down toward Terminal 2. We still have a raft or 2 here by the Markham Bridge between the Markham and here at Newport Bay Restaurant, and we'll be showing you that a little bit later on to give you a better feel for what all these pilots on the river are doing. I mean, it is really interesting to watch these tugboats swarm around these log rafts.
It's a pretty tricky situation, I imagine, as the river is rising. Thanks, Ron, for your update on the river, and we're seeing the signs, but I think it's very tricky with the river rising inches within 20 minutes.
So fast.
Yeah.
The message, if you're traveling east side or west side today in either direction, you want to use one of the bridges that doesn't go up. That would be the Selwood, the Ross Island, the Markham, the Fremont. You can be sure you can get over those bridges, but the others are going to be going up and down, as Ron reported.
Boy, Grant McComey was on the phone earlier from Tillamook telling us about the situation there. Of course, they're used to flooding in the spring, but this is much more serious than that. Jim is on the phone from Tillamook. Jim, can you describe the situation from your point of view?
Well, it looks like the water is going up, and we're about to have high tide at 1:39 today, and they're expecting a 7-foot tide. So when the tide comes in, the water level here goes up. And the water is all the way uptown in the high part of town now, and it's going into a lot of the businesses.
Like you're talking a foot of water, or how much water?
At least, or better.
At least. Wow, in downtown Tillamook.
Right, and the Coast Guard is still ferrying people around on boats, and they've decided here at the Tillamook Cheese Factory they have a train where the tracks are above the flood, so they're going to run it from 1 o'clock today until 7 tonight, ferrying people around the flood and uptown to 3rd Street.
So you're at the Shiloh Inn there in Tillamook. Are you closed?
We're quite high here. We're up on a little knoll, and we haven't flooded yet. So the Wilson River is just behind us, and we're hoping the dike holds. And yesterday, a big section on Wilson River Road had a big slide, and about 75-foot to 100-foot trees were coming down the river.
Wow. Well, good luck to you folks down there in Tillamook. Thanks, Jim, for giving us a call. We appreciate it.
One of the areas we're keeping an eye on very closely, Marion County. If you haven't heard yet, they're now evacuating all people along the Santiam River from Detroit Lake back to Salem. Ed Teachot's in Marion County following things for us. We have him on the phone now. Ed, what do you have for us?
Well, Paul, we just got off our drift boat trip back over the Santiam. It's totally flooded out several of the roads leading into lots of houses where, like you said, they're asking people to voluntarily evacuate, and most are complying. We just got back from one elderly lady who she's on oxygen, and we had to carry her all the way back in the drift boat back here to some emergency crews. But the concern right now, it's raining quite heavily here, and there is concern what the rain could do, but the biggest concern is Detroit Dam, that they've heard that they're going to be making some releases, the Army Corps of Engineers is, to release some of the pressure on the dam, and that's going to make the flooding down here even worse. And already some of the local residents here say they haven't seen it this bad in 30 years, back till 1964, the flood then, they said it was about like this. But they're really concerned on what this release might do. Of course, Highway 22, don't even think about coming up this way because it's closed at Mill City. And that's the way it is right now out here on the North Fork of the Santiam River.
All right, Ed, thanks for that update. As you can imagine, we're talking about thousands of people being evacuated from the Santiam Valley at this point.
I think we have some video of another evacuation going on right now. Do we have the Silver Garden video available to us out at Silverton? Yes, we do. This is a care center in Silverton where officials moved in and began moving folks out because of high water. And we don't mean to imply this is any different than what we're seeing in other regions. The story is much the same throughout the entire region, but here is a situation where the water is just getting too high for people that aren't really able to care for themselves, so they're on their way out of there. That's the Silver Garden Care Center in Silverton. If you have a relative or a friend in that facility, be advised that they are now moving out of there. Everybody's okay, but they'll be moved to a safer spot for now.
And that was home video from some of our viewers, so if you have video, please send it to us so we can share it with other people. We want to show you what's going on as much as tell you. But right now, more words to tell you what's happening. Steve Dunn is in the newsroom. Steve, what do you have for us?
Julie, some important information just in from the Yamhill County Sheriff's Department. Due to the anticipated flooding of the Willamette River, the Sheriff's Office is asking for voluntary evacuation of all persons who may be affected by that rising water. So voluntary evacuation. Also, the McMinnville Salvation Army has made arrangements for shelter and food for those persons who may be evacuated from their residences. Aid has also been established at the following locations in Yamhill County: the Union Vale Community Church, they'll provide food and shelter; the Dayton First Baptist Church, food and shelter there as well; and the Hopewell Community Church, food only at this time. Any more questions, call the Salvation Army there in Yamhill County. The number is 472-1009. Go ahead and write this down, 472-1009 in Yamhill County. Once again, they're calling for voluntary evacuation of all persons who may be affected by the rising water. We will keep you posted on that. Back to you.
Steve Dunn in the newsroom. We'll get back to you, sir. Thank you very much. Good to have you on board.
Boy, important information if you live in that area.
Absolutely.
Most definitely. So have all the neighbors pull together at this point as people are evacuating the area. We're going to take a break just for a minute, though, and we're going to show you some pictures of the Sandy River, but we'll be right back as our storm team coverage continues on a special edition of Channel 2 News again on this Wednesday afternoon.
You're watching extended coverage of flooding and storming throughout the region. Paul Lindman and Julie Emery bringing you pictures of just what we're not sure right now. This shot from Vancouver, Smith Tower, the Columbia River behind, we assume, but the story is much the same. We have high waters on virtually all rivers and tributaries throughout the Northwest, and in many areas, people are being evacuated.
You know, and this is a day, just to say, I suppose it's obvious to a lot of you, not to be on the river unless you have to be, because everyone's reporting a high water, of course, and also lots of debris in the water, so it's extremely dangerous on the river, even in a boat. At this point, let's talk to Mike Gallagher. He's with the Army Corps of Engineers. We were reporting earlier, the Marion County officials told our reporter that there were evacuations in the Santiam Valley. We want to clarify everything. So, Mike, are you joining us now? Can you hear us? Can you clarify the situation?
Yes, Julie, thank you. The best information the Corps of Engineers has at this time is that not today, there will be no releases of water from Detroit Dam today, and I'm not trying to counteract anything that Marion County is doing, but we do not plan to release any water from the Detroit Dam today. We are going to be evaluating in the next 24 to 48 hours the inflows to Detroit and how much water will be let out and when. When we do let water out of Detroit, it will be gradual. We will let people know as soon as we possibly can. There will be no surprises, but it is filling up.
All right. Well, Mike, you mentioned that there would be a release of water in 30 hours, but it sounds like from what you're saying, there's not definitely going to be a release. You're assessing the situation in the next 24 hours. Is that right?
That's correct, Julie. We are taking a look at it as we can every hour if we can to watch what the inflows are and best estimate when we can begin releasing water. We can say we are considering releasing water from the Green Peter Dam up near Lebanon in the next day or so, and a couple other projects, Dorena Dam as well as down at Cottage Grove. But we are assessing each project individually to determine when we can release water and how so to do it safely.
Mike, since we have you on the phone, do us a favor. We've got some video of of Columbia River and its dams and some information we've been given relative to what the Corps is doing along there. We'd like to show that video, and I suspect you're not in a situation where you can see it, but hear what I have to say and then tell me if this sounds right to you. The water's high at Oregon dams, and engineers are making emergency plans to ease the flow. Right now, we're told the Bonneville Dam's running at 375,000 cubic feet per second. That's even higher than the dam was running when we took these pictures last spring. The Corps of Engineers, we're told, will begin slowing the flow of its dams first in John Day, then in the Dalles, then at Bonneville. This is an emergency action to reduce the level of water in Portland's major rivers. Corps of Engineers employees say this is the worst flooding they've seen since 1964, and 3 workers at the Hood River Powerhouse had to abandon their station since Hood River is now over its banks. Now, Mike, that's the latest information we've been given. Comment on any or all of it, if you would, and tell us if that's a fair appraisal.
Well, for the most part, it's all correct, Paul. Of course, the Hood River situation does not involve us directly, but it is correct as you stated it, and certainly that we're bringing the river level down eventually so we can accommodate the extra outflow from the Willamette River. So everything you stated is correct, and we are working with the River Control Center and the Weather Service to make sure everything flows properly.
All right, Mike, can you clarify for me and help me out in terms of what we've been saying in terms of evacuations in the Santiam Valley? I know that's maybe not your decision to call, but are there evacuations underway, forced evacuations, or just voluntary evacuations?
I don't know anything about evacuation.
All right, well, we hope to find that out and clarify that. We appreciate your time, though, Mike. Thanks for setting us straight on what's happening at the Detroit Dam, and we will call Marion County officials to make sure we've got the information straight, because at last we heard there was an evacuation of the Santiam Valley. We're going to find out exactly what that means. As he mentioned, the Army Corps of Engineers is assessing the threat and what that would mean in terms of possibly releasing water that might be necessary at the Detroit Dam. They hope to do it, of course, as gradually as possible so that there isn't a threat to the many people living below the dam. But at this point, it's a wait-and-see situation.
You know, both things could be true. They could be evacuating people right now for other reasons as well. So let us continue to follow that one for you. And we really appreciate having Mike Gallagher from the Corps of Engineers get in touch with us. Let's keep Mike at hand so as this information comes in, we can get back to him and go to the expert while we're on the air trying to bring you important information. Back to Washington State momentarily in the Klickitat River. We talked with a woman earlier whose husband had been evacuated from their home along the Klickitat. Now we have Kathleen on the phone from the same area. Kathleen, what's your situation on the Klickitat?
Well, the river's about 15 feet away from our front door, and it's blowing pretty hard, and our local fire department doesn't have any sandbags for us, and we're kind of in need of them, and they weren't prepared for it. So I'm not sure what we should do, but it shouldn't reach our house itself, but everything else is pretty much...
What are the officials telling you, Kathleen? Has anybody knocked on your door and told you to get ready to leave?
No, I called the police department in Goldendale, and they said to get out, but on the roads, either way, we're blocked in. We're like, our house is on the road.
So you need a boat to evacuate?
Basically.
Oh, wow. Kathleen, you say the water is 15 feet from your door. Where is it normally?
Oh, how far from our house is the water normally? About 15 feet. About 23 yards or so from our house.
Or 23 yards, wow, okay. All right, Kathleen, we appreciate the call from Klickitat. A lot of people being evacuated in Klickitat because the river's swollen there, as so many rivers are at this point.
We have Rhonda Shelby still at our side. Rhonda, any further word on, I hate to ask you about all the rivers in Oregon, but I feel like it.
Well, you know, I mean, it's safe to say now that just every major tributary here in northwestern Oregon is flooded. We are seeing major flooding on many of the rivers. We're still now watching the Willamette and the Columbia to see what will happen, since some of the runoff is now coming back into the Willamette from some of those tributaries that are just can't handle all of the water. And there are some possibilities that we may be seeing 5 to 10 inches of rain. That's a conservative estimate, 5 to 10 inches by the time this whole thing is done here in northwestern Oregon. I think right here in the valley, if we take a look at the next 5 days here and the 5-day forecast, you'll see at least 2.5 more inches by Friday. Then we'll see this start to turn into showers on Friday. Saturday and Sunday is looking mostly sunny right now, but between now and then we have a very rough period to get through. One more storm system is off the coast right now, another strong one. This is the third of 3 that'll be coming in tonight, bringing us rain tonight into tomorrow.
If we could just say stop. We've had enough, but we can't, can we?
Well, I had enough on Monday.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't happen very often, does it, Rhonda, that we have so much ice and snow followed by such warm temperatures, which of course frustrates all of us.
And rain.
Right. I was talking to Jim Bosley earlier, and he was saying he hadn't seen this in all his years of having this many storms in a chain this way, in a row, basically from one weekend to the next. He hadn't seen it before.
Well, it sounds like if there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, it's the fact that these people involved in some of these situations are going to have some dry weather to clean up in. We tend to think of water coming in as being fairly clean and going away, but of course it brings in mud and silt and everything that's carried down the river, and what a mess.
Right, and so much debris. We'll really have to watch the debris floating down the Willamette and the Columbia, which if you live in a houseboat or near the river, really watch that over the next couple of days.
Let's clear up the situation now in Marion County. As promised, Ed Teachout is on the phone, our reporter who's down in the Salem area. Ed, what can you tell us?
Well, right now we're about 22 miles east of Salem, just off of Highway 22. Of course, it's closed up at Mill City, so no one can get through any further than that because of high water, and also there are some road damage up even further. But right now the big concern is that the Santiam River, specifically the North Fork of the Santiam River, is continuing to rise today, and they're asking a voluntary evacuation for at least several dozen residents around here. We were across the river by drift boat. Is about the only way they can get some of these people out. We went over there, and there was some, at least one elderly woman who was on oxygen. We helped carry out, and but the residents along here are really fearful, not because it's raining continually, but from what might happen here in a few hours, because we've heard the Army Corps of Engineers is going to be releasing more water from Detroit Dam, which could raise the level of the Santiam River several feet. So that's the fear right now. We're standing by also. They're bringing in some helicopter evacuations to some areas. We're on the scene right now, waiting for the helicopters to arrive to bring out several people that are stranded on the other side of the river. They're surrounded. And they can't.
Ed, let me interrupt you just briefly so that we don't continue to confuse. This is for your information as well as everybody else's. We just spoke to the Corps of Engineers. They are evaluating the situation at Detroit Dam. They have not made the decision to release any water yet, but they will continue to evaluate and make a decision over the next 30 hours. Now, earlier we were presented information that people, some 3,000 all the way from Detroit back to Salem, were being evacuated along the Santiam, but what I hear you saying is there are pockets of people who are asked to voluntarily evacuate. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Some pockets, and we've just talked with the state and fire district, and they said there's about 24 that they know that they've been evacuated. The area we were at, there was 12 people that were involved. And you're right, Detroit, we haven't got confirmed that they are releasing water, but we did talk with the Marion County Sheriff's officers on the scene down here, and they said that they'd heard that they'd planned on doing that, and that was their fear, why they were trying to get everyone out at this point so they didn't have to deal with some emergencies later on.
All right, thank you, Ed. We appreciate that. We have more evacuations that we can tell you about. These happening on the Siletz River, of course, on the coast just outside of Oregon's Lincoln City. So there are evacuations taking place throughout the Northwest. At this point, I can't tell you how many people are being evacuated, but that there are some evacuations on the Siletz River. Now, exactly what that means in terms of whether those are voluntary evacuations or forced evacuations, I can't give you that information either. But at this point, you can see a lot of rivers are at flooding stage, and a lot of the authorities are asking people to leave their homes because that's probably the safest place for them to be, so they don't have to make these emergency rescues. We don't want to see those kinds of scenes repeated.
Well, you know, Julie, we seem to be chronicling a communication difficulty, which is not surprising to us in situations like this, but we might suggest to Ed Teachout or our producers, whoever can hear us best and communicate this to Ed, that the next Marion County Sheriff's deputy or National Guard person or whoever in official capacity in Marion County he encounters, have them contact the Corps of Engineers and specifically Mike Gallagher and clarify what's happening at Detroit Dam, and then clarify for us and all of the hundreds of thousands of people watching us right now what's happening with the evacuation along the Santiam River. And we're going to continue to ride this. We'll get it squared away, but we need to be precise as best we can at this time in fairness to everybody involved. Mark Hass out on the Sandy River. It was, oh, look at this. Look at the picture we've got. Mark, talk to us about that.
Well, Paul, what you're looking at is a boat shed here along the Sandy River, and the reason we're showing you this picture is it has gone up about 6 inches since we were out here earlier here at noon. And the situation along the Sandy, 21 feet and rising. That's the highest it has been since 1964. We've mentioned that before. However, it continues to pose a threat, but not evacuations, at least not in Multnomah or Clackamas County. So the Santiam River rising and a dangerously strong current behind me. Rising at 20 feet and 21 feet and no evacuations right here, and that is the situation.
Wow. Any evacuation that you've heard about out in that area yet, Mark?
No, they're still looking very closely at it. We're at a recreational vehicle park, and as you can see, they still have maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 feet to go before anybody here is in trouble. And we just talked to Clackamas and Multnomah County emergency management agencies, and they say they're watching it closely, but right now, no forced evacuations.
Well, many people in the area have been to Lewis and Clark State Park, so we can just see behind you how high the water is, because we know what the Sandy River normally looks like.
That's exactly right. And of course, we were reminded by some of the folks here that just a week ago they were walking across this frozen Sandy River, and so quite a reversal of weather changes.
I'm having this reaction in the studio, Mark, so tell me if you share the same one, and that is thinking about what it was like just this past weekend and seeing it now and just being amazed at how fast the water has risen. We're seeing this again and again throughout the area, but still, it is astounding to me.
It really is amazing. I mean, not just the water, but there's a 40-degree temperature differential from where we were just a few days ago standing on those icy streets and overpasses.
Mark, I know you've been talking to people up in that area today. What seems to be their frame of mind? Take it as it comes or what?
Well, you can see there's some pretty expensive RVs here, but unlike people who are in their homes, they're rather fortunate, and that is when things get dicey, they can just unhook and take off.
That would be kind of comforting to know, at least considering the situation we're seeing at this point. More rain expected to come. Rhonda Shelby's here, so she can tell us more about what we're going to expect in terms of the next couple of days, because we're not over with this, are we?
It looks like within the next couple of days we could see 2.5 more inches of rainfall. Now, I'm talking about just the city of Portland right now, but however, around the area, conservative estimates, we could get 5 to 10 inches here in northwestern Oregon. In fact, many areas in the coast range and also near the coast have been reporting quite a bit more rainfall. 4 inches falling in 24 hours in some areas. So I think this one is going to be a big one, and it looks like it will not end until Friday. We're expecting some showers Friday afternoon after we get through this period of rain tonight and tomorrow. So once again, we've had 3 major storms in a row here in the last 3 days, and we're into the last one.
Did it ever stop last night? I had a window open, and it seemed like the last 2 nights were just the same, at least in the metro area. It just did not stop.
It's been that way for the last couple of nights. Really, it has changed from moderate to heavy rainfall to light rainfall, but it really never did stop. We had a brief respite yesterday in the afternoon, and that might happen again before we get this next front tonight. But I tell you what, the front's just stalled over us.
You're talking about brief.
It's brief, right?
All right, let's show you what this means. All this rain has meant in the Welch's area. Let's take a look at some of the pictures we have coming back from that. This is the home of an elderly couple. They were in their house 3 in the morning, and boom, their house moves literally from the mudslide that just moved the entire house off its foundation. Can you imagine? This is their dream home, their retirement home. They fortunately were not hurt, and they feel pretty good today and feel lucky to be alive, as you can imagine they would, but still, their house, their dream, gone in a moment.
Not far from there earlier, we saw pictures of Salmon River Road, which just literally fell away, and apparently that took place at about 6 this morning, about a half hour. There's that shot prior to the passing of a school bus full of children. But the bus was held back and never got to this point. But we've been reporting on this for days now. People in the wrong place, not at the wrong time, but the wrong second. You know, these things can happen so fast. But no injury, nobody harmed in that situation. But the road's gone away. We might also tell you too. We reported on this earlier. If you weren't with us at that time, that on Highway 22, the Santiam Pass, which most people take to Black Butte, onto Sisters, onto Bend and Sun River and so forth. It's gone away. Right about the Subtle Lake, Blue Lake area, Highway 22 has fallen away. You can no longer get through there now. I believe we heard one of our reporters say they're stopping traffic at Mill City.
Right.
So if you're planning a trip to Central Oregon, you may not want to think about Highway 26 because of all of this, but no longer can you think about Highway 22 and the Santiam Pass.
And you can't, Mill City is only, it's 11 to 15 miles outside of Salem, so you're not going to get any further than that on Highway 22, just to let you know. Let's go back to Ron Peterson, who's on the Willamette River with the flood watch there. Ron, what can you tell us?
Hi, Julie. Hi, Paul. I don't know. We've all done this from time to time, stood here on the dock at Newport Bay at the River Place, waiting to be seated on the floating dock outside. And when July and August roll around, and on those warm summer nights when I'm doing that again, I'm going to be remembering this, standing out here in February when it's raining very hard. The river has come up probably 4 or 5 inches just in the 2 hours that we have been here. Now, they have behind us more of these log rafts that they've been holding in place at the Markham Bridge. What amazes me is the power of these tugboats. I mean, they're just all engine. They just sit there like rocks and hold these logs from going anywhere. They hold that position, I mean, 20, 30 minutes now. They've just been sitting there with the diesel engines running as hard as they can and holding those logs in place. They will eventually start letting those rafts down. They would let a couple of rafts go down the river earlier, and they're guiding them. The tugs are feverishly
Okay, well, we've lost your audio, Ron. I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't hear you any longer, so that ends his coverage from the Willamette River, I guess, so to speak. But just a travel advisory, because they are continuing to try to move the boom of logs, a lot of the bridges are up at different times of the day as they move it from one bridge to the other, so that situation certainly isn't under control quite yet, so still an inconvenience for travelers in the Portland area.
One of the hot spots, or wet spots, I guess I should say, we've been following all morning, Estacada Carver. We have some new video from that area. You know, if you're sitting in this chair, you're compelled to just keep the words coming. I really don't think we need to say much, Julie. Clackamas River, Carver, Estacada. Things are very, very dangerous, and there's that mobile home park, or I guess we say manufactured home park now, that Ken Cole has been visiting all morning long, where the water just keeps rising and rising and rising.
And of course, keep in mind that those homes are stationed, you know, 2 or 3 feet off the ground to begin with, so they have some coverage or some, what do I want to say, a little bit of cushion there, or some space, but we're seeing the water lapping right up to probably their living room floor at this point, so it's a frightening situation.
And that last shot of the Clackamas just rushing by. I mean, it couldn't be running any harder than that.
I'm amazed at this point, and fortunately happy to say that there haven't been any dramatic rescues that we've seen on the rivers of people literally carried away trying to evacuate their things. Tom Augusti is back from Estacada, and he joins us from our newsroom. Tom, you're a photographer. You've been in this area for a long time. What did you see? What can you tell us?
Hi, Julie. Hi, Paul. Well, I'm just getting back. I started my day out in Malino and then went to Malala, and if we can roll the tape, what you're looking at here is the River Mill Dam near Estacada. Checked with the folks at PGE, and they tell me this is the 3rd largest or fastest flow over this dam ever. There was a big flood in 1964, some of you might remember, and again in 71 or 72, but the pictures you're looking at again are from River Mill Dam just a couple of hours ago, and the water is really coming down. 3rd largest flow ever in since they've been keeping records.
Wow.
That's the Clackamas River, and you can see it's pretty brown and it's really moving. Here we are a little bit closer to Estacada. This is off Heupel Road. Paradise Park is the name of it. There's about 20 or 30 houses at the end of this road, and part of the problems that people are having today are simply getting access to the houses. This is, as you can see, maybe 2 or 3 feet of water.
Where's the road at this point?
Good question. You can see a log coming up here on the left. Again, the problem is that people who at 9 or 10 o'clock this morning sort of decided to stay in their homes and kind of ride it out are in a whole different situation now, because the water has risen and they are now sort of stranded. If they want to get out, they simply can't, at least in normal 4-wheel drive or regular vehicle.
Now, Tom, we've been telling people not to do this, not to go through water like this. You're in a news vehicle, so you're higher off the ground, I'm assuming, at this point. But are you seeing a foot of water? How much water was there, do you think?
I'm in a Ford Explorer, and yes, there were maybe 2 to 3 feet of water. Wow. It was sort of, it was a little bit iffy, but we were able to get through. This is Paradise Park that you're looking at, down power lines. As you can see, the water's rather high. I believe this is a Camaro here, so we're talking 4 or 5 feet of water. Eventually here I'll zoom out, and you can see that there are houses in the background. Paradise Park, to my understanding, has approximately 15 to maybe 25 homes in it, and about 10 of those homes are still okay. The other 20 have been fairly severely damaged.
How far is that area and those homes normally from the river?
Not very far, Paul. I would say within 50 or 100 feet. Most of them are riverfront property, and it's the other thing that I would mention is that, again, I just got back into the newsroom literally 10 minutes ago, that the water is still rising. I talked to a gentleman who had tied a knot on a fence post right on the Clackamas River, and when I was there, the river was right up to the knot. He said he tied it about 20 minutes ago, and it was about 6 inches to 8 inches below the knot. So what I'm saying here is in the last half hour, the river had actually risen about 6 to 8 inches.
I think that's the dangerous situation at this point. I don't know if you got a chance to talk to anybody, but just from what we've heard and our reporters at different rivers, what they've observed, the rivers have been rising like within 20 minutes, a couple inches.
Exactly, and driving around out there, you'll drive through rain squalls. Let me just talk a little bit about this video. This is one of the homes. There's the Clackamas River, and as you can see, lots of people have lost decks. These are some front steps kind of going up to the home. I don't know specifically how far the river was from this home to begin with, but it was a ways, probably a good 50 to 100 feet.
What about the people you talk to who live there? I mean, I look at this and see this car there buried underwater, and boy, I mean, it just pains me to think if that were my car or my home, it's hard to see. So I'm sure people there are pretty upset about everything.
Sure. A lot of folks still sort of running on adrenaline here. There'll be some video coming up if we stay with it of folks sandbagging. And I think people who are in a situation where their homes are still salvageable are trying to do just that, everything they can to keep them from being damaged any further. Most people, I would say, are hopeful and optimistic, but mostly just keeping busy and working really hard to try to save what's left of their home, and not all of them were really damaged. Here's an interview with the gentleman, if we can listen to this. He's a homeowner in Paradise Park. I'm not sure if we can get the audio up there. Well, I guess here we go. Tell me what it's been like here the last, I guess, 12 hours or maybe a little bit more than that.
Well, most of the neighbors started watching around 6 o'clock last night, and most of us kind of came out every hour on the hour, basically looking at the river, and it was coming up about a foot every 45 minutes for a while there.
What's it look like now? What kind of damage are we seeing over there?
Well, some of the houses down in the lower part of Paradise are 3 or 4 feet underwater. We know that because we saw them. And there's some decks that have been ripped off of houses, and fences that have been torn down, stuff that are well underwater now.
Tell me what you're hoping for your house now.
Well, my house is still not underwater yet, and I'm hoping it stays above water, along with about 7 or 8 other neighbors.
100-year floodplain.
I'm above the 100-year floodplain, according to what I've been told. In '64, my property was not underwater.
And now?
And now it's still not underwater, and hopefully it won't be anytime soon.
You've seen, I know you've lived here a while, does this surprise you?
Yeah, it did surprise me. Really did surprise me, because I've seen high water here. In '87, we had it up quite a bit, and just here, about a month and a half ago, we had it high, but I didn't really expect it to be this high, this close to, this close to the last 100-year flood.
Perfect. Okay, we're back here. Again, these are some folks who are in the process of sandbagging right along the Clackamas, have a very large home. I believe I'll pan over here eventually to the left, and you'll be able to see how close the river is to actually kind of being in their living room. Again, just neighbors getting together and helping each other out. The fire department is in the area there as well, helping with the sandbagging effort. They're not absolutely sure that it's going to work. These are the folks who I talked about earlier who said that they had tied a knot on a post, and the water had risen so dramatically. You can see the river. It's moving really fast. It's really high. Moments before I started rolling tape, of course, a large group of trees had just been washed down by the power of the river, and they were sort of floating downstream and taking out other trees in the process.
We talked yesterday on the news about things that you should do to prepare for flooding, and one of the things that was mentioned, our Channel 2 News in Motion was showing us, but still now I can see from your pictures, Tom, I can see why you need to put literally a plywood barricade from the house to protect your house from debris that might be floating down the river. And as you said, many decks gone just from the logs and other things that are floating in the river.
Absolutely, Julie. I saw a 55-gallon drum coming down the river, and there's also another hazard that the fire department talked about while I was there, is that because there's vehicles that are parked and now partially or totally underwater, there was a real smell of gasoline at some of these locations. And the fire department was asking people to put out cigarettes and things. So there's just a number of problems and things to be concerned about.
These folks are in pretty good shape, given all the friends they have helping them. They've got apparently a good supply of sandbags and a tractor to transport them in with.
Yeah, I think these folks were in a little bit better shape than most, in the sense that they did have some equipment to help move the sandbags and kind of make it a more efficient process. As I said, the fire department was also there to help. Here's another interview. This gentleman lives right on the Clackamas, and if you want to listen to him, we might be able to do that.
Is it higher or lower than it was an hour or 2 or 3 hours? Oh, it's still coming up. It's coming up 4 or 5 inches an hour at least. We kind of quit watching, you know, it just kept coming, so decided to go to work instead of watch.
You've lived here a while, I presume?
No, I lived down the street. We lived here 12 years, and this is the worst by far we've seen. By long ways.
Optimistic? What do you think?
Well, if the forecast is right, I don't think it's going to be very good. I think we'll all get wet in our houses. I had water in my basement at 4 o'clock this morning, so I haven't been back down there for a while. I don't know what it's like down there.
Your name?
Larry Craven.
Well, as you can hear, Paul, not very optimistic. I think there's one last section of tape, if you want to take a look at it. I'm not sure whether we can cue that up, but it is a landslide. Well, this is what I was talking about earlier, actually. Yeah. This is one of the vehicles that is partially underwater, gasoline leaking out, I think, from there, and that's why the smell of gasoline in the air.
A lot of hazards in this flood water. Now, I just didn't even think about the risk of gasoline, but of course we talked about sewer overflows yesterday, and not to mention all the debris. Now, here's the mudslide you were talking about, Tom, so go ahead and explain this to us.
This is Highway 224 between roughly I-205 and Estacada. I know that's a long stretch of road, but I would say it's probably 5 miles from 205. The road is closed. As you can see, the hillside has just given way. A big clump of trees kind of came down. And that is another problem that's becoming more significant, is that there are just a lot of roads that are being closed because of either high water or mudslides or downed power lines, and it's just becoming more and more difficult to get around out there. A lot of my day was spent on sort of back roads or plan B to get from, I was trying to get from Malala to Estacada, and it just took a lot longer simply because of road closures and detours and things like that.
And look at, just from this picture alone, Tom, the mud coming down and the rocks falling. I mean, were you scared at any point?
Well, I'm, I think, smart enough to sort of stand back. I was not as close as maybe that lens made it look. I was a good 200 yards away, but that's something to consider. You don't want to get too close to soft hillsides.
It's a matter of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time in an instant, and we certainly saw that yesterday, the one tragedy from this storm already.
Well, this ground is just super saturated now with rainfall, with ice and snow melt. I mean, everywhere we go, and the earth such as this that's holding old growth trees or heavy big trees, I mean, it's most susceptible. We've been talking for the last several minutes with Tom Auguste, who is one of the able photographers on the Channel 2 News staff. Tom, thanks for not only sharing your wonderful pictures with us, but your insight as well. Tom belittles it, but these men and women who go out and bring us these scenes really do risk their neck in many situations to keep everybody advised and show us what's happening throughout the region. Tom Auguste, thank you very, very much. We have on the phone, as we continue to watch, and we can do so, Tom's pictures because they're from the same area. Mitch Moore has been helping people evacuate up near Carver this morning. Mitch, are you there?
Yes, Sam.
What did you do, and with whom?
Well, we work for the telephone company out here, Clear Creek Telephone, and basically there's an area known as Tranquility Lane about 1.5 miles up from your Carver pictures here. And there's about 12 homes down there. About half of them have the water up to about 3 feet of their gutter line. And we are just helping people kind of carry their belongings up the road.
So those people, they're just picking up and getting out, huh?
Yeah, they were bringing them out of there with a boat. They'd gone back in to take a look for a horse that they'd lost down in there. But it's basically their homes are in the river right now.
And did they have much time to prepare? Did anyone give them any warning to say you've got 15 minutes or an hour or 2 hours to take the things that they care most about?
Well, I think they started getting concerned last night as they walked out of their house and couldn't get back out to the road at about, she said, around 3:30 in the evening, and they started calling each other, and I think they started gearing up then.
Mitch Moore, thanks for checking in with us and for your hard work with the people that needed you this morning. The last scene we saw was of a foggy interstate bridge out on the Columbia from Vancouver, but let's go back to our hometown river, the Willamette. Ron Peterson's been riding things out there, and Ron, bring us up to date, if you would, please, on the log booms.
One thing that I want to mention, we've been here for a couple hours. The water has come up about 6 inches in the 2 hours that we have been here. Notice the logs up there. Notice the fog is setting in over the river. I'm assuming this is making it a little more difficult for the river pilots to see some of these stray logs that are floating down the river. And some of these logs are 2, 3 foot, 4 foot diameter logs that are 10, 12 feet long, which would be quite a hazard to navigation. The Portland fire boat is coming back. A couple more of the tugs are on the scene here. So they've escorted 1 or 2 of the rafts downriver, probably to somewhere near Terminal 2 at the port of Portland, probably around Dock 206. And now they're coming back to probably escort this next raft of logs down the river and keep them out of harm's way. Paul, Julie?
Thank you very much. Let's go and check in with Mark Hass again on the Sandy River. So we're following river to river, kind of covering the Portland area at this point. Mark Hass, what can you show us?
Well, first of all, Julie, it's been raining very, very hard for at least the last 40 minutes, and at times it's been raining sideways. I was on the telephone with the governor's office, and in Salem, the governor is getting a briefing from his emergency management people. 2 counties in our area, there probably are others, but Clackamas and Multnomah County and the city of Portland have asked for emergency declaration. And that would enable such things as the National Guard to mobilize here. It would allow the Corps of Engineers to help out here. The governor's being briefed on that and should have a statement on those designations later this afternoon.
Right, so we'll hear the word from the governor, but as Mark said, the request for an emergency designation.
Before you leave, Mark, is it my imagination or is that little shack even deeper than when we visited with you 10 minutes ago?
Well, the water is certainly not going down.
Yeah.
It's probably gone up 5 or 6 inches since we've been here around noontime, Paul.
Wow.
But still, the amazing thing that maybe it's just me or maybe it's happening on all the rivers is the speed of the current here. I don't know if Don Stapleton, the photographer, can find some logs are going through here. But when you see these things moving along, we're not talking about sticks in the water. We're seeing logs that are floating by at 15 knots. So
extremely dangerous. Can you imagine how dangerous that is? So also that poses the problems you can imagine elsewhere where people are evacuating by water. I'm sure that's not an easy task to do. Mark, we appreciate you standing out in the rain like that, getting all wet all afternoon, and bringing us up to date on what's happening on the Sandy River. At this point, let's quickly check in with Rhonda about what's happening. Rhonda, we knew that there was going to be some flooding, but did we really realize it was going to be to this extent?
Well, you know, what's interesting about this is a lot of people are going to be asking, why now? What's the deal? Well, I think it was what the tremendous snow melt and the rainfall on top of it, that's what caused the situation to be so bad. I mean, if we just would have had a rain event, we probably wouldn't be seeing this much rainfall in our rivers and just swelling everything the way we've seen it.
And so we're talking about the snow melt and how many inches of rain? 5 inches so far?
So far here in our area, we've had close to 4 inches over the last couple of days. And in some areas, we're talking about close to 8 inches. And, you know, Eugene today just had 5 inches over the last 36 hours or so. So these are torrential downpours that will continue with these storms.
Well, okay, Rhonda, stand by, and thanks for your insight. We've asked another photographer, Phil Beard, just out of makeup and having put on jacket and tie, to join us on the set. You've been up in the Welch's area with Curran Snipes, have you, Phil?
Yeah, Curran and I just got back from the Welch's area, and if we can go ahead and roll the tape, we'll show you some more pictures, some things that we haven't seen yet. This is in Welch's at the intersection of the Salmon River Drive and Highland Road, just about a block away from where we showed you the landslide that took out the log cabin and the chunk of road. This is what Curran was talking about. We're about a mile up the hill from this slide you see across the road was where the water tanks were washed out by slide, and this is one of the houses below the road there, and you can see the water and the debris is up on this this garage, the water there flowing underneath the house. And about 3 o'clock this morning when the slide hit those tanks, 150,000-gallon water tanks, 2 tanks up there, not only the mud and debris from the landslide itself, but the water from the tanks washed out, and you can see washed down these 2 homes. So this is actually the second home that the slide hit. This is occupied by the Peoples family. They got a call from the man next door, and you can see this is at 9 o'clock this morning.
What a shot! Look at that.
The water still racing down from this stream up above, and basically being diverted not only under their house but through the house.
Where are these people today, right now?
They're in the house right now trying to get things cleaned up. They're Scotia Peoples, men in the green and yellow jacket there. He's talking to the backhoe operator and the scoop truck operator, trying to get them to divert this water along here so that it's not running right down into his house. We'll see a little video coming up of the water actually coming through the back door of the house. We're trying to catch up to him here to actually do an interview here, and I don't know if we can bring the sound up or not so we can hear Kern trying to talk to him.
Get there. You bet. So there's Kern. We see Kern Snipes talking to the homeowner here.
Right.
And they're going back to their house. I'm sure he must be very upset about this whole situation.
And he's just trying to get in there to do some cleanup work. We'll pause here and listen to the sound up with Scotia here. You know, he's trying to do what he can do.
That's my name, Scotia Peoples.
Can you spell it for me?
S-K-O-S-H. Scotia Peoples.
How much water hit your home?
I don't know. Well, I got 4 foot of mud in front of the garage door right now.
You say your neighbor called you?
Yeah, he called me from next door and said the water hit his house and to get outside, and that's it.
So it actually came down and hit his house first?
Yeah, it hit his house. The main part of it hit his house, and now it's all going this direction through my house.
And you were here with your family?
Yeah.
That's your wife and...
Wife and 2 kids.
What are you going to do now?
I got to go. Okay? Thanks.
We don't know it's been undermined at all. He's, as you can see, he was pretty eager to get back inside there and get going. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have time to mess with TV people. We'll stay on the tape here a little bit longer so we can actually get around to the back side of the house. But, you know, they're in there trying to figure out ways to keep the water.
This water is hitting the garage, probably going right through the house.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's not going to stop it.
You saw the shot of where it was actually going underneath the lattice of the porch. There, it's hitting the garage. It's going around the garage, through the garage, and you can see just a large volume. That there is about 3 feet deep. Now, this is the back. There's the back sliding glass door.
Wow.
And it blew the back door out of the house. And the water.
And they're home at this time.
They were home this morning, 3 o'clock. We talked to one of their kids, and they said their mom came down and woke them up. He says, I got out of bed and I was standing in a foot of water.
How warm is it up there, Kern? Because there's still snow around there, of course. Is it just melting rapidly?
It's 40 degrees up there, Paul.
Phil, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We get confused a lot.
Kern Snipes is a reporter, but that's all right. Phil, you were with Kern.
Phil,
oh, my gosh.
Same question.
Stuff getting washed out. It's about 40 degrees up there, raining really hard. We stopped and looked at the Zigzag River, where earlier in the year we saw a home that had been undermined and fallen into the river. And there's Scotia looking out his back door. The Sandy River up in the Welch's Zigzag area is just a brown, raging torrent with waves that are probably about 4 or 5 feet high. You may have heard Kern earlier this afternoon explaining that as we stood on the bridge, we could hear this loud thumping and bumping sound. It was the sound of huge boulders under the water getting...
I mean,
you have thousands of gallons of water washing
you're talking
through.
about water rising
This
and
is their
flooding
backyard.
waters. This is like a river running through their home.
Right through their house.
Right through their house. Unbelievable.
There's the what's left of their sliding glass doors down there in the backyard, and the water continues. Yeah, water continues to run. There's their son, and he's back out front there looking around and just kind of stunned here
Well, Phil, thank you for your pictures and for your good work today and talking to these people who seem amazingly well composed considering what's happening to them. I can't imagine, particularly somehow, having this happen in the middle of the night.
3 o'clock this morning.
Seems even more aggravating to me. In the dark and kind of wondering what's going on and wondering if the whole house is going to go.
Right. If they can fast forward that tape, they can move it up to the interview with the owner of the home that the log cabin that was washed off its foundation. So if they can go ahead and fast forward that tape a little bit past that video, we can get to that. And again, talking about early in the morning being stunned and and not knowing what's going on. It's dark, it's early in the morning, you've been asleep, and they've got an interview, and here's this couple, they get knocked out of bed. He said, all of a sudden, my wife and I are over on her side of the bed. Let's go ahead and go to the tape now, and they're completely composed.
Could you start over from...
Yes.
Tell us what happened last night.
It happened about 6 this morning, and we were awakened, and I told Margaret, I said, this is the big one, it's an earthquake. And then the house tilted up, and we both rolled out of bed, she on top of me, and we could get up and get out, and then just shortly, that triggered an alarm to the burglar people and to the fire, the burglar people. Down there, they got a slide too. Anyway, and then we got out, people came, and in 5 minutes, rescue was here.
Well, that's the gentleman with the log cabin you see behind that we've been showing you all morning. Curtis is his first name. I'm sorry, I don't recall his last name right now, but retiree and his wife rode it out on the upper floor, and now they have to think about starting all over with their retirement home. Phil Beard, thank you for coming in hurriedly and bringing us pictures. We're going to come back later this afternoon. We have a full hour of coverage that will bring you up to date at 4 o'clock before our regular news, and we'll have half-hour cut-ins as well.
Half-hour updates. Keep it right here, everybody. Flood team coverage continues all day long on Spirit 2.
Back it up with some weights and some balance, and we're going to try to seal that up and control the water along the railing. When we get to the end of the railings where we have to keep going, we'll use the concrete median barriers. We'll wrap that in plastic, back it up with gravel. You need to understand, of course, that none of this is a seal. You don't seal out the water, you slow it down, and you pump like mad, and you try to keep up with it. And then when we run out of barrier, we've got another scheme that it's got to do with pushing dirt up, putting plastic around it, and creating a berm. Okay, so we'll use all three of those techniques where each is appropriate. And then, like I said, we'll pump like mad to try to keep the water under control.
We'll open it up for questions in a few minutes. On Johnson Creek, there's been some evacuation or people going door to door, letting people know down here the seriousness of the situation. The area of concern is this pink area, the 100-year floodplain in Johnson Creek. We're concerned that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's going to begin to peak. It'll take about 6 or 8 hours before it has some real effect, so we have some time out in the Johnson Creek area where we will be going door to door out there. We've made arrangements with shelters, made arrangements for residents' animals to be taken care of as well. Let me just give you the geography because that has changed. It's southeast 82nd to 92nd between southeast Harney and southeast Rural. Southeast 92nd to southeast 122nd between southeast Knapp and southeast Harold. Southeast 111th to 122nd between southeast Harold, and here's the change, southeast Foster. Southeast 122nd to 136th between southeast Harold and just north of southeast Holgate. Do you want to add anything to that, Ed?
You've covered it pretty good, Mayor Katz. Just as a point of reference, again, it's projected to crest Johnson Creek, that is, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, as a point of reference, in 1964, the floods crested at 14.68 feet. And again, we're expecting 14.5 feet tomorrow morning. For those of you that live in the Johnson Creek area and that experience some level of discomfort or flooding on a regular basis, we are expecting you to have approximately 2 feet more water than you had yesterday. So if that helps you in determining when and whether you should evacuate.
I just want to add that Chair Stein is here, and we are also working closely with the county to make sure that our county residents are secure. And if she has some information that I would like to give her an opportunity to share.
Yeah, just one thing. I just found out that I-84 is closed at Multnomah Falls, so people should not be driving out there. On I-84, and it's due to rock slides, right? Mudslides.
And this is Columbia figures. It's going to be 30 feet at Columbia.
Yeah, we may want to do that. Hold on. Commissioner Lindberg, we have some new information on the level that the river is rising. It's moving a little bit faster than originally shared with you. I'll provide that information in a few minutes.
Okay, we do have a change in the drinking water situation. The Portland Water Bureau is in the process of turning off all of the conduits bringing water from Bull Run due to rising turbidity levels. The Columbia South Shore well field is being turned on, and we expect this transition to be completed by tomorrow morning. Even though we have a rising turbidity, all water in the system meets drinking water standards and is safe for drinking. There are 3 solutions to this problem. One is to use the backup well field, which provides 65 million gallons per day. Second, we have 300 million gallons of in-town storage. And third, people need to cut back as much as possible on their water consumption. Under current conditions, we expect to have enough water to last for several days. So people need to be very careful about indoor use of water. You don't have to do without the water you need, but please use only the water that you need. Just prior to this press conference, we were notified we had a main break in a 16-inch main, and it just reinforces the need for people to really conserve that water because we're so reliant upon what is left in the in-town storage.
All right, this is hot off the press. We have new information that tomorrow by 7 p.m. we expect the water to rise to 28.8 feet over the by the wall. That probably will be over the wall by then. So it's a couple of hours sooner than we anticipated. And so all the work that is being planned tonight will start tomorrow, and we'll just get it done by the time that reaches that height. It is anticipated that it'll be 31 feet at the Morrison Street Bridge. Again, that could alter depending on the precipitation. At Columbia River, Vancouver area, Jansen Beach, we're talking about 30 feet. And some of the levees are being threatened and some are being damaged. So it is escalating at this point, and we will be on top of it all night, and we'll get back to you at a news conference at 10 in the morning. If there's some additional information that we have to share with you in an emergency, we'll call you back earlier. Okay. Questions?
You're looking at the live news conference. Mayor Vera Katz outlining some of the latest information concerning flooding and some of the preparations that the city is making. Let's go over some of those right now. I think one of the most important, Steve, she said that the Willamette will most likely go over the wall in the downtown Portland area by 7 p.m. tomorrow, expected to be at 28.8 feet. Flood stage on the Willamette is 18 feet. So this is a very serious situation, and you heard the one emergency manager there say they're going to try to reinforce the seawall, build up a plywood wall, put an earth berm behind that to limit the damage.
Jeff, let's also talk about the voluntary evacuations out there at Johnson Creek, because it is a bit confusing, and we'll try and straighten that out for you. You see southeast 92nd to southeast 122nd between Knapp and Herald. Now this were the changes right here. Southeast 111th, southeast 122nd between Herald and Foster. That was Herald and Holgate.
earlier. Let's move on to the next one if we can. Southeast 122nd to Southeast 136 between Harold and Holgate, and Southeast 82nd and 92nd between Harney and Rural. Now, you heard the mayor and the other folks there talking about the fact they'll be going door to door to make arrangements for folks to get shelter and what have you. And you can see there the shelter will open at Milwaukee Presbyterian Church. No pets allowed there. For more information, call 823-3333. That is the flood emergency line for the city. If you have any questions regarding flooding in your home, call that number there.
Okay, some important information tonight. We have Channel 2 news crews throughout the area. We'll have the latest information for you, the best updates to the hour, and Matt Zaffino will be here with a complete weather forecast. Matt's going to let us know how much more rain we will get, when that rain will stop, and we'll have more on the river flood stage. But a very serious situation right now with the Willamette expected to flood even in the downtown Portland area by tomorrow.
Keep it right here on Channel 2. Updates on the half hour, and then 11 o'clock an expanded hour. So stay with us right here on Channel 2.
This has been a Channel 2 News special report. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
Tomorrow evening, flood stage on the Willamette is 18 feet, so at about 23 feet, it'll most likely start to go over the seawall. And they said they expect it to be at 28.8 feet by 7 p.m. So they are expecting some flooding in downtown Portland tomorrow. We don't know how serious that flooding will be, but they are taking steps to prepare the seawall to help try to hold back the water. Another problem area, Johnson Creek, and there are some voluntary evacuation notices out for these particular areas. Folks living near the creek in these particular areas, Southeast 92nd, Southeast 122nd between Knapp and Harold, Southeast 111, Southeast 122nd between Harold and Foster Road. That is a new change. Southeast 122nd to Southeast 136 between Harold and Holgate, Southeast 82nd and Southeast 92nd between Harney and Rural. These are some of the areas along Johnson Creek to look out for tonight. There is also a serious situation in the Oak Grove area along the Willamette. About 12 families had to be evacuated tonight as the Willamette started to rise and started to flood their homes. This is the Oak Grove area in Clackamas County near the Willamette. So some serious flooding situations going on. And I've got to tell you, the rain continues to come down. It's expected to come down, and the flood waters are continuing to rise, and they're expected to do that all through tomorrow. Now, Channel 2 news teams are throughout the area tonight. We'll have the latest pictures and the latest information, and Matt Zaffino will have an up-to-date forecast. He'll let us know when this rain will start to ease up. Stay with Channel 2 News throughout the evening, and don't forget at 11 o'clock, extended storm team coverage will be on for at least an hour, so keep it here on Channel 2.
Now, Channel 2 News.
You're looking at a live picture of the Willamette River as the waters rise. City officials say it could turn into a very serious situation. They expect the Willamette to be 10 feet over flood stage by tomorrow night, meaning water will be over the seawall along Waterfront Park. Good evening, everybody. I'm Jeff Gianola.
And I'm Steve Dunn. Good evening. Welcome to an hour-long edition of Channel 2 News. Nightline will follow us. We want to give you a look at what we're facing in the next several hours. As our graphic shows, the flood stage for the Willamette River at Portland is 18 feet. Right now, we are at 20 feet. By tomorrow night, we expect to hit 28.8 feet. That's almost 11 feet over flood stage. And that would be at the top of the seawall or over the seawall that runs along the Willamette River.
Okay, we want to switch right now to Paula Gunnis, who's at the River Place Marina. She joins us for a look at the situation. Now, Paula's been there throughout the evening. And Paula, what's the latest now?
We're live down here at Waterfront Park or down by the river, and it's almost like, Mike, if you could pan here a minute, this is like a party for these people. They're here along with us looking to see what the Willamette River is going to do tonight. Now, city crews are down on the other side of the bridge getting ready to put up some shoring and some sandbags. And as one state management person told me tonight, this looks like it could be as rough as the flood back in 1964. A dire prediction for downtown Portland tomorrow as the Willamette River continues to rise. Flood stage is 18 feet. Right now, it's nearly 21 feet. But listen to what Portland Mayor Vera Katz is saying tonight.
We have new information that tomorrow by 7 p.m. we expect the water to rise to 28.8 feet over the by the wall. That probably will be over the wall by then. So it's a couple of hours sooner than we anticipated. And so all the work that is being planned tonight will start tomorrow, and we'll just get it done by the time that reaches that height.
City employees have worked into the night to develop the plan to save downtown Portland from flooding.
The first option, or the first thing we're going to do, is on the seawall where we have the railing, the railing that's there now. We're going to put plywood on that on the water side. We're going to back it up with some weights and some balance, and we're going to try to seal that up and control the water along the railing. When we get to the end of the railings where we have to keep going, we'll use the concrete median barriers. We'll wrap that in plastic, back it up with gravel. You need to understand, of course, that none of this is a seal. You don't seal out the water, you slow it down, and you pump like mad, and you try to keep up with it. And then when we run out of barrier, we've got another scheme that it's got to do with pushing dirt up, putting plastic around it, and creating a berm.
Now, just getting down here to the dock in front of the Alexis Hotel was a challenge tonight. Back here and back of me, this bridge that you have to cross is already flooded. I had to actually have a piggyback ride on my photographer's back just to get to this spot tonight. Now, you heard Lou Bruno from the city talk about the techniques they're going to try to use, and he says if they use all three techniques when appropriate, the city will keep this water under control. And by the way, the city did go to a standby backup water system tonight. That's because our normal water system, which comes from Bull Run, was looking awfully dirty and silty. So for safety reasons, they switched to that backup system just tonight. Now, also for safety reasons, the city is urging people to stay away, but of course, people are here. They want to see what the river is doing tonight. And for people who have businesses down on Front Avenue, they're asking that they take their valuables out of the basement area just for precautions. And if you park anywhere from Front Avenue to 4th Street, you're going to have to find an alternative place because they aren't going to want you to park your cars there. And also, if you have backup, you're going to need backup electrical systems. If you have a computer in any of the businesses that line Front Avenue, this is real, folks. The Willamette River is rising tonight, and it's rising just as we stand here.
Paula Gunn is from the banks of the Willamette tonight. I can't stress enough, it's not a party. Don't go down there to see it, folks. You can watch it on TV. They need those areas clear so they can get the work done down there, so stay away. Some downtown Portland businesses are bracing for the possibility that the Willamette may crest over the top of the seawall. City officials warn the Willamette could break over the top of the Waterfront Park seawall sometime around 7 o'clock tomorrow night. You heard the mayor say that. Well, that's why sandbags ring the Northwest Natural Gas building. Among the businesses on that bottom floor, a bank, a restaurant, and the offices for the Portland Rose Festival Association. Sandbagging will continue in downtown through the night and into tomorrow.
And what a scene along the Willamette River earlier today. Hundreds of logs broke loose from their moorings. 3 log rafts broke loose this morning near Ross Island and floated downstream near the River Place Marina. Now, tugboats were brought in to corral the logs. It took them several hours to do so. Fortunately, no damage was done.
An aerial view now of the Willamette River shows the muddy mess it has become. In downtown Portland, you can see a topside view of those tugs as they battle those breakaway logs. Next, an aerial view of the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, OMSI, where another batch of logs threatened to smack the submarine, the USS Blueback. And water pumps were working overtime at OMSI today, where the Willamette has already flooded the basement. Flying directly over Ross Island, you can see the swirling vegetation and other debris swept downriver. And look at this. You know what this is? This is Willamette Falls in Oregon City. The falls have nearly disappeared under the swirling Willamette waters. The flooding is displacing hundreds of people tonight, but it's also displaced at least one home. Take a look at this incredible scene filmed by a Channel 2 viewer near Milwaukee. The raging Willamette River has apparently claimed a houseboat. You just see the top peeking out there, barely sticking out of the water. No word tonight on where the houseboat broke free or if the owners even know that their home is gone tonight. If you have a flooding emergency in the city of Portland, here is the number to call. 823-3333. City officials ask that you call that line only when you have an emergency.
Well, the other serious problem area in Portland tonight is Johnson Creek, where city officials have asked residents to evacuate. Here's a look at the areas covered by the voluntary evacuation notice. The flood area is between the following points: southeast 82nd to 92nd between Harney and Rural, southeast 92nd to southeast 122nd between Knapp and Herald, southeast 111th to 122nd between Herald and Foster, and southeast 122nd to 136th between Herald to just north of Holgate. Now, residents who evacuate their homes can receive shelter through the Red Cross at Milwaukee Presbyterian Church. That's located at 2416 Southeast Lake Road. The shelter capability is 150 people. However, it cannot accommodate family pets. Now, Channel 2's Bob High is in the Johnson Creek area tonight and joins us with the latest. Bob, are folks leaving their homes there tonight?
Steve, some are, some aren't, and I'm literally in the Johnson Creek area, and it covers a wide area because the creek's all over the place in this area. We have a break in the weather right now, but that's a false sense of security. If anybody's wondering, the Johnson Creek here is expected to gain another foot at least by tomorrow, and that's already flooded a number of homes here. Some people are taking the voluntary evacuation seriously. Others, though, say they plan to ride out the flood right where they are. Floodwaters from Johnson Creek turned Foster Road into a lake. Many homes and cars in a 20 square block area are already flooded out. Despite the mayor's suggestion for voluntary evacuations, some longtime residents are staying put. The water's already at Ron Springer's doorstep, but he still won't go.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to leave. If it does, I'll just get my truck right there to get out of here.
Ron Justice even kept his video store open, simply pumping out the water.
Oh yeah, as long as I'm here, I might as well. I have people that are walking up, getting movies.
Others take the warnings seriously.
Well, I've seen it worse, but it's going to come higher in the next 24 hours than it's been in the last 30 years. So we get everything up as high as we can. Now we're getting the heck out while we can.
Taking the horses out. Don't want them in the flood water.
These people evacuated horses to higher ground. One boy picks up a mailbox washed away by the high water. Even the driver who gave us a ride through the flood says it's time to go.
I think they should have taken it seriously about 2 or 3 hours ago. Seriously. It's a little late now.
Once again, back here on Foster Road, you can see the road is blocked off by police, and walk around here with me. Fire crews have just arrived here on the scene. Portland Fire Bureau employees are headed down Foster Road, what used to be Foster Road and is now Johnson Creek Lake. They're worried about people in this area because the water is rising very, very fast. It's expected to get a foot higher, and they don't know how safe the people are who have remained down there wanting to ride out the flood. But still, it's a voluntary evacuation. Nobody forced from their homes just yet.
Okay, we want to go over those evacuation areas again. Thank you, Bob High. Once again, as Bob mentioned, voluntary evacuation, southeast 92nd to southeast 122nd between Knapp and Herald, southeast 111th to southeast 122nd between Herald and Foster, 122nd to 136th between Herald and Holgate, 82nd to southeast 92nd between Harney and Rural. Those are some of the areas covered in the voluntary evacuations. Those are the key areas. So once again, you're asked, if you live in those areas, to consider possibly voluntary evacuations. Now, one of the most dramatic rescue efforts tonight is taking place in northwest Portland, where apparently 3 cars were washed down a steep embankment. An 80-foot section of skyline washed out about 7:30 tonight, just down from Thompson Road. Rescue crews arrived to find the occupants of 2 vehicles which fell more than 100 feet off the roadway. Amazingly, they were not hurt. They were able to climb back out. Both drivers say a 3rd vehicle also fell, and rescue crews are desperately trying to find any sign of that car tonight. If they find something, we'll let you know in the next hour.
Also, a mudslide triggers a huge traffic mess along I-84 tonight. I-84 is closed in both directions between Troutdale and Hood River. Police say several cars got stuck in the slide, but everyone escaped without injury. Now, the Oregon Department of Transportation says it could take up to 2 days to clear the mud and reopen I-84. The situation is being made more difficult because hundreds of people in the nearby town of Dodson have been asked to leave their homes. You can see it is quite a mess and very, very rainy there. Also, this just in from TriMet. They apparently have a bus that's been missing for 4 hours now. It's a Greyhound bus, apparently. A Greyhound bus has been missing for 4 hours now. They're going to go looking for that bus. If they find it, we'll bring that to you in the next hour. Once again, a Greyhound bus missing for 4 hours. They don't know where it is. The search is on for that bus tonight.
Just incredible. The reports keep coming in. The high water headache isn't only above ground. The tremendous amount of water below ground is causing problems. Tonight, Leah Hope reports those problems you may never realize until the road beneath you breaks away.
In Marion County, water over the road isn't the only problem. Part of Highway 22 is starting to fall apart. But when the sign says, "Be prepared to stop," Lisa Pattison and Jim Lind had no idea what they were in for.
We came around the corner and there was this huge canyon hole. I mean, you could fit, a Mack truck in there and it'd get lost.
Just off Highway 22, a 70-foot section of Little North Fork Road is missing. They were the first to notify authorities.
I thought, oh my God, seconds before this, I mean, had we been hurrying up a little bit, quicker to get home, we could have been driving over this when it fell in the river even.
Marion County Public Works crews were also stunned by this enormous hole in the road.
I've never seen one of our roads do this. That's a big hole.
So Jim and Lisa won't make it home tonight. They don't know when they'll make it back home. They've already tried 2 alternate routes, no luck.
Even going home and taking everything for granted, you can't do that. You come upon something where you might not be here right now.
1 minute this was a passable highway, and the next second it's just a huge hole and it's impassable, and it just, boom, it happens, and it's just incredible, the power of the earth.
They'll stay with relatives, glad to know that no one else will be suddenly face to face with this hole. In Marion County, Leah Hope, Channel 2 News.
And tonight, the Marion County Department of Public Works does not know when the Little North Fork Road will reopen. The Santiam River also causing problems near the small town of Mahama. Residents say it's the worst flooding in 30 years. Rescue crews spent the day evacuating those who live along the water's edge, including this senior and her 2 dogs. The Coast Guard was also pressed into service. A Coast Guard helicopter airlifted 8 people out of the flood zone after water surrounded their homes.
All the folks sitting at home tonight, I know we are as well, wondering, hey, when's the relief coming in?
Exactly.
Let's find out if we're going to get any. Meteorologist Matt Safino standing by. How's it looking tonight, Matt?
Well, Steve and Jeff, we actually have had a bit of a break, believe it or not. It's been raining very hard in Portland in the last couple hours, but down in Salem and Eugene, the rain is almost stopped. They've picked up just a little tiny bit in the last couple hours. You can see the clouds surging in, but also some clearing down to the southern part of the valley. You may say, so what? What does that do for us here in Portland? Well, it does help, because all that rain that falls down in the Willamette River Basin eventually comes through Portland. So it is good news that we had that brief break on down that way. You can see the little bit of clearing right down there. It isn't going to last for long, though. You can see all the clouds out here, and that next surge is going to be rolling in late tonight and tomorrow to give us more rain, and it is going to be heavy rain. I want to show you the most recent radar picture right now. You can see some yellows and some dark greens in here. There's a line of heavy rain just about over the Portland area and just to our north. So our friends to the north in Vancouver, Clark, Cowlitz, Columbia County, you're getting hit very hard right now as well. What can we expect through the day tomorrow? And tomorrow will be the last of the heavy rain. In the valleys, another 1 to 1.5 inches coming overnight tonight and through tomorrow night. In the Coast Range Mountains and the Cascades, another 2 to 4 inches of rain in the mountains. So you can imagine what that is going to do to the rivers. In fact, I have some river information for you. Harrisburg, down on these are all Willamette River stations. Harrisburg should be about 3.5 feet over flood stage. At Albany, the Willamette will be about 8 feet over flood stage. And at Salem, almost 12 feet over flood stage. And you'll get a little perspective on this in just a minute. Oregon City, upper, 5.5 feet, but check out lower Oregon City, 17 feet above flood stage. The asterisk meaning that'll be extensive flooding. Flood stage there is 40 feet, or major flood level is 40. It's expected to go to 44 feet tomorrow, so this is going to be a big, big deal. We talked about the seawall downtown at 28.8. 1964, for historical perspective, it peaked at 29.8. That is not the big one, though. The big one was back in 1894. That is the record for downtown, when it crested at 33 feet. And if we get up to 31 feet, which is what we're expected to do tomorrow night by 7 p.m. or into Friday morning, this will be extensive flooding downtown Portland and also down towards Oregon City, and then also back on up towards Vancouver. Speaking of Vancouver, information on the Columbia River. At Vancouver, flood stage is 16 feet. Right now, it's 3.4 feet above that, expected to crest Friday morning at 30 feet. It's got a long way to go, so it's coming up. A lot of water coming down from the Columbia Basin out east, and then, of course, all of the Willamette River going into that as well. Farther downstream at Longview, flood stage at 12 feet. It's now 1.3 feet above that. You will crest at 19 feet. All those little islands down around Rainier, Oregon, Longview, Kelso, and then out the mouth of the Columbia, Puget Island, all those places are going to see major flooding, extensive flooding as the Columbia crests. And this may not happen until Saturday, folks. So even though the rain is going to start to taper off as we go into tomorrow night, we've got flooding going for several more days. Other record flood levels will be down in the Marys River at Philomath, also Johnson Creek, that'll be record flood level, and the Molalla River near Canby expected to be at record levels as well. So several rivers will be approaching record levels. This may not be a 30-year flood, but it may be the 100-year event. Jeff Steve will have more information on the forecast a little later.
Okay, lots of numbers and lots of rivers, and the most important information, we're definitely getting flooding. Some areas have already had it, and be warned, other areas are going to get it. We'll be checking back with Matt a little bit later.
Tomorrow, very, very important day when it comes to this flooding. Still to come, the Willamette River forces evacuations in the Oak Grove area tonight. We'll show you what's going on there.
Well, they're used to some flooding, but nothing like this. Tillamook County is devastated tonight.
And dramatic pictures as a helicopter lands on a home to rescue a mother and her 3-year-old daughter.
And Steve Dunn.
Welcome back, everybody. Extended coverage of the big flood of '96. Jeff Gianola along with Steve Dunn.
We're getting a report tonight of a possible missing elderly woman. To tell us more about that, Ken Davis, who's in Gresham. Ken is on the phone. Ken, give us a location where this woman may be missing from.
Yes, she is missing from right above the Troutdale Bridge. I was down there earlier deterring water out of Tad's Chicken and Dumplings, and has been washed away. They tried to get out of the house, and as soon as she opened the front door, mudslide came down, washed her away, and her husband Harold got washed away, hit the Stark Street Bridge, the Troutdale Bridge, ripped off the top of the roof. He climbed to the top of the roof and waved a pillowcase, and someone saved him.
Hey, Ken, can you tell me what time this happened today?
Well, I was down there at 2 o'clock, and I just left there at about 8:30. It happened between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. I just left, and I guess it's a real mess down there. There's 5 or 6 people still in Tad's Chicken and Dumplings trying to get out of there. All the roads are closed.
Well, is the search still on for this woman tonight then, Ken?
Yes, as far as I know. I've got some information out of the Oregonian that they recovered Harold, and he's at Providence Medical Center. It's just a real mess down there. I mean, I'm devastated at the roads are just, they're ruined.
Oh, boy. Ken Davis, thank you very, very much, and I certainly hope that the search is still on for that woman. And, man, what a nasty
Absolutely
situation.
incredible, Steve, because we're talking about a river, the Sandy River, that's normally a very peaceful river. Now a report of some home being washed away and a woman missing tonight. So absolutely incredible. The same river 2 days ago that was covered over in ice. So
If we
things are
find
changing.
any more information on that, we'll get it right to you. One other note before we move on here, that Greyhound bus we told you about that was missing, they have found that bus. Apparently he stopped at a restaurant to avoid the flooding, and the folks were inside eating, but everyone is safe tonight.
Okay, some good news there. Okay, the Oregon coast has not been spared from the floods, and it looks as though Tillamook County is especially hard hit. In fact, travel in and out of the coastal town is nearly impossible as flooding rivers close Highway 101 both north and south of town. Grant McComey was there. He brings us the latest.
There's a new lake in the northwest today, and it surrounds the town of Tillamook.
They say it's the worst in 40 to 50 years, the local residents.
Floodwaters from snowmelt, buckets of rain, and high tides caught everyone by surprise. Motorists left their cars in the middle of what was once Highway 101. Scores of them, in fact, some with their windows down. Now quiet testimony of how fast the floods hit.
Never been this bad. As long as I've been here, and as much as I've been told, that it's never been this deep. I've never seen it this high up to the road.
Volunteers ferried the stranded and complained their motors were hitting and bouncing off rooftops of submerged cars. The rescued, like Jim Swearengen's family, with just a suitcase and the clothes on their backs, could only watch the water rise and hope the kids would be safe.
So they got a little scared last night when the water was coming up fast.
It looks pretty shaken. Are you cold or what?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's been standing out in it for about 2 hours now, waiting to get through.
60 seniors were evacuated to the Swiss Hall Community Building for a warm, dry bed after the Tillamook Care Center was flooded. And livestock were not spared either. The impact on local farms can only be guessed at, but it will be devastating. Late today, a state of emergency was declared by Governor Kitzhaber, as many farmers, helped by friends and neighbors, rushed to get their dairy herds to higher ground. And with a much soggier day to come, Tillamook County can only prepare for more flooding to come. In Tillamook, Grant McComey, Channel 2 News.
No doubt about it, Tillamook County residents are used to flooding each year, but this flood could become the worst since 1964.
I want to take you to Clackamas County tonight. The rising Clackamas River is forcing residents to leave their homes near Estacada. This morning, Brian Butler waded through boot-high water at his home near Mill Creek. Butler's family is not in danger, but many others who decided to stay in their homes are now trapped. The area is a maze of flooded roads, downed trees, and dangerous power lines. Many people had to leave their cars, victims to the river's rage. And take a look at the River Mill Dam right here. The force of the water rushing through the dam has been this strong only 2 times in its history. A busy day for rescue crews along the Clackamas River near Carver today. Many homes off Tranquility Drive were completely surrounded by the floodwaters, and some people had to be rescued by boat. The floodwaters also threatened several homes at a Carver mobile home park. The water swept under some of the units and was strong enough to wash away a 31-foot RV. The water was supposed to crest at 16 feet on the Clackamas, but by midday it was still rising.
There is a flood-related death to report tonight. The body of a 9-year-old girl was found near her creekside home just east of the farming town of Scio today. She apparently went out to the mailbox and did not return. The Lynn County Sheriff's Office says the girl apparently drowned. Most of the town of Scio has been flooded. Salem also experiencing lots of high water problems. Ed Teachout reports on how people are trying to deal with the stream that used to flow through the middle of town.
Sandbags are going down in hopes of cutting off the rising waters of Mill Creek. The stream is over its banks, flooding streets and now threatening homes. Even though the water is already surrounding some houses, people remain optimistic sandbags will do the job.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah. We're trying. That's about all we can do, I guess.
It's tough enough getting around Salem with storm drains backing water onto streets so they have to be closed. But now there's even a bigger problem. Mill Creek here is now spilling over the bridges that it once flowed under. That's causing backups all around town and major headaches for people just trying to move around Salem. High-clearance four-wheel drive trucks are about the only motorized vehicles making it down Ferry Street. Bikes work up to chain level. On foot works about the best, but you're going to get wet.
Where's the wood, Jeff? Where's the wood?
This man and his son were picking up logs floating all over the streets. He says he's preparing for the next round of wicked weather.
If we get hit with another cold snap, I'm going to need this wood. If we don't, I've got enough to make the winter.
So this is like a gold mine for you.
I love it, yeah, and I'm cleaning the street at the same time. And giving Jeffrey a ride. He's 3. He loves it.
But the tenants in this office complex aren't taking this flood so lightly. That's because if Mill Creek continues to rise like expected, they and other homeowners along the creek's path will be underwater by tomorrow. In Salem, Ed Teachout, Channel 2 News.
Okay, if you would like to help and try to stop the flood in Salem, here is the number to call, 503-370-3088. Neighbor helping neighbor down there in Salem. There's the number to call right now for help.
I want to take you south near Eugene, where the raging waters threaten the historic Crawfordsville Covered Bridge. Now, throughout the day, the water rose higher and began lapping at the structure of that bridge. And a dramatic rescue on the Mackenzie River in Springfield. A mother and 3-year-old child rescued by helicopter on the roof of their home as the river rises around them. It was their only way out. Both were taken to a shelter. Both are fine tonight.
Absolutely incredible. Well, the severe flooding has prompted Governor Kitzhaber to declare 11 Oregon counties disaster areas. Those counties: Yamhill, Clackamas, Washington, Multnomah, Tillamook, Polk, Marion, Lynn, Lincoln, Wasco, and Union County. State police say literally every stream and river in western Oregon has now exceeded flood stage.
Jeff, we're getting more reports by the minute here. One we just got in, a mudslide, 132nd Street in Hazeldale, Washington. Apparently some condos are teetering on their edge right now. Rescue crews are out there right now trying to take care of those folks. Much more news still to come. A retired couple watches as their dream home slides away. We'll show you that.
And we'll take you across the river to Bingen, Washington, where the situation is just as serious. We'll be back after this.
About the $200 cash back from Northwest Natural Gas? It's yours with the installation of a 90% high-efficient natural gas furnace plus an additional $150 rebate from Day and Night. Call your participating Day and Night dealer now and receive $350 cash back.
In the average lifetime, the average person catches 304 colds. Takes 8,891 aspirins. Hello. And has 463 prescriptions filled.
6 right now. Let's switch to Paula Gunnis, who's along the banks of the Willamette in downtown Portland. Paula, what's the latest?
Well, Jeff, just since we've been here in the last half hour, I think it's risen a couple of inches. And this is how people are getting on the drawbridge. They're walking on the railings to get from the Alexis Hotel down to the docks to check out things for themselves. Again, I got a piggyback ride the last time, but these people are doing it the hard way. Take it easy, please. And it's really funny down here. You know, we keep telling people that the water is rising. It definitely is, but they're down here. They want to see it for themselves, Jeff. So I think we're going to have to hop back over a few minutes or else we'll get stuck out here, Jeff.
Okay, I'm afraid that situation's going to get worse, Paula, with more people going down there. We can't stress enough, stay out of the area. It's not a funny thing. It's a very serious situation. Get out of that area and let the emergency crews do their job to help preserve life and property down there.
Jeff, it's kind of like a Saturday night down here. There's so many people roaming around the docks and the area, and really the lighting is not that good, so we really urge people, even though you might want to come down and peek at the river, please stay away from the docks because, as I said, this water has gone up at least 2 or 3 inches just in the last 20 minutes, and it is moving, so it wouldn't take much to knock somebody over into the water, and here comes the wind along with it.
I don't know if they'll listen to you, but tell them to stay out of there, Paula.
I don't know either.
Yeah, Paula Gunnis, Willamette River tonight as it continues to rise.
Human nature.
Yeah,
folks got to see what's going on. Don't.
Well, you know, the flooding problems spread from the coast, of course, to the mountains. Mudslides destroyed one home in the community of Welch's and damaged several others. Welch's is east of Portland on Highway 26. This used to be Salmon River Road, but as you can see, part of it's gone, swept away by a mudslide. Down below it, a house. 78-year-old Curtis Wilder and his wife were asleep when the mudslide slammed into their home. That log cabin was knocked off its foundation. The Wilders escaped unharmed. That was, by the way, their dream home, and they tell us they're just lucky to be alive. In Hood River County tonight, it's the Hood River that's raging out of control. The river is higher than people have seen it in years. Tributaries feeding the river are overflowing, turning the river itself into a raging torrent. Near downtown Hood River, homeowners are dealing with flooded basements and destroyed property. At this carpet store, workers are trying to save what they can, but the water has already damaged much of their inventory.
Well, the flooding is just as bad across the river in Washington. One of the hard-hit areas is the tiny town of Bingen, just across the river from Hood River. Drainage ditch going down Walnut Street has completely overflowed. The reason, 2 to 3 feet of snow runoff from snowed-in mountains. The runoff brought rocks along with it, some more than a foot in diameter. Culverts are also clogged as a result. The town is closed off, no injuries. And the heavy rains taking a toll in southwest Washington near the town of La Center. Take a look at these pictures from La Center. The section of the road is given away on Timmons Road. One man escaped injury just before the road crumbled last night. He went in to get help after a tree slammed onto his pickup. The road gave way after he went to town to get help.
Here's the information a lot of folks have been waiting up for. Several schools have already canceled classes for tomorrow. It's kind of a long list. We'll go through it. Vernonia School District, all Lincoln County schools, Cascade School District, Central Howell School also closed tomorrow, Mount Angel, Scotts Mill School, Silvercrest, Silverton, all closed tomorrow because of the flooding. State and area schools, Salem Academy will not be open tomorrow. Salem Kaiser schools Willamina will be 2 hours late tomorrow, they tell us. And also Nestucca Valley School District closed tomorrow. Tillamook School District, Bank School District will not open up tomorrow as well. Corbett, Estacada, Molalla River, Sandy District will be closed tomorrow as well. Welch's, Newburgh, Jervis School District, and Mary Lynn School at this point. Also Monitor School, Santiam Canyon School District, Sublimity Elementary will not be open as well. The list continues. Jeff, you want to take over?
Well, Victor Point School, Steve, Blanchet School, Silverton Christian, Central School District, some of the schools that have already announced that they will be closed tomorrow. And stay with Channel 2 News in the morning. We will have an updated list as more schools, I'm sure, will join that list. If you plan on traveling anywhere around the state, there are dozens of roads closed. Just minutes ago, Highway 14 in Washington from Stevenson East, that closed down. In Oregon, Highway 84 is closed between Troutdale and Hood River. That's right. I-84 is closed. Getting to or from the coast is a nightmare. Highway 101 and Highway 6 near Tillamook are closed. Highway 224 in Clackamas County down to just one lane. Once again, most of these problems due to water and mudslides. And Highway 22 east of Salem closed at milepost 4, and that's about at the Mill City area. So keep those road closures in mind.
This information coming in fast and furiously tonight. Several cities are asking residents to conserve and boil their water tonight. There is a boil water order in the Jefferson, Turner, Gates, and Almsville districts. Other areas are being asked to conserve water. They are Molalla, Salem, Sandy, and Corbett. Now, the city of Sandy has been hit hard due to the flooding. Many sections of the city are now without water. Beginning tomorrow at 9 o'clock, bottled water will be given out to residents in need at Sandy High School. And for an update on the latest flood situation, be sure to tune in for Channel 2 News this morning. That begins, of course, as we mentioned, 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, when is this rain going to stop? Matt Zaffino's standing by. He's been busy in the Winter Center. He'll have the very latest when we come back.
Schedules changing. Plenty of action in the winter of '96. We'll give you a head start tomorrow on Channel 2 News This Morning.
As we told you earlier, many in the Johnson Creek area are being asked to evacuate their homes tonight. It is a voluntary evacuation. Bob High is out in the Johnson Creek area with the latest. Bob, what can you tell us now?
Steve, I can tell you that a lot of people had gathered here at 101st and Foster Road just to take a look at things. Walk with me if you would. Some of the folks who live in the area haven't seen this kind of water in a long, long time. They're saying 1964 was last time. People have been touring the area all afternoon and evening, checking on their own belongings, just seeing how bad the water is. Only really, really high 4x4s can get out into this kind of water, and people are really concerned about what they need to do. Now, we've taken some pictures earlier in the evening when we toured through what's down here. The water much too deep to walk through. Take a look at the pictures. A lot of businesses staying open, but a lot of flooded out houses, flooded out cars. Things just horrible for the businesses that are down there. Some people, though, saying they're going to ride out the flood, even though they're predicting, local officials are predicting another foot, maybe even more, and a record level for Johnson Creek. But still, people determined to stay. Others packing up their belongings, getting out while they can, taking the voluntary advice of city officials to just leave now and wait until the water goes down. But for now, a lot of people taking this in stride. It certainly has become an attraction here on Foster Road. Let me grab one of the people here. Ma'am, you said you're a local resident. You're worried about your house?
Yes.
What's the problem for you? First, your name.
Kim Peterson.
Kim, what are you worried about most?
My foundation.
You said you have a masonry foundation.
Yeah.
And you're worried about the floodwater hurting it?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay, though?
Yeah.
Okay, you're drying safe tonight?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And so, are you going to stay out of the house? Are you going back?
Probably stay out.
Really? Why?
Scared to see the damage that it might cause.
Good enough reason, good enough reason. Thanks, Kim. I hope everybody's okay. Anyway, that's the situation here. People waiting, wondering when the water will go down. For now, it's simply a wait-and-see situation until sometime tomorrow when they expect this Johnson Creek area to crest and then finally fall. Until then, everybody's waiting and seeing. And again, they're expecting a record level. Johnson Creek has never been this high as it's expected to get tomorrow.
Okay, Bob High, out of the Johnson Creek area. I want to go over once again those areas covered by that voluntary evacuation notice. The flood area is between the following points: southeast 82nd to 92nd. Southeast 92nd, I should say, to southeast 122nd between Knapp and Herald, southeast 111th and southeast 122nd between Herald and Foster. 122nd is southeast 136 between Harold and Holgate. 82nd and southeast 92nd between Harney and Rural. And once again, we should also mention residents who evacuate their homes can receive shelter through the Red Cross in Milwaukee Presbyterian Church, Southeast Lake Road, 2416 Southeast Lake Road.
I think we're kind of sitting here in disbelief with all the information. We just got word in big power outage in the Canby area to add insult to injury.
What more can possibly happen?
What more could possibly happen?
Thunderstorms, maybe?
Yeah. I hope not.
Actually, they are in the forecast now. We could get a couple. I don't think they'll be damaging kind, but they're out there. And the wind is picking up tonight, too. On the coast, weather watchers reporting 75-mile-an-hour gusts. At Nesco about 55 at Sea Lion Cave. So that's going to be with us right on through the morning hours tomorrow. It'll be breezy here in Portland, too. It is, however, warm out there. It is incredibly warm. It's, well, we are at our high temperature for the day. Let's check those current conditions. It is 60 degrees out there, friends. It's been up to 61 out in Troutdale. Remember, they were just the other day, they couldn't get rid of that east wind, and we're in the 30s, and now it's in the low 60s here at almost midnight in the Portland area. South wind at 15. We had a lull in the wind and the rain a little bit this evening, but the wind was really down today, but it is now picking up as the barometer starts to fall. I want to show you some rainfall totals from the Coast Range. These are remote weather stations out here, and it doesn't really, it's important because all this water drains into our rivers. The white is the rainfall. The blue is how much meltwater from the snow has occurred. So Saddle Mountain in the Coast Range, 6.7 inches of rain, but more than that in meltwater from the snow. And there's still about 5 inches of snow water that can melt out. So there's just been a ton of water coming down aside from the rain. In the Bull Run, 7.2 inches of rain, and these are 24-hour totals. The week totals are probably 3 times this. Another 2 inches of water from the snow. Marion Fork, McKenzie rather, down near Eugene, 4 inches of rain, 4.5 inches of snow. So you can see why we're getting the flooding. It's not just the rain. We're doubling the rain amounts with the snow melt. Some of these places still have another 35 inches of snow water that can melt out, which, by the way, is much, much more than we had back in 1964 because we didn't have the big snowpack that we do now. All right, satellite pictures. You can watch this system. Notice how it's kind of standing up on its hind legs here, going from kind of a slant to more of a straight up and down. That's an indication that this thing is strengthening. That's also why we're getting a bit of a break and we're getting all this warm air getting pushed up ahead of this as it begins to kind of develop a little bit more. Still have very strong jet stream winds rolling in with this system. This will be, however, the final onslaught as this one comes in. There is a small break over central Oregon right now, and even in Portland, the rain has let up some. There's heavy rain just to our north across Vancouver, Cowlitz County, Columbia County, Wahkiakum County, seeing some pretty heavy rainfall right now. All right, as far as what's coming up next, the final deluge for tomorrow as this system gears up, swings its way up the coast. Pressures are falling rapidly. The barometer is falling. That's why the wind is picking up. So you folks on the coast, yes, the rain, but the wind is back too. Final deluge coming in tomorrow. It'll get heavy again overnight tonight into the morning hours and really peak tomorrow night. Then we will clear out. And this is going to turn off like that. It's really going to turn around on Friday. We're going to get some clear weather and the rain will shut down. So we just have to make it through about another 24 hours and then the heavy rains will ease. Again, through a couple of thunderstorms in the forecast with this warm air. Heavy rain tonight, another 2 to 5 inches. 1.5 to 2 inches in the valleys, possibly another 5 inches in the Coast Range Mountains. Gusts to 60. We've seen that. They'll be up to about 75. Highs tomorrow. On the west side, 60 in Portland, 61 in Salem, very mild. Gale warning still flying on the coast. Tomorrow in town, heavy rain again for the Portland area. In fact, for the entire Willamette Valley and Clark County, Washington, another inch to 1.5 inches. And that's on the conservative side. It could be 2 inches in some places. High temperature of about 60 degrees. South winds about 15 to 30, but they are going to be very gusty on the coast, as I've been saying. 5-day forecast. That's it, folks. We just have to make it through about another 24 hours. A couple of showers left over on Friday, but that is child's play compared to what we've had. And then the siege is over when we get into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Sunshine and mild. And Jeff, we don't want it to be too mild because then we'll still be melting snow. But we are going to see some mild, calm weather for an extended period once we get into the weekend.
Okay, Matt, you say once that shuts off, the rivers can still rise for a while, though.
Very good point. We won't see some of these rivers, the big ones especially, crest until Saturday and maybe late Saturday. So The rain will end. We need that to happen. But the rivers, there's a lag time because you still have this water coming down out of the hills and feeding all the tributaries. So there will be a lag time. After the rain turns off, the rivers may still rise even though the rain has turned off.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
You bet.
Before we move on, a couple other school closure notes. Earlier we said that Newburgh schools were closed. It is just Ewing Young School that's closed there. Also just got word that Albany schools are closed for tomorrow. And another road closure to tell you about. Highway 26 closed at Clatsop County and Washington County line at the coast. So the list keeps on coming in.
And I'm sure it's going to grow even larger. Still ahead on this special hour-long edition of Channel 2 News. What about those folks that live on the river's edge? Their story of survival along the Willamette up next.
This isn't one of those highbrow white linen.
Of Channel 2 News, the rising waters of the Willamette forced families in an Oak Grove neighborhood to leave their homes tonight. As Paula Gunnis tells us, it's a part of Oak Grove that has been through flooding before.
The Noneman family has lived in this Oak Grove neighborhood for 30 years, and they're used to the whims of the Willamette River. But this is the first time they've had to pack up and leave their home.
Trying to take everything off of the basement level because the flood came a foot above this level 30 years ago. So we're assuming that it won't get any worse than that, hopefully.
Just about every family in this neighborhood was packing up and moving out after being warned of flooding from the Oak Grove Fire Department.
It's coming up about a foot an hour.
Neighbors watched the Willamette River carefully as the water inched its way up a boat ramp at the end of the street. It looked like a party at the Durland home with all the friends that showed up to help them evacuate and help pack their minivan.
It's gotten up the roof line. In 64, that's how high it got.
Yeah.
And they estimate it's going to get higher, so we'll see.
Down the street at the Bear family home, they decided not to evacuate, but felt comfortable laying sandbags in front of their garage doors. And the Smith family has lived here 23 years. Tonight they found out just how valuable friends are when it's time to move, and move quickly.
The nice part of it, really and truly, is the friends that come around you and say, hey, we're here for you.
In Oak Grove, Paula Gunnis, Channel 2 News.
Another note to tell you, just in, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Department is asking residents living along the Willamette River in Milwaukee to evacuate. Once again, if you live along the Willamette in Milwaukee, they want you to get out immediately.
That's very serious. If you live, once again, Steve, the Willamette in Milwaukee, get out immediately. Now, most of us have friends or family to rely on in times of tragedy like those folks. But what do you do if you're mentally ill and become separated from those who keep you strong? Sheila Hamilton has that story.
I am pretty upset. I know you are.
34-year-old Naomi Wilson is the first flood victim to check into Milwaukee's Red Cross shelter. A sudden evacuation from the family's Canby farm separated Naomi from her parents, separated her from her 2-year-old twins.
It's like, how long is it going to be? Am I going to see them again? Worry whether or not they're going to be taken care of? Happy? And it's a fear that grabs deep inside.
Wilson's mother took the twins in one car. She went in the other. They went in opposite directions. It was a stressful time for anyone. It was almost unmanageable for a person with a mental handicap. Naomi is schizophrenic.
It's rough being separated and not knowing what's going on, especially if the dams go, more than likely the whole thing could be covered in water.
As Naomi's fears rise, so does the water. In 1964, her parents' farm was covered. The forecasts indicate it could happen again. But Naomi will ride this one out separated from her support system. She brought along a bag of clothes, some books, a stereo, and her purse. The Red Cross says it will take good care of Naomi. Her children are in good hands with relatives in Hubbard. And from opposite ends of the county, they will watch and wait and pray. In Milwaukee, Sheila Hamilton, Channel 2 News.
Oh, we talked with Naomi's relatives tonight in Hubbard. They were glad to hear she was safe and hope to be reunited with her as soon as they can get back to the family farm.
Oh, for those of you being evacuated with animals, there's a place to keep your pets. The Multnomah County Animal Shelter is opening its doors. Its address is 1700 West Columbia Highway in Troutdale. If you have large animals like horses or animals you need help moving, you're asked to call the Animal Shelter, 248-3790, 248-3790, extension KATU-2. And this is something we often forget about in situations like this. Take care of those animals, and there's the number to call, Multnomah County Animal Shelter.
Hey, quick sports update now. Ron Carlson joins
Give
us.
us something positive,
just a bit of a break for you guys here. You know, they've had their problems this season, but at least the Blazers are still perfect whenever they visit Minneapolis. Portland next.
A historical perspective when we come back.
Stay tuned to Channel 2 News tomorrow morning beginning at 5:30. We'll update you on the latest flood problems, including road and school closures. That's just a few hours from now here on Spirit 2.
And finally tonight, some historical perspective. As you'll hear from those who have lived here for a while, the last time the flooding was this bad was back in 1964. Sheila Hamilton looks back at the highs of Portland's flood history.
It is a black and white version of today's flood damage. December 1964, Portland Harbor reached 30 feet higher in surrounding areas.
How high was the water here, Bill? It was 32.5 inches, as near as I can find out, according to watermark on my lace curtain on the front door and inside on the wall.
Thousands of Oregonians were evacuated. The state was declared a disaster area, but even the experts could not foresee it would happen again so soon.
Actually, this flood would occur about once every 200 years. I would say that perhaps happen about as often as your next-door neighbor's wife having triplets twice in a row.
Now, 32 years later, rivers are raging, dams are stressed, and people's homes and businesses are in jeopardy. The other great floods. In 1894, Portland Harbor reached 28.7 feet. People made their way through Portland's downtown in rowboats, and the fire department used a barge to make its way through town. In 1923, another big hit when Portland Harbor reached 25.3 feet. A similar flood in 1948. But most living Oregonians remember 1964 as the big one, the real disaster.
Was everything ruined? Did you save something? Well, I saved but very little, tell the truth. I didn't expect anything like this.
And some worry December 1964 will be copied in February of '96. In Portland, Sheila Hamilton, Channel 2 News.
Let's hope not. We have a man, Kirk Stempel, on the phone from along the Sandy River. Kirk, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Kirk, what's the latest?
Oh, it's nasty out here. I've never seen anything like this river, just raging.
Kirk, what happened? I understand you lost a deck. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got about 30 feet of property between my house and the river itself, and there's all deck, and the deck is just collapsing into the river.
Oh boy, when did that happen? Just recently then? You lost the deck?
Yeah, the deck went down about an hour ago.
No, boy, you've got 30 feet between you and the river?
Right now I have about 5 feet.
Kirk, we were getting reports an elderly woman on the Sandy. They were starting to lose their home. She was swept away by a mudslide. Did you hear about that situation?
No, I sure didn't. Me and the neighbors have been keeping in pretty good contact because I got a couple neighbors that, the river's flowing through their house, but, that's about it. Just a lot of high water.
Okay, Kirk Stempel, hang in there, guy, in the Sandy River. Kirk just lost his deck, and we're hearing all kinds of stories like this throughout the day.
And unfortunately, we're going to hear more,
tomorrow, no doubt about it.
Hey, let's check in with Matt Zaffino for the latest on the weather situation. Matt?
All right, Jeff, it is very nasty out there, as we just heard, and the rain has actually let up a little bit from Portland southward. We'll go through these satellite pictures, about 12 hours worth here, and you can see some clearing begin to just kind of bubble up from the south, just a little bit. Go through this one more time, and just right in there, you can see a little bit of clearing. One reason why I'm calling for thunderstorms is because we're getting a big surge of warm air ahead of this front. This is kind of getting pushed back a little bit, and that warm air is really moving up. We are in the 60s right now. I can't remember the last time we were in the 60s, but it's the warmest temperature of the day and certainly of the last several weeks. This front, a lot of rain along that, too, up across western Washington. I know you folks are seeing quite a bit of it up there, too. I want to take a look at radar, and this is picked up in the last hour or so. We have a very heavy band just along the Portland area, just to our north and west, it seems, and there may even be a thunderstorm in there. So we still have a lot of rain to get through, even though it's lightened up down to the south. You can see Salem and Eugene, the rain ended, at least for a little while this evening. I'm looking for another 1 inch to 1.5 inches in the valleys, up in the mountains 2 to 4 inches by the time we end it, and it'll be about this time tomorrow night before the rain really begins to end. So here's the forecast. The whole state is going to see a lot of rain. Over in northeast Oregon, I haven't talked about that area too much because we've had so much here, but Several of the rivers there are flooding. The weather spotters, weather watchers, and the State Patrol and everybody saying all the small streams are up and flooding, and they're melting a lot of snow, and they'll be warm tomorrow. So you folks over there have problems as well. We know that. On the coast, same deal. And of course, in the valleys, heavy rain. We're also getting the gusty winds now, gusts to 75, according to a weather watcher in Nesco tonight. You will have a windy night and a windy morning until that front pushes on through. So we've got a lot of wild weather to get through before we get to the sunshine, which comes this weekend. Here's the 5-day forecast. In fact, we've got a little bit of rain Friday morning, but by Friday afternoon, it's really going to turn around, and the weekend looks nice and sunny and pleasant. So we just have to hold out for about another 24 hours of heavy rain, and then we'll get out of this. And Jeff, I want to mention back in 1981, when I was in college in Salt Lake City, we had the big floods there, and it's amazing how something like this pulls the community together. Everybody will get in and volunteer to fill sandbags or whatever, and it really can turn out to be the bright side of the coin.
Okay, that is an important point because, as you well know, Steve, tomorrow more situations will develop, and it is a time for all of us to pull together. Neighbor helping neighbor. We gave a number down there in the Salem area. They're helping each other. The call may go out tomorrow, so stay with Channel 2 News and see how you can help others who need your help.
What's your bet? Is the water going over the seawall?
It's going over. Unless that plywood in the berm can hold it back, it's going to go over. I mean, I drove by Detroit Dam over the weekend, and it was empty. And if they have to evacuate people below the dam now because it's come up so high, that's a lot of water. That's all coming into the Willamette. Many other streams and rivers also feeding into the Willamette. So if that holds, if that plywood and that berm can hold, we'll be in good shape. If it doesn't hold, there's going to be a lot of water in downtown Portland.
Okay, stay with Channel 2 News. We'll have the very latest throughout tomorrow.
Unconfirmed report that elderly woman's been found. More at 5:30 in the morning. Good night.
Watching Channel 2 News, the Northwest News Leader. Tomorrow morning, join Dan Christopher and Janice Weibel for Channel 2 News This Morning.
Meanwhile, quite a few more residents waiting around this morning following another day of full rains.
And still others are forced from their homes altogether. And you'll be happy to hear that the end is very near to these 3 storms in a row. I'll let you know when, coming up next.
KATU. Now, Channel 2 News.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Bermudez.
And I'm Dan Christopher. Nice having you along on Channel 2 News this morning on a day that could go down in some history as far as the water levels in some of our rivers, which has been the object of great concern. We're going to find out right now the status of the rivers, and also we're going to find out our forecast as we go back to the Weather Center with Rhonda Shelby.
Well, Dan and Elizabeth, I think we will be setting records by the end of this week. We don't know yet if we have in rainfall or in record levels as far as the rivers go. But let me get right to what's happening on the Willamette right now. A lot of people are concerned about that. Here are the latest readings at Salem and at downtown Portland. As you can see, both areas are above flood stage, just about a foot or two. Downtown Portland, as you can see, 3 feet above flood stage. The seawall is at about 28 or 29 feet. Here is what the forecast is for tonight. It is expected to rise to about 28 feet tonight in downtown Portland, and the Willamette is expected to rise to maybe 36 feet by Friday morning in Salem. So if you're living along the Willamette all the way from Portland to Salem and points in between, we are talking about the river rising possibly over the banks and over seawalls. So this is a very serious situation. Had a call from Corvallis earlier today, and someone there said they're not taking it very seriously. Do take it seriously. All right, here's the latest river level at the Columbia River. This is also a serious situation at Vancouver. Right now, the flood stage, they've gone over flood stage 3 feet above, and the forecast is for possibly 30 feet by Friday. This also includes the Longview area, so this could be very serious as well. All right, there's the radar picture. Steady rainfall for a good portion of the night. Astoria getting hit extremely hard this morning. They may see 3 inches by the end of the day in Astoria. Look for another 2 inches to fall here in the area. Rain is in the forecast. A high of about 56 degrees. And Dan and Elizabeth, it looks like tonight this whole thing could be over. I'll have more for that on that for you coming up a little bit later. It's been a harrowing morning already.
I bet it has. The end is in sight, but the worst may yet be to come.
Yes, indeed. I think this might be the strongest of the 3 storms we've seen come through here.
Okay, these are hours that we watch very closely. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda. Well, here's a quick update on how things stand this morning. There have been numerous reports of flooding throughout northwest Oregon and southwest Washington. 11 Oregon counties have been declared disaster areas, and things are expected to get worse. Tonight at 7, the Willamette River is expected to crest at 10 feet above flood stage. Last night, Mayor Vera Katz held a press conference where she warned local businesses about flooding. The city is also asking downtown employees to help out.
We've also asked the public to please leave their cars at home, especially the public that tends to park from Front to about 4th and use public transit. We've been in contact with TriMet, and there will be additional buses available.
Well, due to the flooding, there are a great number of schools to tell you about this morning. It is not a particularly short list. Here's the very latest that we have. Vernonia School District's closed, all Lincoln County schools, Cascade School District, Jervis School District, also Maryland School, Monitor School, Central Howell School, Mount Angel, Scotts Mills, Silvercrest, Silverton, State and Area Schools, Salem Academy, Salem Kaiser Schools, Willamina 2 hours late, Nestucca Valley District, these are again under closures. Tillamook School District's closed, Banks, Corbett closed as well. Estacada, Malala River, Sandy District, Welsh's, Newburgh, Albany Public Schools, Santiam Canyon School District, Sublimity Elementary Schools, Victor Point School, Blanchet School, Silverton Christian School, Central School District, and also the Lyle School District being closed. And a couple of more to add to the list. Justine Skamania School District closed, also Stevenson Carson, Clatskanie, and Lebanon Community School District. Well, that's sure to be another wet day in the Johnson Creek area as well. Bob High was there yesterday, and this morning he shows us how residents are coping.
Floodwaters from Johnson Creek turned Foster Road into a lake. Many homes and cars in a 20-square block area are already flooded out. Despite the mayor's suggestion for voluntary evacuations, some longtime residents are staying put. The water's already at Ron Springer's doorstep, but he still won't go.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to leave. If it does, I'll just get my truck right there to get out of here.
Ron Justice even kept his video store open, simply pumping out the water.
Oh, yeah. As long as I'm here, I might as well. I have people that are walking up, getting movies.
Others take the warnings seriously.
Well, I've seen it worse, but it's going to come higher in the next 24 hours than it's been in the last 30 years. So we get everything up as high as we can. Now we're getting the heck out while we can.
Taking the horses out. Don't want them in the flood water.
These people evacuated horses to higher ground. One boy picks up a mailbox washed away by the high water. Even the driver who gave us a ride through the flood says it's time to go.
I think they should have taken it seriously about 2 or 3 hours ago. It's a little late now.
Bob High, Channel 2 News.
Well, Rhonda just told us about a lot of flooding that is expected later on this evening. We're going to check in right now with reporter Corinne Snipes. He's standing by at the seawall underneath the Morrison Bridge. How's it looking right now?
Well, Elizabeth, driving in this morning, you know, when you come across the Markham like I do in the morning, you're used to looking down and seeing the Willamette River way down there. Well, this morning, it looks odd. It is up so high. We want to show you over here what it looks like and how fast this river is moving this morning. You can see that the current is very swift, the water moving very rapidly, much more so than normal. And it looks like from where we're able to stand here on the seawall and judge, it looks like it's about 5 feet from the top of the seawall as the water has been rising overnight. And you can see the gauge there over on the piling that holds up part of the Morrison Bridge. Want to pan around this way if we can, Doug, show you what the Hawthorne Bridge looks like, what the river looks like behind us this morning. It has started to rain more here this morning. They've got some log booms here along the side to protect the seawall. And we have seen some tugboats this morning, but very little traffic. Looks like there's a log floating down the middle of the river. We know they've been trying to corral logs that have broken away from their groupings. And we want to show you some other pictures over here. Doug, if you can spin around back behind me just a little bit. These are TriMet employees behind me underneath the Morrison Bridge. What they've been doing is working since about 3 o'clock this morning, filling sandbags. They're trying to save the Morrison substation. They say they don't think they're going to be very successful with that as the water comes up this morning. So that's the situation right now. And of course, we'll have more as things develop. Back to you.
I have to give a lot of people a great deal of credit, Curran. Even though there's a good chance that their work may go for naught, they are busy sandbagging down there, down to the gas company building, others as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Just saying credit to a lot of people who are trying their best to save things, even though, as you point out, it may be a futile effort in the long run.
Yeah, well, you've got to try in this type of situation, because if you don't, then if something does happen, you're going to feel bad about it. I mean, so you've got to give it an effort and give it a try and hope that maybe the weather will turn or something will happen. And, of course, we don't know right now. So if you've got to fill sandbags and try to protect your business, or you've got to go ahead and do it and just hope for the best outcome.
Do what you can. Thanks very much, Curran.
An aerial view of the Willamette River shows us how desperate the situation is becoming. In downtown Portland, you can see the topside view of those tugs as they battled those breakaway logs. Next, you'll see an aerial view of the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, OMSI, where a batch of logs threatened to smack into the USS Blueback. Water pumps were working overtime at OMSI yesterday, where the Willamette has already flooded the basement. And flying directly over Ross Island, you can see swirling vegetation and other debris swept down into the river. And take a look at Willamette Falls in Oregon City. The falls have nearly disappeared.
Among other things, the flooding has displaced hundreds of people. Take a look at this incredible scene filmed by a Channel 2 viewer near Milwaukee. The raging Willamette River was apparently too much for this houseboat. There's the roof of the house just barely sticking out of the water. No word this morning on where the houseboat broke free or if the owner even knows it's gone. The flooding has caused at least 2 deaths here in Oregon. A 9-year-old girl died near her home in east of Scio. She had gone out to the family's mailbox. She apparently fell into a culvert and drowned. Also, an elderly woman died near Monmouth on Highway 99. The woman's car was apparently bumped into a field by another car. That field had been flooded by the little river, and the woman's car sank and she drowned. Well, severe flooding has prompted Governor Kitzhaber to declare 11 Oregon counties disaster areas. Those counties are Yamhill, Clackamas, Washington, Multnomah, Tillamook, Polk, Marion, Lynn, Lincoln, Wasco, and Union counties. State police say literally every stream and river in western Oregon has exceeded flood stage. Well, a number of mudslides have occurred overnight, making the situation very, very tough for motorists. One happened on Barber Boulevard last night, about midnight. It closed down 2 lanes and traffic was diverted. Meanwhile, there was also a mudslide on I-5 just south of Salem, and it has now, we are told, been cleared. Elizabeth.
Well, right now we're going to check in with assignment editor Norm Gunning, who's working the phones, and they are ringing like crazy.
We're getting a lot of feedback this morning. Norm, what do you have for us? Oh, I guess we do not have him available. Maybe some of those phones have sort of overwhelmed him. We're going to get back to him. Whoops, now we're told in our ear that Norm is here. Good morning, Norm.
Good morning. I do have my microphone on almost. I've got a lot of traffic information. If you're commuting this morning, plan and leave early. Plan and leave early. Those are the words. Here are some of the traffic situations we have right now. I-5 South is closed at the Markham Bridge because of a mudslide in the Terwilliger curves. They hope to have 1 lane open on I-5 South by 6 o'clock. South of Portland, I-5 is okay except for high water at the Brooks interchange. Now, the big problem area this morning is Highway 26. Heading into Portland, it's still closed at Sylvan, and actually it's closed back at the 217 interchange. They are, if you're coming eastbound on 26, they're diverting folks south on 217. They hope to have 1 lane open of Highway 26 inbound by 6 o'clock. Eastbound, there is at least 1, possibly 2 lanes open on Highway 26. Highway 84, Interstate 84 is closed at Troutdale and westbound at Hood River due to a slide near Dodson. This closure may be in place for several days. In the city, roads closed include Thompson, Northwest Cornell, Northwest Germantown, and Skyline between Burnside and Cornell. I can tell you about 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, that Burnside and Barnes was clear over the top of the hill. And several street closures out elsewhere. Also, let's see, we have Highway 43 southbound at the Selwood Bridge. 1 lane is closed, and Canyon Road eastbound at West Slope, the right lane is closed. That's the information right now. We'll see you a bit later.
Going to make for a backed up commute by the sound of it with all those closures. As you say, plan, leave lots of time. Thanks, Norm.
Yeah, leave extra time. Right now, we're going to check in with reporter Michael Hanna. He is standing by at Johnson Creek. What's it looking like right now out there, Michael?
Yeah, take a look, Elizabeth. Water all over the place. We're at the corner of Southeast 100 and 2nd and Foster Road. This area, part of the Johnson Creek floodplain. Johnson Creek over its banks. It started a couple days ago, and look where the water is. The creek is several blocks behind me, and it's really starting to gobble up large sections of this neighborhood here in Southeast Portland. All throughout the night, police went through this entire area, telling people that they should evacuate for their own safety because, as you can see, the roads are becoming impassable all across this neighborhood. Several dozen people have been asked to evacuate, and many of them have already left their homes. And you can see why. Look at the water. You can almost see as the wind blowing the water. That's the direction it's heading, right up Southeast 102nd. This is where we want to go. We're going to walk this way and talk to a young woman here who bought her home just a year ago, and now she's talking about having to evacuate because of the rising floodwaters. Morning. Hi there. I know you've got a smile on your face, but things aren't looking so good right now.
No, I'm a little nervous.
Tell me your name again.
Lori Potma.
And tell me about this house. This is your house? You bought it about a year ago?
Yeah, it's my first house. I just bought it a year ago this month.
And what have the police told you? Somebody came to your door a little while ago. Describe what happened.
It was a police officer, and she said basically that this is a voluntary leave at this point, and to get everything to high ground and get pets, family, everything you can.
So what are you doing? What have you started doing? What do you have planned here for the day?
Well, I've got friends and family coming in from Colton to help me pack up everything that's not replaceable, and everything else I'm just going to have to let go.
Can you run over there? You mentioned that, I'm not sure if we can walk this far, but what the police have done here in this neighborhood is actually gone door to door, and they've put little red markers on the doors there. Let's see if we can zoom in and see that. That's a pretty ominous sight. You wake up in the morning to the knock on your door from a police officer telling you to hightail it out of here, and then they leave you with a little orange marker to let emergency crews know that this is a house that's targeted for rising floodwaters. Must have been kind of a sad, maybe a little bit of a scary feeling.
Yeah, I was pretty upset there for a while, calling everybody I know to try to get over here to help me out, and it was pretty scary.
And tell me again where you work, and I assume you're not going to work. You got a message for your boss if he or she is watching?
Yes, I have called in, and I work at Pacific Seafood in Clackamas, and they're aware of the situation, so hopefully they'll bear with me.
Thank you very much for your time. I know you're going to be busy here in over the next few minutes getting things going. I'll let you get going. Good luck, and good luck to a lot of the people down here on this street and a lot of streets in this area, because as Johnson Creek continues to rise, we're going to be seeing more of that. More people starting to put things in the backs of pickup trucks and the trunks of their car and getting on out of here. Let's give you one more look at the water level here. We've been out here for about 20 minutes, and you can see it moving pretty fast. It's kind of creeping up along the street. So really over the next few hours, as this river continues to rise, the telltale signs are here, people being asked to evacuate. Obviously a very, very serious situation involving urban flooding here in Southeast Portland, as our photographer Lansing gives you the foot level view of the water down here on 102nd in Southeast Foster. Dan, Elizabeth?
Her first home, and she's already having to get her belongings and evacuate. Not good.
Can you imagine that? Isn't that something? You save up all your money, you've got your dream home, you build it, you buy it in a place where you just can't imagine something like this is going to happen. I mean, people have lived here for years. They've known about Johnson Creek, but it's never come this high, not at least in recent memory.
Okay, Michael Hanna, thank you for that live report.
And that point's well taken, that Johnson Creek is a chronic problem during flooding situations, but the extraordinary situation we have right now has made it even more of a problem. There's some other information about the Johnson Creek area that we'd like to pass along to you in addition to what Michael was able to tell us this morning. Here's a look at the area covered by that voluntary evacuation notice Mike told us about. The flood area is between the following points: Southeast 82nd to 92nd between Harney and Rural. Also Southeast 92nd to Southeast 122nd between Knapp and Herald. Southeast 111th to 122nd between Herald and Foster, and Southeast 122nd to 136th between Herald to just north of Holgate. Residents who evacuate their homes can seek shelter at the Red Cross at Milwaukee Presbyterian Church. That is located at 2416 Southeast Lake Road. The shelter capacity is 150 people. However, it cannot accommodate family pets, we are told. And we've just been informed that a declaration of emergency has been issued in Polk County. Residents and businesses, all areas along the Willamette River, have been advised to evacuate. Also this morning, West Lynn residents of riverfront homes are advised to clear the area.
And if you have a flooding emergency in the city of Portland, here is the number to call, 823-333. City officials ask that you call that line only in the case of an emergency.
Coming up on Channel 2 News.
We'll continue our coverage of the big flood of '96.
And here's a look at the mighty Willamette this morning as it continues to approach flood stage. We'll have more.
The end is near, folks. It looks like we're going to be out of this possibly by tomorrow. And as we go to break, let's take a look at the latest river levels for the Willamette and also for the lower Columbia near Vancouver.
There's a look at the downtown area right now in the Willamette, which is going to be the object of great concern throughout these next several hours. Nice having you along on Channel 2 News on a very eventful day in the Rose City.
And you just saw a shot of the Willamette River that is apparently just quickly rising. We're going to check in right now with Rhonda Shelby in the Weather Center. She's going to bring us up to date on the weather situation. Rhonda?
Well, Elizabeth and Dan and everybody, I tell you what, we're going to have another day of rainfall, and this storm looks pretty strong. It might be even stronger than the last two that came through here. By tonight, though, late tonight, I think we're going to see the end of this thing. Let's take a look at the satellite picture and show you what's happening. Basically, we've had a front over us over the last 24 hours that hasn't moved much. We just haven't seen much movement at all from this thing. It will finally start to shift off. Later tonight and into tomorrow, we'll get some colder air in here and we'll see a cold front come through. But for right now, there is more moisture streaming in from that subtropical system. We could get possibly 2 more inches by the end of the day, but the end is near. It looks like tonight this moisture is going to run out from this area and our flow is going to change. We'll see some cooler temperatures and sunshine by this weekend. Here's a look at yesterday's highs. It's extremely warm. It's 57 degrees right now at the Channel 2 studios, and our high for yesterday was 56. 60s along some portions of the coast in Redmond, 60. You know, it's just been so warm here. This warm front has brought not only the havoc with the rain, but some extremely warm temperatures. 24-hour rainfall totals, I put on the map the ones that had the most rain last night. As you can see, Salem and Eugene with over 2 inches. Same with Newport. Astoria still getting pounded this morning, and they have 3 inches so far in the last 24 hours, and almost 2 inches here in Portland. Here are some partial 4-day totals. These are really tough to get at 5:30 in the morning, but I did get you some of them. In Eugene, we've had almost 9 inches of rain in the past 4 days. Unbelievable. Same, Astoria, also unbelievable. Nearly 7 inches in the past 4 days. Same for Salem. And Portland riding behind with almost 5 inches in the past 4 days. All right, here's what you can expect for the forecast. We have rain today. It will be heavy at times. Once again, another 2 inches possible today here in the Willamette Valley, and even more than that in the Coast Range and higher elevations. High of about 58 degrees today. And then as you can see, Friday is when we'll expect the possibility of some showers in the morning. I tell you what, that high pressure is going to finally start moving in on Friday afternoon. We'll see partly sunny conditions on Saturday. Sunday and Monday look very nice, and I think we deserve it after all this. However, the rivers will continue to rise, especially the Willamette and the Columbia, right through Friday night and possibly Saturday morning. So the situation will still be serious then, but we won't be having rainfall adding to the problems by then. Dan and Elizabeth.
So it's kind of misleading when you say the end is near, because like you say, the rain will stop, but the flooding will continue, unfortunately.
Well, and as we all know, the rain has been, and the snow melt has been the major problem with these last 3 systems that have come through. But I think if we can clean up with sunshine on our backs instead of rain, that's a lot better.
That certainly is. Okay, Rhonda Shelby, thank you.
That's one nice thing about it. The temperatures are very comfortable. We're not dealing with freezing temperatures anymore. Well, the high water headache is not only above ground, all the stuff that we've been showing you, the tremendous amount of water below ground is also causing big problems. As Leah Hope reports this morning, those problems you may never realize until the road beneath you breaks away.
In Marion County, water over the road isn't the only problem. Part of Highway 22 is starting to fall apart. But when the sign says, "Be prepared to stop," Lisa Pattison and Jim Lind had no idea what they were in for.
We came around the corner and there was this huge canyon hole. I mean, you could fit, a Mack truck in there and it'd get lost.
Just off Highway 22, a 70-foot section of Little North Fork Road is missing. They were the first to notify authorities.
I thought, oh my God, seconds before this, I mean, had we been hurrying up a little bit, quicker to get home, we could have been driving over this when it fell in the river even.
Marion County Public Works crews were also stunned by this enormous hole in the road.
I've never seen one of our roads do this. That's a big hole.
So Jim and Lisa won't make it home tonight. They don't know when they'll make it back home. They've already tried 2 alternate routes, no luck.
Even going home and taking everything for granted, you can't do that. You come upon something where you might not be here right now.
1 minute this was a passable highway, and the next second it's just a huge hole and it's impassable, and it just, boom, it happens, and it's just incredible, the power of the earth.
They'll stay with relatives, glad to know that no one else will be suddenly face to face with this hole. In Marion County, Leah Hope, Channel 2 News.
That's amazing. They are very fortunate.
That nobody got hurt on that, absolutely. It is going to take a while to get that thing patched up. So many roads in trouble right now. And of course, the Willamette River, we're keeping a close watch on. Current Snipes at the seawall right now along the Morrison Street Bridge. You see the water's rising?
Yeah, well, the wind is blowing, it's raining, and of course the water is rising. Let's take a look and show you what the river looks like here underneath the Morrison Bridge. You can see that the current is very swift. The water is moving very rapidly. The river currently is at 22.5 feet, and of course is expected to crest at 31 feet about 7 o'clock tonight. And it's just fascinating to stand out here and to look at this river. I mean, we're used to seeing a calm, placid river just kind of moseying along, and this is compared to that, we hear a raging torrent. And quite muddy at that, with lots of debris floating down. We've seen a number of trees and limbs and other debris that apparently has washed into the tributaries and now is making its way down the Willamette. I want to show you what's going on over here as well, if Doug can follow me. We've got folks from TriMet who are putting together sandbags to try to save a substation here underneath the Morrison. And there's some other folks over here who are volunteers who have come out and given their time and effort. And let's see if we can talk with a couple of them.
Oh, me?
Hi, yeah, we're from Channel 2. Tell me about why you came out here this morning to help.
Well, because nobody else is gonna. If you don't, you see what I'm saying? If I didn't, who else would?
Tell me about your situation. Is your home okay?
That's fine.
So you came out this morning?
I don't own a business. I don't have a home that's flooding. I'm on high ground. It's perfectly fine.
And so you decided to come out this morning and just lend a hand?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can talk with a couple of your cohorts over here as well and find out about why they came over here. Hi, what's your name, please?
I'm Tammy.
And tell me, why come out here and help?
Because I figure I live up on a hill and I'm safe and thought I'd come down and help everybody out that needed it.
And your friend here, your name?
James.
And tell me what you're doing here this morning.
Well, I figure basically, if I was living down here, they'd be doing the same thing for me. I'm working night shift, so I didn't have anything better to do. I figured I called in the emergency line, and they said they needed help with the sandbags down here, so what the heck.
There you are. Okay, so there you have it. Volunteers, people who've come out this morning to help as the river continues to rise. Dan Elizabeth, back to you.
Okay, that's great to hear the spirit of people helping other people out in this time of need.
You bet. The crisis is upon us, and hats off to those volunteers. Excellent. Right now, we are at about a minute away from 6 o'clock. And just ahead, if you're just tuning in, an update on the flooding situation across the Northwest.
We'll be right back.
Spirit of the Northwest. We are KATU. Now, Channel 2 News.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Bermudez. It's about a minute past 6 o'clock right now.
And this is continuing coverage of the floods that continue to rise this morning. 7 o'clock tonight, the Willamette expected to crest. Right now, we know that Johnson Creek is already a serious problem. Mike Hanna standing by with the very latest. Hi, Mike.
We heard from Kern Snipes a little while ago talking about what's going on downtown. Well, we're getting a preview of the kind of flooding we could see there from here in southeast Portland. I'm at the corner of 102nd and Southeast Foster. You get the idea here. Take a look at out there. This place is becoming a lake very, very fast. The water rising fairly quickly and consuming one street after another. If you turn around this way, you can see what's happened here to sergeants' cars, trucks, and RVs. Much of the building underwater. The inside obviously flooded. If you look over there, you can see the water level. I'm standing in about a foot and a half of water, and what's happening here is as Johnson Creek rises, it's heading along 102nd, at least in this area, where there are numerous homes down there. We're going to walk down here into a residential area. All around this area last night, police went door to door to dozens of homes, telling residents that they should perhaps think about hightailing it out of here over to higher ground. That's because Johnson Creek continuing to rise. A lot of those folks have heeded the warnings. In fact, there's a lot of homes that we can't get to right now, which are flooded, and the people have left. Now the people on this street down here on 102nd are trying to figure out exactly what to do next, because you can see now we're on a little bit drier surface, but you can see the water rising here along 102nd. This is an example of many streets across this part of southeast Portland which are experiencing flooding because of the swollen Johnson Creek. We want to just take a look real fast at this house, and we can show you what police have done to let people, to get the word out. Bear with me for just a second. Morning. Hi. Can you show us what you've got on your door there? She's holding up an orange marker. Police have gone door to door in this neighborhood and have put orange markers on all the homes that they want to see evacuated. The woman who you see holding the door, we talked to about 15 minutes ago. What was your name again? Lori. Lori, come on down here real fast. Let's talk to her again, see how things have progressed. Okay, you bought the house just a year ago?
A year ago this month. Happy anniversary, huh?
What did police tell you a few minutes ago when they came by?
It's a voluntary evacuation at this point, just to get everything to high ground and pets, all that.
And you were going to do what?
I'm expecting friends and family to come in right now any minute to help me load up everything that's irreplaceable, and the rest I'm just going to have to let go.
Good luck with this issue. Do you have flood insurance? A lot of people are interested. How are you going to pay for this if things do go wrong here?
That was one of the conditions when you bought the house in this area. I could not buy it without having flood insurance, so I am covered.
Great, that's the good news. Yes. I'll let you get back to what you got to do there. Come on over here and you can see what's happening. A lot of cars pulling up to this intersection. Norm Gunning, our assignment manager, has been talking about those traffic problems. This is obviously an area where people are concerned about traffic. Let's see what this person's doing. He's obviously either on his way to work or trying to get across town. He's come up to this intersection, which is closed. There's really no way to get a vehicle through there, even a four-wheel drive. There's a lot of water on there. Let's see if this gentleman has a minute here. Morning. Can you roll down your window? Yeah. Hi, we're with Channel 2. Can I ask you a quick question? What's going on here? Where are you trying to get to and what's happening?
I'm trying to look and see what's happening down here because I just live up the block at just one block this side of Harold.
Trying to get a sense of how far the water...
What's happening with the water.
What, have police told you anything? People gone door to door in your neighborhood?
No, not yet. No, they haven't come yet.
But you're concerned, obviously, as this water rises.
It looks like the water has gone down maybe 2 inches or so because it was covering that corner there by that van.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll let you go. That's the situation here at Southeast 102nd Foster. A lot of water all over this part of Southeast Portland, and a lot of people concerned about as Johnson Creek continues to rise, whether or not they're going to have to leave their homes in the next few hours. Dan, Elizabeth, back to you.
And we can tell by the glistening on your coat that there's no shortage of rain, which is just compounding the problem.
Yeah, it's coming down here.
All right, hang in there. Thanks, Michael.
What a way to start the morning. Well, right now we're going to talk to Roberta Rial. She's in Salem, and we understand she's got about 3 feet of water near her home. Good morning, Roberta.
Good morning.
How are things out there this morning?
Pretty wet. I woke up at about 2 o'clock this morning and saw flashing lights out in the road and looked out the window and saw people knocking on doors and cars trying to get out of the area. And the water was, my car was parked on the street, and it was about halfway up the hubcaps and rushing. And at that point, we didn't know if it was the Willamette that had overflown. We're in central downtown part of Salem, and it turned out it's Mill Creek that's overflown its banks, And they finally came around at 4 o'clock and were asking us to evacuate because the Willamette's rising and they expect at least 2 to 4 more feet of water by tomorrow. So they asked us to evacuate at that time. And we just rushed around and got everything up off the floor that we could, furniture and everything that we could, drawers, dressers, anything that we could get off the floor, and got out of there. We had a difficult time getting out of the area because there's a number of depressions in the streets where there's dips and that kind of thing. And as we were leaving, the water was above, at the bumper level of our car and above the running boards on our van. So it was kind of dicey getting out of the area, but we made it. And the roads are pretty much clear east of that area towards Lancaster and beyond at this point. But the downtown area is quite a mess.
Okay, Roberta Rael, thank you for talking to us this morning on the phone.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I would have to trust that this has got to be such an emotional time for so many people.
Absolutely.
Just being displaced and having to walk away, leaving so many things that mean so much to you. Hopefully, some relief is in sight. We're going to find out from Rhonda Shelby right now what the weather forecast calls for, and these folks would like some relief.
Well, Dan and Elizabeth, the relief will be coming when we talk about rainfall. It looks like we're going to be finished with this. It'll be a memory by tomorrow. However, the rivers are going to continue to rise, and that has been the situation on the Willamette and the Columbia. If you're just waking up and you haven't seen yet what the river levels are, here's what they are as of this morning. On the Willamette, just about everywhere on the Willamette, they're about 1 to 3 feet above flood stage in many areas. Downtown Portland, 3 feet above flood stage. Here's the forecast. Expected to rise to 28 feet tonight in downtown Portland. Excuse me, that's going to be about 7 o'clock tonight. And in Salem, projected to raise to 36 feet by Friday. Excuse me. Guys, you'll have to take it away.
Okay, that's one of those things that happens. Take care, Rhonda. We'll get back with you a little bit later. You okay?
Yep.
Okay, I tell you what, we're going to give you a bit of a break. That's one of those things. A frog will creep into the works from time to time, and she's been working very hard, and she'll get squared away very shortly.
Yeah. Now we're going to join Jim Springer on the telephone. He's out in Kalama, Washington, and I understand he's been volunteering and helping out over at City Hall. Is that right, Jim?
That's correct. This morning we succeeded in getting everything off the floors in the City Hall and library facilities up to about the foot and a half level. We currently have water surcharging up the storm sewers and actually up the sanitary sewers and into several of the buildings in the downtown area. We have about a foot of water in a couple of intersections, and water continues to surcharge up the storm drains. Mostly we're doing defensive maneuvering right now, anticipating a rise in the water. Several businesses have been sandbagging across their front doors, and we're optimistic that the water won't get too deep, but just in case, so we've taken quite a few precautions here because Kalama historically, since 1948 and even prior to that, has had some flooding problems, and hopefully we'll be able to ride this one out.
As far as the building, City Hall itself, is that equipped with a basement, or are we talking about first-level flooding, or what?
This is on Main Street. There is no basement. Those buildings that have basements already have over a foot of water, and some of them some more, and anticipating quite a bit more than that.
What about somebody driving in your area right now? What advice would you have for them?
Watch out for the cones and the barricades that warn you that there are high water points. At the Camp Kalama area, they already have over 3 feet of water and expecting 5 feet or 6 feet of water out there, which will go over possibly over the frontage road, and there'll have to be alternate routes taken later.
Okay, Jim Springer out at Kalama, Washington. Thank you for talking to us this morning. And he raises a good point. A lot of terrible road conditions out there. So if you see cones, if you see flashing lights, don't ignore them. A lot of people have the tendency just to, I'll bypass them.
Absolutely.
You know, this morning it's a very serious issue.
Well, as Norm Gunning told us a little bit earlier, so many roads closed, and it's just got to be a nightmare for even some of our own people had difficulty getting in today. Dennis Norden is taking an overview of all of this right now. And Dennis, do us a favor and bring us up to date. What can you advise for local motorists?
Well, one thing I can advise is what Washington County Emergency Services has asked, and they have asked that folks wait until dawn at least before going out, because with the pre-dawn hours, you just can't see the water ahead, and they have not had the personnel or the barricades to close every street that really does need to be closed. flows, and it changes so often as well. From that west side and from Washington County and more parts of western Multnomah County, I just don't know how you're going to get into town this morning. You've got the Sunset Highway closed still at the zoo. They're trying to reroute traffic as you get at 217. We have Burnside Barns from time to time closed. Cornell still closed from last night. Cornelius Pass Road still closed. Now even Shoals Ferry Road is closed. So quite a tie-up already on the Sunset Highway as you approach that area of Highway 217. Dennis Norton, Airwatch Traffic.
Thank you so much, Dennis. You really point out that just about any direction that you head, you're going to run into some problems, and your point is certainly worth repeating. Try not to leave until dawn if you have to leave at all, because you can hit some of those puddles, and it doesn't take that much to stall out an automobile. Don't count on the fact that you might be able to blast through. Well, in some other news this morning, a house being washed into the Sandy River, carrying off a man and a woman. The man was rescued by a barge, as it turned out. This morning, police have no word about the woman. The house was carried downriver, where it crashed into the Sandy River Bridge at Troutdale.
In a sewage tip this morning, folks should assume the flood water is not clean. Officials say untreated wastewater is overflowing from the sanitary sewer system in Orenco and Hillsboro's Turner Creek and Lower Rock Creek areas. That's because in heavy rains, extra surface water significantly increases wastewater flows in the system, backing up the main lines. So if you do come into contact with that flood water, wash with soap and water very well. The heavy rains are taking their toll in southwest Washington. One spot that has been severely impacted is the community of La Center. Take a look at these pictures. A section of the road has given way on Timmins Road. One man escaped injury just before the road crumbled Tuesday night. He went to get help after a tree slammed on his pickup. The road gave way after he went to town to get some help.
Well, if you're going to be driving this morning, we have a couple of common sense items that we'd like to pass along that you know about, but that bear repeating at times like this. Slow down, of course, when you're approaching a flooded roadway. Don't drive through deep water or water deep enough to touch the bottom of your vehicle. It can splash up there and suddenly you'll be going nowhere. Also, keep a watchful eye for mudslides and falling trees. That has been a very real threat and a reality in many cases. If you encounter a flooded bridge or a blocked culvert, turn around. Find an alternate route. Also, be extra careful driving at night. It's more difficult to spot those road hazards or those chuckles that suddenly appear that you didn't know were ever there. And pay attention to emergency crews. They are out and about. There are also road signs and flaggers. Please beware and take care of those folks.
It's about 13 after 6 right now. When we come back, we'll have another check on the traffic, and we'll check in on the flooding situation downstate.
Also, here's a look at the mighty Willamette. How it's doing this morning. It's dark and it's rising.
And I'm Norm Gunning at the Channel 2 assignment desk. This information in from the city of Milwaukee. You can pick up sandbags at the Ledding Library parking lot on Southeast 21st Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Also, there's a shelter at the Milwaukee Presbyterian Church at 2416 Southeast Lake Road. TriMet's running all available Max Light rail trains and buses for the morning commute, but there may be some problems with some of the routes that have to go over areas where those road closures are. So just be patient and plan ahead on the morning commute. We'll have more news coming up here on Spirit 2.
The Northwest Channel 2 News continues.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News on this very wet Thursday morning.
It's one that's going to be kind of rock and roll for a lot of us, just watching and waiting to see how much worse it can get, and it's pretty nasty in a lot of places. We're going to say good morning right now to Alexander Sword, who is west of Portland. He is in Vernonia. We know that Vernonia schools, along with dozens of others, are closed. Good morning, Alexander.
Hi, how you doing this morning?
Well, we're trying to stay on top of things, and you're gracious enough to help us out. Tell us about Vernonia.
Okay, we're the oldest family that's still on the same property in this upper Nehalem Valley. And the river is in about a number 4 class right now. The highest water the valley has seen since the advent of settlers was in 1894. And that's when you see all the boats in the stores and fronts and stuff downtown Portland. But I'm wearing knee boots, but I'm out of the water. But my granddad wasn't at that time. He built a boat and had to get his way over here to the farm that time.
To your recollection, this is probably the worst that you've seen then.
Beg your pardon?
This is probably the worst you've personally seen out there.
No, 74 was just a little bit higher than this, but I marked it out here on the yard. And this one is just lacks about 6 inches of being as high as 74 was. The highest water we had was in 37 this century. And this water here is raising a foot an hour, and it's only 6 inches from being as high as it was in 74.
You've got the waterway that runs right through town there that leads to, among other things, the schools and whatever. What about transportation? What about travel right through downtown Vernonia?
Well, the street itself will be open downtown Vernonia, but you couldn't get here from either direction right now. The river is too deep, and there's numerous slides. We hear about some more down the river that the river has got them blocked off on 2 ways, and there's a slide beside, so it's going to be a day or two before this straightens out, and it could get quite a bit deeper.
Have you been out as far as Highway 26 where you would turn off for Vernonia to see what travel is like there?
No, because you couldn't get there. You couldn't probably get more than a mile or something like that south of Vernonia, I would guess, at this time, being how high the water is.
All right. Well, you have helped us out considerably. Thank you very much, Alexander Sword, in Vernonia this morning.
Reporter Curran Snipes has been at the seawall all morning monitoring the quick rising Willamette River. We're going to check in with him right now and see how it's going out there. Curran?
Hi, Elizabeth. Good morning. As the sun is coming up, we're able to see more of the Willamette River. There's a gauge here underneath the Morrison Bridge. I want to focus in on that and just show you how the water is rising. It looks like it's around 23 feet on its way to 24 there, and you can see 25. They're saying at 7 o'clock tonight it's going to be up at 31. That means there'll be water over the seawall here. Now, I've been standing here talking with Paul McAdam, who's a Portland native. He's a volunteer who's come in this morning to help work on the sandbags. Tell me, in all your years here, you ever seen anything like this?
No, not really. I mean, it's 64 flood, but it could, if they're talking it's going to be bigger. It's, you know, the much rain has come down, it's really, you know, it's bad. I mean,
I know when I was driving in this morning and I just looked out at the river, I just found it hard to believe what I was seeing, that the river was up so much. What was your impression?
Well, I mean, it's a shock, you know, to see how fast it's coming up. And, you know, I mean, the sandbags, you know, we're needing people to help fill sandbags down here too, you know. So, I mean, I don't know. I can remember when this wall was sandbagged, you know, years ago, you know, and now, you know, they're trying to do this. I mean, I hope they can, you know, hold this water from downtown.
We appreciate your efforts, and as he said, there's a call for help or other volunteers to come down underneath the Morrison Bridge, help to put sand in sandbags. Of course, people have been up all night in town up through 6th Street trying to make sure that they have their basements clear, things off the floor, just in case this does happen this evening. Dan and Elizabeth, back to you.
Okay, we're going to be watching very closely throughout the course of the day. Very trying times down there. Thank you, Curran.
Now we've got Walt Peck of Washington County joining us on the telephone. Good morning, Walt.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Elizabeth.
How are things this morning out there?
It's pretty ugly. I guess our primary message to motorists is please don't go out until it's light, and then only go out if you have to, and assume a much longer commute today, and by all means back off on the pedal a little bit, because we have high water in areas that we don't have barricades. There's not a barricade left in the county, or probably any county in the state right now. So motorists have to assume a much higher degree of responsibility for their own safety out there.
Walt, specifically, where are you at right now?
I'm in Hillsboro.
Hillsboro. And what's the condition at right there?
Well, it's raining heavily, and we continue to close roads at a faster rate than we're opening other roads up. We have probably 50 roadways closed right now. A large percentage of them are in rural Washington County, but we do have closures in the urban area, as you've been reporting, and some big problems on roadways such as Highway 26.
Does it appear that a lot of people are staying home, that traffic is much lighter than normal for this time of day?
Well, you know, I have to tell you, I don't typically get going quite this early, but I think traffic is a little bit lighter, and we certainly hope it stays that way.
Okay. Walt Peck, thank you for calling in with that important information. If you can avoid,
folks. We appreciate it.
Yeah, if you can avoid leaving your home later than usual, that's a really good idea, because like you said, they can't even put up advisories that these roads are filled with water because they're out of supplies.
Yeah, and they're happening faster than you can even keep track of. So just expect problems no matter what direction that you're heading. Not only problems in the metro area, but far south into the state of Oregon as well, some significant problems this morning. We're going to take a look at a home right now near Medford that has been severely flooded, like a scene that's become all too common in our area. Trees fallen as well in this area. Meanwhile, Highway 36 has been closed by a number of downed trees thanks to some landslides, and boy, there have been plenty of those. Well, near south of Eugene, the raging waters threatened the historic Crawfordsville Covered Bridge. Look at those waters, how raging they are. Throughout the yesterday, the water rose higher and higher, and it began lapping at the structure of the bridge. And a dramatic rescue yesterday on the Mackenzie River. A mother and 3-year-old child were rescued by helicopter on the roof of their home as the river was rising all around them. How terrifying.
Salem is also experiencing a lot of high water problems. Channel 2's Ed Teachout reports on how people are trying to deal with the stream that used to flow through the middle of town.
Sandbags are going down in hopes of cutting off the rising waters of Mill Creek. The stream is over its banks, flooding streets, and now threatening homes. Even though the water is already surrounding some houses, people remain optimistic sandbags will do the job.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah. We're trying. That's about all we can do, I guess.
It's tough enough getting around Salem with storm drains backing water onto streets so they have to be closed. But now there's even a bigger problem. Mill Creek here is now spilling over the bridges that it once flowed under. That's causing backups all around town and major headaches for people just trying to move around Salem. High-clearance four-wheel drive trucks are about the only motorized vehicles making it down Ferry Street. Bikes work up to chain level. On foot works about the best, but you're going to get wet. Where's the wood, Jeff? Where's the wood? This man and his son were picking up logs floating all over the streets. He says he's preparing for the next round of wicked weather.
If we get hit with another cold snap, I'm going to need this wood. If we don't, I've got enough to make the winter.
So this is like a gold mine for you.
I love it, yeah, and I'm cleaning the street at the same time. And giving Jeffrey a ride. He's 3. He loves it.
But the tenants in this office complex aren't taking this flood so lightly. That's because if Mill Creek continues to rise like expected, they and other homeowners along the creek's path will be underwater.
Ed Teachout, Channel 2 News.
If by chance you are interested in volunteering in any capacity to try to stop the flood in Salem, here's a number that you can call, and they'd appreciate your help. It's 503-370-3088.
And a number of state offices in Salem have been closed due to the flooding situation. Those are the Department of Agriculture, Department of Veterans Affairs, Archives Division, Treasury Employees and Labor and Industries Building, Employment Department Division of State Lands, Economic Development Department, and State Lands Building have all been closed for the day.
We'd like to expand on the list of school closings that are being the result of the flooding this morning for you. So listen up, and you just might find your school district on the list. Due to the flooding, these are the closings as we have them at this hour. Vernonia is closed. All Lincoln County schools closed. Cascade School District shut down for the day. So is Jervis School District, Maryland School, Monitor School, Central Howell School, and Mount Angel.
So are Scott Mills Schools, Silver Crest, Silverton, State and Area Schools, Salem Academy, Salem Kaiser Schools. Willamina is running 2 hours late. Nesteca Valley Schools are closed. The Nesteca Valley School District, I should say, as well as Nakani.
This one I'm going to have to defer to the spelling on this screen is Neakanai. Let's try that, and I apologize for not knowing that. Closed today. Also, Tillamook School District, Neakani. Here we go. Thank you very much for that. Banks, Corbett, Estacada, Malala River, and Sandy District closed.
As well, our Welch's schools are closed. Newburgh, Albany Public Schools, Santiam Canyon School District, Sublimity Elementary School, Victor Point School, and Blanchette School.
Also, Silverton Christian School, Central School District closed, and Lyle School District closed. And a few that we don't have on the screen for you, but we'd like to pass along, closed. Rainier, Hood River, and Jewel Schools closed.
And as well, Skamania School District is closed, and Stevenson Carlson is closed, and
Lebanon Community School District closed, and Klatskanai, we are told, also closed this morning.
A lot of school closures because of this weather. We're going to find out from Rhonda Shelby, who keeps telling us that the end is in sight, right?
Yes, the end is in sight. It looks like we're going to start to see this thing turn to showers this evening, as early as this evening, so that's good. But then the rivers are going to continue to rise, folks. So do be careful if you are living on the Willamette or the Columbia. Take this seriously. In fact, the record back in 1964 for the river rising was 29.8 feet here in downtown Portland, and we're projected to rise to 27 and possibly over 30 feet later tonight. So this is a very serious situation, and more rainfall is yet to come. Let's take a look at the current conditions outside right now. At the airport, it's cloudy, which really means nothing because we're just seeing some waves of showers and, rainfall going through a lot of the other areas right now, especially the west side of town. Temperature 58 degrees, humidity 87%. Freezing level has gone up again, another 1,000 feet to 9,500 feet. Just had a weather watcher call from Wallowa. They said they had 4 inches of rainfall in the last 24 hours. In fact, that has been the norm, about 1 to 4 inches in northwestern Oregon over the last 24 hours, depending on where you live. Once again, this very, very strong subtropical moisture has continued to just hammer us here in the northwest. It's now starting to move a little north, and the Puget Sound's going to get a little bit of the taste that we've had here. Not nearly as much as we've had, though. It's adding up to about 5 inches over the last 3 days here just in the Portland area. All right, here's the latest low pressure system now that's going to move through today. This may turn out to be the strongest one we've seen so far. And after this is over, though, the end is near. There's only one more day of these string of storms. As you can see right down here, we run out of moisture in this particular storm. So the jet stream will continue to pull that moisture in today, and then it will be over. The end is right down here. And then what will happen over the next couple of days, starting tomorrow into Saturday, we'll get this cold front moving through. That will change the flow. We'll get some colder air in here, but we will also see some sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. Here is what's going on the coast today. You will see a high wind warning on the coast, and most of all of western Oregon will be seeing that rain again. It will be heavy at times. Get ready again for the possibility of another couple of inches falling. And as we take a look at the eastern side of the state, there is a chance of rain in the east side of the state. They really haven't seen what we've seen. In fact, most of the amounts have been below a half an inch in many, many places. But Pendleton and also Burns and Baker City will probably see some rainfall later on this evening. Here's a look at the highs over in that side of the state. We are still extremely mild. 50 in John Day today, 59 for Pendleton, 30s and 40s for tonight's lows, 35 in Burns. And it's already about 57 degrees here at the Channel 2 studios. We really won't see much of a change. 58 and here at Portland, about 57 in Salem, 50s along the coast. At least it will be warm for us through all this rainfall. 40s just about everywhere tonight, 43 in Tillamook and 44 in Long Beach. Here you go. This is the marine forecast. Gale warnings, gusts of up to 50 miles per hour. Today, heavy rain at times, a high of 58 degrees. We could see maybe another 2 inches out of this system by this evening. Tonight, rain turning to showers. That is a very good thing, a low of 43 degrees. Coming up, we'll talk about when this is going to be over and what we can expect after it's over next. I'm glad you're going to be seeing some sunshine finally. We will turn to showers late tonight, showers early part of tomorrow, and then partly sunny skies. Then we're going to be probably right on through Tuesday seeing sunshine and mild temperatures here. And thanks, guys, for getting me out of that coughing spell.
You're okay now,
earlier.
I
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not surprised after this week, though. Yeah. My voice just said, I quit.
You've been doing cut-ins all day long, all night long.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
So.
Thanks, Rhonda.
You bet.
Right now, we're going to check in with Mark Hass. He's standing by over off Highway 26 near Sylvan, where there was a mudslide earlier. He's going to give us an update. Mark?
Well, the mudslide occurred last night about 10:30 to about 11. I understand it was kind of a continuing process. It was just a horrible mess. It took all 3 lanes out and washed out all 3 lanes here on the westbound, inbound lanes of Highway 26. They have obviously just opened these inbound lanes, but it took them all night to clean it up. The mudslide from the Sylvan Hill here not only washed out 3 lanes of traffic, but it took down a couple of telephone poles here, and you have to give credit to the Oregon Department of Transportation crews working all night and opening up these 3 lanes just for the morning rush. However, the 2 lanes that are open now is usually not enough to keep it from backing up, because even on a good day, the 3 lanes here back up on Sunset Highway. So traffic has been reopened here on the Sunset Highway after a mudslide blocked it all night long. The lanes have been reopened, as you can see behind me, and traffic is backed up a good distance out toward Beaverton here.
I would suspect that it's going to be one major project to get some of those steep hillsides shored up again once the conditions dry out. This is the worst landslides that I can remember in the past 10, 12 years along Sunset Highway.
Dan, this was just a terrible mess just a couple of hours ago. 6 hours ago, you couldn't even ride a bicycle through here.
All All right, so much of that ground wet and slippery and sliding. Thanks very much. We'll check back a little bit later, Mark.
Well, some credit due to the workers out there who cleared it up for commuters this morning.
Long hours.
Yeah, to get through. Right now, we're going to talk to Rochelle Gillespie. She's out in Hayden Island. I understand some problems with your houseboat. Is that right, Rochelle?
Yes, basically the problem is that the river, we understand, is supposed to crest at about 30 feet sometime Friday is what we've been hearing. And the pylons where the houses are out towards the end of the rows, they aren't going to be, I don't know if they're going to be high enough. And so we've had some problems with regard to, there are some loops that loop around the pylons themselves, and we may need to, we've had to cut some of those off in order to, there are braces attached to those pilings, and in order to keep the float, everything floating rather than having it, drag the houses down and the floating down, they've had to cut some of those off, but we can't cut all of them off or we just, float away. So we're not really sure what's going to happen at this point. It's just kind of a wait and see deal,
Rochelle, can you tell us on your home how many feet left you have on that pylon before it just doesn't serve any purpose anymore?
Well, it looks like we have about maybe 7 feet, 7.5 feet, and we're pretty much out on the end. The ones that are closer into the shore are a little higher up, but we, didn't get a lot of sleep. Most of us were up till midnight or so, got about 3 hours of sleep, and then we all took turns, during the night, walking around the different rows and making sure that nothing was sinking.
Sort of pay the price of that kind of lifestyle at this kind of juncture in nature. It's tough. I would imagine it's a little nerve-wracking out there.
Well, it kind of is. It's kind of funny because we're the ones that should be the safest. Our homes aren't supposed to be, getting flooded. We just kind of go with the flow, as it were.
Yeah, well, best of luck to you. Thanks so much for talking to us, spending a little time with us at a time when you've got plenty of other things to think about as well. The very latest from Hayden Island this morning.
It has to be a frightening situation
I would think so.
out there. My goodness. Right now, Michael Hanna is standing by at Johnson Creek, where they have ordered some voluntary evacuations. What's the situation out there right now, Michael?
That's right, Elizabeth. Voluntary evacuations here in Southeast Portland, this section of Southeast Portland. I'm at the corner of 103rd and Southeast Foster. If you take a look all around, look at that stop sign, and you can see the water level there. If you can kind of give you some perspective on the situation here. Water from Johnson Creek continuing to creep up some of the side streets here. Let's swing around here and show you what's happening. This is Foster Feed and Garden. Their parking lot is totally flooded, and the water is seeping into the lower section of the store. And look at this home here. This is why city officials went door to door earlier today asking for voluntary evacuations. This home is just about surrounded with water. Fortunately, it has not made its way up into the home itself, but I can imagine if there's a basement in here, this place is in pretty bad shape. Take a look at the front lawn there as we scan across. Let me step behind our photographer Lansing and take a walk over this way. Come on over here, we can give you an idea of more of the things, some more things that people are concerned about as we head up onto slightly higher ground. You can see the creek water making its way up 103rd here. We're going to head over to this home where some folks have some pretty serious concerns. Once again, over here in the yard, you can see water starting to surround this mobile home here. Take a look at the front yard. This is kind of interesting. People from the City of Portland police and emergency workers have been going door to door all night, and they've been attaching these little orange ribbons to the homes that they want to see evacuated. Once again, the evacuations here in this area voluntary, but that's kind of a signal of what's going on out here. We're going to walk through this front yard. We're going to have to step kind of carefully here, and I'm going to pull some of this camera cable along to make sure that doesn't get hung up. Now, this guy here runs a pond and pool business. His yard is flooded, but he's got a real serious concern because it's not just his home he's concerned about. Whoa, it's his livelihood. Excuse me, almost tripped and fell there walking through the front yard. Hi there. What's your name again?
John Poole.
John, come on over here. You were telling me a minute ago you've got concern about this pond. What's going on in there?
I got koi there, 24, 30 inches long in there that they can get out and go away.
And there's certain value attached to this. You sell the stuff.
Yeah, I sell the stuff. Yeah, there's over $20,000 worth of koi in there.
Take a look at this pond and what I guess some of the neighbors have been helping you out here with the sandbagging throughout the night?
Yeah, we got it all taken care of and kept the pumps back, back flushing into the drain and stuff, and it's getting it.
Let me step up here. We've got some other neighbors here. Lance, you can stay there. I think that'll be safer for the moment. You guys live on this street here?
We're right next door. I'm his sister.
Oh, so you're thinking the same thing here as this water comes up the street?
Yeah, we're just kind of wondering. I've been up all night thinking that maybe we're going to get it, but we're a little bit higher, so maybe we won't.
You thinking about packing up some things? You got your priority list all set up?
Well, we're thinking he's staying home. He ain't going to work. He's staying right here with me.
Okay.
So.
I appreciate your time, and I'll let you get back to drinking coffee and watching the water. A lot of people here not going to work today. That's because as this water comes up, people are starting to think in terms of, what kind of belongings they're going to want to take with them if they do have to get out of here. This water's kind of deep. You got to be careful walking through this kind of water because sometimes you don't know what to expect. So you get the idea out here in this part of southeast Portland, guys. Water in a lot of the front lawns, and city officials going door to door earlier today suggesting that people here along Southeast Foster Road hightail it to higher ground.
Mike, interesting situation out there. We noticed a lot of people, evacuating and taking out their belongings, and this guy's trying to save his very valuable fish.
Yep.
Wow.
$20,000 worth.
Yeah, this is his own small business. Certainly koi, if you know anything about them. They're beautiful fish and certainly worth a lot of money. I want to swing around here one more time to give you one last perspective on the situation in this yard here. Once again, you've got to be careful when you're walking through this kind of water, as a lot of people across our viewing area are going to be doing today. And understanding that you can't see what's down below you, but a lot of homes that we can't get to right now have already been evacuated because the water has gone up so high. Unfortunately, we can't get to those locations right this minute, but of course later on in the day we're going to have more coverage from this area.
Okay, Michael Hanna, thank you for that live update.
You bet.
So much property at stake right now, and we're going to probably see more property damage as the hours go by, as the rivers rise even more and more acute flooding. We are going back to Vernonia on the telephone right now. The mayor of Vernonia, Tony Hyde, is here to talk with us. And Mayor, please bring us up to date.
Well, we are currently evacuating all the low-lying areas.
Is this the first?
We have our command center set up. We have our evacuation center set up. The entire town is cut off.
Where are you establishing the evacuation center? Where are people headed for?
At the Vernonia Grade School.
And that's on higher ground, obviously. Is the Red Cross working there, or is this a community effort?
This is a community effort.
How many people would you expect to wind up evacuated?
Well, we're expecting 200.
The travel through that area, you said you're cut off from, I know the one area headed out toward Highway 26, we learned a little bit earlier, was cut off. What about other access roads to and from Vernonia?
At this point.
Say again, please, Mayor?
There is no way in or out of Vernonia at this point.
Do you remember a situation like this before?
Not quite this bad.
All right. Well, we wish the folks of Vernonia the best out there. Vernonia trapped, completely surrounded and cut off. It's very much like the county of Tillamook, which has been sealed off. Folks are there. They're staying there. They're not going anyplace, and they're not getting out.
Stuck. Well, due to the floodings, we've got a lot of school closures. We're going to run through that list once again. Here we go. Stay with us. Vernonia School District is closed. All Lincoln County schools, Cascade School District, Jervis School District, Maryland School, Monitor School, Central Howell School, Mount Angel, Scott Mills, Silvercrest, Silverton, State and Area Schools, Salem Academy, and Salem Kaiser Schools.
Also, Willamina, 2 hours late today. The rest of these are closed that we have. Nestucca Valley School District closed. The Neocani School District closed. Tillamook School closed. So is Banks, Corbett, Estacada, Molalla River, Sandy District, Welsh's, Newburgh. Albany Public Schools closed. So are Santiam Canyon Schools District, Sublimity Elementary School, Victor Point School, and Blanchette School.
Silverton Christian Schools closed. Central School District is closed, and is Lisle School District is closed, as well as Rainier School District. The Hood River School District and Jules schools are all closed. Skamania School District is closed. Stevenson Carlson is closed, and the Clatskanie School District is closed, and the, what is that?
Lebanon Community School District. Sorry, that was my handwriting there. That's not your fault.
That's closed as well. Well, earlier we heard about the nightmare it's been for commuters. We're going to check in with Dennis Norden. He's going to give us the latest on the traffic situation. Good morning, Dennis.
Well, good morning. We do have one lane open now, inbound on the Sunset Highway. As you get near the area of the zoo at the scene of that slide, they still have 217 closed off at the ramp to the Sunset to reduce the very heavy traffic past that point. Southbound on Interstate 5, still only one lane getting by. At Terwilliger, there again, that because of a mudslide. CV Highway now much heavier than normal because they're using that as a way into town. Most all of the alternates over the Northwest Hills are now closed. We have Cornelius Pass, Cornell. Also, West Burnside has just been closed. Also, Highway 30 now closed again in the Kittredge area. You won't be able to go away from Portland any further than Kittredge. Coming into Portland, you'll be put across the St. John's Bridge. Dennis Norton, Airwatch Traffic.
So Dennis, as you mentioned earlier, probably the best bet for motorists this morning is to just stay put as long as they can.
Back to the telephones right now. Diane Janess, I understand, am I correct, Diane? You're in Linton County?
Yes, in Linton, the little town of Linton. And I just tried to come into town on Highway 30, and police are diverting traffic at the St. John's Bridge.
So what are you going to do now? Just go back home and sit it out for a while?
That's where I am. That's where I am. But I wanted people to know that St. John's Bridge is closed. And they've closed 30 at the St. John's Bridge eastbound, not at Kittredge, or at least not where I saw. And police are suggesting that people turn around if they have to get into Portland to go westbound on 30 down to Rainier, across the Rainier Bridge, over into Washington, over to I-5, and then south into Portland.
What about your personal property and that of your neighbors? Any homes threatened?
Well, we're having a terrible time. The road behind us, Northwest Willark, is washed out. Most of our neighbors have flooded basements. We're okay so far. The street in front of us is a ribbon of asphalt with the dirt on each side has been eroded away, so it's crumbling away. Our garage is full of mud. It's a mess up here.
It really is. So Diane Janess from the town of Linton this morning, one of many victims of the storm. We've already established that some 11 counties in Oregon have been declared disaster areas, and that's one of them, and it's just a shame, and this story is anything but over.
Yeah, not a good situation. Hopefully there is some relief in sight. Rhonda Shelby is in the Weather Center. She's going to bring us up to date on the weather situation. Rhonda?
There is some relief in sight. It looks like tonight or tomorrow. However, we really are still worried about our rivers. In fact, the Willamette and the Columbia are still under flood warnings, and I tell you what, they have reached flood stage in many areas. Let me take you through the latest river forecasts. Right now, the Willamette's at 24 feet, and that's 3 feet above flood stage right here in downtown Portland. In Salem, the last reading I got just before this newscast was 29.8 feet. I'm sure that's risen by now, but you should know that this is the forecast for this evening. We are expected to see the Willamette in downtown Portland rise to 28 feet. That's right at the seawall, at the top of the seawall at 7 p.m. tonight. And also down in Salem, it's projected to raise to 36 feet by tomorrow. Here's the level for Vancouver on the lower Columbia River. Right now, that was the last reading just before this newscast, 19.5. That's about 3 feet above flood stage. Forecast to rise to 30 feet on Friday. So this is a very serious situation. If you live anywhere between Vancouver and Longview, we are likely to see flooding in that area, and we may see it right down here in the downtown area. Here's the latest radar picture. As you can see, we've seen light rain most of the morning in our area, much heavier around Astoria, and it is also getting heavier up in the Puget Sound area. They've been seeing about an inch a day, but they're likely to see a couple of inches just today in the next 24 hours. Here's the 24-hour rainfall totals, partial totals here for our area. Just about everywhere else, east and south, are seeing totals under a half an inch. But you can see in Astoria 3 inches there, almost 2 inches in Portland, 2 inches or more in Salem, Eugene, and also Newport. Today, this is what you can expect, more rain. It looks like we'll see the heavier rain start to subside later tonight. Another 2 inches is possible again today, though, with a high of about 58 degrees, and it's already been about 57 degrees here at the Channel 2 studios. We won't see much of a change in the temperature. However, nobody really cares about that right now. What we're concerned about is those rising rivers. And even though we're looking for some sunshine later this weekend, the rivers will continue to rise till at least the morning on Friday.
If you don't mind, as a point of reference, repeat for our audience the anecdote that you had about comparisons with the 1964 Christmas storm that rose the Willamette.
Right, the 1964 flood, the level of the river at the Willamette at Morrison Bridge was about 29.8 feet. And as I said earlier, we're projected to rise to about 28 feet, and it could get higher depending on the rainfall and what's happening with the tributaries. If we continue to get runoff into the Willamette, we could see a record, or we could go higher than that, or get extremely close to that. So there's your frame of reference, and that is basically right at the seawall or lapping over the seawall.
So many businesses along the Willamette this morning either sandbagging or watching very carefully to hoping against hope that they're not going to get flooded out.
And it is a dangerous situation, so if you are watching, just stay at home if you can. Please don't go outside of your home and venture out to see the flooding. It is kind of ugly out there, and the potential danger can be very harmful to you. So.
We'd rather have you stay home, keep an eye on us, and we're going to bring you the very latest and keep you out of harm's way. Stick around.
Channel 2 News continues.
Welcome back to Channel 2 News at 7 minutes away from 7 o'clock in our continuing flood watch this morning here on Channel 2.
That's right. Right now we're going to check in with Norm Gunning, our assignment manager. He is in the newsroom. He's going to bring us up to date on a number of things. What do you have for us, Norm?
Well, a lot of road closure information for you this morning. First of all, the word for the commute is leave early and just kind of have a relaxed, easy attitude. There's no need to rush into work. You're going to be late this morning. You may as well just face it. Relax, go with the flow, and just be aware of what's going on. The folks are advising commuters to wait until it gets light before they leave, because that way you can see the hazards ahead of you. Driving around out there in the dark, you don't know where the high water is or where those slides are. Some specific pieces of information for you. Highway 30 closed at Columbia City, and also Highway 30 St. Helens Road closed between Northwest Kittredge and Cornelius Pass Road. I believe we're getting some information about the St. John's Bridge being closed again, too. Northwest Cornell, Germantown, Skyline Boulevards, and the West Hills are all closed. Also, I-84 Banfield slowing, of course, coming into town, and I-84 eastbound closed at Troutdale and westbound at Hood River due to a massive mudslide near Dotson. It'll be at least 4 days before I-84 is closed. We're in the process of checking on SR-14 on the Washington side. One lane is reopened I-5 southbound on the Terwilliger curves. SR-14, we do have that information now, is closed east and westbound 15 miles east of Camas due to a rock slide. So there's no way to get up to the Columbia Gorge or no way to get into the Portland area from east of the Columbia Gorge this morning. Highway 224 closed in the Carver area. Highway 99E closed north of Canby. Highway 30, we mentioned that. Foster Road between Southeast 103rd and 111th is closed. A number of streets in Washington County closed, 26 of them, at least 36 streets in Clackamas County, 25 streets over in Clark County. Highway 26, 2 lanes of traffic have been opened inbound near the zoo after a mudslide. I-5 North, a lot of heavy traffic on that. As far as we know, I-5 North and South out of the city is open. Also, some information from TriMet this morning. They're operating all Max Light Rail trains and buses. I know the city wanted folks to commute into the downtown area, especially those folks in the area that might be flooded later on, rather than taking their cars. These buses are on changed routes. Number 1, Vermont, no Maplewood. Number 10, Herald. Of course, no service between 111th and 122nd. The other routes affected are 31 Estacada, 57 Forest Grove. They have no service for buses going towards Portland between 91st and Canyon and Jefferson. 59 Cedar Hills, no service for buses going into Portland between Cedar Hills Transit Center and Jefferson. Number 71 route is affected. Number 88 and number 89 Rock Creek route is affected. There's no service on Rock Creek Boulevard between 185th and Malheur, and no service between Cedar Hills and Jefferson into Portland. Now, if you want to find out about TriMet, you can call their ride number 231-3197. And also number 17, Northwest 21st, St. Helens, no service north of 44th and Yon. So, you know, if you don't have to come into work today, stay at home, relax. But if you do have to drive in, relax, enjoy, wait till it gets light, just take it easy.
Okay, some good advice. Thank you, Norm Gunning, for that road update.
Looks like folks are going to find some exotic new directions to get into work today. I don't think anybody's going to use the normal routes. As far as the Willamette River downtown, Curran Snipes has been there. He's been close to a water level gauge, and hopefully you're still close to that. Can you tell us the level of the Willamette? And you're at the Morrison Street Bridge right now, Curran.
Yeah, Dan, right now it's about 23.5 feet. It was at 22.5 feet when we got here around 5:15. Right now, joining me is Commissioner Earl Blumenauer, who's been out this morning, I guess, assessing the situation. Tell me what you're doing with the city right now.
Well, our crews have been working, as you know. We're having an opportunity here to have a barrier here by the seawall. Things are proceeding a little slower than we'd like because there have been some problems getting materials here on sites because of other road problems. But we really want to emphasize that this is not a place for people to come down and sightsee. There's important work that needs to be done here, and if people want to help, they can catch basins in their neighborhoods. They can look out after people. They can call the volunteer line. The mayor is going to have an assessment mid-morning. We want people to follow the news, keep up with you, but stay away from the river in this area where we need to be working.
How much of a public safety threat do we have here?
Well, if we're able to proceed with our plans, we feel pretty good about it. It was anticipated. We've been working with the property owners around here. People are securing their property. They're taking care. There's a problem potentially with some of the basements here in the downtown area on both sides of the river. But people have that information. I've been watching. They've been working out here through the night. If we're able to execute our plans and people do their jobs, I think we're going to be okay.
But we still think 7 o'clock tonight, 31 feet.
Yeah, it's not looking any better. There will be more assessments early when we get daylight, and people are going to be able to do some visuals with the Corps. There'll be updates, and again, the mayor will be providing that through our emergency communications center. The weather isn't cooperating right now, but people are doing their jobs, and we feel like we're on our way.
And what about people who work in downtown Portland, particularly in the streets 1 through 6?
Well, we want to make sure that people are, first of all, if they have to come to work, we want to make sure they use public transit. We want to make sure that people check with their employers to find out what the situation is, but use good sense. This is not a game. This is a serious situation, and we want people to be prudent, be careful, stay away from the work area, and think a little bit. This is a morning that it might be wise to take an extra hour or two, listen to the news, get the information, if at all possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Earl Blumenauer. Appreciate you spending a few minutes with us. I want to show you what the gauge does look like right now. And you can see it goes up to 31 feet, and it's now at about 23 and a half feet. It has come up about a foot in the past hour or so. And folks that have been coming by just say this is incredible to see. They've just never seen anything like this. And of course, they compare it to the flood of 1964, but they say this looks worse right now. And we're going to stay on top of things and bring you more later. Back to you in the booth.
Now, Curran, since you've been out there, you can vouch that the river has risen about a foot. Is that right?
Could you repeat that, please?
The river out there has risen a foot just since the time you've been out there this morning, right?
Yeah, about a foot since we've been here, which is just over an hour.
Okay.
And Commissioner Blumenauer made such a good point. It would be very, very tempting to head down to the river and make a kind of a spectator sport and see the river in an unusual height, but that's probably the last thing anybody needs right now, to have extra people trying to get in and around an area that could face a serious crisis later today. So we're going to do the best that we can to keep you informed with the latest pictures.
Right now, Mary Volm with the City of Portland is joining us on the telephone. Good morning, a very busy morning. Can you tell us about the situation downtown?
Well, basically, we've had crews out, as our commissioner has said, putting up the panels that will be followed with jersey barrier and rock to try and slow down the water from seeping over the seawall. I will also reiterate that we have been receiving a lot of phone calls at the Bureau of Maintenance asking where people can show up with their shovels. In fact, we do not need assistance down at the waterfront. We have about 20 people on site right now from the Maintenance, Water, and Parks Bureaus that are. This is a sophisticated engineering solution at this case, in this particular case, and we would prefer that, although we appreciate the assistance, we would prefer that if people do want to help, I think that there are residents out in the Johnson Creek area that would love some help bagging up sand or whatever. We have about 12 sand piles all over the city.
Mary, what about the availability of sandbags and supplies right now? How is that looking?
It looks real good. All our sand piles are full at this current moment. We have, as I said, 12 locations for sand. We have them at the west end of the Burnside, Morrison, and Morrison Bridge. We have a sand pile at the east end of the Hawthorne Bridge. There is Gabriel Park, southeast 158th and Foster Road, southeast 119th and Brookside, southeast 122nd and Harold,
122nd and Holgate, 136th and Center, and 108th and Foster. Also, Northwest St. Helens Highway, right under the St. John's Bridge, and Upper Maclay Park. There is sand available for citizens who are concerned about the water threatening their private property. And again, people are responsible for their own private property. And if people want to help, perhaps they could show up at one of those sand piles and see if one of the residents in the area could use some help in protecting their private property.
Okay, Mary Vohn with the Department of Transportation, thank you for that update this morning. Now, if you want to know what the traffic situation is or the road conditions are and you have a computer, you can check in with Channel 2 News online. There's the address, the phone number, 231-4227, so just give that number a call.
As Mary Vohn mentioned, one of the areas that could probably use some volunteers, especially for sandbagging, is the areas along Johnson Creek, where our Michael Hanna has been watching very closely this morning. And I would imagine that a helping hand in a lot of areas would be very welcomed about this time.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a little bit of that. Neighborhoods here sort of coming together to try to help each other out. We're here at the corner of 103rd and Southeast Foster, give you an idea of what's going on out here. As dawn is breaking, you can see a little clearer. This place has really turned into a lake. Foster Road here is just about impassable except to vehicles like the one coming along here. You can see how high the water is up on him, but he's pretty high up. He's okay. If you've got a normal, front-wheel drive smaller vehicle, it's obviously not advised to come through here. Take a look at the stop sign over here at 103rd and Foster, and you get the idea of how high the water is. And if you look across the street at Foster Feed and Garden, the parking lot is underwater, and the water is obviously seeping into the basement area, and I'm not sure if it's actually gotten into the sales area or not. But if you walk down this way, we're going to walk down a sidewalk here. We've got to be kind of careful because, as you can see, the water is very brown, very murky, so you've got to be careful as you walk along this sidewalk here. And we're going to show you a couple of homes and what some of the things that are going on. If you scan over there, you can see this home. The people there have left. They just felt it just wasn't safe anymore. They've taken off. And then as we continue up the sidewalk here, there's another home down here where we've got some more trouble. The Johnson Creek is just slowly making its way up 103rd here. City officials came through this neighborhood just a couple of hours ago and basically told everybody, hey, look out, this could be a serious situation, and they've given people here the choice of whether or not to evacuate. A woman in this home did get out, and you can see why. It'd be almost impossible to drive up into her driveway at this point. Her front yard's a muddy mess, and her home is just surrounded by water. And then if you come over this way, we'll show you another situation here. You can see the water in front of this mobile home. The guys who live here run a small business. They make concrete ponds and they sell fish. Let's see if we can get one of them to come out here. Come on out here and talk to us. Morning again. Can you come over here?
Yeah, when's the rain gonna quit?
I can't tell you when the rain's gonna quit. Not sure. Sometime in the next day or so. What's going on here? How bad is the flooding? Has it gotten in your house yet?
Not yet, no. We've kept the pumps, everything in reverse and keeping the ponds down, and that keeps the water going into the upper drain.
And you've got some valuable property in the ponds that you're worried about.
Yeah, real valuable. All my koi's and stuff, they're breeding and they're pretty expensive. And
you raise fish in those ponds?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, when the water gets like this, it's obviously not healthy for the fish.
It's not healthy, and all the pollution in the water and road debris and stuff like that. And got to keep them sandbagged up.
Okay, I appreciate your time. What was your name again?
John Poole. Poole's Concrete Ponds.
Okay, free plug there. I'll let you get back to business. You're obviously not going to be heading off to work today.
No.
The work here is going to be salvaging his product in this neighborhood. You see these orange flags, kind of interesting to wake up to one of these. City officials are leaving these on all the homes in this neighborhood, marking each home. These are the homes that people feel should be evacuated, that the officials with the city are certain could be flooded if the Johnson Creek gets any higher. And since we've been out here earlier this morning, the creek has been slowly making its way up these smaller residential streets. Now, there are a lot of homes across this area that we can't get to right now because the water's just too high, where people have gotten out and moved to higher ground. And if you look down the street here, people were talking to me a little earlier. I know, Dan, you mentioned people helping out. There's been a lot of that on this street, a lot of sandbagging that are some of the areas that are hard to get to, but neighbors here really trying to help each other out, and people here are very, very proud of their street here on Southeast 103rd, just off of Foster. Elizabeth, Dan?
Hey, Michael, it's hard to see right now, but you have your hood on. Is it coming down pretty good? Is it a light rain?
Yeah, right now I'd call it a light rain. Maybe if you come over this way, you might be able to see it a little better. If you look into Johnson Creek Lake, I guess you could call it now, you might be able to see some of the water drops hitting the road. But yeah, the rain has just been unrelenting since we've been out here, and we've been here for a couple of hours now. And of course, that's not making things any better as you see a pickup truck making its way along there. Only vehicles with that are high off the ground are really making it through this area. So you get the idea here. A lot of people concerned as the creek starts heading up 103rd here and many of the other streets along the Johnson Creek flood basin.
Okay, Michael Hanna, thank you for that live report.
You bet.
And those really have been relentless rains that have been pounding down for the past few days in astonishing amounts, adding to the ice melt and the snow melt as well. And you've really gotten such a workout in the Weather Center trying to track all of this and trying to predict where in the world it's going.
Well, you know, what's interesting about rain, which is different than ice and snow, is, you know, we get rain here all the time, so we can see the pattern of the rain and we can see that. What we can't see sometimes is how strong it's going to be, how many levels that rain is covering, low level, middle, and high levels in the atmosphere. And we're getting rain from all levels of the atmosphere right now, and it's just drenching us at the moment. And we're going to continue to see some rain today, heavy rain coming later this morning into the afternoon. So we're still not done with this one yet. But if we could put up the current conditions now, I'll tell you what's happening out there at the moment. At the airport, they've seen a little bit of a break. It's cloudy out there. However, most areas of town right now are seeing light rain. Temperature is about 58 degrees. You'll see that range today in between about 55 and 59 around our area. And as you can see, humidity 87%. Freezing level right now is at 9,500 feet. Taking a look now at some totals over the last 24 hours rainfall. Here are the areas that have seen the most amount of rain here in northwestern Oregon. There are also some outerlying areas that are seeing in between 1 to 4 inches. As you can see, almost 2 inches in Portland overnight. And this has been 3 nights in a row we've been seeing these kinds of totals. In Newport, 2.5, and Eugene, more than 2, and more than 2 in Salem. Astoria really getting hit hard this time. The system seems to be passing right over Astoria, the center of the storm, and so this morning they've seen a lot of rainfall and 3 inches so far, but I'm sure they'll go up to a total of about 4 or 5 by the end of the day. All right, here's that system. As I was telling you before, easy to see the rain coming and where it's coming from that subtropical moisture just above Hawaii, but you can also see that the end is near here, and it looks like we'll start to see the end of this storm by tonight into tomorrow morning. This is the latest surge that will be coming in later this morning and into this afternoon, and then we'll start to see some improvement late tonight. So we do have just one more day ahead of us today of the moisture, and then tomorrow will look a lot different. 24 hours from now, just a couple of showers, and then by afternoon, partly sunny skies. Jet stream hasn't changed yet. Over the next 24 hours, we'll see it still pulling in the moisture that we have from the south. However, we'll get the flow changing, and it'll come from the northwest, which will allow us to get drier here and also to see the sun. And our secondary front back here will also move in tomorrow afternoon, which will lower the snow levels as well and bring a few cooler temperatures, but not that much cooler than you're seeing now. So the prospect of seeing sunshine without the cold weather, can you believe it? Yes, it's actually coming this weekend. So the end is right down here. We'll be finished with this by tonight late and into tomorrow morning. So today in Oregon, expect a high wind warning on the coast. We've been talking more about the rain than the high winds, but you'll see gusts here of up to 30 miles per hour. You'll see gusts of up to 70 miles per hour in the headlands, in the southern coast, and also the central coast if you're down there. Also today, a lot of rainfall in western Oregon. Snow levels about 7,000 feet and a high avalanche danger, so don't bother going to the back country. Just stay where you are for now until this weekend. You can probably get back up there later this weekend. All right, for the eastern side of the state, chance of rain. Not much rain falling at the moment in Pendleton, Burns, Baker City yet. However, you're going to get a little bit of our system tracking over to your area later this afternoon. Here's a look at the highs in that area. We're continuing to see mild temperatures. 50 in John Day today, 53 in Burns. A normal high there is in the 30s normally for February. And the lows are in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, 42 in La Grande for tonight, 32 in John Day. Our highs will continue to be very, very mild here, approaching 60 in a lot of areas. In fact, yesterday, Newport saw a temperature of 60 degrees, and our lows will be in the 40s here in our area. There's a look at the gale warning for us. We have gusts of up to 50 miles per hour. Today, expect the heavy rain at times and a high of 58 degrees. Tonight, The rain will be turning to showers late tonight, thank goodness, with a low of 45 degrees. And I'll go ahead and show you the 5-day forecast right now. Get right to it. As we get to Friday night, all of this will be changing. We're going to be seeing partly sunny conditions by Friday afternoon. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday are looking like sunny days here in the valley, but we also should mention the rivers will continue to rise. So we're not out of the woods when it comes to the rivers yet, especially the Willamette and the Columbia, which we're watching very closely today.
Yeah, and speaking of the rivers, we're going to take a look right now at a live picture of the Morrison Bridge river gauge, and it's hard to see, but when we were out there over an hour ago, it was at about 23.5.
That's what it looks like we're at about right now, about 23.5. That's up about a foot in the past hour or so, and that's going to continue to rise higher and higher as more and more of that gauge disappears.
And all that water you are seeing is causing problems for many schools throughout the area. We're going to run through that school closure list. It's a long list, so bear with us. Here we go. Vernonia School District is closed. All Lincoln County schools, Cascade School District, Jervis School District, Maryland School, Monitor School, Central Howell School, Mount Angel, Scott Mills, Silvercrest, Silverton, State and Area Schools, Salem Academy, and Salem Kaiser Schools are all closed.
On a 2-hour delay this morning, Willamina, but the rest of these are closed for the day. Nestucca Valley School District shut down. Neocani School District closed as well. So is Tillamook School District, Banks, Corbett, Estacada, Molalla River, Sandy District, Welsh's, Newburgh, Albany Public Schools, Santiam Canyon School District, Sublimity Elementary School, also Victor Point School and Blanchette School.
Silverton Christian School is closed, Central School District is closed, and Lisle School District is closed. Rainier School Districts, Hood River School District, and Jewel Schools are closed. So are the Skamania School District, Stevenson Carson, and the Klatskanai, I'll get it right one time. And the Lebanon Community School District is closed as well.
We're thinking a lot about people and property, but there are also animals to be concerned with this morning. And on the telephone with us right now is John Roughton with the Multnomah County Animal Control. Good morning to you, John.
Good morning.
You've got some advice, some information to pass along to us.
Well, we've got information for you for sure. Our shelter is how we are available if people need to bring their small animals to us. Place will they move to another area. The other thing we can do if they're in the county is to pick up animals for them and bring them to the shelter. The second situation we're into is that involving large animals, livestock, cows and horses, that kind of thing. Any offers from people for places to take large animals to. We have our stock trailer available to move animals if we have to. The other situation we've got at this moment, we've got about 40 or 50 cows and 4 horses stranded out off of the river off of Highway 30. We're trying to locate a barge to get those off and to somewhere safe. But at this moment, of course, with the river the way it is, there aren't a lot of barges available.
It is really a demand on so many aspects of our lives right now. John, as far as the address of where somebody would be able to take a small animal, as you were talking about, and is there a phone number that somebody could call for more information?
You betcha. If somebody has a small animal or even a large animal and needs help or can offer help, they can call us at 248-3790 and push 0 for the operator.
Okay. I tell you what, why don't you give us that one more time, just in case somebody was dashing for a pencil there, please.
Okay. The number is 248-3790. Press 0 for the operator.
Okay, very good. John Roughton, some valuable information. We have to take care of animals at times like this as well. We appreciate those updates.
We certainly do. And we mentioned a lot of schools just a few minutes ago. We want to make a correction. Lewin Young School in Newburgh School District is the only school that is closed, so we want to pass that information on to our viewers.
Okay. We are going to take a break right now, I trust. Stay with us for continuing flood coverage right here on Channel 2.
To Channel 2 News this Thursday morning at 7:18, 56 degrees, and slow going for commuters out there on their way to work this morning.
We are getting a little bit of daylight, fortunately, which is going to help commuters trying to see the road ahead of them, because there can be so many surprises, especially those lurking under some standing water. On the phone with us right now is Wes Smith, who is the superintendent of Newburgh Schools. Good morning to you, Wes.
Good morning.
What can you pass along? I know you've had some tough times there, like so many other points.
Well, what we're trying to do is clarify which schools are open here. All of Newburgh schools are open today, except for Ewing Young School. And students in that area who go to middle school or high school will be excused from school today. We're doing this because the Bald Peak area is pretty unstable, and we didn't want to put buses up there today.
Okay, just do us a favor if you don't mind, Wes, and say that one more time, just in case somebody missed that information as far as the school closings in Newburgh.
I sure will. All Newburgh schools are open except for Ewing Young. This means that we're running all bus routes except routes 12 through 17.
Okay, tell us about travel in the area right now. Obviously, if your school buses are going to get into some of the back areas as well as the main roads, are you in pretty good shape out there?
Well, most of the district is in fairly good shape. We've got some areas down by the river, of course, that we're routing around. It's our mountain areas that we're concerned, and right at the base of the mountains. We've had roads that we haven't seen the bottom, the actual roadway, either the pavement or the gravel, for the last couple of days. And the condition is getting pretty rough there, and we can't tell what we're driving buses over. So in those areas with those kinds of problems, we've eliminated bus service, and we advise students not to travel those on their own either.
Okay, Wes Smith, Superintendent, Newburgh Schools, thank you very much for sharing your information with us this morning. Happy to be able to pass it along.
Yeah, let's pass it along one more time in case you didn't get it. All schools in the Newburgh School District are open. Let's make that correction. The only one that is closed is Ewing Young, so pass it along to you guys. Next, Ron Shiley is joining us on the telephone. He's with ODOT. Ron, what can you tell us this morning?
Well, not a lot of good news in the Portland metropolitan area or western Oregon. We still have just one, possibly two lanes at times coming in from the Beaverton area on the Sunset Highway. One lane southbound near the curves leaving Portland. Then also a major trouble spot is out in the gorge, Interstate 84. We had about 400 cubic yards of debris that's still moving off the hillside. It did almost damage a couple of vehicles, no injuries, but those are just some of the things we're contending with right now. Either roads are closed completely due to high water, or there's slides blocking the roadways.
Ron, do me a favor if you don't mind and tell me where on I-84 the mudslide you were talking about. I know in the Hood River area yesterday there were some serious problems. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's a similar area. This is about 7 miles this side of Cascade Locks in the Dodson and Warrendale area. Actually, it was two slides, one right after the other, and we're stopping vehicles at Troutdale on this end and at Hood River on the other end. It could take 2 to 4 days to clean this up. We're finally going to be able to get some geologists out there to take a look at the slide because it was just too unsafe last night in the dark to do anything. That thing was still rumbling. And that's kind of how it is with a lot of our slides. Now that the sun is coming up, we can get a better look and see what we're dealing with.
So we've identified some mudslides. Wouldn't probably be too shocking if some others occur with the loose ground and the continuing downpour.
You bet. It hasn't. The rain really hasn't let up yet, and our terrain and our mountainous areas could come down at any moment. And that's why we hope people avoid some of those routes, those rural sections of highway where it could happen at any moment. One other closure, off and on, we're closing US 30 at Kittredge Avenue. That's this side of the St. John's Bridge. If you're coming in from Clatskanie or St. Helens, they're routing you over the St. John's Bridge, and if you're leaving Portland, you're going to be stopped there at Kittredge, so it's good to take another route.
That's the point that was closed off for the past couple of days, on and off. St. John's open right now by the sound of it then?
Yes, it is. But again, monitor TV, radio reports. Things could change at a moment's notice.
All right, Ron Sheely from Oregon Department of Transportation. Thanks very much, Ron.
And we just got some new information in right now. We want to pass that on to you. In Salem, the state officials have evacuated the Oregon Women's Correctional Center because of a possible flooding threat there. The superintendent, Sonia Hoyt, says that 187 inmates have been moved to the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem and the Columbia River Correctional Institution right here in Portland. Hoyt says floodwaters from nearby Mill Creek surround the prison at this moment. The guards completed the evacuation about 3 o'clock this morning. One inmate went into labor and she was taken to Salem Hospital. 2 puppies that were being trained in the women's prisons as companions for the disabled have been farmed out to Salem residents. So that's the situation out there right now.
Quite an ordeal. Okay, we'll keep you posted on that. Also, we're keeping you very closely in touch with the Willamette River, which is on the rise this morning. No one watching it any closer than our Curran Snipes, who's been down there since for about an hour and a half or 2 hours. And so far, you've seen the water rise how much, Curran?
Probably a foot, maybe even more. Now with daylight, we're beginning to get a real nice picture of what the Willamettes look like. We're going to turn around and show you, looking back at the Hawthorne Bridge and the Markham Bridge, what the river looks like this morning. And I mean, when you drive across one of the bridges, you can see instantly that the river is up so high. It's just unbelievable. Also down, you see these log booms that they put down to help protect the seawall. This is helping with some of the debris that we've seen floating down, trees and big branches. There's over here on the Morrison Bridge. If we can look out here, you can see where a piece of debris is even stuck. We're going to move down just a little bit on the seawall and show you what the gauge is now. They've got a gauge here underneath the Morrison Bridge. We've been keeping tabs on. When we got here this morning, a little after 5, it was at about 22.5 feet. You can see now it's around 23.5, maybe a little more than that, and it's headed toward 24 feet. What they've been saying is that this evening at 7 o'clock, the river is going to reach 31 feet. If it's at 31 feet, that means that it's going to be coming over the seawall here that I'm standing on. They've got the building material over here, some wood, and they've been planning on putting...
Unfortunately, having a little bit of technical difficulty with the audio on that particular remote. With all the continuing water, that can be tough on some of the electronic equipment as well. So it's been taking a pounding, as well as some of our people out there. We'll get that squared away for you.
Right now we're going to talk to Bill Smith. He's a bridge tender over on the Hawthorne Bridge. What can you tell us this morning, Bill?
Well, it's a little high, all right. The tugboats that usually can fit underneath are having problems. We're in close period right now, so we won't be opening the bridge till 8:30, but probably going to be quite a few openings after that.
I'm just wondering, is there any recreational traffic curiosity seekers who are venturing out onto the waterways? I certainly wouldn't recommend that at this point. I'm just wondering if they're there.
I haven't seen any recreational boats playing around. I mean, it's pretty, everybody's being pretty smart.
We're getting a good view from our Skycam from the Bancourt Tower downtown of how high those water levels are, and that there really isn't that kind of clearance under the bridges. So you've got your work cut out for you for the next several hours.
Yeah, we're probably going to be going up and down quite a bit today.
That's going to be a backup for travelers in that downtown area as well. Thanks very much. Bill Smith, hard at work on the Hawthorne Bridge this morning.
Yeah. Jack Severson is a bridge tender over at the I-5 bridge. He's going to tell us what the situation is like further down over there. Jack?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. How is it out there?
Well, we've got probably 4 to 5 feet of water covering Columbia Way right below the bridge here. And expected to come up to 30 feet is what I heard this morning.
This time of year, we're supposed to be down at what kind of level? What would you normally have had to look at right now under normal circumstances?
Our normal circumstances this time of year is 6 to 7 feet.
How inconvenient is it? Can you see about backups of traffic? I don't know if more and more people are staying away from downtown because they know there are trouble spots, or are we getting some very, very long waits for commuters?
No, it's flowing across. It's about the same for average commuter traffic in the morning. There's quite a few people down here looking at the river and stuff, but other than that, the traffic's flowing all right. Although I will tell you, I've got a lift schedule at 8 o'clock. So that's going to be slowing them up.
Okay, Jack Severson, a bridge tender over at the I-5 bridge. Thank you for joining us this morning. Eddie Coleman out in Estacada, what can you tell us about the conditions out there?
Well, we have good news. We haven't had any rain all night long, and the river has subsided considerably. This is the Clackamas. I'm calling from Twin Island Park, right along the river. I just made a turn around the neighborhood, and there were a couple of houses that had water all around them, and they're completely high and dry. I was able to walk out onto a point and look at Paradise Park, and they're still underwater, unfortunately. I could see one house had lost its garage. It was off of its foundation. But we're completely high and dry.
We had been reporting yesterday about the evacuation at Paradise Park. How many homes does that involve, Betty?
I would say probably around 40 homes, and it was very, very serious. The water was running through there with a very harsh current.
Have you tried at all to venture out? We had crews yesterday in Carver, which is between Estacada and Salem and Portland area, and there was severe rushing of the Clackamas River. Have you seen any traffic problems, situations as you've moved away from Estacada?
Well, no, I haven't left the neighborhood. I just went out to investigate the river. I checked out the river, and it has gone way down We haven't had rain all night long. However, it's starting to blow out here. That's the most serious thing right now. But Paradise Park is still underwater.
Except for that, you're bringing us perhaps the silver lining, finding a bit of a bright note in all this coverage we have that things are not all that severe in the Estacada area. And thank you for sharing that with us. Have a good day, Betty.
Thank you.
Some good news this morning. Our reporter Grant McComey is on the way to Tillamook. That area had been virtually just isolated because transportation had been cut off because of the flooding. He's on his way out there. He's joining us on the telephone. What can you tell us this morning on your way out there, Grant?
Well, as I mentioned to you yesterday, we pointed out several times there is no easy way into Tillamook. Both Highway 101 north and south of town flooded, completely closed down. There's no way to get into town. Highway 6 east of Tillamook, same problem with slides along the Wilson River. And we're taking kind of a round-the-back way, hitting a lot of back roads up on higher ground to try and basically squeak our way into town this morning. Now, I've got some road reports for you. The Highway 18 out of McMinnville over to Lincoln City is a well-traveled byway for folks trying to get over to the Oregon coast. There's about 5 or 6 inches of standing water in the Grand Ronde area of Highway 18, but traffic is getting through there, albeit very slow. We've kind of taken a Valley Junction turnoff, and we're trying to get up over along the Little Nestucca River down into the Hebo and Cloverdale area, and then try to squeak up Highway 101 and then hit back roads into Tillamook at that point. So I'll have more reports for you as we go along this morning.
Are you competing with much traffic out there?
Yeah, you know, it's surprising. I really thought it was going to be kind of a vacant wasteland out here along Highway 18, but actually there's quite a bit of traffic, people going back and forth the Oregon coast.
Would you say folks overly confident considering the conditions?
Well, you know, it is a miserable morning. It is as miserable as it can be over here. The rain's coming down sideways. The winds have picked up over here. They're blowing 35, 40 miles an hour. It's going to be a very interesting day as these winds blow because they're forecast for 60-mile-an-hour gale force winds in the Oregon coast. And I'm sure we're going to see more trees down along these highways as the day progresses. So getting back and forth the coast is going to be a tough day today, I think.
Grant McComey, you have another tough day cut out for you. You spent a lot of time in Tillamook yesterday. Certainly one of the hard-hit areas. 11 counties in Oregon declared disaster areas, emergency situations because of this intense flooding.
And the Channel 2 News team will be bringing you team coverage and tracking the flooding situation throughout the entire day. We're going to take a break right now, but stay with us. Our news coverage will continue.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the flood of '96 as we're taking a look at the Willamette River, which is on the rise. Coming to you now from, or rather, that's a Columbia River. I beg your pardon. We're looking from Smith Tower from Vancouver. The Columbia River, by the way, being a much larger river, is not the immediate threat that the Willamette is. However, it is expected to crest perhaps as early as late Friday or Saturday. We are watching that very carefully, and that can be perilous at points as well. But that is Chapter 2. Right now, we're concerned with Chapter 1, being the Willamette in a lot of other areas. And a lot of roads being affected by all this flooding. We're going to go through a long list of some road closures and road updates. One lane has reopened on I-5 southbound in the Terwilliga Curves. It had been closed earlier due to a mudslide. Also, I-84 is closed eastbound at Troutdale and westbound at Hood River due to a massive mudslide near Dodson. It's going to be at least 4 days before that section of I-84 is reopened. South Route 14 in Washington State is closed east and westbound 15 miles east of Camas because of a rock slide, and Highway 224 remains closed in the Carver area. Also, Highway 99 East is closed north of Canby, and Highway 30 is closed again this morning between Northwest Kitteridge and Cornelius Pass Road. Northwest Cornell, Germantown, and Skyline Boulevards in the West Hills are all closed, and Foster Road between Southeast 103rd and 111th is closed as well. Also, 26 different streets in Washington County remain closed. At least 37 streets in Clackamas County are flooded at this hour. 25 streets in Clark County closed, and literally hundreds of streets in the greater Salem area are shut down. And I-84, the Banfield, slows down inbound from 38th Avenue down to 39th Avenue down to the ramps for I-5. And Highway 26, the Sunset Highway, 2 lanes of traffic have been open inbound near the Zoo overpass after an overnight mudslide that had closed all lanes for several hours. And traffic is moving again inbound, but it's already heavy
backed up towards Highway 217.
Also, as far as I-5 northbound is concerned, already some heavy traffic from the Capitol Highway overpass down into the Terwilliger curves, and I-5 south. It looks okay out of Vancouver. However, traffic is a little heavy as you move through.
And as you can imagine, all these flooding conditions have prompted a lot of people to fill up sandbags. And if you want to help out, or if you want to find out where you can get sand and some sandbag supplies, we're going to throw up some locations where you can go and get the supplies that you need. The west end of Burnside Bridge and the west end of Morrison Bridge, the east end of the Hawthorne Bridge, Gabriel Park, and southeast 158th and Foster, southeast 119th and Brookside, southeast 122nd and Herald, southeast 122nd and Holgate, southeast 136th and Center, southeast 108th and Foster. Northwest Street, Helens Road under St. John's Bridge, and the Upper Maclay Park just past the tunnels.
Also, we're going to look at perhaps one of the most telling barometers of what's happening in our area right now as we go down to the Morrison Street Bridge, where our current Snipes is standing by. He's got that ruler, that giant yardstick that's letting us know how serious the condition is getting.
Yeah, we've been watching that. We'll show you that in just a moment. We thought you might want to see just what the Willamette looks like here as we're getting some daylight, looking out across from the seawall toward the east side of the city, toward the Hawthorne Bridge and the Markham Bridge. You can see that the river is quite swollen. It's up very high. They've got the log boom along the seawall here to try to protect it. You can see as the people are making the morning commute. As I was driving over the Markham this morning, quite remarkable to look over and see just how high the water is. And we're going to see if this lady over here, excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, if you'd come over here. You're one of the sightseers out here this morning. Describe to me, if you would, your impression of the Willamette this morning.
Well, I've never seen it like this. I've lived here my entire life, and I just find it completely amazing. I mean, it's worth getting to work a little bit late to come and see something like this.
Do you work in one of the buildings downtown that might be affected by the flood?
Actually, I'm just slightly out of the area. Up on First and Market, I think we'll be okay.
What about your home?
My home's okay also. I live in North Portland, so.
Thank you very much. Of course, we were speaking with Commissioner Earl Blumenauer just a little while ago, and he's urging people to take a look at the Willamette on your TV set, not to come down here because they're trying to do some important work. We're going to show you that gauge, if we can, right now, and tell you about what they're doing here down along the seawall. There's the gauge. When we got here a little after 5 this morning, it was at about 22.5 feet. You can see that it's quickly approaching 24 feet. There looks like about 4 inches or so beneath that, and you can see how fast the river is moving, the current there. They have been making some sandbags nearby, and what they're planning on doing here is putting up plywood along the seawall, along the rail here, to try to buttress this and protect it if indeed the water should come up to 31 feet, as they're talking about. It might happen this evening at 7 o'clock to try to keep the water back if possible. But folks that we've talked to, including city work crews here, just say that this is an incredible sight to see the Willamette looking like it does here. Back to you, Dan.
But thinking about the height of the seawall being 28 feet, and while that's just over 4 feet away from where we stand right now, with some of that heavy wave action, it wouldn't really have to reach an official 28 before it starts splashing over that pier there.
Yeah, that's right, and you know, it's already wet. I mean, we're looking at McCall Park here. It's already saturated with water, so if it does start lapping over, it's going to build up in a hurry, and we're going to have flooding here.
All right, we can watch this kind of history before our very eyes as we watch that river inch higher and higher. Thanks very much, Kern Snipes.
Well, right now, Jim Bosley is going to join us and talk about the weather. Let us know, Rhonda had mentioned earlier that there is an end in sight. The rain will be subsiding a bit.
Yes, there's an end in sight. And, of course, that will stop some of the snow melt. It will not melt as rapidly, but it's still going to be warm enough, and what has already been started in snow melting will continue. So we're going to still have, even though the rains may slacken off and go to showers or even stop, we're still going to see the rivers rise a bit. And then we'll start to see receding. Now, we're going to give the rivers about 5 good days of dry weather, and I think that's going to be ever so helpful in the receding category. I think we'll see these things go down appreciably by the weekend or next week. Some differences between 1964, which I stood on the seawall and watched, the same lady standing there. I was at the same location watching that come up. Of course, that one went over in many places. The only difference is we had a lot of snow on the ground that Christmas in '64. We had about 10 inches of snow, and then the warm rains came in, and that was part of the melt and part of the problem. But lots of snow on the mountains that year, and the same sort of warm air and rain, same scenario came in. Let's look outside, and we'll give you a shot from the U.S. Bancorp Tower. It is raining. Boy, is it ever. Last night at 9, I was in the car, and it was just a torrential downpour and about 59 degrees. We're 58 right now. We'll stay that way most of the day. Winds are south. We do have with this storm off the coast, we do have some winds coming in, and so we'll be gusting to 25 to 35 miles an hour here. We're gusting at 25 right now, and that snow level and freezing level is going to stay up rather high. All right, here's the last 20 hours of this satellite picture. Same position, same stuff coming out of it, just a batch of clouds. And we've got this one more storm out here, and I think this is what's going to happen. I think we're going to have this one go through, and then behind that, we're going to start tapering off, and that will be tonight. By tomorrow morning, we could be back down in here with some showers, and by tomorrow afternoon, we could be out here. And what's going to happen is this higher pressure is going to build itself up, and in front of it, or behind it, we've got some nice clearing, and I think once this goes through, we will stabilize into some sunshine and some very good conditions. Today on the coast, we have a high wind warning up. There'll be just rain. East of the Cascades, a chance of rain, pretty good chance later on in the day as this front moves on shore. They're going to get a shot over there, and as the snow level is just so high, it's just a shame all this has to happen, but it's going to stay high until about Friday sometime when we get more of a northwesterly push, and I think we'll get little cooler conditions. Snow level will come down. Those are the highs and the lows forecast for east of the Cascades. Here's the west side. These are highs for today, and then these will be the overnight lows, generally in the 40s. Still very mild, much above normal. Gale warnings on the coast, very gusty over there. There are high wind warnings also in the inland areas of the coast. Rain heavy at times, high today about 58. That's what we are now. We shouldn't change that much. Tonight, rain turning to showers, low of 43, winds out of the south 10 to 20 miles an hour, and the 5-day forecast. Can we just go ahead and do it? All right, we'll just do it. Just one more day of this stuff, and I mean now through 24 hours, now through tomorrow morning, when we should turn to showers. See, lighter amounts up here. That'll be showers. Maybe a little sunbreak tomorrow afternoon. Don't plan on it. I'm not promising that. It just looks good for that right now. Then as we move into the weekend, Monday, perhaps Tuesday and Wednesday at this point and beyond, we could have some dry times. We couldn't ask for anything more after all this devastation. So that's the way it looks. Temperatures will stay in the 50s for highs. Overnight lows will be in the 40s, and they'll be perhaps down in the middle 30s in a couple of days there. But the point is that the rain will come to an end, and it's after this 4 days of this stuff, like 5 days of this stuff, it's going to be about time. So.
Seems like an eternity, almost at this point. I think you raised a lot of hope saying that...
We've been here forever. I'm getting my mail here now.
You too, huh?
We're going to go to the telephone right now. We're going to talk with Rod McDowell, who is down at the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry. And you've had your own adventure down there with some flooding, and the blueback is really kind of soaked. Rod, good morning to you, first off.
Oh, good morning. It's been a long night.
I bet it has. You've had more than a few challenges so far this year at OMSI, and this one isn't probably making you sleep easily. Tell us about it.
Well, we've been here all night, and right now we've got 12 pumps going. We're pumping about 3,200 gallons a minute, and we're barely holding at this point. Concern is, as the river goes up, we're adding 2 more pumps, and we're just hoping to maintain through the day until it crests out at 31 feet. 30 feet is the top of our bank, so we'll be a foot over the bank here, and we hope it doesn't go any farther, otherwise it's going to be in our building.
Tell us a bit about the blueback. Now, is that moored in a particular spot, or is that floating to the point where there's no water pouring in?
Well, actually, there's the dolphins that it took to will go up to 30 feet, and when it hits 30 feet, the blueback is situated so it actually can roll on its side and pivot a little bit. The big question is what's going to happen to our docks. The ramp, we're only about 3 feet, or less than 3 feet before the water goes completely over the ramps at this point.
I would think that there's got to be a great deal of concern in your mind right now as far as potential damage, and I don't know if OMSI has flood insurance or what kind of accommodations you have to deal with this.
We do have flood insurance, however, with everything that's going on, it's a $100,000 deductible. We're going to easily make that. We're just going to have to find a way to pay the $100,000 so we can continue.
At a time, as we've been following, that OMSI is having its own challenges financially, $100,000 can mean a great deal at a time like this.
You bet it can, and the water keeps. At this point, we could lose all our switch gears, chillers, and everything, and that could force a shutdown for 3 to 5 months trying to repair.
Well, we thank you for your best efforts and for keeping us posted this morning, Rod McDowell at OMSI. They've been up all night. It's going to be more tough going for them, and we'll keep you posted on how that turns out.
Especially tough, like you said, because of the tough economic situation they've been undergoing recently. Right now, we're going to have Doug Hardy of Canby joining us on the telephone. Good morning, Doug.
Morning.
How are things out there?
Oh, we're kind of high and dry right here, just getting a lot of rain. But my wife just got through 99E south of Oregon City, and she says it's going is okay. It's a little slow, but it's open. That's south of Oregon City on 99.
So what would be the recommendation for folks? Is that very, very slow going?
Slow going, just take it easy. There's some of the right lane is closed off a little high water, but you can get through. I just say take it easy.
Okay, thank you, Doug Hardy, for joining us from Canby on the telephone this morning. Right now, we're going to go out to southeast Portland, where our reporter Michael Hanna is standing by. What's the situation like out there, Mike?
Hi, Elizabeth. A lot of homes have been evacuated in this section of southeast Portland. We're at the corner of 103rd and Southeast Foster. Going to give you an idea of what's going on here in this backyard as I walk off this deck. This backyard has become a lake like many of the backyards in this neighborhood. It's really pretty messy. This is the overflow from Johnson Creek, now becoming Johnson Lake. We've got a lot of folks from the neighborhood out here. Can I talk to you real fast? Robin, right?
Yes.
Come on up here so we can see you a little bit better. You've lived in this neighborhood for how long?
3.5 years.
Okay, you ever seen anything like this?
No, I'm ready to move.
Now, you told me you're going to be heading up and getting some sandbagging stuff. Your house is right next door to this area.
Right, us and the neighbors.
Okay.
Because it's already in our backyard.
Now, come up here. This young man has been wanting to be on TV all day, so this is his chance. What's going on back here? How is it usually, what's it usually like out here?
All grass.
Place where you guys play, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
How deep has it gotten out there?
I'd say like 4 foot in some areas.
4 feet deep.
Like back over in there.
Okay, I'm gonna let you get going. There's your chance. A lot of people out here want to be on TV. I talked to a guy who lives in here. He was out here during the 1964 flood, living in the same place, and he told me that the water level at that time came up right about here, as you can see on this building. So we've got a ways to go before that happens. But I want to give you a quick look out here on the southeast 103rd. That's because from out here, you'll get a better idea of what these people are up against as Johnson Creek slowly makes its way up 103rd from Foster Road, claiming one house after another. There are a lot of houses in this neighborhood which are not exactly underwater, but the backyards have been consumed by water, and the houses are now surrounded by water. Let's walk out here and give you more of a perspective on the situation. Take a look down there. Look at all that water. That's the corner of Southeast Foster and 103rd. And the water's slowly making its way up the street here, heading into these residential areas. There are a lot of homes that we cannot get to right now that have already been evacuated, that are just surrounded by water that's just too deep. But we're going to walk quickly down here and let you take a look at a couple of the homes that are suffering damage already this morning. As you look over here, this woman who lives here has hightailed it out of here. She's at higher ground. And if you scan over here, you can see this guy's mobile home is about to become inundated. He's having some problems because he's got some ponds back there. And if you scan around over here, you can take a look at Foster Feed and Garden. Their parking lot is now a lake consumed by water, and another home over there, water heading up over there. Let's go back to the studio.
Okay, thanks very much. We lost our picture there trying to move around. Michael doing a nice job of showing us a variety of situations over there in the area of Southeast 103rd and Foster. Let's go to another part of town right now. We're going to say good morning to Mike Rosser, who is in North Portland. Pinpoint your location for us, please, Mike.
I'm in North Portland, just a little way, about 2 blocks off of Portsmouth.
And what's the situation there?
Oh, we're okay here, but the reason I called you folks, my wife is a roller skater down at Oaks Park. And you know that Oaks Park has one of the only organs, big pipe organs left. And I guess there were a bunch of volunteers down there last night trying to float this floor and just working their tails off trying to save that floor and try to save that rink.
Well, the whole facility, if I remember correctly, is up on kind of a strut system. Is that correct? Is it
To the best of my knowledge, I'm just conveying information that I got from my wife last night. That she said there were a bunch of volunteers down there, and the floor is on a flotation, and they were unhooking fire equipment underneath it and trying to save the organ, and then they took stuff out of lockers and put it out on the floor.
Okay, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, and thanks for the volunteers who are down there to save a bit of Portland history, the big pipe organ down at Oaks Park, which is pretty doggone low when you think about it. Right now, we're taking a look at the level of the Willamette, which is creeping higher and higher to 24 feet. You can see the wave action actually lapping at that level right now. 4 feet to go, and you have reached the very top of the seawall, and it's entirely possible that by about 7 o'clock this evening that the 24-foot mark is going to be long gone, and that we will have reached 28 feet, which is a potential threat, especially to some basements and business basements in the waterfront park area.
And it's pretty amazing, Dan, even though we are inside the studio, we took a shot of that, right off the top of the show at 5:30, and it was at 22.5 feet, and it's risen well over a foot by now. It's amazing.
You can almost watch this the history in the making in just a matter of minutes. It changes and changes, and it is going to continue to do so if all the forecasts are correct.
Right now, we're going to talk to Christine Burks. She's out in Scappoose. Is that correct, Christine?
Yes, it is.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, it's wet out here.
It's wet.
I've been up since about 4 o'clock helping the neighbors. We're 2.5 miles up Scappoose-Vernonia Highway on Scappoose Creek, which is a raging river today. And our neighbors have been sandbagging, and the water's in their house now. I'm a little bit on a hill, so I still have my foundation to go before I'm in the water. But I'm sure everybody along this creek, we all have these homes that are lovely in the summer with, just a short little yard out to the creek, and today it's way up on us.
It's got to be so disheartening for so many of these folks who are watching the threat creep closer and closer. How are they handling it emotionally?
Well, the nerves are getting a little frayed. I'd gone down to the fire station at 4 this morning to get more sandbags, and they're running out down there. I don't know how they're doing now. I haven't been down there since 4, but it's everybody's that way. We also have a houseboat down off of Highway 30, and I've talked to some of my neighbors down there, and the water's rising fast too, and it's all of our plumbing and electric is all under the boardwalks, and they're all at max now. Where our ramps are all about even with the water level, so I don't know how much. All the parking lots are flooded down there, so they're hiking in and out and trying to plan well.
Yeah, one area we've not really explored yet is the impact that this might have on a lot of river area septic tanks, whether the soaked ground is going to start jarring some of those things loose. Perhaps that's a story for a little bit later in the week. In the meantime, Christine Burke from Scappoose, thank you very much for participating with us this morning.
Thank you.
Right now, Kern Snipes is still over by the seawall near the Morrison Bridge. He's going to bring us up to date. There were a lot of people out there watching. Are they still out there, Kern?
Yeah, a lot of people still coming down to take a look at the river this morning. Here's one of them. What's your name, and tell me what your impressions are?
My name is Clay Maleka, and I came down to help fill sandbags, and then they kind of ran out of bags. But this is definitely the highest I've ever seen the river. I never imagined that would even come close to the seawall all the time I've lived here.
So they ran out of sandbags?
Yeah, they ran out of sandbags about 10 minutes into the labor, so I guess they went to get more.
Tell me, why did you volunteer to come down?
I was supposed to go to Corvallis this morning early, and I got up anyway, so it's on the news, and I decided to come down and kill a couple hours.
Neighbors helping neighbors.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks, Clay. We appreciate you helping out here. We're going to show you what else is going on here. He's talking about the sandbags. Let's go over and take a look and see what's happening there. They've been asking people not to come down here to sightsee, to look at what the river looks like by watching your TV set. But folks continue to come down. We're going to grab our cable here and make sure that we don't get fouled up. People have been going to work. Some people have come down a few minutes early just to take a look. I'd say that if you're driving, that's the best way, is just to take a look from your car and then find a TV set. Here's the sand. It was a much bigger pile earlier this morning. These folks are volunteers who have come this morning to help out. Let's talk with this gentleman if we can. We're with Channel 2. Are you one of the volunteers this morning?
No, I own a business here. These are the volunteers. They've been here quite a while. No coffee, no food for them, nothing. So I'm going to go to my bakery, bring it down, and offer them some because they've been generous enough to help me.
Now tell me what your name is and what your business is.
Great Harvest Bread Company. The name's Tim Hartfield.
And is your business one of those that could be threatened by the water if it comes over the seawall?
Supposedly, yeah. It's on 2nd Street in Yamhill.
So tell me, what have you been doing to prepare for this?
Sandbags and praying. Well, this is Mother Nature. You know how that is. There's not much you can do about that.
Now, with a bakery, much equipment on the floor, anything you have to pick up, get out of the way?
You can't do it. It's too heavy. It's you just wait and see, and sandbag, like I said. But it's real unfortunate. There's no sandbag. There's no bags here. They've been out for how long? A half hour? There's no bags. There's volunteers, no bags. People are basically, out of luck. With no bags, you can't put sand in them. I was fortunate enough to have some, so.
Have you been up throughout the night, or have you been?
I've been up since about 4. Yeah, because that's when my bakery opens, and we've been kind of just trying to make sure that, we prepare ourselves as much as we can. I don't know if even that's going to help.
What about your neighbors, the other businesses nearby?
Yeah, actually, all night long, people have been putting sandbags up. This has been going all night, and there's quite a few businesses around me, Borders and Patty's and the Organ Bookstore. They've all got sandbags, around the doorways and up against the walls, the exterior walls of the building.
But people are taking this seriously.
They were taking it very seriously, I think. 34 years is nothing in, Mother Nature's time. If that's how long ago it was this last flood was, I think.
What's your impression of taking a look at the Willamette this morning?
Pardon?
What's your impression of taking a look at the Willamette this morning, the way it looks?
It looks extremely dangerous. I mean, it's. I've lived here 10 years, and it's definitely as rough as I've ever seen it. I mean, anybody can look at it and kind of be in awe of it.
Okay, thank you. Good luck with your business there. Let's see if we can talk with some of these other volunteers who are waiting for the bags to show up this morning. We're going to hang on with me and bear with me. I'm going to pull a little more cable so that we can just get over here. I wonder if we could chat with you, sir. You came down to volunteer this morning?
Right. I heard you all was for television.
And tell me what your name is, please.
Tom Muckle.
And tell me what you're doing here.
Just using my shovel.
Is your home threatened, or what's your situation?
My home, like some people said, my house is okay, so I might as well come down and help somebody else. And I'm out of work too, see, so I might as well do something.
Well, we appreciate, everybody appreciates your effort this morning. So we have some volunteers here. They're waiting for some sandbags, and we're all watching the river as it rises. Back to you in the studio.
Well, this really is a time for good Samaritans to pull together, and we have more and more evidence of that as we look around our area. Those folks down on the waterfront included among them. Thank you very much, Kern Snipes. I'd like to take a moment to remind you that you are watching KATU Television, Channel 2 News in Portland.
With continuous coverage of the floods of '96. Earlier, we told you about the evacuation of the Oregon Women's Correctional Center in Salem. But before we get to that, here is an emergency number you can call if there is an emergency in the Portland area. The phone number is 823-3333. That's the number to call. And as I was saying, the Oregon Women's Correctional Center in Salem had to be evacuated early around 3 o'clock this morning. And we just got word that the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem has been evacuated as well, and they are moving prisoners to Portland.
That's got to be a major test for a lot of folks hard at work there, but it shows the kind of threatening conditions that exist in our area, in the capital city, and throughout at least 11 counties of our state, which have been declared disaster areas. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with continuing flood coverage. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome back to Channel 2 News on this Thursday morning. There's a shot of the Willamette River, which is of great concern right now. We're going to bring you.
This is a Columbia.
Okay, actually, we're going to go to a press conference right now at the Willamette River with the mayor. She's holding that right now.
Still needs to be done.
What about the predictions that it might get up to 2nd, 3rd, 4th Street? Have you folks talked about that? How high are we talking about it getting?
Well, what we're concerned about is the seepage from underneath into the basements. And I've asked all the businesses to take their valuables and, to the extent possible, move them to higher ground. And we will be going door to door today, letting them know that. That's both on the east side as well as on the west side of the river.
Do you have concerns on the east side? I mean, it seems lower over there. Obviously, there's a lot of industrial area there. It's flatter over there.
Sure, concerns that it may also reach that level on to 2nd Avenue and beyond. And that's why I'm going down to the center now to check in with the supervisors to find out where we're at.
Mayor, there are a lot of utilities that have lines, power lines underground. I suspect that water seeping into those sub-basements could potentially knock the city and many businesses out of business for quite a while.
U.S. West is aware of that. They are looking at the lines individually. They're concerned about it, but they're monitoring that, and that's, at this point, that's all we can ask. For those who are using computers, we would recommend at some point to look at backup abilities, and we'll keep people posted on a regular basis.
How's our water supply?
The water supply from last night, we had decided to shut down Bull Run. We have water available for 3 to 4 days. We're asking the people to conserve. If after that time we still need some water, we will open up the Bull Run, but then we have to get involved with some safety issues.
Mayor Katz, we understand they ran out of sandbags here not too long ago, and we're having trouble getting supplies of wood and concrete in and out of town to shore up the seawall here because of the flooding situation on outside roads. Are you going to be asking for outside help from the National Guard or the governor or anyone else?
We've already asked for outside help. When I declared an emergency with Bev Stein, that was the reason we did it. I called just a few minutes ago to the center. They've got additional people on their way and additional supplies, and I'm heading out there right now.
Mayor Vera Katz talking to us right now down here, right on the Forest Bridge and the seawall.
And that's Mayor Vera Katz talking to us down here on the seawall, telling us that she's getting ready to go check things out, do an assessment of what's going on with the city and with the floodwaters, saying that things are serious here and that they're trying to be prepared for the flood. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Corinne. The mayor taking a very direct hand among those going door to door and issuing the kinds of warnings. And as she pointed out in the news conference, it's not just the west side of the Willamette. It's both east and west sides that warnings are being issued to, but the greatest threat appears to be is that as that Willamette continues to rise, it could spill into some of the sewage areas, back up into some of the basements, which are in many cases businesses which are sub-level. So there is a great deal of concern, and the mayor is keeping an eye on it as well, and we will follow her information as well.
Right, and she also brought up the issue of the water supply. She says Portlanders are fine for about 3 to 4 days, but she's asking them to please conserve their water because this could become a graver issue.
And they did shut down Bull Run last night as part of all of this. On the phone with us right now from Northeast Portland is Sue Flores, and help us paint a picture of what it looks like where you are, Sue.
Yes, I'm just bringing an update about Jewel and Elsie. The Nehalem is pretty well flooding them over. They are evacuating people now. My mother lives down there, and she had got a hold of me this morning, and like I said, that they are evacuating a lot of people right now.
Are you in a situation where you are personally threatened your property?
No, we live here in Portland. My mother's the one that lives down at Jewel. Her property is being threatened. The water is halfway up the backyard.
So she's got to be awfully nervous at this point. And as far as traffic in Northeast Portland, again, just for the benefit of those traveling through our area, there are some hard-hit areas, but are you aware of any street closures in your neighborhood?
Not at this point, no.
All right, Sue Flores from Northeast Portland. Thanks for contributing to the information we pass along to the public this morning.
Yeah, a lot of questions when something like this arises. We're going to talk to an author, Betsy Shan, who wrote a book called Surviving Natural Disasters. She joins us right now in the newsroom, and hopefully she can, well, unfortunately she's not ready right now, so we'll get back to her as soon as we can. She's going to answer some questions about what people can do at a time of disaster. Right now, we're going to take a break. We'll have more flood coverage when we come back.
as we look at the water level gauge at the Morrison Street Bridge in downtown Portland along the seawall, climbing closer and closer to 24 feet. 4 feet to go, about 4¼ feet to go before it hits the top of the seawall, and it has been climbing steadily. It was about 22 and a half feet.
Right, about 22 and a half.
When we went on the air this morning. There's so many problems throughout the area, not only right here in the metro area, but this has been such a widespread disaster. If you had not heard, there have been 2 deaths already attributed to the flooding in Oregon. A 9-year-old girl died near her home east of Scio. She had gone out to get the family mail, and somehow she tumbled into a culvert and she drowned. Also, there was an elderly woman who died near Monmouth on Highway 99. She was driving along. It seems that somehow